Chapter 1. Naming a child was simple for some people, but it was very difficult for others. The difficulty did not lie in the meaning of the name, but in the choice. What should our son be called? That is the problem. I think we can send out a batch of radios first to calm the tide of naming attacks. The child was 1 month old, and they had just treated him to a meal and received many gifts. Wang Wan fed the child milk, and Zhang Xiaobao provided a shoulder for Wang Wan to lean on, worrying by himself. The little guy who had not yet had a name was not at all obedient during the meal. Every time he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of milk, he would look up at the noisy man beside him, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes was obvious. Wang Wan hugged her chubby son and said in a low voice, "Lower your voice, it is impolite to disturb others when they are eating. If you really can't do it, why don't we wait until the half-year ceremony to decide on a name?" "Half-year ceremony?" Zhang Xiaobao repeated doubtfully, and then sighed helplessly. When other people's children were born according to the local customs, some were 1 month old, and some were 1 month old. When his son was born, he had to celebrate 1 month old first. Some people actually suggested a 2nd month ceremony, a 3rd month ceremony, a 1st month ceremony, a 2nd week ceremony. Once a month it would be lively, right? The problem was that you all wanted the atmosphere of a gathering, and his family could not go crazy with you all. Yes, a half-year ceremony. Li Longji gave a name, foster father gave a name, our grandfather gave a name, our father gave a name, and our father gave a name. There are also the ministers that we have a good relationship with, the scholars of the Jixin Academy, and the public naming contest that various newspapers have gathered. We can't disappoint them, so we will use all of them if we can. Wang Wan patted her son's head as she spoke. The little guy stopped talking and returned a big smile to his mother. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Do you want me to give him an Arabic name? Use all of the names that everyone gave. That is my son, not theirs, so why are you so worried? Also, they said that our son lacks fire, so why don't we name him Huahua? What do you think? You are indeed the top scorer. Talented." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. "Lily." Zhang Xiaobao came up with another nickname. "Oh, since when did my husband like the Book of Changes? It's called Mingming, but it's better than Ili and Yangyang, right? If we don't make a big deal out of it and call it Calamity, the entire Great Tang will probably go crazy. Mingming is better, and it's a combination of hardness and gentleness, with yin and yang complementing each other." "Okay, Mingming is Mingming. You will be a public figure in the future. You have to teach her well. Don't cause trouble for society all day long. We don't want to raise a playboy." Wang Wan finally agreed to the nickname. Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very happy. "Did you see that? The top scorer's talent is not for nothing. Mingming, what a magical name. A public figure. This doesn't seem to need to wait for the future. Now is the time. I wonder what that large group of public figures are doing? I'll ask someone later." The public figure that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was currently leading more than 500 students of the Imperial College. These 500 people were all good at studying. No matter what your identity was, who your father, grandfather, or grandmother was, no matter how much money your family had, where you had a villa, or how many boats you had on the sea. Don't mention any of the above additional identities. Whoever dared to mention it would be punished. Didn't you see that the emperor's first prince, Li Jun, and the eldest princess, Panna, were there obediently doing things? Because of the winter and summer holidays, school had just started not long ago. However, there was no Teacher's Day after the summer holidays. Students didn't need to think about what gifts they made for their teachers, what kind of family would treat their teachers to a meal, or what kind of singing, dancing, and poetry party would be held. One day they didn't need to respect their teachers. If they really wanted to show respect, they could learn the knowledge that the teacher taught them. When they had time, they could personally make a few dishes and a pot of wine. Accompany the teacher to drink a few mouthfuls and discuss the Tao. The teacher would be happy for a long time. This year, the Imperial College in the capital was on holiday, so the students there didn't leave. It was different from the children in other places who didn't go home. The children in other places didn't leave. Some of them had parents who were busy, some didn't have a home, and some planned to participate in the social activities arranged by the school, such as delivering newspapers or helping people read newspapers in the tea house. Most of the children who stayed behind went to the merchants to see how they operated. When the merchants worked, They didn't let the children personally participate. They also had to spare some people to watch over them, which delayed a lot of work. However, even so, the merchants were very willing. They participated in the Chaoyang action, paid for the school, and brought the children to their family's business to watch. They hoped that the children would leave a good impression. In the future, when they learned something, maybe a few more of them would come to their business to help. The students of the Imperial College in the capital wanted to have a chance to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't leave the capital. They still had the position of regional governor. When they had nothing to do, they went to various departments. They went to the Ministry of Works the most, then the Ministry of Revenue. However, they didn't go to the Imperial College. During the holidays, the students of the Imperial College didn't plan to leave. They hoped that Wang Wan, who had finished her confinement, could come out and visit the Imperial College with Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't come. Instead, it was Xiaobei and the others. It wasn't that Xiaobei and the others didn't want to come out. It was just that the 4 children of Jixiang and Rui had been quite distant from them. They used a few months to regain their position in the hearts of the children. Then they brought the 2-year-old children out to play. The group's destination was the capital's West Railway Station. To be precise, it was a flat area 1 kilometer away from the railway station. They planned to build a freight warehouse here. The railway station on the west side of the capital had just been built a little over a month ago. At present, there were no buildings on the ground 1 kilometer away. They had only flattened the ground a little. When they arrived, Xiaobei stopped and looked around. He clapped his hands twice and shouted, "Let's make this clear first. In a while, someone will bring over the materials for the stove, pots, and so on. There will also be wheelbarrows for transport. The older ones will be sent to transport. The younger ones will do the work for me. The older ones will be in charge of looking after them. We chose you because you are the most knowledgeable of your age group. Students are ranked according to how knowledgeable they are. You are now students. When interacting with others today, we don't want to see any attitude or temperament that doesn't belong to students. If you talk to others impolitely, arrogantly, look down on others, order others around, or imply that your family is rich and powerful, once we find out, humph." The 500 students opened their eyes wide and did not dare to make a sound. Especially those who had power and influence, they were even more nervous. They knew very well that they should not show off their family background in front of Xiaobei and the others. Xiaobei and the others wanted to establish an image for the whole Tang Empire. Following them out must be in line with their target behavior. Su Yilong, who had been learning from Xiaobei and the others, sensibly brought up a loudspeaker and asked cooperatively, "Xiaobei, why did you find us today?" "That's a good question." Xiaobei nodded at Su Yilong to show his appreciation. He continued, "What's the work today?" "It's boiled beans, the kind that are green before the beans are ripe." "Where did the edamame come from?" "You definitely won't be able to guess. It came from Shanyang County of Chuzhou in our Tang Empire. A total of 3,000 tons. I bought it." Xiaobei gestured a number. Seeing that many people were surprised, he nodded with satisfaction and continued, "You must be thinking, how do I eat the edamame that I bought? Why don't I process it locally?" All of the students had the same expression on their faces. Speaking of which, Shanyang County is really good. It's next to the Huai River and there's a canal. It's not far from the sea, and there's a small fork in the railway. The local bamboo resources are rich, very suitable for the growth of vegetables. Moreover, whether it's the breeding of livestock, poultry, or aquatic products, it provides a natural and convenient environment. But it's really not suitable for planting soybeans. It's not that it can't be planted, but the natural climate has a great impact on the growth of soybeans. If you plant soybeans, the land can't be planted with other crops. It's a waste of beneficial resources. Especially this year, there's a lot of rain there. The soybeans in a similar place are about to be harvested, but they're still green. A child who's studying in the school sent us a telegram and asked what we should do. The soybeans are not big now, and they're not round. Their snacks now are boiled edamame. We don't have the ability to let the local soybeans grow and ripen immediately, so we can only buy most of them, 3,000 tons. They can continue to cook the rest. Xiaobei explained why the edamame was shipped over. It was mainly to help the local growers reduce their losses. The students could guess that the price that Xiaobei and the others gave was not low. Of course, they wouldn't give the price of ripened soybeans. It was already a great favor to let the people there not lose money. Since we bought the soybeans, we naturally have to cook them. Green soybeans are more difficult to preserve, so they'll be sterilized at high temperatures and have some salt. We really don't want to wait for the water route. The speed of going against the current is slow, so we'll use the train. We've prepared 1,000 large pots. Each pot can cook 50 kilograms. It needs to be cooked 600 times, one pot every 15 minutes. There are other pots being sent over, so it'll probably take a few days. Actually, what I want to cook now is people, not those damn edamame. I asked you to come here to tell you that if you have the opportunity to be a local official in the future, you should investigate the local situation clearly before you do anything. As for the local officials involved in this matter, wait until we finish cooking the edamame. Xiaobei gritted his teeth as he spoke. His face was gloomy, and it was obvious that the officials involved were in big trouble. 3,000 tons of edamame were there, so no excuse or reason would work. Xiaobei, can you just buy the beans and cook them? An older student asked. How is that possible? They have to be frozen. Otherwise, why don't we process them locally in Chuzhou City? Winter comes early in the capital, so we can reduce the follow-up investment. We chose the West Station because there's a big hole 1 kilometer away. It used to be a small lake, but it's dried up. It's not worth it to fill it with soil. We discussed and decided to build an underground thermal storage room. The project is about to end in a few days. We originally planned to store fruits, but now we can only put the edamame. It's a last resort. Xiaobei, why don't you just cook the edamame and sell it in the store? Your family is so powerful, so it's easy, someone asked. At the mention of this, Xiaobei smiled happily. He blinked and said, it's not worth much now and we'll lose money. You guys do the math. If we buy it at a premium, we'll add the cost of transportation, processing, and storage. When we sell it to the restaurant, the price is indeed high, but we take advantage of the original restaurant's low price advantage. In other words, if we put the edamame we bought in the restaurant, we'll make a profit and the restaurant will lose money. Then we can just ask our brothers and sisters for money. Why do we have to go around in circles? Everyone felt that this made sense, but they couldn't figure out why Xiaobei was smiling. Let me tell you, under normal circumstances, soybeans are related to sunshine. For example, in the south, there are also places with low rainfall, and places with low temperature such as the Northeast. However, this refers to the formation of soybeans. The rate of soybean oil production and soybean products output has nothing to do with taste. Take the edamame we bought for example. It's not mature because of the climate. If we wait for a while it will mature. However, one is delaying the planting of other things, and the other is that the beans are not full. But there's an advantage. The current edamame tastes sweet and tastes better than the normally grown edamame. We plan to save it for winter and sell it. It'll be cheap even if the price is several times higher. This is a commercial action, not a charity. We're just holding the goods. Anyway, our money can't be completely circulated. We don't care about the speed of cash flow and the return rate when we hold the goods. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't believe me, you can try a pot of it when it's cooked. Although the beans are relatively small, the more you chew them, the more fragrant they become. The taste is different from normal soybeans. As Xiaobei spoke, he noticed that many people were salivating. Thinking about his actions, he said embarrassedly, how about this? When winter is almost the new year, I'll give each of you 10 caddies. Although they're boiled and frozen, they'll taste the same after they've melted. How about 20 caddies? I also have a cost. All right, we'll see when the time comes. If we really can't sell them, I'll give you more. Go and transport the goods. The train is here. The older and stronger ones went to push the wheelbarrow, while the younger ones waited excitedly. They believed Xiaobei when he said he would give them 20 caddies, but they didn't have any hope when he said he would give them more if they couldn't sell them. Chapter 2. 3,000 tons didn't sound like much at first, but the number in front was 3,000. However, in terms of kilograms, it was 3 million. If these late soybeans were left in the production area, it would cause a great loss to the local people. It wouldn't cause a riot, but it would greatly damage the local government's credibility. If Xiaobei bought it and made a profit in the winter, it would be a marketing success. If it lost money, it would be a failure of the plan. They would bear the risk. However, the local government wouldn't have it easy either. Whether Xiaobei and his team succeeded or failed, the local officials would be punished. There was no such thing as tuition fees or paying for economic development. Xiaobei gritted his teeth as he looked at the carts of soybeans. He was thinking about how to increase the punishment of the local officials. After thinking for a while, he realized that if he didn't use his privilege as a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire, there was no good way. Mistakes were made, and the local officials admitted it when they were caught. Even if it was partly due to luck, they didn't quibble. It didn't matter if it was a specific crime. At most, they would be stripped of their official position. It was impossible to say that they would be beheaded. If it was 20 years ago, such local officials could even ask for money and reduce taxes from the imperial court. It was a natural disaster. It wasn't something that could be done by humans. The weather was bad this year. However, Xiaobei and his team didn't agree with the natural disaster. They all believed that the Yamen of Shanyang County in Chuzhou City made a mistake. Was the rain the reason? Was the small cold wave that hadn't been seen for many years an excuse? Don't expect to escape. It's not our fault if we don't admit to 3 million kilograms of soybeans. Xiaobei grabbed a handful of soybeans and murmured. The reason why the soybeans were called Mao was that there was a layer of fine hair on the surface of the bean pod. It was very clear from a special angle and felt very furry. There was also hair on the mature beans, but it wasn't called soybeans. It was called soybeans or soybeans. There's a bug. It's white. A student from the Imperial College had sharp eyes and found a bug. He curiously reached out to touch it. The bug immediately rolled into a ball. The people nearby all looked at Xiaobei at the same time. Xiaobei didn't care at all. He said, "Cook. Mix the seasonings well. Cook one pot at a time. We'll eat the first few pots. The purpose is to control the heat. Cook in the big pot without a lid. Cook for no more than 15 minutes. The soybeans will be green. Otherwise, they will be yellow. It won't look good." Bug. The student who was pinching the bug reminded. Let's cook them together. When it's time to sell them, there will be people who will select the ingredients. Don't be afraid, it's just a worm. It's not dirty, it's cleaner than the maggots in the sauce. Time waits for no one. Why don't I get someone to pick out a bunch of insects and fry them as snacks? They're fragrant and crispy. Have you eaten fried grasshoppers before? Well, those who shook their heads were all children from rich families. Poor people like me have to eat a few pounds of it every year. Xiaobei licked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement at the side. After cooking the edamame, they planned to find a paddy field that had already been harvested to catch grasshoppers. For people like them who had traveled extensively with their families, there was nothing they couldn't eat. They had tasted scorpions, centipedes, moths, and so on. Especially on the trip to India, it was really addictive. Of course, they didn't eat raw things that could easily produce parasites. It wasn't that they couldn't eat them, but they were afraid that they would get sick from eating them. If it was livestock that had been quarantined, they could use a knife to cut off the meat and stuff it into their mouths to eat raw. They would eat until their mouths and hands were full of blood. For them, there was no blessing that they couldn't enjoy and no suffering that they couldn't endure. Many students from the Student Directorate of Studies from rich families had never tried it before. When they heard Xiaobei's words, they swallowed their saliva. It wasn't slander but disgust. They shuddered when they imagined the scene of eating insects. As they had to look at the temperature first, only 3 pots started to boil water. The others started to wash the edamame. Normally, it would take a pot of cold water to boil for a quarter of an hour. If the edamame was taken out to cool, the water in the pot would still be boiling. It wouldn't take a quarter of an hour to boil the edamame again. The seasoning in the pot could still be used. After boiling it a few times, the water would be changed. Xiaobei and the other 9 people plus Su Yilong were busy. Only a small portion of the students in the student directorate knew how to work. Most of the rest were beginners. Xiaobei looked at the situation, frowned and sighed. She was obviously very dissatisfied with these people who didn't work hard and couldn't distinguish between grains and vegetables. The students were smart and knew how to read people's expressions. When they saw Xiaobei's displeasure, they lowered their heads and worked seriously. They were also considering whether to participate in more practical activities after today. Anyway, they had to participate before the imperial examination and accumulate enough hours. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified. Some people were quick-witted. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, they came over to smooth things over. Xiaobei, the officials in charge of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County are really wrong this year. The rain in front was fine, but who would have thought that there would be a small cold wave? It's just like the heavy snow in Luzhou. It's too rare, and we're not prepared. What? Luzhou? The heavy snow? I was born in Luzhou. Okay, I'll ask you if it's possible for it to snow in Luzhou. Let me ask you, if my father went to Luzhou to take office the year I was born, what he encountered was not a hurricane, but a heavy snow. 1,000 miles would be white and frozen for more than a month. Do you think Luzhou could survive? Xiaobei asked. The person hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are watching over there. What's there to be afraid of? They'll definitely come up with countless ways to solve the disaster. Then let me ask you again. If my elder brother or sister were in charge of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County this year, and the soybeans were planted, would the soybeans be able to survive the small cold wave until they ripen? Xiaobei asked again. The person nodded again. Yes, of course. That's right. In that case, how can the local officials be wronged? Xiaobei asked as he looked at the person who spoke. The person rubbed his hands together. Well, who can compare themselves to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? That's too much. Who can you compare yourself to? If I was there, I could do it. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a cold wind. We can just smoke the fields. It's common sense. This is called common sense, understand? The current situation shows that the local disaster response mechanism is seriously lacking. After saying that, Xiaobei ran to the pot to look at the water. The person was embarrassed. He didn't admit that what Xiaobei said was common sense, but he did learn about it in books. It was true that they were not prepared. But who would have thought that there would be a sudden cold wave in this month? Of course, it was impossible to reason with this. As Xiaobei said, if the local officials were Xiaobao and Cuckoo, then there would be no problem. Even if they couldn't stop the cold wave, they would still have the ability to sell the edamame at a reasonable price. What bad luck, sigh. The person could only sigh for the officials of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County. They couldn't manage the telegraph department. A child was troubled by the problem of having only edamame as a snack, and asked Xiaobei to think of a solution. As a result, the local officials fell. Was there any justice left? Brother Yurong, you're not wronged. Su Ilong came over and said to the student. She knew this person. His surname was Wang, and his family had some power. His name was Run, and his courtesy name was Yurong. They used to meet occasionally, but now he was running around with Xiaobei and the others all day long. He didn't have time to meet with his old friends, but he would always sponsor them to hold poetry meetings or something. How is it not wronged? They caught up with something that hasn't happened for decades. Wang Run still insisted on his own idea. It has nothing to do with decades or hundreds of years. They really didn't prepare. If I were a local official, I would order people to take the local bamboo and dry it for future use. Su Ilong also insisted. If there was no cold wave, what would happen? When there was drought, they would split the bamboo to make a canal to draw water. When there was a flood, they would gather the bamboo to make a column to store the soil. When there were not enough boats in the river, they would make a row. In midsummer, they would put up a shed to shade. So, forget it, I'm not familiar with them. I'm just lamenting about a telegram. Wang Run shook his head. Su Ilong smiled. What does it have to do with the telegram? Brother Yurong, do you mean that they were investigated because of an extra telegram? I think it's because they didn't do a good job in the local area. If they didn't have this telegram, they would have kept their position. It would be the negligence of the Tang Empire's inspectors. If that's the case, it wouldn't be as simple as them losing their official position, but countless people would lose their heads. Yes, Wang Run admitted. The word benefit is difficult. He was talking about the inspectors sent by the imperial court. If they couldn't find any problems, and later people found out that it was the previous inspection that had a problem, then the previous inspection would be unlucky. If they found out, they would be heavily rewarded. If there was malfeasance, as long as it was verified and confirmed, the inspector would be rewarded with 1,000 strings of coins. If the local official was found to have embezzled 10,000 strings of coins, the inspector would be rewarded with 5,000 strings of coins. All kinds of rewards were placed there, and so were the punishments. It was impossible not to work hard. Xiaobei was no longer worried about the final result of those officials. When the first pot of boiled edamame was placed in a basin, she blew on it and grabbed a handful, squeezing it to eat. Why didn't she just use her mouth? Because she was afraid of eating worms. She could fry it, but she didn't like to eat boiled ones. Okay. Try all of them. Xiao Yuan here. She stretched her hand in front of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan picked one up and ate it. He smacked his lips. There's too much cinnamon. I think so too. Xiaobei agreed. I didn't find it. I eat it well. A student ate a few in a row and immediately grabbed another handful. If you eat less, you'll think it's good at first. After eating more, you'll find a sour taste. Also, if you cook it for too long, the fishy taste of the beans won't be enough. Adjust it in the next pot. Xiaobei concluded. When it came to eating, they were very authoritative. Usually, the food they ate at home could be said to be excellent. They only had to deal with it when they went out and had no other choice. After 2 hours of experimentation, the people who were full determined the best temperature and seasoning. They were busy until night, and after another day of work the next day, Xiaobei finally let them go back to the Imperial College. All of them felt that their backs and legs were sore. Xiaobei and the others didn't continue to look at the boiled edamame. They returned home and rested for 2 days. Then they organized the team and headed straight for Feng Province. Feng Province was the core of the grasslands management. Because it was next to the Yellow River, it was also a distribution center. Further north was the former territory of the Turks. Now it was contracted. Many large pastures were adjacent to each other. Xiaobei and the others went there to see the living conditions of the farm owners. They walked around the grassland and took a look at the experiment of potato planting and the training of their own team. After training, their own team could accompany them on long-distance travels. It was just that they had never cooperated with each other. This was a good opportunity. Of course, for the first time, many old people in their families cooperated with them. As for potatoes, they could be planted almost everywhere in the Tang Empire. However, potatoes were delicious, had a lot of starch, and had a large output. There were only 3 places that ranked first. The north of Hebei province, which was Heilongjiang, where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived, the Qiu region where Gansu was, and the last one was Lingzhou, Fengzhou, and Inner Mongolia. They couldn't go to Qiu region because it was too far away. The commander-in-chief's mansion in Bohai was also far away. Only Feng province was relatively closer. Although there were seed bases arranged by the Sidong Temple in various places in the Tang Empire, Xiaobei and the others didn't plan to go to the nearest Hunan province. The potatoes there were not ripe yet. It was a greenhouse experiment. The normal ones had already been harvested. This year's potatoes can be eaten freely. Xiaobei, who was marching on the road, said complacently. Su Yilong, who followed them on the road, secretly swallowed her saliva and asked uncertainly, Really? Yes. Xiaobei nodded and said with certainty, after many years of reproduction, we can finally eat without thinking about making seeds. The output of cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, green onions, and radishes is getting higher and higher. Very good. Cabbage and radishes are not valuable. The output is low. We can plant other vegetables instead. Su Yilong didn't like these 2 vegetables. Xiao Yuan followed and said, the key is not that they are valuable, but that they are suitable for storage in low-temperature areas in winter. There are also various dried vegetables. They are treasures in the cold winter. There can be greenhouses. Su Yilong reminded. There can also be venison, bear paws, sea cucumber, and shark's fin, right? Do you still ask whether the toad is an official or not? Xiao Yuan said. Su Yilong lowered her head and didn't say anything. She knew that Xiao Yuan was talking about the illusion of, why not eat minced meat? While walking on the road, the new and old members in the team were also communicating. It was mainly the new members who asked questions and the old members who answered, or the old members who encountered something and talked about their experience. Although the new members came from specialized classes and learned a lot, when it came to special tricks, the old members were still the best. The trivial problems in the team's journey were the most important. How to go to the toilet, how to cook according to the wind, when to increase the goods for the livestock, and when to bear some of the burden. These were all knowledge. They were different from other simple teams. Unlike the caravan and the army, they were a comprehensive team. Combat, organization, logistics, and so on, they had to be able to change at any time. Even the chef could pick up the machine gun and fire at the crucial moment. In addition to serving the people from the other departments, the maids also needed to educate Xiaobei, and the rest in the little details of life. When needed, they could become overlords. Even Xiaobei and the rest were always prepared. Otherwise, why would Su Yilong's grandfather let him follow them? He was really cultivating people. With the departure of Xiaobei and the rest, the entire capital seemed deserted. Li Longji had been quite upset these days. Usually, there would always be a large group of children chattering about in the various palaces, but now they were all gone. Without Xiaobei's guidance, the other children couldn't play, and it was impossible for them to enter the palace and pull a maid to play games. They didn't have the guts, and they wouldn't be as stupid as Xiaobei. At least, that was what the censorate thought, although they didn't dare to impeach. Another winter is coming. I wonder if the Great Wall is still there when it snows in Jili State? In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji put on an extra coat and looked at the goldfish blowing bubbles in the fish tank. He seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, I don't think there's much left. In the past, people would rather spend money to buy the location and even let people preserve it in ice. Recently, people don't pay attention to it. I guess they've stopped taking money. After all, it costs a lot. Gao Lisher continued. Xiaobei and the rest can bear this kind of consumption. After all, they're rich. But they're not stupid. Why would they spend money on a dead thing that exists every year? One of their meals may be the annual income of an ordinary family, but they won't waste money needlessly. Well, I know. When Xiaobei and the children play in the sand, their pants are full of patches. The person who made the patches is very skilled. He made all kinds of patterns so that people can't tell. You're right. Snow occurs every year. This year, there's no major event in the imperial court, right? Li Longji returned to the previous topic. Gao Lisher pondered for a moment and replied, it should be fine. It's just that they're still young. They should experience the magnificence of the mountains and rivers of the Tang Empire from a young age. Go and tell Xiao Bao that this time I'll pay for it myself, but I won't be responsible for their expenses. It's not that I don't want to, but that there's never been such a rule. Li Longji had made up his mind to travel and insisted on dragging Zhang Xiaobao and his family along. He hoped to go to the commander-in-chief's office in the Bohai Sea. In the end, where they could go would depend on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's decision. Li Longji understood that even if they were going to travel, they had to have a purpose. How could they travel in such a large group just to have fun? Gao Lisher ordered someone to inform his adopted son. The person who went was Luo Bin. His position in the palace was already very high, but as long as he was in the palace, he had to personally go when it came to matters involving the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. He would never rely on others. This was the foundation of his position. When Luo Bin found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them were arranging for some of the cotton balls that had just been collected. Shui Yun's family was about to arrive. Shui Yun's family now had 62 members. Other than a few who took turns staying in the capital, the rest had all returned to the mountains behind Zhuangzi in Sanshui County to settle down. When the children of the family got married, they had to bring their partners back to live with them. They were not allowed to run away with them. Choosing a partner was not based on family background. Shui Yun did not expect her family to rely on the power of other families to develop. It was fine as long as they had enough IQ. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about how many cliffs one's family owned in a certain area. If one's IQ was high enough, even if they were not strong enough, it would not be a problem. A thin body could be made up for, and fighting skills could also be taught. However, if one's IQ was low, it would be a big problem. For example, today they had brought their family over to ask for cotton balls. Could a person with low IQ understand? If they didn't understand, who would make a nest for them? They could only get branches and add their own feathers to make it. After it snowed, Tianyi shivered from the cold. Would they marry their children to them to suffer? What Shui Yun knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew even better. When they heard in the telegram that their family had taken out the things in their nest at the top of the mountain and thrown them away, the two of them knew that they had to prepare things. Thus, they had people eject a batch of cotton balls that had just been collected so that Shui Yun and the others could bring them back home to redecorate. Last year's cotton balls were no longer warm enough. As for other planks, branches, straw, and so on that might be needed, the people on Zhuangzi could prepare them. When Luobin entered the courtyard, it was actually a sports field that was usually used for training. A group of eagles happened to fall from the sky and landed on the wooden bars that had been prepared. Before they landed, they threw down the gifts they had brought, causing the sports field to become busy. This was the first time Luobin had seen such a situation. The eyes of a group of eagles looking over were frightening. The things they threw down were both alive and dead. They were all bloody. The dead ones were easy to deal with, but if there were snakes in the living ones, the people who went to catch them had to be very careful. Yo, General Shui Yun, long time no see. How are you? Luobin waved at Shui Yun in greeting. Shui Yun glanced over, then turned back to continue watching the people who were busy catching the animals. Luobin saw that Shui Yun didn't want to talk to him, but he didn't mind. He continued, "Your family is here, right? It's good that you're here, it's good that you're here. Have you eaten?" His words reminded the people who were busy. Immediately, someone went to the side yard where the livestock were kept. They slaughtered, skinned, and cut the meat into small strips to feed Shui Yun's family. There were also people who were responsible for hanging a wide sink with clear water flowing in it. There were also people who began to spray water on the side to bathe the eagles. The medical staff also came up to check on the eagles one by one. When they found any scratches, they immediately disinfected them. The last group of people who came up were people who were familiar with the eagles. They hugged the eagles intimately, and at the same time determined where the eagles in front of them were uncomfortable. It was similar to taking care of a child. Zhang Xiaobao also personally chatted with Shui Yun. "Do you want salt?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. He also brought a water bowl with a little salt. Shui Yun tasted it and looked at his family. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao understood. "No. Do you want fur?" Zhang Xiaobao had someone bring over a large box with a wide mouth. It was filled with rabbit fur and linen. Shui Yun looked at it and called out twice to his family. Then 3 eagles called out. Immediately, someone rolled the meat strips in the feathery box and fed them to the 3 eagles. After feeding them several strips in a row, the 3 eagles began to vomit. The vomit was a mixture of fur and stomach contents. There were even small stones in it. After vomiting, the eagles drank some water and began to close their eyes to rest. They probably couldn't continue eating for the time being. Luobin opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Then he asked in confusion, "Young master, this is?" "It's the procedure of taking care of the eagles. Shui Yun's family has Shui Yun, so it's easier to take care of them. If you need anything, you can ask him and he will tell you. It's more troublesome to take care of other eagles. Many times, the eagles get sick and die for unknown reasons." As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he stroked Shui Yun's head. Shui Yun closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed it. Luobin nodded as if he understood. Then he asked, "Don't wild eagles live?" "They live, but living is different. Just like humans, they are all alive. Can the people of the Great Tang live the same way as people from other places? If Shui Yun and the others are sick, we will treat them. Wild eagles can't survive and die. The eagles raised in the Great Tang are specially checked regularly. People from other places don't have such treatment," Zhang Xiaobao said with emotion. No one knew whether he was sighing about the people or the eagles. Luobin didn't think there was anything wrong with investing more in the eagles. He said, "It's okay to treat them better, especially Shui Yun. He is the best eagle in the world. He can command all the eagles raised in the Great Tang. Without him, the eagles of the Great Tang can only do simple reconnaissance and hunting." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also agreed. Shui Yun's greatest function was not to kill a few people in battle, but his ability to command. With him, the eagles raised in the Great Tang could be used to transport goods. They were especially important in disaster relief. Not only were they flexible, but they were also fast. If a group of backpackers got lost in the mountains, it was most efficient to send out a group of eagles to find them. They could easily lock onto their position and then circle around. The rescue personnel on the ground didn't have to spend any effort to search. If a village lost contact with the outside world due to a natural disaster, Shui Yun could command the eagles to airdrop supplies. It was safer and more convenient than sending out planes. Without Shui Yun, the airdrop ability was lost. In reality, airdrops were often the most important thing. For example, in highlands besieged by heavy snow and torrential rain, the existence of Shui Yun was the hope of survival for the trapped people. After Shui Yun's family finished resting, the bundles of cotton were sent over. Zhang Xiaobao said to Shui Yun, "Xiaobei and the others have gone out for a walk. If you have time, you can fly around in the sky." After saying that, everyone made room and waited for Shui Yun's family to fly high before diving down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fly if they just grabbed something on the ground. Eagles were the most beautiful when they were flying. The larger and longer the eagle's wingspan, the more handsome they were. When they swooped down to hunt, it was a display of strength and beauty. They could mix fierceness, speed, stretch, and leisure together. Anyone who had seen an eagle hunting had a dream of becoming an eagle, just to experience that moment of pride and conquest. Shui Yun was the overlord of this dream. Today, Luo Bin was lucky enough to see a group of eagles swooping down. Although they weren't hunting, the momentum was not much different. 62 eagles circling in the sky and swooping down one after another was not a common sight. The people near the capital all looked up excitedly. Some had even chosen a place to wait. They had already noticed when Shui Yun's family came. Li Longji had also received the news. At this moment, he was standing on the highest floor of the palace, looking through binoculars. From where he was, he could see the Zhang family and Wang family's battlefield in the capital. There was only one battlefield in the entire capital. Rather than saying that it was a training ground for the Zhang family and Wang family, it was more appropriate to say that it was a space for Shui Yun's family to move around. After all, Shui Yun was a general and should have a mansion. Other families built houses in their manors, but Shui Yun's family only had an empty space. At this time, it was clear who was more capable, and who was less capable in Shui Yun's family. Every 2 eagles swooped down at the same time. Some eagles had no choice but to slow down when they swooped down to control their landing point. Some eagles grabbed the cotton and flapped their wings vigorously, afraid that they wouldn't be able to fly. Some even missed the cotton and had to circle back up for the next dive. They would probably be beaten up when they returned home. According to people saying, if you can catch cotton, how can you catch living things? The first 11 eagles performed the best. Perhaps it was Shui Yun's deliberate request, but these 11 eagles all changed direction at a low altitude when they grabbed the cotton. Seeing that there was no altitude left, they could still make a sideways sweep, their wings scraping the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In the end, only Shui Yun and Hong Luan were left. The people below began to shout with all their might. Shui Yun, come, Shui Yun, come. The meaning was for Shui Yun to perform a more beautiful move. Perhaps it was because Shui Yun was happy that she could go back and redecorate her new home today. So she circled back for a distance. Hong Luan was the first to fly down diagonally. Shui Yun suddenly accelerated and arrived at the position where the cotton was placed behind Hong Luan. The moment her claws grabbed the cotton, her entire body abruptly turned 180 degrees. A cotton was thrown up and caught by Hong Luan. Shui Yun glided with her back facing the ground and glided to the top of the next cotton. She then did another 180 degrees flip, grabbed the cotton and forcibly twisted her body in the air and soared away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The people standing around the field were all dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and raised his hands to look. He clenched his fists and shook his head. What's wrong? Did you find that you can't do the same move? Wang Wan asked beside him. Yes, but I can't do the last rotation in the air. When I touch the cotton the second time, my arms won't be able to withstand that much pressure and won't be able to do it. Zhang Xiaobao moved his arms to estimate how much pressure he needed to withstand, and at the same time, he bounced his body up again. The previous move was easy to complete. He could run to the front of the first cotton as fast as he could, and then do a fish jump. When his hands touched the cotton, he would push down with all his strength, bounce up, exert strength in his waist, turn his body 180 degrees sideways, release his hands and continue the previous inverted somersault with his back facing the ground. When his head was down and his feet were up, he would grab the second cotton bag. But at this time, if he wanted to complete the twisting in the air, he would have to exert strength in his arms to push against the cotton bag. For example, when jumping on a saddle horse, he would have to do a hand push against the ground and a hand push against the saddle horse. Both times he would need inertia, the strength of his waist, and the coordination of his body. In this way, even a professional saddle horse athlete would find it difficult to complete, because not only would he need to support himself twice, he would also need to grab the cotton bag twice. Alas, it's different to have wings. Zhang Xiaobao could only helplessly conclude. Wang Wan just smiled. After a while, the others all exclaimed. It turned out that there were differences between eagles, and the differences were very big. Only the two pilots who came back from their rotation were silent. They kept thinking about the domineering aura of the eagles when they swooped down. That was what pilots should have. And it also reminded them of the words of the young master and the young lady. The sky always belonged to the hero, and only the same kind of knight could compete with the sky knights. No matter how many weapons on the ground could reach the sky, they were always at a disadvantage. It was not only in speed but also in the arrogance of the sky. Under the sky no one could beat me, and I ruled the sky. In the face of a hail of bullets, I can dive down like an eagle. Now the two pilots finally understood that when the Shui Yun family swooped down, they had an indomitable momentum. Zhang Xiaobao walked over, patted the shoulders of the two pilots and said, "How do you feel? In 2 days, I will arrange for you to see the scene of the Shui Yun family hunting in the mountains, valleys, and plains." The two nodded with yearning. Chapter 3. Xiaobei and the others wanted to go to a place in Fengzhou to look at potatoes, so they walked along the Yellow River. After coming out of the capital, they first went east and then turned north, which happened to be the route of the Yellow River. It was better than crossing the mountains and then going to the desert. It was not that their team could not pass through such steep terrain, but that it was meaningless. The road was difficult and they walked slowly. They could not expect to meet anyone for 10 days or half a month. Walking along the Yellow River was different. In any case, the Yellow River was a mother river. If people wanted to live, they had to rely on a water source. Xiaobei and the others made up their minds to have more contact with people along the way. They did not expect to catch a corrupt official or anything. The current officials had become smarter, especially after the imperial court did not give them land and changed it to a simple salary. In addition, they would be inspected openly and secretly almost every half a month, and they would be given a generous reward when they left office. The officials calculated the cost of committing crimes, and found that there were no huge benefits and a good way to live after leaving the Tang Empire. They all chose to be honest officials. The imperial court of the Tang Empire paid a lot of money for the inspectors. It seemed to increase the financial burden, but in fact it made the national treasury more income than before. The officials who were qualified to participate in the morning court all understood what was going on. The local officials used various means to embezzle thousands of times more money than the inspectors. More importantly, once the officials put their minds on how to embezzle money, they would not be able to put more energy into governing the area. Once it became a habit or a hidden rule, the officialdom would be in chaos. The people would no longer support the imperial court and lose the hearts of the people. No matter how tall the Great Wall was, it would be useless. Therefore, Xiaobei and the others could only try to find trouble with the officials based on their abilities, but it was difficult to find any officials who secretly put money into their own pockets. Walking along the Yellow River could be close to the people. Every time they stopped at a place, they would take a look and then invite everyone to sing, dance, eat, and so on. It was impossible to say that they did not commit any crimes. According to the people, if they did not commit any crimes, why did they come? Could it be that you don't like the people of our village? You came to our door but did not even say hello? Did we offend you? Did you still treat us as Tang people? Under such circumstances, during the month-long journey, Xiaobei and the others had nearly half a month to help the people repair their houses. The 9 little fellows and Su Yilong each drank more than a caddy of grape wine, which was over the limit. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that they had already considered the problems they would encounter along the way. They had prepared a lot of food and building materials. There were also sets of toolboxes. There were also kitchen knives, hoes, and other accessories that they could exchange or give away. As for the corresponding wooden handles, they believed that the people would make them themselves and install them. Along the way, the commoners took out their own dried vegetables, cured meat, ham, and other things to serve them. Xiaobei's team didn't say anything and used them to cook. They didn't give them a single copper coin. Giving them money would hurt their feelings, so they could only use other things to make up for it. Today, Xiaobei's team arrived at Xiaolu village, which was next to the Yellow River in Yinzhou's Zhenxiang County. There weren't many people in the village. Last year's census recorded 210 households, 1,305 people. This year, under normal circumstances, there would be a few more, a dozen or dozens more. It was hard to be sure. It needed to see how many children were born and how many people died. Relatively speaking, the data was quite accurate. There wasn't a situation where someone wasn't registered in the household register and didn't report it. It involved welfare, especially children. If your family accidentally gave birth to twins 3 times in a row, don't be afraid. They won't be fined and will be rewarded for being too good at giving birth. You don't have to worry about whether your children will have food to eat. The imperial court will help you raise them. If your family had twins this year, they would even invite you to make a report. Was there a secret recipe? The village chief of Xiaolu village is surnamed Zhao. He's 42 years old this year. He took over from his father. His father was the previous village chief. His grandfather was the previous village chief. His great-grandfather unknown. Xiang is in detail. Xiang is in not Xiang. No education. No education. Just no enrollment record. When they were about to reach Xiaolu village, Xiao Yuan took out a piece of paper and introduced it. I told you to memorize it. Why don't you read it? Who doesn't know how to read it? Look, I'll read it for you. Why isn't there anything on the paper? Xiaobei grumbled in dissatisfaction. He snatched the paper and was about to read it, but he was dumbfounded. Paper was paper. It was like a big white book. It was blank and much cleaner than the word field. Xiao Yuan, you're bullying me. Brother, look at Xiao Yuan. He's clearly holding a blank piece of paper, and yet he's still pretending. Xiaobei was unhappy again and complained to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was silent. No matter how much he protected his sister, he couldn't be shameless, right? No matter how good his logic was, he couldn't find a reason to be biased towards his sister. The others were also silent, making Su Yilong feel that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ease the tension, Xiaobei smiled at Xiao Yuan with the paper in his hand and said, Xiao Yuan, I know. You want to give me a surprise, right? Forget it. What surprise? Last night when everyone was eating, you gave me a piece of information and asked me to look at it. I scanned it twice. Then you pulled me to ask how many experimental sites the Sidong Temple had here. What did you want me to do? I could only follow the method my brother and sister taught me to memorize the pictures. Now you're asking me about the local situation. If I don't take a blank piece of paper, how can I concentrate on recalling the pictures? The simple and honest Xiao Yuan spoke his mind. Xiaobei pouted. Xiao Yuan, you won't be able to find a wife in your lifetime. An official who doesn't know how to coax girls isn't a good genius. A group of people rushed over. They must be from Xiaolu village. Xiao Yuan, how does the information describe village chief Zhao? It didn't, right? 42 years old, Xiao Yuan replied. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he didn't care what Xiaobei said. Su Yilong, who was at the side, realized that she was once again nervous for nothing. The atmosphere didn't matter to the 9 people. Looking at Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan, she shook her head and felt endless envy in her heart. She didn't believe that Xiaobei wouldn't marry Xiao Yuan. Habit was a scary thing. What was more scary was Xiao Yuan's personality and talent. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobei, who had forgotten what had just happened, was staring at the crowd. Suddenly he clapped his hands and shouted happily, I know. The one surrounded in the middle is the village chief. 42 years old and looks slightly old. Xiao Yuan interrupted without giving face. That's his father. He's 57 years old this year. How do you know? Xiaobei was unconvinced. Because there are records of his father. He has less hair on his forehead, 2 sideburns over his shoulders, and 2 moles on his left cheek, Xiao Yuan added. I really can't afford to be hurt today. Xiao Yuan, next time you insist on saying everything, even if I interrupt you. Xiaobei saw that the person in the middle was indeed bald. The person supporting him by the side was probably the current village chief. Seeing that the people were getting closer, Xiao Bei first looked at the guard at the side. The guard nodded, meaning that the scout from before had confirmed that there was no danger in the crowd. Xiao Bei immediately took the lead and ran over. His main target was the bald old man. As for the current village chief, sorry, your father is more important than you. If you dare to be unreasonable, I'll catch you and send you to the mines. Crime, unfilial. Uncle Zhao, why did you come personally? We should be the ones visiting you. But your body is really good. If it were me, I'd be so tired that I'd be panting from running all the way here from our village. Xiao Bei, who ran up to him, raised his head and greeted him happily. Not to mention Xiao Bei's official position and background, just based on his appearance, expression, and the words he said, he had won the favor of all the villagers. To what extent? If Xiao Bei accidentally broke one of their thermos bottles, not only would they not say that Xiao Bei was in the wrong, they would even say that they wanted to get a new one, but did not have the time to kick it. At the same time, they would kick the other thermos bottle so that Xiao Bei could enjoy listening to the sound. Even if he did something wrong, that cute look made it impossible for people to feel unhappy. They would even worry that Xiao Bei would feel bad. Plus, with the words "our village" in his speech, he instantly closed the distance between them. The old village chief ran his hands through his hair. He was smiling so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Our Xiao Bei must be tired. This is my useless son, Zhao Wuning." The current village chief, Zhao Wuning, corrected his father's words. His voice was slightly lower. "You can? What can you do? Wu, you made a mistake when you were registered, so you are Wu. You think you have half of our Xiao Bei's ability?" The old village chief did not show any mercy and reprimanded him with a straight face. When he turned around to face Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, he changed his expression and said kindly like a father, "I heard that you are going to Fengzhou. Don't be in a hurry. Go home and stay for 2 days. The village has prepared everything. There is nothing else, but there is a lot of fish. Don't look at the frozen yellow river. Before, the village had a lot of fish on line and raised them in warm ponds." Xiao Bei's eyes quickly turned and he nodded. "Eat. Do you have carp? We love to eat carp from the Yellow River the most. It has a hint of earthy taste. When I went to India with my elder brother and sister, I was not used to eating fish from the stream. I can't taste the earthy taste and feel less like home." Xiao Yuan and the others nodded vigorously to show their agreement. In fact, they really did not want to eat it. The fish that people caught before the ice was frozen could be sold at a high price when the weather turned cold. However, they had to eat it. Not only did they have to eat it, but they also had to act like they were in a hurry. Otherwise, they would seem estranged. They could only see what the village needed and make up for it when the time came. Seeing that the little guys agreed so readily, the villagers were happy. They turned around and walked back. Xiao Bei grabbed the old village chief's hand and jumped up and down. As he walked, he said, "Uncle Zhao, are there many people in our village who chisel the ice to catch fish in winter?" "Not many. Chiseling the ice is a laborious job. It is far from the big county town. If they are not fresh, they are not worth much if they are transported there. If they were raised in advance, they would have been transported to the county town long ago. They would rent a few houses in the village to raise them and sell them when the time comes," the old village chief replied naturally. Xiao Bei nodded. "Oh, why don't we use a charcoal brazier to float on the water? We have to go over the mountain. Do you think the brazier will overturn?" "Yes, Uncle Zhao. I suddenly thought of something. Our village has a thermometer, right?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Yes, it is used to hatch chicks and ducklings. It was given to me by your family. When the chicks are not hatched, I will take care of it. When the chicks are hatched, I will take care of it once a day. No one is allowed to say that they have lost it. Everyone in the village knows about it. Although the thermometer is small, it requires a lot of technology. Other countries dream of having it, but they can't make it. I have to protect it. I can't blind Xiaobao and Cuckoo." The old village chief spoke very seriously at this time. It was a kind of guarantee. Xiao Bei smacked his lips. "The cost of that thing is very low. If someone tries to rob it, it will be fine to give it to them to ensure your safety. When you return, report it to the authorities. Since there is a thermometer, I just happened to bring something with me. It is a heater. It is hand-cranked to generate electricity. When it passes through the resistance, it becomes hot. Take out 2 sets to sell fish in winter. As Xiao Bei spoke, he asked someone to deliver 2 sets. They were not small, about the size of a commonly used bench. The old man received one in his hand and looked at it carefully. He said, "The things in the village will be accepted. We still have to protect the thermometer with our lives. If we give it to someone who tries to rob us, it will make the robbers think that we are weak. Next time there will be people who will rob us. Is a needle small? Whoever tries to rob us will have their hands chopped off. It will make people who want to rob us avoid us as soon as they think of Xiaolu village. Just like dealing with thieves, if you catch them, beat them to death. Let them know that stealing is wrong. Okay, I support you. Beat them to death. If they die, it will be on me." Xiao Bei saw that the old man was determined, so he would not talk to him about the law. There might be situations where people took advantage of loopholes, but generally speaking, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. The old village chief led Xiao Bei and the others to the village. Most of the team stayed by the river. Otherwise, the village would not be able to arrange everything. There were also a few relatively strong village men protecting the hand-cranked heater. They didn't play any tricks of refusing to accept Xiao Bei's gift and happily accepted it. They knew very well that this thing, which was the size of 2 benches, was an important tool to increase their income in winter. "Uncle Zhao, don't worry when the thing is broken. Send me a telegram. Someone will come up with the fastest way to solve it. In winter, try to catch the big fish and release the small fish. Live by the river and leave something for others and grandchildren. Don't catch all of them." Xiao Bei followed everyone to the village. On the way, he did not forget to tell the old village chief what to do. I understand. Catch the big fish and release the small fish. Catch the male and release the female. These are the rules of hunting and fishing, especially when taking care of children. It's not good to always trouble you if the thing is broken. We will find a few people to send it to the capital for repair." The old village chief glanced at the heater from time to time and said happily. Xiao Bei shook his head. "Don't trouble me. I can't see the telegrams you send. The name is ours. The matters are handled by the people below. The officials will only inform us if they need to clean up. We have a special line at every telegraph office, so it's convenient to use it. How many tens of thousands of telegrams do you want us to deal with it?" "Huh? Candies?" Xiao Bei, who was telling the truth, suddenly saw a person in the village carrying a box on his back. The person also held a coal stove in his hand. At first glance, it seemed to be used for heating. Upon closer inspection, he found a few rows of small holes on the wooden box. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and remembered the candies blowing, so he asked tentatively. The old village chief stopped and waved at the person. "Idiot, come here. Xiao Bei and the others want to eat candies." When the person came closer, the old village chief introduced him to Xiao Bei and the others. "This is an old skill passed down in the village. In the past, we used to make clay figurines. Later, when the price of wheat stabilized, we started to make dough figurines. In the past 3 years, when the price of sugar stabilized, we started to make candies." Okay. Continue to make clay figurines and dough figurines. It's a skill. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about toys. There are also shapes in them. Help me make a panda." Xiao Bei made a very difficult request. The panda did not care about its size, but its color. "I want a koala." Little Yuan thought of something equally cute. Don't listen to Little Yuan. Only Lu Zhou and Chang'an have koalas. Ordinary people haven't seen them. Xiao Bei was afraid that the other party would be embarrassed, so he helped him out. Little Zhu stood up and opened the drawing folder. She used a pencil to draw 3 pictures on the paper. One was the front, one was the side, and one was the back. Koala. Her craftsmanship shocked the honest fool, and he sincerely commented, "Amazing. Of course it's amazing. You don't have to say it. Hurry up and blow it." The village chief, Zhao Wuning, finally found a chance to interrupt. The idiot was indeed honest and obedient. He put down the stove and put a tin box on the rack to bake. There was a sugar paste inside. It seemed that it had been cooked before. The idiot picked out a piece of sugar paste and dipped his hand into a chipped bowl beside him. He began to process the sugar paste into a hollow shape like a big water droplet. Xiaobei frowned slightly. The old village chief hurriedly explained. It's starch, not talc. Can be eaten. Talc can be eaten too. I'm just thinking about who will blow it later. Xiaobei did not care about why the other party did not wash his hands before. Whoever buys it has to blow it. He's too young and doesn't know how to use strength. It's difficult for an adult to blow it. The idiot finally spoke. Xiaobei nodded and admitted that it was difficult for the buyer to blow the sugar figurine. However, it was also an important test of skills. Xiaobei had seen one in Ijo before, and the success rate was very high. She did not know how good the idiot was. While Xiaobei was thinking, the idiot handed the candy to her and said, "Blow it. You need to use strength." "I know. Watch me." Xiaobei did not need to be told how to use strength. She puffed up her mouth and blew. The idiot began to shape it. When Xiaobei breathed out, the panda had already taken shape. The idiot was very satisfied and smiled kindly at Xiaobei. "Xiaobei, you're amazing." Zhao Wuning praised again. Xiaobei was modest. "It's okay. It's important to cooperate. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate." "Who said this?" Zhao Wuning had a strong desire to know. "My brother." Xiaobei answered. "That makes sense." Zhao Wuning immediately praised. The idiot was brushing the color of the panda. Xiaobei did not know if he was holding a brush or a small brush. He dipped it in something like black powder and brushed it on the panda. Then he dipped it in starch to adjust the color. "What's black?" Xiaobei was a little worried and asked. "Sugar." The old villager gave the answer. This time Xiaobei was relieved. She didn't ask why the candy was black, nor did she ask if the black candy was bitter. She knew that as long as the process and the heat were controlled properly, there wouldn't be any problems. Her brother could make the candy into a variety of colors. The easiest way to make black candy was to make black dates, while purple was to make ripe mulberries. Boiling the sugar soup could make the candy from white, yellowish, golden, red, and black. Of course, this required a very deep foundation. It was theoretically possible, but it did not mean that everyone could do it. A panda was finished in the hands of the idiot. The idiot took Xiao Zhu's painting and looked at it carefully. He remade the hollow water droplet. The people around did not show any surprise. Looking at pictures and making things was the most basic professional quality of the Tang Empire's craftsmen. It belonged to the entry level. Some masters even asked their apprentices to do it. Zhao Wuning looked at Xiaobei fiddling with the panda. He thought for a while and said, "Judging from the changes in the craftsmanship of the idiot's family, it can well reflect the economic development. In the transition of clay figurines, dough figurines, and sugar figurines, the imperial court's policy is the first. At the end of economic development, there will be no sugar figurines, because sugar is no longer a necessity for people." "You little brat. You don't admit that you are incompetent." The old villager began to lecture his son, a 42-year-old brat. At the end of economic development, people no longer pursue sugar, but the craftsmanship of making sugar figurines. When sugar is worthless, the craftsmanship will be valuable. "Xiaobei, am I right?" "Uncle Zhao, you are so awesome. My brother and sister said that people will cherish the simplicity in their hearts more when they are flashy. In fact, I wanted to make a few models just now. Put the sugar inside and blow on it to make it shape. But then I thought about it. How can I show the craftsmanship in that way? Things for the masses have low production costs, fast processing speed, and convenient use, but they are not worth much." Xiaobei freed up a hand and gave a thumbs up. The old villager coughed and glanced at his son. "Didn't they say that the more beautiful something is, the better?" Zhao Wuning was not convinced. Xiaobei patted his clothes and said, "Who can make a positioning for beauty? Look at my clothes. The shirt and outside are pure cotton, and the inside is filled with duck down. It is clean, simple, generous, and comfortable. Isn't this another form of beauty? Do you think that my family can't make all kinds of flowers on my clothes? Look at my head. 2 horns are twisted, and the rest of my hair is draped over my shoulders. Don't I look good with a light yellow headband? Isn't it more pleasing to the eye than wearing all kinds of gold and shining stones? Don't tell me that my family doesn't have fist-sized pearls, green mountains, clear water, and blue sky. Isn't purity also beautiful?" Zhao Wuning carefully looked at Xiao Bei and had to nod. He admitted, "It is clearly a very simple outfit, but why does it give people a feeling of luxury? Because it is pure enough. Monotonous doesn't mean boring. A bowl of white rice with a rich rice aroma is more delicious than egg fried rice. A small round cake made with dried flour is more like a snack than a cake. I have always felt that wild vegetable soup is better than vegetable soup. That faint earthy smell has a different kind of fragrance. Cherish it. The Yellow River has a lot of sand, but it doesn't mean that it is not clean because it is filtered by the sand. If I give you distilled water every day, can you stand it?" These words were said by Xiao Yuan. It sounded very reasonable and made people feel comfortable in their hearts. When it was his turn to brag, he made a koala. Then it was the other children's turn, including Su Yilong. A servant girl also asked for a little pig. She said that her zodiac was pig. Tomorrow was her birthday, so she wanted to put the sugar figurine on the cake. He did not dare to look down on the servant girls. It depended on whose family they were from. The servant girls of the Sanshui, Zhongwang and Sanshui were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. They could be in the hall, in the kitchen, and in the battlefield. Ordinary families could not hope to marry such a daughter-in-law. They had hundreds of thousands of strings of coins at home. Sorry, don't talk about money. The servant girl's monthly salary was not included. Just the seasonal clothes and face powder cost more than 200 strings of coins a month. That was the purchase price. The production cost of his family was not that high. The most important thing was knowledge. If you took a water-type jade cup or a jade cup to drink at home, you had to consider what the person usually served. Glass-type or dragon-type. If she accidentally fell to the ground, she would clean up and change to another set. No one would scold her. If someone had to say that someone was meddlesome, it would definitely be the housekeeper. They would ask her why she was careless. What if she cut herself? Would your family dare to say that they would not scold her after she fell to the ground? Just like Xiao Bei's mother, Zhang Wangclan and Wang Qiao. What did she care about? She and her husband lived in Zhuangzi. Did you think that she would be envious of you if you took out something valuable? What she cared about was very simple. It was her family. Her husband was diligent in his studies, her parents-in-law were harmonious, and her children were sensible and promising. If you wanted to make her lose her composure with a piece of Hangzhou, Suzhou, or Sichuan brocade, it was purely a dream. The servant girls and servants of Zhang Wang's family were the same. They could only find partners internally. They could not go out at all because they could not find a suitable partner. Their status was only low when they served the master at home. When they went out alone, their status was not low at all. When they encountered a quarrel, they had to listen to a word of advice. Not only did they know who their master was, but they also understood their abilities. Their words were even more convincing than the judgment of the Yamen officials. They were selfless and fair. Therefore, no commoner really treated them as servants. For example, the servant girl now wanted a piglet. Was it overboard? As long as it was not overboard, Xiao Bei and the rest did not say anything. Respect and love were in their hearts, not on the surface. At the crucial moment, the servant girl could stand up and block a knife for Xiao Bei and the rest. As long as she did not fall, Xiao Bei and the rest would be fine. It was better than watching the rules and running away when there was danger. I almost forgot. Sister Xiaoling's birthday is tomorrow. She will be born on the 20th of October. It's midnight. Xiao Bei guessed. What midnight? It's 2:45 in the morning. The 5 elements lack wood. After tonight, let's find a place with a lot of woods to celebrate Sister Xiaoling's birthday. But we can't choose a place with the back of the mountain. It's too dark and we can't choose a place that welcomes the sun. We have to choose a good place for the sun. Xiao Yuan immediately corrected him. This was the advantage of having a good memory. It made people feel comfortable. Thank you, Miss Bei and the young masters for remembering me. The servant girl Xiaoling was really touched. Did the master remember the servant's birthday? Yes, but only 1 or 2, and they were the kind that were very important. For example, Li Longji knew Gao Lisher's birthday, and he remembered it very well. The princes and princesses also remembered it. But in the past, Li Longji would not help to celebrate. He would only find a reason to take a day off. Gao Lisher was already very happy. Otherwise he would not be so loyal. Moreover, because of his loyalty, he had gained the favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He even let Zhang Xiaobao recognize him as his adoptive father. When a person was loyal to such a degree, no one would have the nerve to find fault with him, even if he was a eunuch. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had both been betrayed before. Otherwise, the two people's information would not have been leaked. That kind of pain was truly unforgettable. And Wang Wan also did not have the information that Zhang Xiaobao had been to prison to learn his skills and change his identity time and time again. Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the ability to escape from Wang Wan's control at the last moment. It was called the seamless way. A skilled butcher dissects an ox, but the person is not an ox. Betrayal and loyalty were really a cycle pervasive. Who was in heaven? Who was in hell? Therefore Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked Gao Lishir because he did not betray. But they always felt that Li Longji had given Gao Lishir too little. You don't even show up for someone's birthday? Well, if you don't show up, we will. Therefore, Li Longji had to show up and follow. In recent years, Gao Lishir's birthday had always been celebrated by 4 people. He, Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao would make a very small cake, followed by more than 20 dishes. After the dishes were prepared, the 4 stoves would cook at the same time. In a very short time the table was filled with dishes. Gao Lishir was an exception. Even the crown prince had to call him Master Gao. There were many servants in the Zhang family and Wang family. Unexpectedly, everyone who followed the team was remembered. Xiao Ling knew these things. What moved her was not Xiao Yuan's memory, but Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's willingness to remember. She believed that in the team of more than 20,000 people, the young master and the young ladies could remember everyone's birthday. Because there were only 350 days in a year, it was enough to remember the number of days. Xiao Ling knew the young master's ability, but the people of Xiaolu village did not. When they heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan directly mention a servant's birthday, they were shocked beyond words. Xiao Ling, who had received a birthday gift, ran away happily. Xiao Bei began to carefully ask the old village chief about the situation in the village. The old village chief answered, and the village chief's son helped to fill in the gaps. There were also villagers who interjected from time to time. Everyone lied and cheated. They even revealed that the village had deliberately underreported the rent by 77 do this year. We were too selfish. The harvest was obviously good, but we underreported it just to leave more money for the village's public use. The old village chief spoke. When he faced Xiao Bei, he actually blushed. He really could not lie in front of Xiao Bei's big, watery and innocent eyes. The people in the village were very nervous. Underreporting? With the benefits of the imperial court, they did not need to spend money on medical treatment, raising children, providing for old age, education, and so on. In the end, they played tricks on the rent money. It was unreasonable. Xiao Bei nodded naturally and said, "It's fine if it's underreported. Actually, our Tang Empire really does not care if you underreported the amount of grain. My brother and sister cherish the grain, and we also do not waste it. It is not that the Tang Empire lacks grain now, but it is not easy to control. We need to find a balance. Of course, more importantly, our family does not have the habit of throwing away large amounts of staple food. Not lacking? No one is starving." The old village chief did not believe it. Xiao Bei was even more unconvinced. He said, "Some people do not have enough to eat, but it is not a problem of grain. It is that they live in a remote area. The normal official road does not pass through. They do not pay rent, not to mention silken taxes. They open up the mountain to plant some grain. If the year is not good, a flood or a drought will finish them. Usually they have to wear clothes, eat salt, buy vegetable oil and plant a few mu of grain. It is not enough for their daily needs. It is even more difficult for children to go to school. They can only see them once a month because they live in school. If not, they will walk for 2 days and come back after 2 days." The villagers deeply agreed. It was indeed as Xiao Bei said. Remote areas, especially the mountains, were really poor. They were so poor that people could not bear to look at them. "Xiao Bei, can't we just build the official road there?" a villager suggested. "No, definitely not. It is not worth it. There are more than 30 miles of mountain road, and there are a total of 6 families. How can I build the road there? If the money used to build the road was stored in the bank, Just a year's interest would be enough for them to live for the rest of their lives. How stupid would the imperial court be to let them build the road? When Xiao Bei thought of the 30 miles of mountain road that would be wasted money, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When the villagers heard this, they all felt that it was really impossible to build the road. It was meaningless. It was better to let the people in the mountains move down. In the past, there were various reasons to avoid the world. War was chaotic, taxes were high, and so on. Now, if they still used this as a reason, it would not be a reason. Because the imperial court would not watch you starve to death after you moved down. For the time being, they would provide you with some money and a place to live. They would help you find work. If you did not know anything, they could even teach you for a few months. If you could still starve to death like this, how lazy would you be? You would even find it tiring to go to the yamen to receive the people? As long as you went, there would be no problem. If you were old and could not work, there would be the pension department to take care of you. If you were disabled, there would be the disability department to take care of you. If you were young, you would quickly go to school. There would be no need to worry about food or clothes. Under such conditions, you deserve to starve to death. It was not that they did not sympathize with you, but they really could not find a reason to sympathize with you. Xiao Bei, tell me, how much food does our Tang Empire have in reserve? The old villager was concerned about national affairs. Xiao Bei shook his head. I really don't know. They never gave us this number. You don't want me to send a telegram to ask my brother and sister, do you? No, the old villager quickly said. Xiao Bei thought for a while and added, anyway, our Tang Empire has a lot of food. In the past, the place in the north, my brother and sister called it the former Turkic Jew, the latter Turkic Jew, etc. Now it belongs to the Tang Empire. There are many cattle, sheep and horses on the grassland. We can also grow corn and potatoes. In the past, the northern part of Hebei province was directly under the jurisdiction of the Tang Empire. It was not like the first few years. Nominally, it belonged to the Tang Empire, but it never paid rent. Now my brother and sister are in charge of it. There are many advanced farming equipment in use. For fear of affecting the grain market in other places, they do not dare to sell it. As long as the logistics are normal, no one will starve to death. Even if you don't starve to death, don't waste food. Everyone can save the food, and let the merchants bring it overseas to exchange for things. We can't always use force to rob, right? What did they exchange for? Zhao Wuning asked Xiao Bei, who was more than 2 rounds younger than him, with a modest and studious look. Looking at Xiao Bei, he was actually very conflicted. She was obviously a child, but he had to show respect. She was obviously a child, but she knew more things than he did. He had been fighting in his heart. The contempt for Xiao Bei's age and the importance of her position were really torturous. Xiao Bei could feel that many people looked down on her age, but she didn't care. It was just like others saying that she relied on the power of her family. She admitted that she did rely on the power of her family. Otherwise, who would care about her? Admitting it was one thing, but she would not give up using the power of her family. According to her thoughts, if she used it, then so be it. She did not rely on the power of her family to rob other children of their candies, nor did she force them to buy or sell. Instead, she helped many people. Therefore, Xiao Bei could understand Zhao Wuning's thoughts and answered, if it were different kinds of ores, my brother and sister would generally draw the approximate range. Especially my brother, he seems to know the distribution of all kinds of resources overseas. Sister once said that the reason why my brother remembered a lot of resources was because his original purpose was not pure. He could use the excuse of the second or third development of resources to deceive people. But I don't think there's anything wrong with deceiving people overseas, right? Zhao Wuning deeply agreed with Xiao Bei's words. At this time, he no longer looked down on people younger than him, even if he clearly knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were younger than him by more than 20 years. It's good to deceive people, and we should deceive them. It's better than directly attacking them. The people who were deceived should thank our family Xiao Bao, and we should thank Xiao Bao even more. Xiao Bao didn't use his tricks on us. The price of salt and vegetable oil has always been low. It's all thanks to Xiao Bao. The old village held a supportive attitude, and the people in the surrounding villages showed sympathetic expressions. They knew how black-hearted and daring merchants could be, but no matter what the merchants thought, the prices of salt, vegetable oil, rice, wheat, and millet had always been maintained at a very stable level. There was also coarse hemp and fine hemp. Other than salt, the price of other things always increased at twice the rate of income. As for salt, the price of salt had been fixed for 3 years. It didn't decrease or increase. It was 3 copper coins for 2 caddies. It was much cheaper than the salt bought over 10 years ago. No merchant dared to touch the price. Whoever touched it would die beyond redemption. This was definitely thanks to Xiao Bao. When the caravans came over, they said that they weren't afraid of the imperial court's policies. If there were policies, there would be loopholes. They were afraid of touching Xiao Bao's bottom line because Xiao Bao and they followed the same rules of the game. Jianghu matters were settled in Jianghu. Once Jianghu means were involved, it was bound to be bloody. The merchants didn't dare to fight Xiao Bao like this. Therefore, the price of salt had never changed despite the imperial court's decree. This was because Xiao Bao had said that the necessities of survival were not allowed to fluctuate. As a result, the price of these things was very stable. The merchants would still ship them over to sell and still make a profit. It could be seen how bad the merchants were in the past. They clearly had profits, but they still wanted to raise the price. Thinking about Xiao Bao's matter, a villager asked, "Xiao Bei, does Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's child have a name?" "He has a nickname, Ming Ming. He hasn't had a real name yet. It will be a cruel battle." When we came out, Ming Ming was a little bigger. He was chubby and fun to play with. Oh, I remember something. When you secretly dig for coal, you have to be careful. Also, you can use it for yourself, but you can't sell it. When Xiaobei talked about his nephew, his face was full of happiness. Then he changed the topic and talked about stealing coal. The villagers were shocked. Zhao Wuning stuttered and asked, You know. We know. Brother and sister said that no matter how much coal is shipped back from the outside, where there is coal in the Tang Empire, people will still dig for it themselves. This is because the labor cost of digging a basket of coal is very low, and coal is zero cost. How can they not dig it out and use it for themselves? Brother and sister also said that places with coal in the open are like their own children. When they are hungry, they can go to the kitchen and secretly get a steamed bun to eat. Don't tell me the adults won't let them? As long as the children don't throw the steamed bun away or sell it, it's fine. If they secretly dig for coal for themselves, they won't be able to finish it even after 1,000 years. Let me tell you, if you have coal in the local area, you can use it for yourself. You are not allowed to open a factory to use it, and you can't sell it for money. Once you do that, your main income will be mining coal. If all the coal in front of your house is dug out, what will your children and grandchildren do? When he said this, Xiaobei's expression became serious. Obviously, he wasn't representing himself. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are so benevolent. The old villager was touched. He swore to the heavens that he would only dig for his own use. He wouldn't give it away or sell it. Xiaobei waved his hand. Let's not talk about this vexing matter. We brought gifts for you when we came to the village to eat fish. They are books. Books on fish farming and net cages. No matter how many fish there are in the Yellow River, it can't compare to the harvest when you raise them yourself. Before we came, we checked the information. You have a lot of big puddles here. The sewage is discharged into the puddles, and the water content is high. It's just right for fish farming. Dig them out every year and dig out the silt below to use in the fields. And that? Xiao Yuan opened his mouth to say something. Yes, and the whale meat from the sea. It's marinated and each family gets 20 caddies. Then you guys load the coal for us. We want the good kind of coal. If you don't want coal, we can't make coal blocks. There's not enough time. Xiaobei continued. Yes, and... Xiaobei, can you let me say it once? Xiao Yuan was very dissatisfied. You say it. I allow you to say it. Say it. Xiaobei agreed. Xiao Yuan's good mood immediately disappeared. It feels like you're giving it to me out of charity. You mean you don't intend to say it? You don't want charity? Then I'll say it. Yes, and there's also dried vegetables. Each family gets 30 caddies. We don't produce that kind of vegetable here. I'll tell you how to make it. You can also figure out how to cook it yourself. Xiao Yuan finally got rid of his addiction of giving things. The villagers were even happier. They knew that the children would prepare things to be given along the way. Otherwise, if they ate along the way, it would really be a waste of money. When Zhao Wuning heard that so many things were given, he was very embarrassed. I've made you guys spend money again. No, it's just the cost of transportation. We didn't spend any money on the things. The merchants who sell the dried vegetables came to us and asked us to help them promote it. Now that you guys have eaten well, in about 10 days the county town will probably sell it. Xiaobei smiled and explained. It was indeed as she said. When they heard that she was going out, merchants immediately came to give her things and asked her to help promote it to others. Especially the merchants in the south. The food in the north and south was different. Without someone to help promote it, it was impossible for both sides to like each other's food. Normally, if Xiaobei and the rest were to help promote it, they would have to be paid. If someone else did it, the effect would definitely not be as good as theirs. However, Xiaobei and the rest didn't earn this money. They treated it as a friendly help. The villagers were very happy. Not only did they see Xiaobei and the rest, but they also received technology and things. Everyone ate fish together. Of course, the large group didn't get a share. There wasn't enough fish in the village. Only a small group of people ate it. The next day at dawn, the group bade farewell to Xiaolu village and continued forward. After walking for a few more days, when they were about to reach Yin province, it started to snow. For the time being, there was no wind whistling, nor was there any winter thunder. Snow. It was pure snow. The sky was dark. Even though it was noon, large amounts of snow fell like cotton. The children raised their heads to look. One by one, the black dots gradually became bigger. When they reached out to catch it, they saw that the snow was white. The snow was made up of small snowflakes. If they looked carefully, they could see that most of the small snowflakes had 6 petals. As for those that weren't, it was because they had been damaged when they stuck together. When the snow in her hand melted into water, Xiaobei blinked and said, "It's snowing so heavily. It's going to be troublesome." Chapter 4. It was not that the little fellows had never seen snow before. The snow they encountered in Jili province was not small. But compared to the snow they saw now, the snow at that time was really nothing. What white snowflakes were floating, what 6-petal flowers were dancing in the air. Nonsense, it was all nonsense. The current temperature was the warmest in the past half a month. It gave people a very comfortable feeling, the kind that made them want to sleep. The sky was dark, but it was different from the darkness when there was heavy rain. The darkness during heavy rain was darkness just like the dark sky. But now it was not. They could still feel some gray, and the blacker color was the snow. It was like a piece of white paper. First, a layer of ink was brushed, then a brush was dipped in water and lightly painted again. The snow that had formed into a ball was dipped in thick ink again and dotted on the paper. Affected by the air pressure and vision, the little fellows panted a few times and looked at each other. They all knew that there was going to be trouble. Ha, everyone can make a snowman. Look, it's so sticky. If you have a snowball fight, you don't need to hold it hard. Just gently gather the snow and it will become a snowball. This is a day full of joy and liveliness, Xiaobei said to the other 8 partners. Little Yuan hurriedly chimed in. Yes, yes. That's great. When the temperature drops a little and it really starts to get cold, the snow will stick to the vertical wall. Then with a little wind, the legendary snow wall will appear. What's missing? Missing a slope, it will become a snowslide, Xiaonan added. It will also stick to the roof. When the 4 sides of the house are piled up, we can play slide after slide. It's best if it's at a 45-degree angle. Yes, 45 degrees. If the angle is too big, it will scare people. Xiaohai did not fall behind. I say. Su Yilong was frightened by the snow in front of her. When she heard Xiaobei and the others' words, she frowned and asked, "Don't you know what will happen if it snows for 4 hours? Only you know?" The 9 little fellows asked in unison. Su Yilong choked. Xiaobei rolled his eyes at Su Yilong and said, "Just now we were talking about a possible problem. The viscosity of snow is high. In the early stage, the ground temperature is high and the degree of crystallization of snow is low. In the middle stage, the falling snowflakes and the snowflakes in the air will continue to absorb heat. If this continues, it will get colder and colder, and the wind will blow. Then the snow on the roof became harder to slide down. When the snow in other places piled up, the force of the wind and the weight of the snow piled up increased. Once the angle between the snow and the ground reached 45 degrees, the snow on the roof would gradually increase in thickness. Therefore, there are 2 outcomes. One is that the house collapses and the other is that the people are stuck in the house and can't get out. The latter is suffocated to death, and the former is to see if they can be crushed to death, and then hope that they won't suffocate to death. Then. What's that? Temporary tent. Xiao Bei didn't continue talking to Su Yilong, but turned to instruct the people around him. 2 minutes later, a simple tent was set up. There were people supporting it and no ropes were used to secure it. They were going to leave soon, so it was not worth it to secure it. When the little fellows entered, someone had already prepared a map, so there was no need for instructions. The map was a military map, and the markings were very clear. Where are we? Xiao Bei asked. Xiao Zhu looked around and used a pencil to point to a place. Here. The place closest to us and most likely to be dangerous is here, Kaiguang County, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and said as if he was recalling. Last year, Kaiguang County sent a statistical report. There were 206 households, 1492 households, and 65,500 arable land. We don't need to know the arable land and the output. That means that there are 1,500 people in the same situation as us, or the environment is worse than ours. Fortunately, we are next to the river, and the paddy fields around us have already been harvested. There is a lot of yellow mud, so the output is probably not high. At most, we can have 1/3 of the harvest of the paddy fields in Sanshui County, right? Xiao Bei's small hands drew on the map. Xiao Yuan and the others nodded. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to argue and say, "Why don't you let me say the output? Then you can judge for yourself." But considering that business was more important, there was no time to argue, so he held back. What do we do? Danan and Xiao Bei asked at the same time. Xiao Fang held her chin with both hands and stared at the contour lines on the map. Then she said, "Let them come out. We will force our way forward to the yellow riverbank. Look, it is also marked as farmland and it is a large piece of land. The difference in height is only 6 meters, and the average height is 0.45 meters. It is considered flat land. Okay, we will force our way forward 20 li. At the same time, send people to Kaiguang County at the fastest speed and let them go. It is also 20 li. If we rush with all our might and take a long detour, half a day should be enough, right? We will first set up the tents and wait for them to come." Xiao Bei made his decision and looked at the others. The 8 little fellows nodded in agreement. "Pass down the order. Prepare in 3 minutes. Assault unit and formation breaker move out. Light equipment diagonally to Kaiguang County. Gather the others to the rendezvous point. Over." Xiao Hai gave the final order. Outside they began to move. The 2 most mobile units began to prepare. They had 3 minutes to pack their bags and tie up their legs. 2 minutes and 47 seconds later, the troops set off. They ran forward. Everyone had a machete. Behind them were simple medicines, axes, ropes, and chisels. They had to walk in a nearly straight line through the rivers, hills, valleys, short withered grass, and thorny bushes that might appear in front of them. According to Xiao Bei's plan, from here to the front was 20 li. From Kaiguang County to the front was also 20 li. The location of Kaiguang County was almost parallel to the rendezvous point, so the difference wasn't too big. The rescue team walked in a roughly diagonal line. From here to Kaiguang County it was about 30 li. The weight of the 2 units was less than 10 kilograms. Based on the usual 40 kilometers march of the protection team with 25 kilograms of weight, 1 kilometer was 2 li. On average, they use 4 minutes and 15 seconds to calculate. Including the influence of the terrain, there was no problem for them to advance 1 kilometer in 6 minutes. 1.5 hours to reach the rendezvous point was also under the condition of conserving a certain amount of energy. This speed would make the Tang Empire's other local armies dumbfounded. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was just a pass. It was impossible to get a better result. The main reason was that there was no satellite navigation. At the same time, it was impossible for there to be so many powerful teams. The entire protection team only had about 600 people. When it was snowing, they would break through 30 li of complicated terrain in an hour. They would also complete the initial tactical deployment and set up a simple position for the follow-up troops. This kind of person had little to do with training. It was talent. The real special forces such as the Beret Hat, Triangle Prefecture, Alpha, China's Divine Sword, Manchurian Tiger, and a few other elite soldiers in the military region. As for the snow leopard, it was just for fun. Compared with the non-elite girls in the women's special forces, it might be equal. However, when it met a female special forces member like Wang Wan, the snow leopard was not enough. Xiao Bei and the others naturally knew what kind of team they were leading. There were only about 100 of them who could meet the requirements of his brother and sister. However, they were not sent out. It was meaningless. It was not like they were fighting a war to seize an advantageous terrain. Su Yilong was envious. Her family also had their own guards. Not to mention the small number, the individual quality of the guards was not good. Compared with the two camps, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was in the basement. Looking at the watch, he smacked his lips and said, "From the preparation to leaving the camp, it took more than 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Yes, it can't be helped. Who would have thought that there would be a special situation? It's a little slow. After all, it's not the most powerful hundreds of people in the family. They worked very hard. No one is perfect, right?" Xiao Bei defended the team he sent out in front of Su Yilong. Su Yilong bit her lips and lowered her head. She had nothing to say. It was too shocking. She already knew that the protection team was strong and had followed them for a period of time. However, she had never encountered such an emergency situation. Looking at Xiao Bei's embarrassed look, it seemed that the team's reaction was really slow. It was not like this. Xiao Bei took out the leggings and went outside the tent. He handed one to Su Yilong and said, "Come, let's tie the leggings too. I don't need to teach you anymore, right?" No, I know what to do." Su Yilong naturally understood. She tied her leggings very seriously, took 2 deep breaths and prepared to move forward with the team. It took an hour and a half for the team to advance to the gathering point. The main reason was that there were supplies, and there was even a part of the supplies that were slowly catching up behind. Su Yilong, who was panting, felt very fortunate. She walked along the river. Although the road was not very good, it was much better than when she followed them to India. She actually persevered. It was just that her throat was a little itchy, and her face was numb. Looking at Xiao Bei and the others, their faces were not good. A 90-minute march of 20 miles was still a lot of pressure for them. It was 1 kilometer in 9 minutes. It was not running on the asphalt road or the rubber field. It was running with 1 foot and 1 foot, and it was very physically exhausting. If it were the officials in the capital palace, running the same distance in the same time would make them vomit blood. Xiao Bei waved to the person who was taking care of her, and the person immediately replied, "Understood, let's set up camp." The group of people began to get busy slowly, and they could be considered to have eased their bodies. The little ones also controlled their breathing and walked around, adjusting their body's circulatory system. No one spoke. After 5 minutes, Xiao Bei rubbed her face and said, "I feel like I'm going to explode from panting just now. So uncomfortable. My throat is about to lose feeling. It's still numb and cold. Let's use steam to smoke it later." Me too. I almost couldn't help but breathe in oxygen earlier, but I managed to pull through. If I can avoid breathing in oxygen, I won't. Otherwise, my body will become dependent on it, Xiao Yuan said as she gently rubbed her throat. The other 7 little ones were also uncomfortable, especially the feeling of the snow melting on their faces. It was really unforgettable. However, they did not complain, nor did they cry and shout that they did not want to leave. After all, they were the ones who gave the order. Moreover, they had many experiences of hypoxic exercise in the past. Although it was uncomfortable, it would be fine after a while. The first tent was set up and someone inside boiled water. Xiao Bei and the others went in, rubbed their ears and faces, and waited for the water to boil to moisten their throats. The tents were the same. They were round and had a pointed top, similar to the Turkic tents. The difference was the material. The Turkic tents were made of leather, and then felt. Part of Xiao Bei's tent was made of chemical materials, part of it was canvas, and part of it was thin and soft leather. Such a combination was light, good quality, and had a strong heat retention. It was also easy to assemble and disassemble. As for why it was not a rectangular tent with a triangular top or a flat top like the military tents from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, it was because they had already considered that the northwest wind was very strong. At the same time, they might encounter snowy weather. Therefore, they used round tents which had strong wind resistance. Otherwise, if they encountered strong winds, The rectangular tents would either be blown away or crushed. It was not easy to dissipate the force of a large water caltrip building. Many buildings in areas with strong wind and sand were built with large curved tops. It was impossible for people who could build domed buildings not to be able to build buildings of other shapes. It was all experience. Otherwise, unless you lived in a pyramid such as in Egypt, the reason was because the wind was strong and there was a lot of sand. It was like wrapping one's entire body when wearing clothes. In order to live better, just like how Northerners knew how to make Kong beds, Southerners knew how to use hammocks. Before Xiaobei and the others set out, they had already considered everything. The economic development of the various places along the way, what to plant and breed in the latitude, how to deal with unexpected situations, what to exchange for the things they ate from other people's villages. They had considered all the details, including things that were not planned. For example, Xiaobei had given them 2 sets of hand-cranked heaters to generate electricity. While the little guy was doing the construction work, the assault battalion and the formation breaker had also arrived at Kagwang County. Kagwang County did not have tall city walls. There was only a circle of outer city walls, made of yellow mud. It was probably built before and had not been maintained. The snow had not been falling for long. The short city walls were not completely covered. Withered yellow weeds could be seen on the walls, bent to the side by the wind. Most of the buildings in the county were made of the same materials as the city walls. Yellow mud mixed with hemp and grass piled up. When it reached the roof, it would become beams. There were not many buildings with tiles. Most of the buildings were made of yellow mud mixed with weeds. There were also some people who were lazy. They directly dug out a hole under a small mound. Inside, they built into a cave-like house. Outside, they used a fence to enclose an area, which was considered a courtyard. Every house and every household was separated by a certain distance. There was a path between the courtyards. Those who raised pigs and sheep had pens, those who raised chickens had cages, those who raised cows had cages, those who raised horses had stables, those who raised horses had stables, those who raised horses had stables, and those who raised donkeys randomly found a barn. Accompanied by the sound of dogs barking one after another, the people in the county immediately understood that outsiders had come. If it was the people of the county, the dogs would not bark in groups during the day. The county magistrate of Kagwang County was a local. Normally, the court did not allow local people to govern the county. However, Kagwang County was an exception. The population was really too small. If it was in the past, it was still okay. There were about 1,500 people, which was not much less than other counties. However, there were not so many people in Kagwang County 10 years ago. It was not easy to wait for the children to grow up and give birth to more children. When the population was about the same, there were more people in other places. Thus, Kagwang County was still a county below. The county magistrate was naturally a secondary 8 rank. His rank was not even as high as Lu Feifei of Old Willow Village in Hongnong County. The roads were not easy to travel. The people were relatively poor. Other than coal, there were no other special products that could make a name for themselves. When doing things locally, the people's feelings were more than the law. Things like theft and robbery did not exist. Who would be willing to be an official in such a county? Everyone was afraid that they would not be able to avoid it. 20 years ago, Sun Mao, who was in his 30s, went to the state's examination. He easily became a jurin. He remembered that he only answered one question and did not know whether it was right or wrong. On the day that he became a jurin, he became the county magistrate of Kagwang County. The Ministry of Personnel evaluated him every year and gave him good results. However, they did not allow him to change his position. He had been the county magistrate for 20 years. His subordinates were the children of a few families. They were considered as bailiffs. He did not have the position of a registrar. Sun Mao gradually understood the intentions of the imperial court. They did not send people over. The locals would govern the locals. It was fine as long as they did not cause trouble for the imperial court. After the evaluation every year, there would be merchants passing by who would bring gifts from the imperial court. More than 10 years ago, Sun Mao would occasionally go to the state capital to ask for gifts. He also wanted to develop the county and let the villagers live a good life. However, the officials of the state capital wrangled with each other. They would praise him and give him a few strings of money. Every official of the state capital was very warm to him. They had many words of encouragement. They meant that they believed that he could be a good county magistrate and lead the people of the county to a happy future. He could overcome all difficulties and make Kagwang County prosperous. 6 years ago, life in the Tang dynasty was gradually getting better. Sun Mao was completely enlightened. He no longer asked for charity. He planned to be a good county magistrate and find a way out. He could not continue to be poor. He had so much authority in the county and had to show his worth. Hence, he ran to the state capital telegraph office and sent a telegram to the capital. He hoped that there would be someone powerful who could come up with an idea for him. In the telegram, he emphasized his authority in the county. He meant that no matter what the person who came up with the idea said, the county would definitely carry it out. While he was at it, he also asked for 10 strings of money from the state capital, as well as a lot of low-quality 4 treasures of the study. When he returned to the county, he had someone build a room for him to teach the children in Qi County, even though he himself did not know much. He planned to train a few educated children to go out and make a living. When they had the ability, they would come back to help the county. He wanted to let the officials who knew that he sent a telegram to the capital to ask for help know that the people of Kagwang County did not lack integrity. However, just as he planned to train a few children, in the spring of the second year, a 2-story restaurant opened in the county. It was called Between the Clouds and the Water. When the restaurant opened, 6 waiters and 2 chefs lined up neatly in front of the restaurant. At that moment, Sun Mao and the people of the county felt that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. Since the day the restaurant opened, it hadn't sold a single dish or a single bowl of wine. The waiters took turns to teach the children in the county. The chefs ran around the county, bringing in seeds from the outside. They bought lambs, piglets, chickens, ducks and geese seedlings and cattle. They began to teach the locals how to raise livestock and how to increase the yield of the land. Kagwang County still gave the outsiders the impression that it was poor. It was still an inferior county. Only the people of the county knew that when spring came next year, the county would start to send large amounts of meat to the outside world. The 50-year-old Sun Mao felt like he was 30 years old. His whole body was full of energy. Once he sold the livestock and poultry that he had raised for 5 years, the county would have money. Then he would help Between the Clouds and the Water create an ethereal design for the people outside to spend money in the county. The idea was good, but when it started to snow today, Sun Mao looked at the sky and was dumbfounded. He thought back to a snowstorm in his childhood. At that time it was similar to the one in front of him. It snowed for a day and a night. The houses collapsed, and there were endless cries. All the animals that he raised froze to death. His grandfather and uncle had died in that snowstorm. The survivors dug up corpses and things in the snow, starving and freezing for an entire winter. Mauer, hurry up and think of a solution. These old bastards have finally realized that this snow won't stop for at least 2 or 3 days. A few of the county's elders came over and said to Sun Mao, who was standing in the snow in a daze. Sun Mao's face was blank. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. His withered hands were covered in blue veins and trembling. The wind was blowing. His ears were filled with the howling of the wind and the laughter of children who didn't know what disaster was. After half a minute, Sun Mao shouted hoarsely, "God, you can't bear to see us do well. We just had a little bit of hope, and now you're pushing us to our deaths. Who will help us? Who will help us?" "Mama, don't panic. Let's talk to the people between the clouds and the water. God won't be happy if we talk to them. Don't be afraid, we're not afraid. Let's talk to the people between the clouds and the water. Find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." The old man's voice trembled as he tried to persuade Sun Mao. His eyes were filled with sadness and a glimmer of hope. The other old men nodded in agreement. Faced with such a natural disaster, they really couldn't think of any other solution. They could only pin their last hope on the 8 people between the clouds and the water, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were far away in the capital. When Sun Mao and the old men found the workers and cooks, the 8 people were organizing the people in the county to gather supplies and livestock. They planned to gather them together so that they could be easily used when the snow was over. No one cared about the noisy children for the time being. They had to first decide whose houses were sturdy enough to stay in, while the less sturdy ones would be torn down as soon as possible, so that they could take out anything that could be used to keep them warm. When a worker saw Sun Mao, he immediately approached him and said anxiously, "County Magistrate's son, the snow is very heavy. You have to lead everyone through it. I believe that the capital will soon know of the situation here, and send out a disaster relief team." How soon? When Sun Mao lacked confidence, he had no choice but to place his hopes on disaster relief. The Great Tang had always been the fastest in terms of disaster relief, but there was always a time limit. If they could rush over in 3 to 5 days, it would be considered a miracle unless, the worker also understood. Around 10 days? Half a month? Unless the Fengzhou eagle flock moves out, but we don't know where Shuiyun is. There are only 8 of us and we're not emergency personnel, so we can't bring radios. The worker was also very helpless. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation? Moreover, they couldn't go out. If they wanted to survive the disaster with the locals, it would be best if they didn't get buried in the snow. Houses were usually built at the mouth of a valley, or at the foot of a flat mountain. Because of the water source, there were many mosquitoes and wild beasts on the mountain. If the snow didn't stop, the lower the terrain, the thicker the snow would be. "Can we run out?" Sun Mao asked without even thinking. After saying this, he sighed and said, "No, where can we run to? We don't even have a place to stay. Look at the sky and listen to the wind. Who can turn the tide? Xiaobao Cuckoo, where are you? I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Sun Mao shouted at the top of his lungs. The surroundings instantly quieted down. The children also realized that something was wrong. None of them dared to move, and the adults were silent. The worker pursed his lips and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down. 5 years of hard work and hope were about to be destroyed in a day. What followed was the struggle for life before rescue arrived. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. While the people in the county were quiet, a low sound like a drum suppressed the whistling of the wind and snow. It came from the southeast of the county, and the ground seemed to be trembling. What's that sound?" a child asked in fear. The people in the county looked over, confused and worried. The worker was stunned. He blinked and shouted, "Footsteps, it's footsteps. The sound of an army running forward. Quick, go and take a look. Where did the army come from?" After saying this, he took the lead and ran outside. A group of people followed behind him noisily. When they stood at the entrance of the outermost house, they saw a huge army appear from the southeast of the city. The army rose and fell with the changes in the terrain, but the sound of their footsteps was not chaotic at all. The people in the army wore mottled green and yellow clothes. They wore leather boots, and their arms were retracted flat. Their right hand held a machete, and they swung it lightly with their footsteps. "Stand still." Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a loud shout, all the movements stopped, and the huge army moved forward as one. A big flag stood in the middle of the army, flying with the snow. On it, there were 9 cute rice seedlings holding hands and surrounding a fire. 2 slightly smaller flags stood on the left and right. One of them had the word "sharp" written on it, and the other had the word "trap" written on it. The people on both sides looked at each other in a daze. The people in the protection team were surprised that the people in the county had gathered to welcome them when they had just arrived. The people in the county were in a daze with different thoughts. They were just talking about who could come and help, and in the blink of an eye there were people coming. What a big army, what a neat army, and what a familiar flag. Both sides looked at each other for a while. Just when the people in the army were about to stand out, the county magistrate Sun Mao knelt down first and kowtowed in the direction of the capital. He cried and shouted, "Xiaobao Cuckoo, you really did not let us down." Then he remembered a poem that Wang Wan had copied for people to learn. He shouted again, "Who can turn the tide? Heaven is about to fall, we must rely on it." Hey, county magistrate's son, you're wrong. It's not young Master Xiaobao's army, it's Xiaobei and Xiaoyuan's. The shop assistant went forward and pulled Sun Mao up by his arm and whispered in his ear, "Ha ha 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 ha, we're saved. The protection team is here. Clan relatives, look, it's the protection team. Aya God, fuck your mother, you're a grandson, haha grandson." Sun Mao could not get up. He knelt there and shouted, almost going crazy. The snow was still falling, but the people in Kaguang County did not have the previous worry on their faces. They did not even think about it. What was the use of a group of soldiers when it was snowing? Could it stop the snow from falling? They naively thought that as long as the protection team came, it would be safe. The formation of 2,000 people looked like it was made of steel to the people. The children smiled again, and the sky seemed to be bright and sunny. Be at ease. Someone in the group shouted, and the group neatly stood with their legs apart. A person walked out from the group. Every step was sonorous and powerful, and the snow squeaked under his feet. He walked until he was in front of County Magistrate Sun Mao. Just as he was about to speak, the shop assistant supporting Sun Mao spoke first. I'm Zhang Yibin, the supervisor of the construction of Kagwang County. He's County Magistrate Sun Mao. Hello, Wang Xiuqian, the commander of Assault Unit 2. Prepare to evacuate immediately. The main force is waiting by the Yellow River 20 miles away. The person who called himself Wang Xiuqian saw that Sun Mao's emotions were unstable, so he said this to Zhang Yibin. He believed that Zhang Yibin could command the local people. Sun Mao thought differently from Wang Xiuqian. He felt that he was very calm and said, "It's already prepared. We'll take the animals with us, but the poultry, take them with us." Wang Xiuqian looked at the sky and the snow on the ground and ordered decisively. The people of Kagwang County listened and watched from the side. No one interrupted. They only felt warmth in their hearts. Even if the sky fell, they would not be afraid. With the appearance and addition of the protection team, the packing speed was very fast. The food at home was packed, the new clothes and bedding were packed, and the old things that were not of much value were left behind. They would come back when the snow stopped. The beams of the houses were abandoned. The firewood was tied into bundles for people to carry or put on the backs of animals. The poultry were released. The heads of the poultry were tied up with ropes and led forward. Occasionally, someone would coax them, and the poultry would line up by themselves. The sheep could follow orders, but the pigs were the most troublesome. They always ran around, whining and growling for a while before they could return to the line. Leaving one's hometown to run for one's life was a sad thing. But the people of Kagwang County were full of excitement. The children's faces were red from the cold. They were still playing on the road and snowballs were flying everywhere. The speed of the line was very slow, especially the poultry. There were too many of them. Occasionally, some would fall into a hole that was filled with snow, and people would go over to help pull them out. There were also chickens that ran out of the line when people were not paying attention. They did not need to care about them. After a while, they would naturally return when they saw that there was no one to organize them. In comparison, the ducks were much better. They were more organized and stood in a line one by one. There were also dogs that left home with their owners. They ran around the front and back of the line, sniffing left and right. It did not look like they were running for their lives. They were holding a large-scale traveling activity. It was very cheerful, very lively, and very warm. Therefore, the line only reached the Yellow River after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the snow was already 1.5 feet thick. It was already dark early at this time, and because of the weather, the camp was brightly lit. There were more than 30 diesel generators roaring. Someone was adding silencers. Xiao Bei and the others started to sleep after the first tent was set up. They knew that the task of welcoming them was the most difficult, especially the children of Kagwang County. They needed someone to play with them. The people of Kagwang County saw the lights from afar and began to speed up. No one cared if the poultry got lost on the road. Most of them just followed. When they got closer, the people noticed that there was a soldier standing a dozen steps away. He was wearing very nice clothes. There were red, green, and orange. The wind whistled and the snow fluttered. The soldier standing guard did not move at all. He was like a pillar. When they got closer, they saw the snow hitting the soldier's face. The soldier just blinked and did not wipe it away. The people felt their hearts ache when they saw this. Sun Mao went forward and reached out his hand. He shivered and wiped the soldier's face. He asked, "Child, are you cold?" "It's okay," the soldier replied. He held his gun with both hands. He was still standing straight. "I have to talk to Xiao Bei. This is too torturous. Why are you standing guard in such a snowy day? How can there be enemies?" Sun Mao said in his heart. Just as he finished speaking, a child from the county ran to a place further away and tripped. The thing that tripped him got up and patted the snow off him. He then went back to work and hid in the snow again. Sun Mao asked in shock, "Is that a person?" "Yes, a hidden sentry." The person who answered him was Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had just been woken up and came over rubbing his eyes. An old man from the county hurried forward and looked at Xiao Bei carefully. He said unhappily, "Xiao Bei, why are you torturing them? You're standing guard and hidden sentry. Aren't you cold? It makes one's heart ache. Just for a while. They take turns every hour. They just have to hold on for a while. Normally it takes 2 hours. I saw that there were enough people, so it only took an hour. Heartache? If they stand or lie down, you'll feel heartache. If they randomly find a place to make a noise and drink, you'll feel your heart palpitate. You'll think, is this the trump card of the Tang Empire?" Xiao Bei argued and retorted. Xiao Yuan chimed in, "That's right. The Tang Empire is strong and forged with iron and blood. If the protection team was a little weaker, would you be able to escape so peacefully?" The commoners thought about it and felt that it was true. Why were they not worried when they saw the protection team in the county? It was because they knew that the protection team was the strongest team in the Tang Empire. It was a kind of pride that went deep into their bones. "Sister Xiao Bei, brother Xiaoyan, it's so good to see you. When I was in the county I was scared. Seeing you guys, I know that we're safe." A little girl of 6 or 7 years old ran over and shouted happily to Xiao Bei and the rest. Xiao Bei smiled brightly and reached out to cover the little girl's face. He said, "We're safe. We're safe. Our team has more than 20,000 people. Look, they're all tents. No matter how heavy the snow is outside, once you enter the tents, it's comfortable and warm." "Yes, yes. Sister Xiao Bei, why are their clothes so colorful?" The little girl's eyes turned into crescent moons as she asked. "Because it's not a war. It's very eye-catching and gives people a warm feeling. If it's a war, they'll all change to white. Did you see the hidden sentry just now? White clothes, white pants, white boots, white hats, white gloves, white masks, and white goggles. Even during the day, if they lie there and don't move, you won't know that they're people. Even their guns are wrapped in white cloth." Xiao Bei kept talking and pulled the little girl's hand into the tent. At the same time he ordered, "Send a report to Yin province and ask them to transfer to the capital. Tell them that Kaguang County has been settled properly, and there's no need to worry." The other commoners were arranged to stay in the tents. They also brought livestock and poultry. Compared to the entire team of 20,000 people, their 1,500 people were really nothing. Everything was in order, and there were no unexpected situations. There were more children in the county. There were 360 children, which was close to a quarter of the total population. They were taken care of by Xiao Bei and the rest. One tent could not fit all of them. Someone modified it under the light. The modification method was to redistribute the brackets of the 20 tents. After that, canvas was laid on top of the entire tent. The main bracket in the middle was raised, forming a large slope outside. It was still a pointed round tent. There was no problem for a few hundred children to stay inside and eat. There was still a lot of space left. Sun Mao strolled over and was surprised to see such a assembled tent. He muttered, "It's amazing. There are even things that can talk to each other from far away." "Of course it's amazing." Su Yilong, who was also strolling over and watching, heard Sun Mao's words and replied, "The thing that can talk is the legendary telephone?" Sun Mao asked as he pointed to the thing on the back of the person in the group of 100 or so people doing things in the way they talked. Su Yilong shook her head. "That's called a walkie-talkie. It can be listened to from a distance. In normal weather it can reach up to 2 kilometers. Now, it's estimated that it's only a little more than 1 kilometer. Walkie-talkie? I've never heard of it." Sun Mao was even more curious. There are many things that you haven't heard of. Back then, the former Minister of Revenue by Go once said that if you want to know the most advanced technology of the Tang Empire, don't go to the Ministry of Works. Just keep an eye on Xiao Bei and the others. The Sanshui Zhang family and Wang family put all the most advanced technology on the children. The tools used by Xiao Bei's team are basically modular. There are strong fog lamps and backpack wireless voice communication walkie-talkies. Do you see the 2 big things placed in conspicuous places? That's called a small tracked hydraulic bridge-laying vehicle. There are only 2 finished products in the entire Tang Empire. They are both here. Su Yilong introduced. Why don't you make a large one? Sun Mao was very thoughtful. Su Ilong was stunned and looked at him with admiration. She said, because the technology is not enough. It's similar to building a house. It's easy to build a 3-story one, but try to build a 30-story one. The bridge-laying vehicle now can be thrown to any country to study without fear of leaking secrets. They can't figure it out at all. Oh, Sun Mao expressed his understanding and suddenly asked, what's the bridge-laying vehicle used for? It's used as a bridge. When it encounters rivers and valleys that are not very wide, it will expand into a bridge. It's 5, 7 meters long. When building the bridge, it will first put down the folded bridge. When the team goes over, it will be the last to go over. Then the bridge will be put away. However, the things that go over cannot be too heavy. Xiaobei said that it's a problem with the power system and the material of the bridge deck. However, it's already very powerful now. The main purpose is to let the small bulldozer and assembled lifting equipment go over. Look at the things that are being assembled now. There are 4 steel observation towers. They are 12 meters tall. It's fast to assemble and convenient to dismantle. Su Ilong continued to explain. Sun Mao smacked his lips. All the good things are used by Xiaobei and the others? Yes. At the same time, we can check the shortcomings of the tools. There are also many small tools. The technical content is not low. How do you feel? I feel that the seedling protection team is really strong. My heart is more at ease. Sun Mao answered. No other thoughts? For example, the prosperity of the Tang Empire's technology? Su Ilong asked again. I know, but it has nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people. What hydraulic pressure? Don't we have to take it away after building the bridge? Can it be built on the Yellow River? Sun Mao was very honest. He said whatever he wanted to say. Su Ilong was defeated. She nodded side and said, I'll go somewhere else. The snow hasn't stopped yet. With that she left. Sun Mao rubbed his face and muttered, with the seedling protection team, the snow will fall as much as we want. I'm not afraid. What can we eat tonight? As the preparations for the night were rushed, there were naturally no stir-fried dishes. The team was very tired from rushing and building the camp. At night they ate the simplest hot pot. It took a little more effort than stew, but it was not much worse. The 360 children first took a hot bath and changed their clothes. After sitting down again, they felt much more refreshed. It was even more comfortable than at home. The older children took care of the younger children. Those who needed milk were sent to their mothers. There were also maids watching by the side. Don't get too hot. Including Su Ilong, Xiaobei and the others carried dipping sauces in their hands and walked from table to table. They said a few words, ate 2 mouthfuls of food, and continued at another table. Sister Xiaobei, I find that the food you make is really delicious. A 5 or 6-year-old boy stuffed something in his mouth and said to Xiaobei in a muffled voice. Xiaobei put something on the plate and replied, I also found out that you eat more when it's delicious. Don't eat too much. Don't be afraid if you eat less. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, you can get up and continue eating. There's enough for you. Sister Xiaobei, I know it's not good to eat too much, but I just want to eat. The little boy was very honest. Xiaobei frowned at Weiwei. Her long eyelashes blinked twice and said, Do you know what soup is in the hot pot? Water. Several children nearby answered together. No, right? Can water be so delicious? Our family's hot pot is chicken soup. First it's boiled and then hung. It looks very clear, but it has a very fragrant chicken leg taste. Then there's the beef bones. The bone marrow in the bones is all in the soup. If you don't believe me, you can taste it. Xiaobei scooped some soup for the little boy. The little boy put it to his mouth and blew on it. He sucked it in and nodded vigorously. It's really delicious. I've never drunk such a good soup. And there's also that thing called nutrition. It's good for your body and makes you strong. Xiaobei continued. Thus, every child began to drink the soup from a small bowl. The maids added more to the pot from time to time. The soup was indeed chicken soup, but Xiaobei's goal was achieved. After drinking the soup, the children's stomachs took up a lot of space. Even if they ate until they were full, it would be easy to digest. The children didn't know that Xiaobei was playing tricks on them. After eating their fill, they became sleepy and rearranged their tents to sleep. Many children lay in their blankets and couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't that they weren't sleepy, but that they couldn't bear to sleep. The wind was still blowing outside the tents. Every 2 minutes, people on patrol would pass by. The lights imprinted their shadows on the tents and could be seen from inside the tents. Many children lay down for a while and were about to fall asleep. When they heard footsteps, they opened their eyes and looked at the shadows on the tents. They smiled and enjoyed the sense of security at this moment. It was as if they weren't afraid of anything. It wasn't until they were too sleepy and couldn't open their eyes that they fell asleep. The next morning, when Xiaobei and the others had just woken up, someone came to report that the telegram had been cut off since midnight. They didn't receive a reply when they inquired about the general situation in Yinzhou. For some reason, it could be that all the telegrams in the telegram office were broken. It could also be that they were affected by the weather or natural magnetic field interference. That's fine. The snow hasn't stopped yet. Continue clearing the snow in the camp. Anyway, the telegram has already been sent. I believe that the capital has already received the news. Don't wake the children up yet. Let them sleep for a while. I'll go outside and take a look. Xiaobei thought about it. It wasn't a big deal. The team had enough supplies, and they wouldn't lack food and drink for the next month. She wasn't in a hurry, and the capital wasn't in a hurry either. The telegram that came last night was intercepted by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They didn't send it to Li Longji immediately because they didn't want to wake him up. There was a court meeting on the 5th day of the new year. When they were about to go to court, the sun was already high up in the sky. Only then did they remember that there was a telegram last night and ordered someone to send it to the court. Chapter 5. Compared to the situation that Xiaobei and the others encountered, the weather in the capital was much better. Only yesterday afternoon there had been 3 hours of light snow, the kind that melted as soon as it landed on the ground. Today's court meeting was originally planned to be held in the political announcement hall. The Hanyuan Hall was too big, and there was no shelter when the wind blew. However, the political announcement hall was building a geothermal system. Yes, geothermal. To be precise, it was building pipes and adding a layer of floor tiles on top. The cost was huge, and Li Longji paid for it himself. The construction progress was estimated to take at least a month. Building pipes, laying floor tiles, and waterproofing. If the results were good, the next step would be to dig trenches in the capital in the spring, lay gas pipes, electric cables, heating pipes, and expand the water distribution system. As for the optical cable, well, that was a beautiful dream. Li Longji didn't want to be extravagant again. Ever since he renovated the palace, he had become more simple. In the past, when he had no money, he always wanted to make his life more comfortable. He fought with the other officials for the surplus revenue, including how to use the internal funds. When he found that he had endless money, Li Longji didn't want to tear down and rebuild a palace, and then tear it down again. His meals were simple, and there were only 3 or 4 dishes. Occasionally, he would make vegan dumplings. The sudden spending of money was because the recent domestic economy made him worried. He had to prepare in advance. As for the specific solution, it was better to discuss it in the court. Thus, today's meeting was still held in the Hanyuan Hall. There was heating here, a heater installed a few years ago. When the time came, the officials lined up with empty stomachs. No one secretly brought food, and they waited for the court to end to eat the food provided by the palace. Everyone found their own place and stood. Li Longji looked at the morning scenery as he strolled over. The carriage swayed a lot. According to him, it was dizziness. The officials were surprised at first, but then they expressed that regardless of whether others believed it or not, they believed it. They came in the first batch of gasoline-powered carriages in the Great Tang. The shock absorption was much better than palanquins and carriages. It was also faster, and the vibration of the diesel engine was not light. Li Longji sat down first. Gao Lishur placed the microphone and tested it. Hey. The quality of the sound was good, so he retreated to the side. Everyone, please sit. Li Longji raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone turned around and sat down behind the table. They took out their notebooks and pens and prepared to record the contents of the meeting. Li Longji also took out a book and flipped it open. His gaze landed on Minister of Revenue Wang Bei's face and said, Today we'll talk about the domestic economy first, Minister Wang. Wang Bei moved the microphone in front of him, pondered for a moment and said, The data collected last month shows that the prices in most areas of the country have dropped significantly recently. The price of a well-woven third-class silk was 140 copper coins per piece in the middle of June, but it dropped to 132 copper coins last month. The average price of a pig in Hunan province in June was 6.5 copper coins per catty, but it dropped to 5.8 copper coins last month. The average price of bamboo in June was 915 copper coins per square meter, but it was 876 copper coins last month, and so on. Wang He paused for a moment. The officials were all silent and had different expressions. He continued, other than table salt, the prices of other goods have decreased. That is to say, we can buy more things with less money. The lives of the people are better now. Haha. He laughed, but the others didn't because it wasn't a joke. For a moment the imperial court fell silent. After half a minute, Li Longji said, that's the situation. All of you know that the development of the economy has always been to control the rate of inflation, which is the rate at which the currency depreciates. Now there's no need to worry about this. The currency has appreciated. Are you all happy? We are truly too amazing. The people are able to buy things at a cheap price. No one was happy. If it was 30 years ago, perhaps some people would foolishly think that this was a good thing. Counting back, there had never been a dynasty that had achieved such results. However, the officials now had learned a lot of political and economic knowledge. Whether the increase in the consumer price index was positive or negative, it would inevitably reflect the correctness of the country's macro and microeconomic regulation. It was especially important to see whether the goal and result were the same. The ability to buy a unit of currency was equally important, whether it was a large amount or a small amount. The officials weren't looking forward to the current negative inflation. This wasn't in line with the current economic development. The savings and lending rates of the Great Tang Bank weren't negative. Then where did the problem lie? Was the Great Tang currency too little? Was the interest rate of the national debt too high? Was the consumption concept of the people changing? Or was the supply really exceeding the demand? Yuan Qianyao coughed, reminding everyone that he had something to say. He held the microphone and said, I think that the investment in technology has increased the production of the original basic materials, thus reducing the cost of processing and sales. However, the cost of labor didn't change. That's why there are such figures. I don't think so. Yu Wenrong replied impolitely. I think that the investment in technology has always been right, especially in the aspect of grain, oil, plants, and livestock. In the past, the consumption of grain was huge, but now the consumption is small. It can't be said that the population of the Great Tang has decreased. It's just that people have more choices when they need nutrients. The cost of processing isn't low, but there's also the cost of labor. The more advanced the technology, the higher the cost of labor. Correspondingly, the cost of sales hasn't decreased. There's definitely advertising and sales, and the cost has always been on the rise. This can be seen from the profits of various newspapers. Then, what's the reason why the figures for the past 2 months don't match our expectations? Still needs to be researched. Your Majesty, I've finished. Yuan Qianyao stared angrily and cursed in his heart. What did you say? You've analyzed so much and you still need to be researched? Everyone wanted to know the reason and the solution. Yu Wenrong avoided his gaze and said embarrassedly, Prime Minister Yuan, don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. The other officials also couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually serious Zhang Zhong's lips curled up. Everyone was very happy, and no one was worried about the data. The so-called worry was that they couldn't think of a solution. However, they didn't panic. This was because there were 2 people who were qualified to attend court but couldn't because of Zhang Zhong's existence. They were taking care of their children in the capital. If they really couldn't think of a solution, they could only trouble the couple. The problem was very serious. The worry was caused by themselves, but they weren't at the end of the road yet. They believed that if those 2 people spoke up, everything would return to normal. Don't be like this, okay? She's clearly still young and is probably sleeping. Do I have to call her parents over? Be careful that she doesn't run to your house to cry. Li Longji held back his laughter. The people below laughed again. Morning court was a very happy thing. As long as it wasn't a disaster that killed people, everyone came to court with a happy mood. In any case, if the problem could be solved, they would solve it directly. If they couldn't, they would push it to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Then they would learn from them. Who asked the two of them to always be so calm no matter what situation they faced? It was as if any problem wasn't a problem to them. Yongcheng, you say something. Don't tell me that you don't visit your grandson on a daily basis. Don't tell me that you only visit your grandson and don't ask any questions. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and said. Zhang Zhong had always abided by the etiquette between a ruler and a subject. When he heard the voice, he immediately stood up and replied respectfully, "Yes, I'll say it. Regarding the domestic economy, let's talk about Ming Ming first." Li Longji interrupted Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's serious expression immediately turned into one of happiness. He changed from the cold and strict face of the Minister of Works to the face of a kind grandfather. He looked at Li Longji gratefully and replied, "The little guy can already sit up. Occasionally he can even crawl a few steps. He rarely cries. Even if he cries, it's for a short period of time. Usually it's because he pees or is hungry. Every day he cries for less than a quarter of an hour. He likes to laugh and laughs at everyone he sees. When he catches a toy, he can play with it for a long time. Xiaobao and Cuckoo have also turned into children. A small ball can actually play with Ming Ming for an hour and even crawl everywhere with him. There's no bed in the house anymore. The floor and the carpet are all crawling. Last night I also crawled over to talk to Ming Ming. My legs hurt." Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed again. He was very happy. Jiangxin immediately took the opportunity to speak. "Yongcheng, my little granddaughter is 4 months older than Ming Ming. She can crawl better. Why don't we send her over to play? My granddaughter is virtuous and polite, dignified and generous, graceful and charming. When she grows up, she'll definitely have a daughter. What do you think?" Cough cough. "Official Jiang, there's no need to talk about family matters in court." Li Longji interrupted Jiangxin's words and told him not to talk about family matters. Everyone was in court. He said, "Although Pan'er is a little older, her age shouldn't be determined by age. Her age shouldn't be determined by... Your Majesty, regarding the recent increase in the value of the currency, I have something to say." At this moment, the person who appeared was actually Li Linfu. After he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Zhang Zhong and said, "Brother Yongcheng, you and I have known each other for almost 10 years. After spring and autumn, we've seen winter come. The snow is as white as a rabbit. It's said that a white rabbit walks to the east and looks to the west. Clothes are not as good as new, people are not as good as old. Brother Yongcheng, we know each other. My little girl. Minister Zhang, let's talk about economic matters first." Wang Bei interrupted with a cold face. He shook the book in his hand and said to Zhang Zhong, "After work, I hope you can bring your family to my residence for a chat. We can discuss financial matters and other matters. State matters are important." While the officials and Li Longji were inwardly cursing Wang Bei for being shameless, Zhang Zhong finally had time to speak. Let me think. Just now everything was in a mess. I actually forgot what I wanted to say." Zhang Zhong was speechless. How old was his grandson? Unexpectedly, others were fighting to reserve him. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhang Zhong finally found his train of thought. He said, "The technology released by the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple has always been basic industry technology. To put it bluntly, it is to increase agricultural production and initial processing technology. It directly affects the people's livelihood. As a result, grain production has increased, and the initial processing efficiency of the handicraft industry has increased. This year is the right time to show the results. The influence of the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple has met, resulting in a seemingly temporary decrease in cost. I have already thought of this point. However, since it has decreased, the amount of trade must have increased. Why has the tax not increased?" Li Longji asked. "The tax has increased, but it has not entered the statistical period yet. It can only be seen at the end of the year. The tax has not increased because it is not reported. The local finance suppresses the tax for a few months, and the profits go to the local government. Therefore, the tax is simple. It is human nature." Zhang Zhong replied. What he meant was that there was only the tax and no one supervised it. People collected the money and waited to report it at the end of the year. This way, the money could be used for other things for a few months, and the profits would become the local government's additional income. When Zhang Zhong said this, he did not have any intention of attacking the local yamen. The yamen had more money, and it was additional income. It looked dangerous, but it was actually not a big problem. Many yamen would show this part of the money. The commoners could see and know that the yamen had an additional income. This money did not belong to the imperial court and could be used freely. Therefore, in the future when the money was spent, the commoners would be involved. As for hiding it from the commoners and then embezzling it, Zhang Zhong did not believe it. If they did that, the cost and benefits would not be proportional. It would not be as much as the rewards after the official finished his term. Furthermore, once he was found out, he would lose everything including his life. Li Longji nodded. He was very satisfied with the current governance. The investigation was strict, and the reporting system had been perfected. The cost of malfeasance was too high, and the officials were not willing to take the risk. However, he still had a question. Since that is the case, why don't the merchants hoard the goods at a low price and artificially inflate the price? They don't dare. Zhang Zhong proudly said these 4 words. The officials understood. They knew that Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth. The price could rise and fall, but hoarding and harming the market would definitely result in bankruptcy. It was fine if it was small, but once it reached a large scale, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely take action. However, if it did not reach a large scale, how would they make money? It did not matter if it was a bottom line or a red line. Whoever crossed it would die. You should earn the money you should earn, but you could not go overboard. Of course, luxury goods were an exception. If you sold luxury goods at a sky-high price, Zhang Xiaobao would also pretend not to see it. Li Longji replied. Zhang Zhong continued, from my perspective, I can only continue to release a part of the technology and precision processing technology to allow the basic products to form more grades and thus raise the price of some of them. The rest is the responsibility of the Cultural, Sports and Education Department. The Cultural, Sports and Education Department was separated from the 6 departments. It overlapped with the functions of the Ministry of Rights. It was influenced but not under its jurisdiction. Its functions were naturally culture, sports, and education. It was independent but also related to other departments. The Ministry of Rights was the most important in educating the people. The officials were also managed by the Ministry of Personnel. The construction site was controlled by the Ministry of Works. If there were economic and administrative problems, the Supreme Court and the censorate would still intervene. If there was a large-scale sports competition, they would need to coordinate with the Ministry of War. When money passed through their hands, they would inevitably have to go through the Ministry of Revenue. The Cultural, Sports and Education Department was managed by Zhang Jiuling. He had already changed departments many times. In the end, he volunteered to come here. He had a part-time job in the secretariat. Otherwise, without a central department, his power would be relatively small. When he heard Zhang Zhong mention him, he picked up a pen and said, Minister Zhang, please advise me. I don't dare to advise you. Frankly speaking, the fall in the price of products is caused by the mass use of raw materials. The consumption of the people is too purposeful. They only buy things that they normally use. We can't say that we don't allow the people to use technology to mass produce. In fact, as long as we don't do anything after half a year or so, the price of goods will naturally rise. The market will adjust itself. The price of basic goods will be low, and the unit labor cost of other reprocessing industries will not change. This will cause people in the planting, breeding, and textile industries to work very hard, but their income will be the same as before or even drop, while the income of other industries will increase. Once the former lose enthusiasm, there will be at least 3 situations. Zhang Zhong flipped through the book. It was densely filled with small characters. He had learned it from his son and daughter-in-law in his daily life. In the past, he had thought that if he worked hard, he would one day learn all of his son's knowledge. In the end, the more he learned, the more complicated it became. There were set after set of formulas and book after book of theories. Even so, his son and daughter-in-law always said that their knowledge was too shallow, and that there were many things they didn't understand. Zhang Zhong could only sigh at the depth of their ability and their modesty. Right now, the book had recorded the situations that would occur. He paused and someone quickly asked, What are the three situations? First, the smarter people will immediately change. They will plant other crops, breed other livestock, or move toward precision processing. Second, the people don't know what else to do. They have been planted before, and they are already used to it. Even though it doesn't make money, they still persevere. Third, the family needs money but they don't have it. The more they plant and breed, the more they lose. In a panic, they commit suicide. So, Zhang Zhong stopped here. Li Longji said, so we can't let the price of goods rise naturally. The law of the free market can adjust the economy, but it can't save lives. We can't just look at the data to deal with the problem. Otherwise, what's the use of having you and me? What should I do? Zhang Zhuoling was still taking notes. In the name of the court, increase the number and content of winter sports competitions, increase the prize money, and increase the number of winners, Zhang Zhong said. He continued, Xiao Bao has already made preparations to reduce the interest rate on savings. I ask your majesty and everyone to pass this resolution. The good people will interfere with the purchasing power of money. The Ministry of Works and the Agriculture Temple will release a portion of the precision processing technology for free. At the same time, the bank will provide an interest-free 3-year loan related to the technology. The interest rate of the bank's reserves will remain unchanged for the time being. This will control the annexation of the merchants and prevent them from using this opportunity to expand their private industry. The officials, including Li Longji, were all writing and drawing with their heads lowered. They were calculating whether the implementation of the various measures was in line with their expectations. After a while, everyone stopped writing. Anything else? Li Longji asked. Yes, write articles in various newspapers and magazines. Write stories about the value of life and even make up stories. Let the people cherish their current lives and don't commit suicide. Especially write about the benefits that appear in the Tang Empire. Compare it with the past and paint a better future. You persevered through so much hardship in the past. Now you die for a little money. Isn't it not worth it? With the benefits of the imperial court, even if you don't have money, you can still eat, raise your child, and treat your illness. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he began to reminisce about the years before he had his son, Xiao Bao. It was really tough. Even the clan head didn't have it easy, much less the farmers. Then with his son Xiao Bao, everything began to change. Not only did his family change, but the world of the Tang Empire also changed. Many officials, including Li Longji, began to reminisce when they heard about the benefits. Some of them smiled as they reminisced. There was a trace of confidence, a trace of pride, and a trace of accomplishment. They even thought, Li Gue Wuqi Shangyang Guanzhong Sanghangyang, you were powerful back then. If you have the ability, why don't you try it in the Tang Empire now? Your political and economic methods are simply too weak. Do you know what the production relationship between the private economy and the public economy is? Do you understand the interaction between monetary control and the GNP? Do you know what the final function of the industrial system is? I know, and it's a very simple question. I even know how the international currency exchange process works. What is the point of subduing the enemy without fighting? I can make the people I bully continue to beg me to bully them. But even so, I still have to be careful, treading on thin ice, not daring to make any mistakes. Because in the current Tang Empire, I understand that my ability is not enough to control the current economic situation of the Great Tang. It's too complicated. I can't just rely on the data to govern. I have to understand the psychology of the people of every class. What I'm considering now isn't whether the national treasury has enough money, but how to properly spend this money and raise the living standards of the people. People like you think that earning money for the national treasury is very impressive, but in my view, it's truly lamentable. Is it difficult to fill the national treasury with money? It's not difficult. If I don't consider the actual situation of the people, I can fill the national treasury. But this isn't my goal. I can't be that selfish. To me, what's difficult is to let the people of the Great Tang feel the warmth of winter, to let the elderly enjoy the rest of their lives, and to let the children smile. What politician, what economist, what strategist, what writer, all of them can stand aside. With me here, do you have the right to speak? But even so, I'm just one of the many people standing in the court. What I know are the basic qualities that all the officials present in Hanyuan Palace must have. I'm just that ordinary, but I'm also proud. I'm proud of the Great Tang Empire. If you were still here, the great Tang Empire could wipe out all of your countries in a year, just because I, who is stronger than you, am so ordinary in the great Tang Empire. What's it called again? Oh, foundation. The officials all had their own thoughts. Li Longji also went through some bitter memories and then looked at the officials below and said, "Everyone, you still have to work hard. Yongqing, is there anything else?" Zhang Zhong nodded. "There is, but it's not about this matter. It's about next spring. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo plan on a large-scale construction project, estimated to cost 100 million strings of coins." "How much?" Li Longji, who had always been calm, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The others' expressions changed again and again. 100 million strings of coins, 100 billion won. My family will pay 10 million strings of coins, Your Majesty will pay 10 million strings of coins, the National Treasury will pay 20 million strings of coins, the Great Tang Bank will pay 10 million strings of coins, and the remaining 50 million strings of coins will be raised by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but not by my family. My family can't take out so much cash. Oh, Xiaobei and the others may pay 1 million strings of coins, but that's not included. They can pay as much as they want. There's also the group set up by our officials. The recent financial data has been good, and everyone will receive dividends during the new year. Let's set aside the 1 million strings of coins first. Zhang Zhong calmly listed out the items, all in units of 10,000 strings of coins. Wang Bei's expression was not very good. He couldn't help but cough twice and say, "Brother Yongqing, as an individual, I don't object to the group paying 1 million strings of coins. But why didn't my Ministry of Revenue receive any news of such a large amount of money?" "Because the news was only released today," Zhang Zhong said calmly. "Your Majesty." Wang Bei pretended to be indignant. Li Longji frowned. A pencil was twirling in his hand. Before it fell to the ground, it suddenly paused. He said, "Minister Zhang, I want to talk to you." Wang Bei was happy, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "I know you always think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very capable, but no matter how capable they are, raising 50 million strings of coins is difficult. Next year's budget for healthcare, education, retirement, employment, and other welfare departments should be made first. If the National Treasury still has a surplus, it can increase the investment. In addition, I see all the civil and military officials in the court. In the past, their benefits and salaries were generous, and their family property was not lacking. If there is a surplus in the group's accounts, why not use it for the people in the country? Money will depreciate if left there. Money that doesn't depreciate, as discussed today, is worrying." Li Longji said with a heavy heart. Thus, countless angry gazes converged on Wang Bei. Wang Bei realized that it was really cold. He didn't know if the humidifying and warming fans that Zhang Zhong and Wang Bei had promised would be sent back to his house after the court. "Your Majesty, I impeach Zhang Zhong for not discussing with the head of the Secretariat about important matters concerning the country." Yu Wenrong's voice sounded. "I second the motion." Su Yi, the Minister of Rights, spoke in agreement. Yuan Qinyao followed. "I think so too. I second the motion." Another group of people impeached at the same time, including Xiao Song, the Minister of War. "I also impeach Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the Jidushi of Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, for staying in the capital for too long. I'm afraid they have other motives." An official from the censorate took advantage of this matter to point the spearhead elsewhere. "Oh, then I want to know where you want them to go when you impeach them?" Li Longji asked. "I don't know. I only impeach them," the person replied. "Good, I already know." Li Longji praised. "I impeach Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the others for acting recklessly. I'm afraid they are heresy." Another official from the censorate was also unwilling to be left out. Seeing that others were impeaching them, he also spoke up. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that the situation seemed to be wrong. Why was the emperor unhappy? Previously, there was no problem with his colleagues impeaching Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then he looked at Yuan Qianyao and Yu Wenrong. The two of them were from the head of the Secretariat. Seeing the two of them giving him a look, he then realized that he had impeached the wrong person. Previously, when he impeached Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, he knew that it was because everyone had a tacit understanding. Every time there was a court meeting, they would definitely find fault with their families. It was not to say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really wrong, but it was a form of protection. It was not good for an official to not have any colleagues opposing him. Therefore, everyone would find fault with him. He reckoned that this time, he had chosen the wrong person in his excitement. The emperor could impeach him, and the things that should be sent would be sent to his family. Impeaching Xiaobei was a little too much? As this person thought about it, he became very anxious and sweated profusely. Gao Lisher could not help but remind him, "You said that Xiaobei and the others are running around everywhere. What's wrong with such young children?" "Ah yes, what they are doing is wrong. Your Majesty, everyone think about it. Xiaobei and the others are so young, and they are running around all day long. How worrying is that? Don't they think about what will happen if they are tired? What will happen if they are cold? They are really too reckless." This person was quick-witted in his hurry. "Then how did they become heresy?" Li Longji asked. "Of course. Your Majesty, think about it. Shouldn't we be worried when they are outside? Once we are worried, we can't do good things. If we don't do good things and make the people suspicious, what is it if not heresy?" After speaking, this person let out a long sigh. In just a short while, sweat had already soaked through his clothes. Li Longji nodded. "Yes, that makes sense. You have worked hard." "It is my duty." This person hurriedly responded. There was a 10-second period of silence in the imperial court. Just as Li Longji was about to call out names and ask about politics, Jiangxin of the Xinong Temple saw that no one was speaking. He opened his book and said loudly, "Your Majesty, according to the temple's statistics, our country's tomatoes, chili, potatoes, sweet potatoes and other foreign crops have reached the number of crops that can be planted throughout the country. I suggest that we should give an administrative order to Your Majesty, urgent news from Yin Province, urgent news from Yin Province." Without waiting for Jiangxin to finish speaking, a loud shout came from the entrance of Hanyuan Palace. Luo Bin rode a wide-wheel mountain bike and appeared like the wind. The officials were not paying attention to the bike, but to what Luo Bin had shouted. What happened to Yin Province? A few seconds later, Luo Bin stopped and threw the bike to the side. He came to the table of the officials at the bottom and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Then he snatched the microphone and said, "Your Majesty, Yin Province has reported that heavy snow has covered the sky and covered the earth. It has accumulated to the waist in half a day, and has not stopped for the entire night. In the villages far away, Hu, there are more than 1,500 people who have been blessed." Li Longji felt his heart beat faster and he felt weak all over. The officials also had solemn expressions. In the past, when the great Tang's technology was not advanced and there were no medical or education benefits, the lives of 1,500 people would not matter to them. Which day did people not die? Which year did people not die in disasters? Not to mention 1,500 people, even if 15,000 people died, they would still be fine. When they fled for their lives, hundreds of thousands of people lost their homes. Countless people died on the road. They were already used to it. However, it was different now. There was no drought now, and hundreds of thousands of people did not have food to eat. It was even more impossible for people to trade their children for food. As long as people were still alive, other problems were not a problem. But suddenly, there was a place where 1,500 people lived, and the snow was up to their waists in half a day. It had been snowing for an entire day and night, and it still had not stopped. That person. Bastard. Li Longji slammed the table and stood up, glaring at him angrily. Luo Bin hurriedly took 2 deep breaths and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, please calm down." There were more than 1,500 people, and they were all trapped in the thick snow. However, the 10 patrol inspectors of the imperial court called last night and urgently dispatched troops to rescue them. "You." Li Longji gritted his teeth and pointed at Luo Bin. "This lowly one deserves to die. I ran too fast. Your Majesty, please calm down." Luo Bin grabbed the microphone and knelt there, not daring to raise his head. Li Longji slowly sat down, thought for a moment and said, "What did Minister Zhang say about the administration of corn?" Replying to Your Majesty, because the people in many places are used to planting a certain crop and are not familiar with the new crop, they do not accept it. I think that an administrative order should be issued to force the local people to plant corn. Jiangxin glanced at Luo Bin, pretended not to see him, and answered the emperor's question. Must an administrative order? I think that other methods can be used. For example, the newspapers can say that Xiaobao and Cuckoo support the planting of corn. How about that? Li Longji expressed his own thoughts. Very good. Your Majesty, please inform the two of them. Jiang Xin was waiting for these words. He couldn't go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss and ask them to come forward. Li Longji nodded and then suddenly said, "Speaking of corn, I have specially built a cold storage for all of you this year. Before the harvest, I have stored a lot of corn ears. During the new year, each of you will be given a few hundred ears to bring home for your children to eat." Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials didn't need to rehearse, and tacitly said their thanks in unison. As for Luo Bin, no one cared about him for the time being. It was as if they had already forgotten about the news they had just received. This lowly one. Does this lowly one also have some? Luo Bin originally wanted to ask about the disaster areas, but the moment the words left his mouth, he changed his mind. No. Go ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo for some. In the future, say everything in one breath and then leave. Li Longji angrily glared at Luo Bin and said. Luo Bin hurriedly said, "Yes, this lowly one will take his leave." After he left, Li Longji pondered, looked at the sky, and said to the officials, "This year's snow is not small. We must make the necessary preparations." Yes. The officials replied in unison. Regarding the matter of Kagwang County, no one mentioned it. Everyone was clear that Xiaobei's team was ranked in the Great Tang Army. Usually, the impression that the imperial guards and chamberlains of imperial insignia were ranked first, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was ranked second, and Xiaobei's team was ranked third. But the officials knew in their hearts that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was ranked first, and Xiaobei's team was ranked second. The members of Xiaobei's team needed to go to the borders of the Great Tang to kill enemies, and some even needed to follow the fleet to be considered qualified. Furthermore, everyone, including Li Longji, knew how advanced Xiaobei's team's technology was. The most advanced technology in the country would definitely be used by them first. This was a comprehensive team, and there was no lack of talents in all aspects. If Xiaobei and the others were willing, they could find a place to establish a country. The infrastructure, education, medical, military, finance, foreign affairs, research, and other departments would be able to support them immediately. With such a strong team providing disaster relief, if they still couldn't do it, they wouldn't be able to think of a solution in the imperial court. Could it be that they really had to continue sending Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team to protect the seedlings? Even if they were sent out, there wouldn't be enough time. Li Longji thought the same, but he couldn't help but think about Xiaobei and the others. Thus, the topic of the imperial court passed very quickly. No one continued with the impeachment, and they immediately settled the matter. Seeing that the morning court was about to disperse, Luo Bin suddenly ran back and shouted, reporting to the emperor, in the area under the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, Regional Commander Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy Regional Commander Wang Wan are outside the hall seeking an audience. When Li Longji heard this, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but think of what Xiaobei had said before. What are they trying to do? The officials were also stunned, and then they looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's eyes were filled with confusion. While Zhang Zhong was in a daze, Xiaobei and the others were in a daze. When they woke up early in the morning, the surrounding snow was piled high. From time to time, there would be people pushing snow into the distance. The snow that fell naturally was already above Xiaobei and the others' heads. The snow that was blown by the wind had piled up to more than 3 meters high. There were always people in charge of clearing the snow in the camp. After piling it up into a small pile, they would use a makeshift sleigh to move it far away. They didn't dare to pile it up near the camp, for fear that the wind would blow and bury the tent. What made Xiaobei and the others confused was not how heavy the snow was, but what they were going to do when the children, who were supposed to rest until noon, were woken up by the adults in Kagwang County. Many of the children were as confused as Xiaobei, and the others when they opened their eyes. After thinking for a while, they realized that they were in the camp and not at home. From the children's rosy complexions, one could tell that they had slept very well last night. From the way they rubbed their eyes, one could tell that they hadn't slept enough. Under the watchful eyes of Xiaobei and the others, the adults in the county began to take out the 2 memorial tablets and found a high place to place them steadily. Then they lit incense and led the children to kneel down, saying all sorts of praises. After about 2 minutes, Sun Mao took the lead and shouted loudly, Ancestors and ancestors, I have a will in the underworld. To the heavens and to the earth I pray for justice. Today the people of Tang must not die in vain. Xiaobao Cuckoo will live forever and be safe. The other county citizens who could speak also shouted in unison. My heart, I wish to carry out the will of the heavens. Xiaobao Cuckoo will live forever. Some of the children who couldn't speak also started to babble. Xiaobei and the others were so confused. They felt a kind of solemnity, and a kind of piety from the people in the county. Except for the children who didn't know anything, no one acted casually. Even the children were shouting words that only they knew the meaning of, and they didn't cry or make a fuss. Su Yilong and Wei Wei opened their mouths. Today they finally felt the power of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the Tang Empire. It was more direct than when the whole Tang Empire came to congratulate them on their marriage. What time was it? When the people fled from the disaster, they didn't forget to bring the memorial tablets of longevity with them. The first thing they did when they woke up in the morning was to burn incense. No wonder the aristocratic families and big clans, including their own family, all bowed their heads after knowing that they had been schemed against by Zhang Xiaobao. The land that the family had saved before was gone, so they endured. In the past, only the family members could learn knowledge, and ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to go to school. But now they endured. After some exchanges, they found that the conditions of the carriage and other conditions were no longer monopolized. Sure enough, they were all smart people. So what if they couldn't endure? Whoever made a sound would die. The Xiaobao and Cuckoo that the people were talking about only needed to shout. Su Yilong shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. When more than 1,500 people stood up, Xiaobei and the others came over. Xiaobei rubbed her hands nervously. Let's eat. Let's eat breakfast. This morning there are 2 rice porridge, soy milk, soup and tofu pudding. There are also buns, fried dough sticks, pies, steamed buns, fried cakes and many side dishes. There are dozens of kinds. Everyone wash your hands and eat. Xiaobei originally wanted to be modest and say something. After thinking about it, she realized that they were not giving her the memorial tablets of longevity. She couldn't say anything, so she could only introduce the breakfast. Xiao Yuan and the others stood at the side with an indescribable expression on their faces. Just like the people of Kagwang County who felt peace and warmth in their hearts when they saw the protection team during the heavy snow, they also felt warm in their hearts when they saw the people in the county praying for their brothers and sisters early in the morning. After the people of Kagwang County finished doing what they needed to do every morning, they began to enjoy the breakfast provided by the protection team with peace of mind. They had never regarded the protection team as outsiders, and it was impossible for them to pretend to be embarrassed. When they met Xiaobei and the others, they had to try their food. The women who were nursing their children and pregnant women also made their own requests. For example, they wanted some fruits after the main meal. If there were no fresh fruits, they would eat canned fruits so that the children's nutrition could keep up. They didn't think that they were overboard, nor did they think that such requests were unreasonable. The Tang dynasty belonged to everyone, and the children belonged to the Tang dynasty. When the children grew up healthy, they would be able to contribute to the Tang dynasty. Xiaobei, do you know? I slept very peacefully last night. It's been 2 months and I have nightmares every night. It's useless to put the scissors under the pillow. I was fine yesterday. During the meal, a 6-year-old girl was holding a big bun and talking to Xiaobei with a happy smile on her face. Xiaobei was holding a bowl of egg cream, also known as water egg, and feeding it to a 2-year-old boy. He blew on it twice, tasted the temperature, and then stuffed it into the boy's mouth. There was no other way. Ever since the boy saw Xiaobei, he smiled and asked Xiaobei to carry him. He refused to leave Xiaobei while eating. Hearing the girl's words, Xiaobei temporarily stopped what he was doing and said, "Me too. I slept very well last night. It's all thanks to bringing you guys out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep well and would always be thinking about you. Oh baby, don't eat salted vegetables. You'll be thirsty if you eat too much. You'll feel uncomfortable. Come and eat the braised food. It's salty in the braised food." Today's breakfast was indeed very sumptuous. It was just to show off to the people of Kagwang County, or to put it another way, he was afraid that the people of the county would be picky. The boy in Xiaobei's arms was very obedient. He ate whatever he was told to eat. He smiled after taking a bite. He smiled at everyone he saw. At this time, Sun Mao made some simple arrangements for the people of the county. He walked over with a steamed bun in one hand and a salted duck egg in the other. He said to Xiaobei and the others with a face full of gratitude, "The heavens have eyes. Don't County Magistrate Sunday. We never believe in the heavens. We only believe that as long as the imperial court doesn't give up on the people won't betray the Tang Empire." Xiaobei quickly changed his expression and spoke in a profound tone. "Sister Xiaobei, why are you different from before?" a girl asked curiously. "Because your county magistrate is an official. Of course he has to speak in the official language. I'm not wearing official robes. Otherwise, I would say that the imperial court hasn't forgotten you guys. The people in other parts of the Tang Empire still care about you guys. Although the snow is cold, people's hearts are warm. This is the victory of our unity. This is the victory of our people." Xiaobei's expression changed again. It was more solemn and amiable. The children of the county looked at Xiaobei in a daze. They couldn't understand why there was such a big difference when the same thing was said in a different way. The girl who asked the question earlier asked tentatively, "Sister Xiaobei, is there any other way to say it?" Xiaobei nodded. "Yes. For example, in the Tang Empire's official newspaper, the title should be 'Strong Soldiers Pass Through the Border Peace.' The wind and snow are heartless, but there are feelings." "That's fun. Sister Xiaobei, you're right. With strong soldiers passing through the border, we're not afraid at all. Even if the snow is still falling and the clouds are still drifting." "Still drifting? Drifting to where?" "Men." Xiaobei was stunned for a moment and quickly called for people. "There are already people getting ready. It was difficult to judge the terrain last night. Just now, a group of 500 people is ready to set off to the next place that might be affected by the snow." A maid came forward and reported. Xiaobei blinked. "Today the snow is only falling in one place. Why are they going back and forth? Is it difficult to go and rescue them?" "It's difficult. It's like paddling west when facing the east." "In other words, countercurrent?" Xiaobei asked. The others agreed. "Yes. Equip them with our most advanced equipment. This time we'll call it countercurrent." Xiaobei raised his head and said. Chapter 6. Xiaobei and the rest sent people to continue the rescue. The most advanced equipment was 6 snowmobiles, 5 of which were chain cars and 1 of which was anti-skid tires. Both of them were field test subjects. One was to test the terrain, and the other was to test if there were any obstacles in starting the oil under low temperature. Of course, they also brought blowtorches. If it really did not work, they could heat it manually. The 500 protection team had rested well last night. This time they were going to the He River in the northeast. There were less than 60 households at the intersection of the Yellow River and the Weifan River, with a population of slightly more than 300 people. This was the last populated area in the surrounding area. As for whether there were a few families who went there to build thatched huts, there were probably some, but there was no way to save them. There were no markings on the military and administrative maps. Where could they find people in such a snowy day? Therefore, Xiaobei and the rest could only comfort themselves. They thought that when winter came, the minority or those who lived alone would go to places with more people to live. Otherwise, many of their living materials would be difficult to guarantee. If they really did not go down the mountain to live with others, they could only pray for their own good luck. It was impossible for them to pull more than 20,000 people to carry out a carpet search. Moreover, the person they were searching for was unknown. The 500 selected people set off just like that. They brought snowmobiles, sledges, oxygen tanks, as well as heating, heat preservation, and chilblains medicine and food. What they needed to do was not to stop the snow from falling, nor did they need to build houses for the locals. They just needed to bring them out. Xiaobei and the rest believed that the locals would not freeze to death immediately. It was definitely not a problem for them to last for 2 days. The biggest danger was not from the snow, but self-abandonment. Losing contact with the outside world for a long time would torture people to the point of insanity. "I hate this heavy snow more and more. Not only is it delaying our journey, but it also makes us worry. TSK, do you think I will be afraid of snow? It's said that there's no way to defy the heavens when it comes to evil." "You're absolutely right," Xiaobei muttered, obviously trying to cheer himself up. He turned around and ordered, Go back to the tents. Those who are going to class, go to class, and those who are going to play, play. The children of Kagwang County were very obedient. They split up according to their learning progress and were taught by the original workers. The younger children looked for toys to play with. There were also some who ran outside the tent to stand in the open space, motionless as they watched the snow fall. No one knew what they were thinking. The children's world was always so colorful and unpredictable. The members of the protection team began to set up new tents and prepared delicious food in advance. When the people of Hehe arrived, they would eat and rest immediately. Sister Xiaobei, why don't you go out and help and tell them what to do? Aren't you the leader? A servant girl who had been talking to the ragdoll for a few minutes suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Xiaobei about it. Xiaobei patted the girl's head and narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, "If I don't help them, I'll be doing them a huge favor. I don't know anything, so how can I help? Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Let's not add to the mess, okay?" Big Brother once said, "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate." Really? The little girl thought that Xiaobei's words were very interesting. With one hand on her waist and the other holding the rag doll, she tilted her head and asked. Xiaobei nodded vigorously. "It's true. Right now the honest me will make them feel more at ease. Then I can only bring you guys along to play. Come, I'll teach you kids who aren't old enough to enter school to sing nursery rhymes." All the children who could speak and weren't old enough to enter school gathered together with Xiaobei and the others. They earnestly learned and sang. This was another form of education. The nursery rhymes contain the basic numbers needed to enter school in the future, as well as the understanding of various words. Although there were no merchants in Kagwang County to sponsor the school was still built, and it was very good. The money was paid for by Xiaobei and the others. Just like what they said, the current Tang Empire could no longer rely on merchants to let its children study well. It was no longer like in the beginning, when it relied on merchants to invest money. The merchants who first participated in the Morning Sun operation now not only received gratitude, they also received non-collateral, interest-free, long-term repayment, and large credit loans from the Great Tang Bank. This included the priority to sell new products, as well as investment and technical guidance. In other words, even if they were penniless, they could still make a comeback. The morning sun not only shone on the children, but also on the soul of a nation. Now that there was no need for merchants to bear the cost of education, there were more merchants who were willing to invest. The money they invested could be exchanged for a small portion of tax benefits. Of course, this benefit couldn't be compared to the amount of investment. In addition, there was also the credit limit of the Great Tang Bank. This couldn't be shown immediately. If one wanted to obtain more support from the bank, they would need a lot of credit points. Even so, there were more and more merchants who were willing to spend money on education. It could be said that it was a habit, or it could be said that it was an atmosphere. In short, there were fewer and fewer merchants who invested in the school, while there were more and more merchants who invested in the school. For example, if they went out for a stroll and found a school, they would stand at the door and look around. When they found the person in charge, they would throw 20 strings of coins, take the receipt, and continue to stroll. There were many such cases. They were casual and convenient, but it was difficult to supervise. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found Li Longji and very easily took out a set of supervision and management regulations. It included all aspects, and it was impossible to say that there were no loopholes. However, it was very difficult to find loopholes and use them to gain benefits. The amount of corruption could not exceed 50 strings of coins, because the overall amount fluctuated and the cycle was there. When this regulation was released, the officials of the imperial court were speechless. They originally thought that it would be very difficult, but in the end Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so well prepared. It was as if they were the staple food on the table, and they could eat it when they needed it. There was no need to spend extra effort. Then, the schools that didn't have merchants to invest in were taken over by Xiaobei and the others. The money spent was not necessarily the profits from the candy house, but also the special funds of the imperial court. Among them, there was money from the schools that had a lot of investment, and there were also schools near tourist areas and trade centers. Naturally, the money they received was more. If they received 1,000 strings of coins a day, how could they spend 1,000 strings of coins a day? Thus, they had to hand it over and let the imperial court distribute it according to needs. Kagwang County was one of the beneficiaries. The children enjoyed the welfare of the entire country, and when they grew up, they would return to the country through various positions. In the face of such a situation, the families that had monopolized most of the benefits of the Tang Empire had no choice but to support them. They dared to challenge the system, but they did not dare to challenge Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Thus, the children of this era were happy and hardworking, unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. Many children were unwilling to go to school, and they saw school as a burden. They hoped to get sick and then ask for leave. The children of this era were very sensible. They knew that in the past, only the rich could find teachers to teach their children. They also knew that even if they found teachers, they lacked textbooks and usually copied them. It was not as good as now. Every time they smelled the ink of textbooks, the peace that came from the heart was happiness. Moreover, going to school was easier than picking firewood and herding sheep at home. They ate better than at home, had new clothes to wear, and could play with other children. The sensible children were told from a young age that all of this was given by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. These were two people with intimate names, lofty positions, and not too far apart. Thus, they had to be sincere in offering incense and praying to their longevity tablets every day. Otherwise, they would be letting down the Tang Empire, letting down the emperor, letting down themselves, letting down their conscience, letting down. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan enjoyed the love and respect of most of the people in the Tang Empire, they naturally had to do things for the people. They did not care about the few people who hated them in the original aristocratic families. So what if they hated them? Did they hate us for depriving them of their monopoly on education? Did they hate us for setting up a trap when we exchanged land with them for other benefits? Did they hate us for raising the status of the ordinary people? Did they hate us for exposing to the world the fact that they used the name of scholars who did not compete for benefits but did business behind their backs? Yes, there were many things that could be done but could not be said. Did we say it in the beginning? We did not say it, did we? Because we were not strong enough, we endured. Now that we are strong enough, we can do it. It is your turn to not say it. If you don't believe me, you can go to the streets and shout bad things about us. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deceived the original aristocratic families, they did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Who asked them to foolishly exchange land for the right to operate the railway? Who asked them to exchange rare metals for the right to sell new goods? Do you dare to say that you did not want to take advantage of them? It is just that you did not expect the railway to develop so quickly and so many new goods to appear. Who is to blame? Blame us? Look carefully, that is the contribution of the people of the Tang Empire. How much tax can the two of us increase? It is the increase in the country's gross domestic product, do you understand? With this thought, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy. The two of them worked together to suppress a class of interests in the Tang Empire. History could not be created by one person, but one person could guide more people to change it. So what if we suppress a class? Those powerful people can destroy an entire race. Do you think that there are few people who destroyed their own race? That is why the two of us have to work hard. Under the condition of ensuring the stability of the lives of the people in the country, we have to do our best to liberate those who are still in slavery and help those who are being exploited. On the way to Hanyuan Palace, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan that the two of them had just discussed the problem of class. Oh, Xiaobao, do you want to slaughter a large number of Indians like the United States, or learn from Spain? As Wang Wan spoke, she tidied up her clothes. She had not worn the official uniform for a long time and was not used to it now. Zhang Xiaobao was also not used to it, but he endured and said, "Our Chinese civilization is different from other civilizations. How big was the original Central Plains? Why did it become the current territory? It is not how strong the military force is but how tolerant the people are. The Jews are all over the world, but when they united and evacuated from various countries, the people in our country did not because they were assimilated. This is not the invasion of the national ideology, but the true integration of the two sides. So we do not need to slaughter a certain race until they are extinct. We just need to be in contact with them." Wang Wan narrowed her eyes and nodded with a smile. She knew that, as Zhang Xiaobao said, the Chinese people were never the same and would not reject others. Even if the whole world migrated to China, the Chinese people would welcome them. Come on, everyone do things together, and everyone's children can play together. It was not like other countries, regions, and ethnic groups that were xenophobic. To put it nicely, this was called national independence. To put it bluntly, this was called inferiority. How much inferiority did the people have to be so narrow-minded? How much inferiority did the people have to be so afraid of outsiders? Can't they live together? Can't they develop together? No, they must act like wild beasts, draw a circle, and then push others out of the circle. But the animal world told people that such wild beasts will eventually lose their territory. Then if it was a nation or a country, even if such a country's technology was ahead of the time, in terms of spiritual level, it was still undeveloped. Of course, many countries might not think this way. They believed that using knives and forks and eating separately was a sign of civilization. Everyone ate what was in front of them. In fact, China had been like this since a long time ago. They used knives and forks and ate separately. But later on, they found that this was not the way. Knives and forks were made of metal, and there was a shortage of food in China. It was best for everyone to eat together and use chopsticks. This was the wisdom and behavior of survival. In other words, using knives and forks and eating separately was not a way of eating that was praised and worshipped. It was something that China had done a long time ago. It was just that a small group of Chinese people were blinded by other countries' technology. They saw that other countries' technology was better than theirs, and they thought that everything was better. Eating meat cooked with a grilled method and using other people's name, they felt that it was fashionable. Even if it was a bowl of noodles using other people's name, they felt proud. The more she thought about it, the angrier Wang Wan got. She could not help but complain to Zhang Xiaobao. There were many stupid people in China back then, right? What's wrong now? Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. I'm angry. Look at how good the Tang Empire is now. In the past, when we attended banquets, there were always many people who thought that suits and Western gowns were formal wear. It was as if it was wrong to not wear it. They said that the guests were not allowed to enter, especially the men. They had to wear a suit and tie. When I was my brother's female companion, I wore a cheongsam and my brother wore a long gown. I didn't see the doorman dare to stop us and say that our attire was not proper. Especially when we went to America, the waiters there were very respectful and let us in directly. That was because they knew that my brother and I represented the cultural heritage of a country with a long history. Wang Wan touched her clothes and felt that it was no longer uncomfortable to wear the official uniform. This was heritage and the material was good. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "Which brother? Female companion? You're paying attention to this?" "My brother." Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's IQ had obviously dropped at this moment. She had to add on to explain so that Zhang Xiaobao could return to normal. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, your second brother, Wang Yueli, the kid who lacks earth in the 5 elements? He started wearing long gowns when he was in junior high, just like Kong Yiji. It was said that one day when it rained, his cloth shoes were wet, and he found a pair of boots at the last minute. After putting them on, he still looked as good as before. That's because everyone wants to see the treatment that Kong Yiji has never enjoyed. It's just that I don't know if he has Kaiwan Tongbao with him. It's best if he has 9 Kaiwan Tongbao, right? You want a plate of fennel beans and drink it with water mixed with yellow wine. You know my family very well." Wang Wan sneered and questioned. Zhang Xiaobao looked innocent. "I have to know who is coming to arrest me, right? If it was that chief of the main hall, I would let him suffer a little." Wang Wan asked. "Suffer what? If it were him, that kid would still kidnap the child. I would still have to exchange with him, but I don't want to die with him. He's too ugly. He doesn't trim his nose hair once in half a year. It's almost like a beard. Did he deliberately keep it and put conditioner on it?" Zhang Xiaobao spared no effort to attack the chief of the Special Second Division who had insisted on arresting him. Although this chief was at the level of the main hall and had a high position, Wang Wan's smile softened. She said, "At that time you were so domineering. You actually had so many checks from well-known banks on you. You scared that kid. Maybe he was hesitating at that time. But I knew that you would definitely take out that money to buy his life. He shouldn't have kidnapped the child in a place that used to be an orphanage. No one can challenge the dignity of the director. Hubby, you're a man." "Ah? Oh honey, actually second brother is a good person. Although he wore boots once, he didn't take off his coat, right? Kong Yiji didn't take off his coat either. He even gave the child fennel beans. What he wanted to teach the child was not the 4 ways to write the word hui. He wanted to teach the foundation of the Chinese language. This is just like how we tirelessly teach the Tang Empire's officials various economic methods. Even if it's the theory of fixed tax and value-added tax in a simple transaction, we have to gradually analyze it for the officials. We have to analyze the relationship between the increase of these 2 taxes and the increase of the local economic output and intermediate costs. We even have to give them guidance on consumer psychology. Why would the price of the same thing increase in the capital? What is the increase? Is it the influence of the regional CPI, the cost of the intermediate transportation link, the risk and loss of the product logistics, or the additional profit value pursued by the production area itself? Everything is to let the relevant people understand from the most basic aspects so that they can grasp and formulate policies more easily. During this process, have we done anything unnecessary? Yes, because some officials are stupid. If you don't add anything, they won't even know what the snake is. At that time, Kong Yiji probably didn't think so much. He taught others the 4 ways to write the word hui, just to show off. Many people thought that he was funny. Then I want to ask, is the word hui funny? Is the word hui funny in running script? Is the word hui funny in Xiaozhuan? If this Kong Yiji really exists, then did the people who mocked him give fennel beans to the child? What did they teach others? Did they want to teach the next generation how to mock a person who was willing to teach the foundation of the Chinese language to others? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of things and they were about to reach the Hanyuan Palace Hall. Wang Wan was surprised. It seemed to be different from what they had discussed before. Why did Xiaobao say all this? She asked. Hubby, are you saying that Lu Sun is narrow-minded? No, I'm saying that our second brother is very elegant even if he wears boots. Especially when his female companion is you. This is the foundation of the Chinese. You didn't become the female companion of a strange man at a banquet in the West. You definitely belong to the category of beauty just like Kong Yiji. Oh, Wang Wan understood. He was actually talking about this for a long time. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said, the difference between you and Xianglin's wife is that you know that there are wolves in winter, but your thinking is as dirty as other men. Thank you. I've always been like father-in-law, even though he's a high-ranking official, Zhang Xiaobao said understandingly. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and said, my father only has one woman and that's my mother. He has never thought of anyone else. Then what should I do? Can I only have one woman, and that's my mother-in-law? That won't do. Xiaobao, for half a year I've decided to let you count the moon. Now be serious. Hanyuan Palace Hall. Hanyuan Palace Hall was indeed a serious place. It was so serious that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to wear official robes. Even Xiaobei and the others had to do the same. During the imperial court, they usually rode their bicycles here. If you want others to feel the same sense of dignity, you need your race to have a certain level of strength. It's best to have a base first, such as Israel. So, when you wear traditional clothes in other countries and are looked at seriously, you should first think about whether your own race is strong or not. If you think that your own personality is strong, then you are too ridiculous. When you turn around and laugh at your race, you are not a human being. In Hanyuan Palace Hall, Li Longji and the civil and military officials did not laugh at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Their expressions were very serious. It had nothing to do with the weather or the prestige of the officials. The direct reason was that they could not figure out why the 2 people below were wearing official robes to the imperial court today. The people who were usually calm and collected were actually so dignified. It made people feel uneasy. It was just as Li Longji had thought. What were they trying to do? Was the end of the world coming? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed and spoke into the microphone that someone nearby passed to them. This subject, Bohai Commander-in-Chief Office's Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao. This subject, Bohai Commander-in-Chief Office's Jidushi Wang Wan, pays respect to your majesty. There was a long line behind the microphone. It looked very inconvenient. Li Longji took a deep breath. He could already hear the sound of his own heartbeat. It made people nervous. Minister Zhang, Minister Wang, dispense with the formalities, please sit. Li Longji responded in the manner of a proper ruler and minister. A little eunuch hurriedly ran over to prepare chairs. Luo Bin could not wait and went to the last 2 seats of the civil officials. He pushed them up and snatched their chairs and placed them behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat at the very bottom facing Li Longji. There were also civil and military officials on both sides. This position was very good. The other officials could see the two of them if they looked down. Is there an important matter? Li Longji asked. He unconsciously crossed his hands together. The officials controlled their breathing and waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply. This subject found out yesterday that the Tang dynasty's patrol inspector Zhang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaoyuan, and other officials encountered heavy snow on their way to Fengzhou. In order to help the local people, they are trapped in the open area of the Yellow River on the east side of Kaguang County. The transmission was interrupted. When this subject came, it had not yet been restored. Therefore, this subject wishes to ask the imperial court to send aid. Zhang Xiaobao explained the reason for his visit. There was a sigh of relief in Hanyuan Palace. Li Longji opened his crossed hands and glared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, I thought it was something serious. In the future, the two of you are not allowed to be so scary. The casual clothes you usually wear are more comfortable. Yes, casual clothes are better. Yes, it should be casual clothes. It's better than official clothes. The officials all agreed. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan urgently request an audience in official clothes, they felt that the sky was falling. It was actually a trivial matter. It was too deceptive. It's not good for the two of us to be too casual in the imperial court. Wang Wan explained. You can be casual. In the future, when you meet someone, the two of you can go around from the back. There is no need to let others report. The officials are already working very hard every day. Don't add to their psychological burden. We already know that Xiaobai and the others are trapped. You and Xiaobao can send people to deliver things. What do you lack? It's not easy to allocate things at the moment. This subject will take them from the national treasury. Li Longji's mood brightened. He no longer spoke in a formal manner. Zhang Zhong also raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Just now, he was also frightened. Although his son and daughter-in-law looked very good in official clothes, no official or commoner wanted to see the two of them in such formal clothes. After letting out a sigh of relief, Zhang Zhong put on a serious expression and shouted at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao cuckoo, why aren't the two of you at home looking after Mingming? Why are you running to Hanyuan Palace Hall to talk about such a small matter? Zhang Xiaobao stood up and cupped his hands. He said, Minister Zhang, this official does not dare to agree with your words. Don't talk to me about this. Today, I am not the Minister of Works. I am your father. Xiaobai and the others have more than 20,000 people in their team. They have all the supplies they need. Not to mention saving a disaster, they should be able to fight a siege against the enemy, right? Tell me, what do they lack? Zhang Zhong, who had always been serious and attached great importance to the imperial court, could not help it. The main reason was that he felt that it was not good to scare the emperor and other colleagues. Zhang Xiaobao was not to be outdone. They lack oil, especially diesel oil and kerosene. Father, husband is right. Xiaobai and the others lack the above two things. If it were normal times, they could use them sparingly and distribute according to the actual situation. For example, lighting can keep many places dark. For example, heating can seal tents. However, they are now facing disaster relief. Xiaobai and the others must give the commoners an impression of strong soldiers. They will choose to light up the entire night, choose to increase the overall temperature of the area, and choose to force their way through when they are in a hurry. What the commoners see is that no matter when, where, what the situation is, the most elite troops of the Tang Empire will face it easily. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, the place where the protection team appears will not move. Even if the mountains and seas are turned upside down, they will be able to turn the tide. Wang Wan cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao to add on. Li Longji slapped the table. That's right. Wherever the protection team goes, it must be safe no matter when, no matter where. This way, even if all the regular troops of the Tang Empire are defeated one day, the protection team will not be deployed, and my imperial army will not be defeated. The people will not lose their confidence. This is the last line of defense. Not only does it defend the territory, but it also protects the soul of the Tang Empire. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, Xiaobai and the others lack things. Send them. Your Majesty, it's impossible. We can't send them. The snow has already blocked the road. The Minister of War Xiaosong spoke the truth. He knew the army, so he knew how bad the environment was. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's protection team could not break through. Every step they took was a pit. There was no way out. It's you who can't send them. Li Longji was unhappy. You're a normal person. You're saying it's impossible. Many years ago, when it was snowing heavily in Feng State, we sent 10 tons of supplies a day. How much did we send back then? The Turks who were willing to surrender saw that the supply of supplies to Feng State increased instead of decreased. What we need is this willpower. When faced with a strong opponent, they will become stronger. They will not compromise or lower their heads. Otherwise, do you think the Turks who surrendered will live so obediently? Xiaosong hurriedly admitted his mistake. Yes. Your Majesty is right. We are all kites. What we play is to soar into the sky in adversity. If there is no adversity, we will not fly. Then, Provincial Governor Zhang, Deputy Provincial Governor Wang, can you teach us how to fly? Minister Zhang must be confident, right? Xiaosong pushed the problem to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not forget to add fuel to the fire for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong calmed down at this moment. He thought about it. His son and daughter-in-law were right. Xiaobai and Xiaoyuan promised to show their strongest side, so that the people would feel at ease. No matter how heavy the snow was, the people would definitely see the sun rise and the clouds parting. However, the corresponding consumption would increase. The diet was fixed. No matter how much you ate, you could not eat the food of more than a few people. Oil was the most scarce. When the children left, they knew that they had only brought an extra month's worth of oil. Because the total time from the capital to Feng State was not much, they had already considered the consumption of oil if they encountered unexpected situations. However, who would have thought that an abnormal heavy snow would suddenly fall? Thinking like this, Zhang Zhong put away his temper with the children and asked softly, Xiaobao Cuckoo, if you need money from your family, just take it. There is no need to disturb the court. Thank you for your understanding, father. The problem is not about money. It is a race against time. Send as much as possible to Xiaobai so that they will feel at ease. If it were a group of adult court officials, I could slowly gather the transportation resources and let them wait. However, Xiaobai and the others are our younger siblings. Yesterday, when we received the telegram, we did not immediately tell the emperor. Overnight, Cuckoo and I gathered the supplies, but when we woke up in the morning, we still could not make a telegram communication. Xiaobai and the others must be waiting for brother and sister to make a move. Every second that they wait, Cuckoo and I will feel heartache for one more second. Zhang Xiaobao spoke in a heavy tone. Wang Wan added, so after Xiaobao and I arranged everything, we went to the imperial court in our official robes. We requested the imperial court to issue a formal administrative order to rush to our younger siblings' aid. We didn't want to discuss in casual attire. Now, does anyone object or have any doubts? The officials collectively fell silent. Even the Minister of Revenue Wang Bei, who had always stood on the opposite side of the Zhang family and Wang family, did not dare to object. They knew that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were serious. Anyone who dared to raise any questions would be the enemy of the Zhang family and Wang family for life. This was different from the usual disputes in the court. They also knew that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were wearing official robes to express their private feelings. If anyone objected, they would definitely resign. What would the emperor do? Wang Bei thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I think that Xiaobai, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the rest of the Tang patrol team are facing a severe test. To be honest, they are still children. We should not put all the pressure on them to save the people. Your Majesty, please issue a decree. Your Majesty, I agree. All the officials said in unison. Li Longji was relieved. He felt that this was what a real official should be like. It was fine to have conflicts in normal times, but at critical times, they should be unified and not fight among themselves. When the people of Tang were suffering, everyone's hearts were united. While the children were fighting, the adults could not fall behind. Thus he said, You are right. As long as there is help, I am willing to do my best. There will definitely be no financial problems. Wang Bei looked at Zhang Zhong and said, at this time he really did not have any selfish motives. He still remembered that when he offended Zhang Zhong, he stopped the benefits. Later, when his daughter-in-law was pregnant, He supplemented the benefits. Furthermore, the benefits that were specially made for the child were more expensive than before. He was telling himself that the child's matter had nothing to do with the political views of the adults. He wanted the child to stay away from filth. Now Wang Bei also knew that he had to put the child first. If he still wanted to use Xiao Bai and the others to attack the Zhang family and Wang family, he did not dare to think about the consequences. However, he had already made a mistake in his morals. Money is a small problem. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how do you plan to transport the things to the destination? Do we need to mobilize a group of eagles? Li Longji did not care about the money. What he cared about was the fastest way to send the things to the destination. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at his father and then replied, "It's too late. The group of eagles has always been in Feng province. That place is suitable for training eagles. Only planes can be deployed. Shuiyun has already gone out at dawn to lock onto Xiaobai's position. She will be back in a while. Then the Tang Empire's air force will be deployed." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, everyone finally understood why the two of them had gone to court. It turned out that they wanted to deploy the Air Force. The Air Force was led by the two of them. Even the key design was done by them. When the first plane took off, there was a small wind tunnel. Now there were 41 planes in service. There were 366 pilots. Only 35 people could complete the mission well. It seemed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo intended to deploy these 35 people. Will it work? Li Longji was not confident. The weather was too bad. Yes. From the capital, we have 16 planes that can fly to the destination and fly back after delivering the things. Each plane can deliver 500 kilograms of things. The problem is not taking off and landing. The capital's airport is very dry. The problem is the low visibility. We need Shuiyun's family to do a good job of navigating. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji was surprised. Not 35? Only 16 are transport planes. To be precise, they are man-made bombers. The other planes can't fly over. Oh, they can fly over, but they can't fly back. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Li Longji thought about it and realized that the transport planes could fly further. He then asked, why didn't we build transport planes in the past? Because transport planes are not good as training planes. There will be a lot of new planes in the spring next year. From now on, we will start to transport the fuel. Each batch will be 8,000 kilograms. They will be delivered twice a day. When there is heavy snow, they will stop. Zhang Xiaobao was even more anxious than Li Longji. The people of Great Tang were already amazed when they saw planes. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew very well how bad the planes were now. The flight distance was short, the flight speed was low, the flight altitude was low, and the load was small. If it were them, one plane would be enough. As long as there was no snow at the airport, the flying environment would not be a problem. They did not need to observe the ground with their eyes. However, their technology was not up to par, so they could only endure. They were used to having supplies airdropped to any place in the country. How could they adapt to such a situation? Minister of War Xiao Song sighed and asked, "Is it very dangerous?" "Yes, it's not just a little big, but we have to go. Don't think that we are just delivering some things to Xiaobei. We have to follow the rules of war. If that place is not Xiaobei but a large number of enemy troops, will our air force be deployed? If there is a need, we can let other planes take off. It will be a one-way trip. Today, I want everyone to allow the planes to take off. Also, I want everyone to write a letter to publicize this operation. I want the Great Tang's air force to be perfectly displayed in front of the people." Zhang Xiaobao explained the purpose of publicity. Li Longji and the other officials agreed. They did need to let the people know how strong the Great Tang was. In the future, they could give other people a chance to survive. For example, a fisherman who went out to sea to fish was blown to an island by the wind. In the past, he and his family could only wait for news of his death. His family could not even get any news and could only guess. Then, with the aid of airplanes, the fisherman would adjust his mentality and stamina. He knew that his family would report him when they found out that he did not return. Then rescue boats would come out. At the same time, planes would take off to patrol the sea. If he maintained his mentality and stamina, he could live for a long time. There were also those who lost their way in the grassland. An area was surrounded by floods. If a plane flew over their head and then flew away, they would know that more planes would appear. The education of patriotism was especially important. When he was in danger, the country would give him hope. When the country was faced with a choice between life and death, he would choose to protect the country. At the moment, the imperial court did not publicize airplanes, so the people were more familiar with Shuayun. When Shuayun was free, she would bring her family to various places in the Great Tang to familiarize themselves with the terrain. In the process, she would help others when they were in danger. When a small group of people was surrounded by wolves on the grassland, Shuayun's family appeared. The wolves did not even have the courage to fight with Shuayun's family, and were chased by Shuayun's family. When someone fell into the water, Shuayun would rescue them. Although there were several scratches on their arms and legs when they were thrown ashore, they were only superficial wounds. You were still alive, right? When someone got lost in the mountains, Shuayun would help to report to the local government office. It took some time to communicate, but the goal would be achieved in the end. Shuayun's family was such an existence. Their ability to find people was better than that of pilots. Many people in the wild would feel relieved when they saw Shuayun flying in the sky. The only pity was that since ancient times, there weren't many such intelligent animals. However, every time such an animal appeared, regardless of whether it was a cat, a dog, a cow, or a horse, it would be praised and valued by humans. Right now it was time for Shuayun to contribute. He was arrogant and never ate the food given by others. He also never showed kindness to others. Even if it was Li Longji, the emperor, he only trusted a small group of people from the Zhang family and Wang family. When he heard Zhang Yinglian's words and pictures and took out the photos of Xiaobei and the others, he spread his wings and rushed toward the snowy yellow riverbank, giving people the impression that he was very anxious. Xiaobei and the others, who had set up camp and stayed still, accompanied the children for a lesson and then played with them. They never said a word about the management of the camp, nor did they run around. Little sister Xiaobei, let's go catch a few fish in the river, okay? If we make a hole in the ice, the fish will show up by themselves. If we make a large piece of ice, I even dare to go down to catch fish. I'm very good. A 12-year-old boy named Sun Jizong was related to the county magistrate, Sun Mao. In fact, most people in Kagwan County were related to him. Sun Jizong probably wanted to show off his ability to catch fish in front of Xiaobei, so he was instigating. Xiao Yuan glared at him. You shut up. When are you still thinking of going out to find trouble? Do you want to waste the manpower of our guard team and break a large piece of ice for you to catch fish? Do you need it? My Xiaobei only needs a small hole to get in and take the fish out. You stay here or I'll beat you up. Sun Jizong shrank back. He felt that he couldn't beat Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, don't always scare people. It's not good to beat people up. Our goal is to control other people's behavior. If you ask me, break his legs. I'll see how he goes into the water. You have to be rational in the future, okay? Xiaobei reprimanded Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was very cooperative. Is one leg okay? I won't go down, really. Xiao Yuan, you're the best. Sun Jizong was scared to death by Xiaobei. He was really rational. In order to achieve his goal, he didn't scare people at all and directly broke their legs. Xiao Yuan, who beat people up, was a good person. Hey, I'm just kidding. When the spring ice flows down, if we can still pass by, I'll accompany you to the river to catch fish. If you follow my team to play, you won't have to be afraid of drowning. We have special protective measures. Now don't run around. Can't you see that I've become obedient? Xiaobei said with a smile. Sun Jizong heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Brother Xiao and Sister Xiaobei, I heard that Brother Xiaobao and Sister Cuckoo are very powerful. They have been personally leading the rescue every time there's a problem. Why aren't you leading? Because we don't know how. The 9 of us can only lead about 300 people. We can't handle more. Now we're doing this. Keeping an eye on you is the greatest contribution to the team. We're a burden. Wrong. You and us are all hope. Hope? Oh, I hope that the snow will stop soon. Look, it's still snowing. How good would it be if this snow didn't happen? Xiaobei, our Kagwan County is going to be rich soon. Everyone's poultry and livestock can be sold for money. There's also extra livestock to help with the farming. When it snows, I hear the county magistrate crying. Brother. Yes, I'm the oldest. The county magistrate said that God doesn't want to see us doing well. When the snow falls, people will die. Our last hope is your family's workers and cooks. They're really powerful. They didn't feel sad or cry. They just called for everyone to work. Then the seedling protection team came. The same clothes, the same backpack, and the same footsteps. At that time, I felt that it wasn't a group of people but a mountain. Can you imagine it? At that time, someone shouted at the top of his lungs to stop. Then boom, 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 boom. Then there was the sound of wind. They were so strong. We couldn't even line up properly. There were always people making small movements and people making noises. They had so many people, but they were like rocks, not moving at all. Sun Jizong, who was already very sensible, explained the situation to Xiaobei and the rest. His eyes were full of admiration. Being praised, Xiaobei was happy. He narrowed his eyes and said humbly, "It's nothing. It's very normal. You said it too. They're the seedling protection team. You know how to farm. Didn't the seedlings stand very orderly? How can the people protecting them be bad? Actually, the powerful ones are here. Quick, prepare warm water and raw meat. Shui Yun is here." As Xiaobei spoke, he inadvertently raised his head and happened to see a figure moving about amidst the flying snow. It was as if he was dancing amidst countless black dots. In the forbidden zone of life, Shui Yun's figure was so beautiful. Some people saw it for the thrill, while others saw it for the courage. Xiaobei saw it for the calmness, as if she was in the water. "Shui Yun here. Quick, bring me the gun." Xiaobei waved her hand vigorously and then asked the guard beside her to bring the gun over. She and Xiao Yuan each held one side. Shui Yun let out a cheerful cry. Her wings moved and retracted, and she lightly landed on the gun shaft. She swayed her head left and right, carefully sizing up Xiaobei and the rest. Her eyes were full of kindness and inquiry. Immediately, someone sprayed water on Shui Yun. It had just been adjusted. Although Shui Yun came over in the wind and snow, her body was very hot, especially when she was flying so hard. Once she landed, her heart rate and blood pressure would increase. She needed to cool down. If there was no help, the eagle would have to cool down by itself. But if there was help, the eagle would feel much more comfortable. Most of the time when a rabbit kicked an eagle, it didn't hurt the eagle. Instead, it caused the eagle's blood pressure to suddenly rise. Then the eagle was done for. Shui Yun was very cooperative. She spread her wings, adjusted her position, and lowered her head to drink a few mouthfuls of water. She was very satisfied. "Shui Yun, why did you come here? Is there something wrong? Eat something first," Xiaobei said happily. Chapter 7. Shui Yun lowered her head and pecked at the bamboo tube on her claws. Xiaobei smiled and helped her take it off. "I saw it. I just wanted to ask you." Many children from the county came over, but Shui Yun was unwilling to talk to them. She waited quietly on the spear pole. She still had to fly back later. The mission this time was urgent, so she was more tired and had to recover her strength as soon as possible. The children liked Shui Yun, but they didn't dare to touch her. Firstly, they were afraid of being nagged, and secondly, it would seem that they didn't respect the general of the imperial court. Xiaobei took out a stack of papers from the bamboo tube, looked at the words and read aloud. "We are worried that you don't have enough gasoline and diesel supplies. Shui Yun will go to check the route. From Shui Yun, transport planes will deliver supplies to your department. Minister of War Xiao Song. Here, look at the blueprints." Xiaobei handed the blueprints to the people of the protection team and complained, "Damn the telegram. It's not useful at the crucial moment," making Shui Yun fly back and forth. "It's snowing." Xiao Yuan sighed and said, "It must be the idea of brother and sister. Others wouldn't have thought that we use more fuel." Xiaohai added, "Since the supplies are coming, we can continue to send people to He River and set up a few contact points on the road. We can gather people as soon as possible and think of a way to cross the snow-covered area." The children nearby were obviously concerned about different things from the adults. When they heard that there was a plane coming, they spread the news one by one. Soon all the children knew. All kinds of happy voices were heard in the snow. A few sensible adults felt sad. Sun Mao came forward and asked Xiaobei and the others, "Is our arrival making things difficult for you? What kind of oil are you using? Is it the thing that the machine needs?" "It has nothing to do with you. How many people do you have? We have a lot of people, so don't worry. The oil is not valuable. The pilots who came can also be treated as training. Xiao Bei naturally couldn't say that he was right. Sun Mao nodded slowly and said, "If you need us, just let us know." He had already understood. At night, the lights outside were on. During the day, the tents were also open so that it wouldn't be so stuffy inside. If the people in his county felt comfortable and at ease, then the protection team would definitely do something. They couldn't just open the tents for no reason, and it wouldn't be cold in the tents. Sun Mao sighed. Xiao Bei and the others were just putting on an act. Their goal was to not let the people in their county suffer a little. When they returned home in the future, they would be full of energy when they started rebuilding. After thinking about it, Sun Mao felt conflicted. He wanted to tell the people in the county to suffer a little and not let Xiao Bei and the rest waste things. However, he was also afraid that Xiao Bei and the rest would waste their efforts. "Why don't we close the tent? Just say that the wind is too strong," Sun Mao muttered, wanting to help. "You better not interfere." Su Yilong's voice suddenly sounded from behind Sun Mao. Sun Mao turned around. Su Yilong smiled at him and said, "In fact, we are not very short of gasoline and diesel at the moment. According to the current consumption, it is not a problem to last for 20 days. Then, Sun Mao uttered a word meaning to ask, then why did Xiao Bao and the others airdrop them? How could a plane fly in a snowy day? The seedling protection team has a habit of constantly maintaining the level of logistics that is enough to support and win a battle, which is 10 times the battle reserve level of their enemy. Obviously, according to this consumption, the amount of firewood and gasoline reserves will be reduced. The seedling protection team does not like this feeling. Currently, the amount of firewood and gasoline used is 2.5 times that of a normal seedling protection team. Don't you realize that it is not cold walking near the tent? Su Yilong winked at Sun Mao, allowing him to feel the temperature of the land and the stickiness of the snow under his feet when it rolled. Sun Mao stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. His expression changed and he said in distress, "It's all our fault. Xiao Bei and the others intend to give us a very safe environment." Yes, Xiao Bei and the others need the seedling protection team to leave an impression on you with their absolute strength. You don't have to feel guilty. Xiao Bei and the others are the same in any county. The ones that I admire the most are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It is only the second day, not even 24 hours. After the telegram communication was cut off, they could immediately respond in the capital. I guess Xiao Bei and the others took this into consideration, so they dared to operate the machine at a high capacity. The Tang Empire today is not the past. Su Yilong saw that she had said too much. She was afraid that Sun Mao's heart would be heavy, so she immediately added to comfort him. Sun Mao stood and thought for a while. He showed a special smile and said, "Yes, the Tang Empire with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is very strong. Since they have decided, let's enjoy it. The seedling protection team has always been our most solid support. You should take the opportunity to organize the people in the county and let the seedling protection team teach you the little knowledge in daily life. Don't think that you are more familiar with life than others because you usually live like this. The seedling protection team is systematic learning. If you are not their enemy, you don't know how scary they are." Su Yilong helped to come up with ideas. Since everyone was here, it was a waste of resources to only let the people in the county do some manual labor. Sun Mao touched Su Yilong's head happily and said, "Thank you, I will arrange it later. I really don't know how scary the seedling protection team is. Even if you say that they can defeat 10 times the enemy at any time. I only know how firm I was when I saw them in despair when it snowed yesterday, because I am not their enemy. It is an enemy 10 times the same armed, not an unarmed farmer." Su Yilong emphasized, "They are not only responsible for the foreign war at the critical moment, but also for the rebellion of the army in a certain area. For example, the military and political officials in a slightly remote place in the Tang Empire join hands to rebel. What the seedling protection team has to do is to go over and then annihilate. Don't think that the army in other places can compete with the seedling protection team with the same weapons. They can't afford the training fees. I have seen it with my own eyes once. It was a training session for the seedling protection team." "Really?" Sun Mao was curious. "Really, artillery and infantry work together?" That was a real fight. The artillery fell as if it did not cost money. The artillery's data was very tight because the infantry was not far from the landing point of the artillery. A row of artillery shells fell, the second row of artillery shells fell, and the third row of artillery shells pushed forward. Before the artillery shells hit the ground, they entered the first row of artillery shells. This is called slowly entering the bullet screen. The infantry needed to step on the artillery points and shoot during the attack to destroy the targets that were not damaged by the artillery shells. That was a real artillery shell. If there was a mistake between them, they would die. Previously, they needed to train separately. It was said that an artillery soldier needed to shoot 300 artillery shells a year. The error rate of the last few dozens of artillery shells was less than 3 meters to participate in such a live-fire exercise. What did I see that day? The artillery shells fell, the people pushed forward, followed by rocket launchers, artillery shells, grenade launchers, rifle grenades, and hand grenades. The entire position was full of all kinds of smoke and explosions. There was no blind spot and all the targets were blown up. Only the army and other places of the Tang Empire dared to rebel. Even if the fortifications were built, they could not withstand the charge of the seedling protection team because they did not have the money to train like this. Their battalion-level commander could not even compare to the leader of the seedling protection team. Su Yilong said as she gestured, trying to describe the situation of the exercise to Sun Mao. Sun Mao was already confused. He smacked his lips and asked without confidence, "How many artillery shells can a sheep be exchanged for?" "It can be exchanged for at least 10. Su Yilong answered with uncertainty. "Their artillery training used up 30 sheep a year?" Sun Mao swallowed again. It was so expensive. More than that, their artillery soldiers not only need to know how to fire, but they also need to know how to repair, know how to airborne snipe, dodge during the process of swimming and counterattack on the other side. If an accident happens to the artillery soldier, any soldier can immediately take over the position of the artillery soldier. Although the shooting is not so accurate, the data needs to be calculated skillfully. Their artillery soldiers are amazing. There is a newly built cannon that can rotate. The artillery soldier blindfolded on it. When others report the position and distance, he can blow up the targets one by one. It is said that it is specially prepared for the scouts in special environments and terrains. When the scouts find the enemy, they measure the distance and position. In the case of fog, the cannoneers hit the target with one shot. Therefore, the seedling protection team is a standard combat force, not a simple rescue force. You don't have to worry about whether they have enough supplies. They just calculate the logistics for the battles that they encounter at any time. After Su Yilong finished speaking, Sun Mao was finally not as anxious as before. He greeted the other party and went back to inform the people in the county to be prepared and learn more from the seedling protection team. Xiaobei had already written a reply and stuffed it back into the bamboo tube. Shuayun, it doesn't matter if it takes a little bit of time. Fly slowly when you go back. When you have enough rest, bring them back in the afternoon. Look at the sky, the snow will be lighter in the afternoon, right? Xiaobei was always worried about tiring Shuayun out, just like how he did not want the seedling protection team to operate at full capacity. Shuayun looked up at the sky and nodded slightly to Xiaobei, meaning that the snow in the afternoon would indeed be lighter. Normally speaking, Shuayun had the last say in the weather. He could easily fly to the stratosphere and glide up there for fun. He had seen a lot and naturally knew what kind of clouds would have what kind of changes. Asking him to lead the transport plane only showed that the Tang Empire's technology was not good enough and could not fly to such a high altitude. Otherwise, it would be easier to airdrop. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan only had one word for this: endure. Endure the Tang Empire's technology and slow progress. Yes, slow. At the same time, the two of them lamented and complained. Why didn't they learn more about this back then? They were all geniuses, right? Even if they had to spend 2 more years to learn and remember, it would not be as difficult as it was now. Although the current speed of development had surpassed the historical speed of the Industrial Revolution, at that time the Industrial Revolution did not have a clear path and was summed up in failure. It was not like the two of them who were very clear about how many detours the Industrial Revolution had taken. The light bulb did not need to be tested thousands of times. The sealing of steam engines was a law. The operating principle of internal combustion engines was very clear. including the faults that would occur and several design concepts that the two of them knew. Of course, for children who did not study hard, it was impossible for them to remember and use at will. The two of them did not have to worry about whether they studied well or not. It just depended on what they wanted to learn. Zhang Xiaobao never felt that he was qualified to waste time on playing in college feelings. He carried the wishes of the dean's grandfather, and he had to do what the dean wanted to do but could not do. As a member of the Red family, Wang Wan grew up in internal and external competition. She was also very talented and was never willing to submit to a man. No man dared to look down on her, not even Zhang Xiaobao. Thus, they controlled the overall program of the Tang Empire's economy, society, human nature, politics, military, and diplomacy. However, the two of them still felt that they had learned too little, and their evaluation of themselves was ignorance. Zhang Xiaobao had only attacked the loopholes in the economic system of other countries, but he had not helped in the construction of that era. That was because it was too difficult and he did not have the opportunity. He was not willing to help a small country, and he would be caught helping China. Wang Wan only had a master's degree. Although she had learned a lot and was very good at it, she did not have a systematic understanding of the top areas. Physics was not good, chemistry was not good, and mathematics was not good. In that era, no one could be multi-specialized. If you thought you were a genius, then who was not a genius at the top? Thus, the two of them spent most of their time learning. They taught each other what they knew and then studied it. Others would think that they were trying to solve difficult problems in the field of political economy, but in reality, the two of them had no such thoughts. The two of them spent most of their time studying biology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics, because this involves specific applications of medicine, weaponry, agriculture, and processing. Nowadays, the people of the medical academy almost regarded the two of them as gods. When the antibiotic penicillin was invented, the two of them were directly pushed to the altar. Later on, the two of them helped to develop erythromycin, and now they were developing a series of drugs for tuberculosis. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had time, they would have the medical academy submit research reports to check the research progress and mass production of various tuberculosis drugs. This is the advantage of the free medical system. Many people are afraid of spending money. Even if they are not feeling well, they will not come to see a doctor. When they find out that they have tuberculosis and are in the terminal stage, it is impossible to say that they will die immediately. It can only be maintained and then more money will be spent. If the disease is known in advance, it is easy to treat it, and the social value created by this person's life will definitely be far greater than the cost of treatment. There may be exceptions for a single person, but the social value has never been calculated for a single person. Wang Wan was waiting for the morning court to end so that Li Longji and the others could come to see Shui Yun. Then they could send out the transport plane. During the free time, she analyzed the report with Zhang Xiaobao and sighed with emotion. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the report. Why do you think there are so many kinds of tuberculosis? Other than the common cold, it is probably the only kind that has many kinds. What you said just now was wrong in terms of calculation. Isn't it social value that they buy medicine when they are sick? Medical care has been industrialized. If they are not sick, they can create social value in other aspects. If they are sick, they can still create social value in medical institutions. Go, go, go. We agreed not to criticize the past. Look at the report. The little monkey is so pitiful. It is actually being inoculated with tuberculosis bacteria. In a few years, when the white mice are cultivated, the monkey can relax. Wang Wan saw that the report mentioned many monkeys, and then said that she was not a member of the Protection Association. She just said that she did not care. It was fine as long as the monkey was dead and the human was alive. If they wanted to take pity on the entire world, that would be a god. True gods were not the gods of various religions. The gods of religions had always brought about control, exploitation, and slaughter. You were the one who said something about social value first. Shui Yun has not returned yet. It seems that she will only send out a team in the afternoon. This is a kind of test for the Tang Empire's Air Force. If we force an airdrop in this snowy day, who knows where it will land? Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the monkeys. His thoughts were on the people. To be precise, it was on the pilots. Since the beginning of the airplanes, 6 pilots had died. This number was heavy and light at the same time. Every life was heavy, But just like what was said on the day of the airplanes, this road to heaven was full of heroes. Wang Wan flipped to the last page, closed the report and said, "It can only be said that our technology is not good enough. Shouldn't we airdrop in snow? The reason is that we don't have satellites. There is no remote sensing detection system on the airplanes. Otherwise, what is snow? When we pass through the clouds, we are frozen in ice. Can we not fly? When we don't have an air force, we don't need them to do anything. Since we have an air force, they must bear the responsibility of the air force. Otherwise, why do they eat beef and mutton every day? Why do they build such a beautiful house? It is not because they are pilots, but because they are always prepared to sacrifice." "You misunderstood me. I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the diesel and gasoline. In order to throw 500 kilograms of things, more than a ton of fuel was consumed. I am afraid that they will not be able to throw accurately and waste the money." Zhang Xiaobao argued. "It would be strange if I believed you." Wang Wan muttered, got up and looked out the window. She called Zhang Xiaobao, "Go and cook. Shui Yun will probably be back soon." Xiao Bei and the others are probably afraid that Shui Yun will be tired, so they let him fly to the stratosphere. Shui Yun did come back from the stratosphere. He flew close to the ground to observe the terrain. When he came back, he could also observe the clouds. It was almost noon. Shui Yun landed easily and began to drink water. As he drank, he exhaled to lower his body temperature. There was another guided flight in the afternoon. His wife Hong Luan and the children were also there. When he went in the afternoon, Hong Luan and the 5 children had to follow him. Starting tomorrow, they would be separated from morning to afternoon. The main thing was color. Shui Yun was too white, and it was not good to dye him with other colors. He could only rely on different colors from his family for the pilots to observe. After an hour, Shui Yun indicated that he was ready. Everyone followed him to the airport in the suburbs of the capital, including the emperor, Li Longji. The airport was clean and flat. Occasionally, there would be a gunshot or a few reared falcons hovering in the sky. Their purpose was to shoot and catch birds. At the same time, they could practice their marksmanship. 16 transport planes were pulled out and parked on both sides. 366 pilots were neatly dressed and lined up in formation. There were also publicity staff from the capital newspaper taking photos with precious cameras. At the same time, more than 1,000 people appeared around them. They were still vigilant against each other. When they looked at unfamiliar people around them, they felt that they were saboteurs. Li Longji was invited to the stage to speak first. His gaze swept across everyone's face. Li Longji said into the microphone, "When I first heard of the heavy snow in Yin province, I was very worried. Later I found out that Xiaobei, Xiaoyu and Xiaohai people happened to pass by. However, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the protection team to continue their supply and rescue." Shui Yun brought back news that they are heading west to meet the east current. Their code name is countercurrent. Therefore, you are ordered to wait for the long-distance airdrop. Here I wish you victory. Now Wang Wan will swear the oath. Applause sounded. It was from the people and publicity staff. Only then did Li Longji not get angry. Wang Wan came up and applause sounded again. Wang Wan frowned and said with a cold expression, "Stop clapping. There are still people waiting to be rescued. There is nothing to be happy about." The people and publicity staff immediately stopped. They were very nervous, afraid that they would anger their cuckoo. There are 366 pilots in Great Tang. Wang Wan stared at the pilots. However, only 35 people can participate in this mission. The others are all unqualified. If you don't work hard during training, you will be eliminated at the crucial moment. There is no need to talk about feelings. I am very disappointed in those people who, under good weather conditions, can actually make a low-altitude airdrop with a margin of error of 1 mile. This is a great humiliation. 331 pilots lowered their heads, and some of them even shed tears. Another 3 pilots knelt on the ground. Obviously, they were the ones who had made the airdrop a mile away. The remaining 35 people. Wang Wan changed her target again. "You just did better than the others. It doesn't mean that Xiao Bao and I are satisfied. This mission will be carried out by you. There will be 16 people in each group. Bring along 16 people who are better trained to participate. The remaining 3 will be on standby and be ready to be replaced at any time. Wang Wan paused for a moment to let everyone understand. Then she said, "The airport in Beijing will provide you with logistical support. Takeoff and landing will not cause you any trouble. I won't encourage you. I don't want to talk about how difficult the mission is, and I don't want to talk about how honorable you are. My request is simple. Fly over, drop the airdrop accurately, and fly back. As for the distance, bad weather, and low visibility, that is your problem. You are the pilots. I don't care about the process. I only want the results. If it was easy, why would I need you? Pilots carry out such missions. The meaning of your existence is this moment. Now there is no road on the ground that can be passed at the required time. What should we do? Go up and fly over from the sky. Thus this time we will call it Long Sky Pass. Get on the plane and set off." Yes. The 16 pilots and the 16 pilots who followed to learn how to adapt shouted and ran to their planes. The people who came to watch the show and the publicity staff were confused. All of them felt a surge of emotion and were very puzzled. Just now, Cuckoo clearly said that she did not encourage them. Moreover, she was indifferent to the life and death of the pilots. She said that the mission was not difficult and that it was not honorable when they did it. Then why did it sound so prideful? It was as if being a pilot was something to be proud of. Especially that operation code Long Sky Pass was so domineering. How was it pass? It was clearly to force their way through. It echoed Xiaobei and the others' code name Countercurrent. Listening to it, one would feel that they were full of energy. Li Longji and the other officials were very satisfied with Wang Wan's pledge. Not mentioning how dangerous it was, just saying that they had to complete the mission was a form of trust. Trust in the pilots was even better. The transport planes that had been resupplied took off in 2 waves. 7 of Shuiyun's family were mobilized. They tied 2-foot-long strips of colored cloth to their feet. At the end of the strips of cloth were red lights powered by batteries. When they entered the snowy region, the pilots had to rely on the colors of Shuiyun's family and the strips of cloth and lights to determine the altitude and direction. The people on the ground looked at the sky and did not look away even when the planes became small black dots. They were waiting for all the people who flew to come back. The publicity staff began to think about how to write a script. They had to do their best to publicize this matter and let the people of Great Tang know what kind of strength their country had. "Let's go. We still have to nurse Mingming when we get home." Wang Wan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Feeding the child was the most important thing. Shuiyun said that the snow will be lighter when we fly over. This is good news. Zhang Xiaobao followed. "Let's go back. Everyone go back to your own departments. Don't be lazy." Li Longji waved his hand at the people and strolled back. "Everyone, it's been hard on you. Let's go to Savant's restaurant tonight." Zhang Zhong found a bicycle somewhere and rode it away. Wang Ke rubbed his stomach. "You didn't eat lunch, right? What time is it? If you eat again, can you still eat at night if you're full? So confusing." "I'm old. It doesn't matter if I eat more or less. When I go back, I'll just eat some snacks and drink a pot of tea. It's good for my health." Yuan Qinyao was obviously planning to eat a lot tonight and find an excuse to stay healthy. "Yu Wenrong. We're eating and drinking well in the capital. I wonder how the people in the snowy regions are doing. If we can find a kind of food that can be grown in the snow, then..." "Aya, I'm still nurturing the seedlings. I can't delay. Everyone, I'll make a move first. See you at Savant's restaurant tonight." Without waiting for Yu Wenrong to finish speaking, Jiang Xin cupped his fists and strode away, disappearing in front of everyone. Yu Wenrong was right. There were really people suffering in the snow. It wasn't because of their food, but because of their mentality. Yi River had a long history. It was a village, but it was of a higher level than a village. It also shouldered the heavy responsibility of defending against foreign enemies and transmitting information. It was built next to the ferry, and the population had always been small. No one was willing to live here. In the past, there were only military households and not civilian households, and many of the military households had fled. With the birth of the Imperial Court's welfare benefits, Yi River had a population of less than 60 households and less than 300 people. The reason for this situation was simple. Some people lived in the mountains and hunted for a living. They only opened up a few acres of land and could harvest some food, but not much. The soil was not good. There were also people who lived on boats, ate in the river, and used in the river. In the winter, they brought the boats ashore and cut ice to get water. Only when they needed to trade would they come to the pass and barter with the merchants who came over. Usually, they didn't register because they were afraid of paying rent and tribute as well as working. When the imperial court's welfare policies caught up, they came over to register because there were subsidies. For example, the simplest salt was rationed according to the number of people's hair. Remote areas were free of charge. There were also daily medicines. There were no medical centers in the area, so they could only send the medicines over. Since medical treatment was free, there was no such thing as reselling. Finally, when there was a disaster, people who didn't live in Hehe River usually felt danger when they suddenly saw the weather change. They immediately remembered that they were from Hehe River, so the imperial court's disaster relief would definitely be managed according to a fixed location. The previously inaccurate data finally confirmed the number of people. There was probably no one on the mountain or by the river. If it wasn't accurate, it would mean that there were people who died and didn't report it. There were also newborns who were young and didn't register in time. They took a boat and went downstream. At this moment, Hehe Village, or rather Hehe River Jean, had just finished counting the number of people. There were 42 people under the age of 15. To be precise, they were under the age of 6. There was no one between the ages of 6 and 15. There were 15 people over the age of 60. The remaining 201 people made a total of 258 people. This is the most in the past few years, right? Huang Fuyechi, the Guanjin of He River Jean, said to the person beside him after counting the number of people. The person beside him was Guanjin Cheng. Like him, he had a compound surname. However, he wasn't Huangfu but Xiahou. His name was Yi. Both of them were 9th-rank officials. One was a 9th-rank official, while the other was a 9th-rank official. One was 37 years old while the other was 34 years old. Both of them had families and children. They didn't lack elderly people either, but they didn't live in Hehe River. The two of them had been here for 4 years. They would go back after 2 more years. No one was willing to stay in a poor place. Xiaohui nodded. That's a lot. The snow came so quickly. We have to thank Xiao Bei. Yes. Otherwise, even if they knew the weather was bad, it would be too late. They knew that Xiao Bei and the others would pass by a few days ago, so they ran over to welcome them. If someone didn't want to welcome them and didn't come over, they would probably freeze to death. In this remote place, 1 or 2 families can't survive this snow. Huang Fuyechi was filled with emotions. The people of He River Jean deliberately brought their families to meet Xiao Bei and the others despite the hardships. They brought a lot of game and frozen freshwater fish to express their gratitude to Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the imperial court. Yes, those who aren't close to Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the imperial court will eventually suffer retribution. Who can save them? Who knows where they are? It's just that there are too many children here, so it's too noisy. Xiaohui was even more pious when faced with such a situation. He believed that this was fate. They clearly knew that Xiao Bei and the others were coming, but they still didn't come to He River Jean to wait respectfully. The snow was merciless. Who could help? Huang Fuyechi took out a water bag and drank 2 mouthfuls. He praised, good wine. It's strong enough. It's a pity that there aren't any side dishes. I have some. Change. Xiaohui snatched the water bag and took out 2 handfuls of broad beans with fine salt. He let Huang Fuyechi put them in his pocket. Huang Fuyechi looked over in surprise. Xiaohui drank a mouthful of wine and explained, a child gave it to me. He said that it was too hard to chew, so I gave him a piece of jerky. You can chew it with jerky? Huang Fuyechi asked. Xiaohui smiled. Who knows? It's still a lie. They're young, so they like to eat meat. Those over 6 years old have all been sent to other places to go to school. There are even younger ones sent out. They cry. They can't bear to part with them, but they have no choice. It's He River Jin's fault for not having a school. I don't know when Xiao Bei and the others will send people over. It should be soon. It snowed yesterday. I bet that the protection team will come in 3 days at most, no matter how difficult the road is. It's a merit for us to take care of the 258 people. Huang Fuyechi's expression was relaxed. The people in He River Jean weren't worried either. With the resources in He River, it wouldn't be a problem to hold on for more than 10 days. Before that, the protection team would definitely come and deliver more things or lead everyone to leave. The firewood was burning, and the pot on the rack kept steaming. The food inside never stopped cooking. Whoever was hungry would scoop it out to eat. Everyone had packed their luggage. Huang Fuyechi and Xiaohui had said that the wind at He River was strong, and the snow was flying everywhere. It had to be cleaned up and it was difficult to guard. When the protection team arrived, there was a high possibility that they would lead everyone to leave. Since that was the case, they should prepare first. They shouldn't wait for them to come and pack up, which would be a waste of time. The snow was still falling. The sky seemed brighter at noon, but after noon it gradually became gloomy again. Some people rested by the fire, and some people were not sleepy. They sat there and continued to wait. Their eyes were not empty, and they were not anxious. Instead, they were peaceful and expectant. They didn't believe that Xiaobei and the others would give up on them. It was just like the conversation between a father and his daughter when he was baking a scallion pancake for his child. "Little darling, the pancake will be cooked soon. Eat it with the soup. Don't always run around. Eat more and have more strength. When the protection team comes, you can follow them. It's the vigorous protection team. Will Xiaobei come back?" Little darling sniffled and waited for the pancake to be baked. She corrected her father's way of addressing her and asked with uncertainty. "Yes, it's the Zhuang sapling protection team. Little darling knows so much. Little Bei is making toys for little darling in a safe place. He won't come. Little darling will see when she goes over." The father knew that the rescue team could not include 9 children. Oh, little darling was a little regretful, but she immediately became happy again. Xiaobei must have a lot of toys. "Daddy, I heard from Big Mother that little darling has an uncle who also walked out in the snow when it was snowing. He froze to death. Why didn't he wait for Xiaobei?" A flash of sadness appeared in the father's eyes, but he was not sad. Perhaps it had been too long. He only said to his daughter, "My brother is 8 years older than me. 23 years ago, he was as old as your second brother, 19 years old. At that time there was no Xiaobei and no vigorous protection team. There was no hope if he couldn't wait. I can wait, can't I? Daddy, is hope the side of disappointment? Yes, little darling is so obedient. I don't want to be disappointed. Then you have to protect Xiaobei and the protection team first. It's the vigorous protection team. I know that I'll die if I'm disappointed. I don't want to die. I'll protect Xiaobei. Why aren't they coming?" Little darling, who did not completely understand what it meant to protect Xiaobei, had a determined look in her eyes. Then she became anxious. She was afraid of death. As if to fulfill her wish, a group of bright colors appeared on the ice and snow in front of the ferry as soon as she finished speaking. They were approaching very quickly. They're coming. Look, that skis. Their clothes are so pretty. They're so colorful. Where are Xiaobei and the rest? They've arrived in one day? Get up. We'll leave immediately. Let them rest and drink some soup." As the protection team arrived, various voices appeared in the crowd. When they got closer, the crowd realized that the protection team had tired expressions on their faces. Their bodies were also covered in snow. All of them gathered at the shore and waited. There were more than 100 people in the protection team. When the leader saw that the people they were supposed to receive had already packed their things, he shouted happily, Come with us. Leave now. Bring whatever you can bring. Leave the rest. If you don't leave now, the road will be blocked again." Huang Fuyechi and Xiaohui looked at each other and quickly called out. They did not care about putting out the fire or the pot. They led the children and the young and strong people to support the old people and spread out. They followed the protection team, who turned around and walked to the other side of the river. All of them paid attention to their feet. After an hour, the people finally knew why the protection team asked them to evacuate directly. In front of them was a valley between 2 mountains. Those who were familiar with the local situation knew that it was about 2 miles long. What they saw now was the wind blowing the snow down from above. The highest pile of snow in the valley was as high as 2 people's height. There was a road in the middle that had been cleared. Moreover, there were large piles of snow falling from time to time. Some members of the protection team waved their snow shovels and rushed in with something over their heads. They disappeared directly. Behind them there were people who rushed in. At the same time, they tried their best to push the snow to the side and step down. Occasionally, a pile of snow would suddenly spread to the sides, revealing the heads of the people who had rushed in before. Then, there would be people who helped to lower and compress it. They were cutting a road in the snow. When we pass, don't make a sound. Leave the children to us. The leader of the protection team gave the order and passed it down. The people became nervous and nodded one after another. The children went first. Each child was carried by a member of the protection team. There was also a backup at the side. Oxygen masks connected to oxygen tanks were ready. 20 minutes passed. There was only one time when it was more dangerous. A large pile of snow fell from above. A member of the protection team and a person who was buried together went back and forth using an oxygen mask. They were dug out after a few minutes. As for the cold, how could they care about it? After passing through the most difficult valley, the road ahead was easy to walk. The snowmobiles were still parked outside and were not used. Huang Fuyechi let out a long breath and looked back. He still had a lingering fear. The 2 miles of the valley was covered in snow. It was really a separation between life and death. He did not know how long the protection team had dug. After walking for more than 10 miles in the snow, everyone felt relieved. There were more than 100 members of the protection team waiting in front. They took the children and sped up. Every 10 miles they advanced, there would definitely be a wave of reinforcements, which made them feel very relaxed. After 5 times, the people of Hehe River met up with the main group. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were crying for Xiaobei everywhere. After receiving these people, Xiaobei and the others were finally not worried anymore. The rest was to wait. There was no need to worry about supplies. The snow could not keep falling. Besides planes, there were also groups of eagles or a sleigh team sent from Feng Province. Chapter 8. The private room on the 3rd floor of Between the Clouds and the Water was very spacious. There were 3 large tables and plenty of space. Feng Yushan sat at a table close to the window. From the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could clearly see the houses in the distance, the snow on the houses and the gray sky. If he wasn't the provincial governor of Yin Province, Feng Yushan would be very willing to warm up the wine and chat with a few friends in such an environment. But obviously he didn't dare to do so. Even thinking about it made him afraid. He came to the banquet because he was worried that something had happened to the rich merchants in Yin Province. To be precise, something had happened to the merchants in Rulin County. As the administrative center of the province, Rulin County was both the county office and the office of the provincial office. It was considered the political and economic center of Yin Province, and a place where merchants liked to gather. The county magistrate of Rulin County didn't come because his position wasn't high enough. He was very sad. He belonged to the legendary category of people who didn't do good in their previous lives. There was a saying, evil in the previous life, evil in this life, evil in the past, evil in the past, evil in the present, evil in the past, 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 evil in the provincial capital. For example, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were once city officials in the provincial capital. Originally, they should have been the most powerful in the city, but the provincial and provincial governments also had offices there. As the highest official in Yin Province, Feng Yushan had a good life. Seeing the stern faces of the merchants today, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He thought, is there nothing to sell? While Feng Yushan was thinking, the dishes were served. There was a plate of tofu, a plate of cold pork rind, a big pot of cabbage, stewed pork belly with vermicelli, a plate of pig intestines, a plate of bean sprouts mixed with tofu, a plate of stir-fried tenderloin with mushrooms, a plate of steamed pork knuckle and a pile of bones with meat. Even if there were 8 dishes, there was no abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, bear paw, venison and so on. Feng Yushan let out a long breath. He was really afraid that if the merchants ordered those dishes, he would immediately get up and leave. Otherwise, if a provincial governor went to Between the Clouds and the Water to eat that during a disaster, he would be tired of living. Even so, Feng Yushan was very careful when he looked at the waiter. He kept saying, "There's too much, I can't finish it." Provincial governor, you don't have to be so courteous with us. Today's dishes and wine will not be paid for by the province. In a while there will be pork trotter soup. 8 dishes and 1 soup. It's not much. Look, there are 12 people at the table. We can all finish it. A person sitting next to Fang Yushan said enthusiastically. Fang Yushan recognized him. He was the president of the Silver State Chamber of Commerce, Song Man. It was a name that could express happiness. Other than him there were also 2 vice presidents, Qi Miao and Du Yao, as well as a group of directors. All of them were outstanding talents in various industries in the Yin province. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Yin province's commodities were under their control. Fang Yushan glanced at the snow that was still falling outside the window, and swept her gaze over the steaming hot dishes on the table. She said, I don't think wine is necessary, right? Of course, Lord Fang. No matter what, you have to drink with us today. It's a very important matter. Song Man continued to persuade with a smile. The waiter brought in a container to warm the wine. The strong aroma of the white wine assailed the nostrils. Frequent drinkers could tell that this wine was at least 50% alcohol by just smelling it. Qi Miao immediately received the waiter and poured the wine into the 3 qian cup in front of Fang Yushan. He stopped when it was full and poured it for someone else. Lord Fang, we are very grateful that you have honored us with your presence today. Come, come, come. With such a snowy scene, let's toast. Song Man picked up his wine and stood up to toast Fang Yushan. Without waiting for him to speak, he raised his head and downed the entire cup. He slowly exhaled and praised, good wine. The others followed suit. Seeing this, Fang Yushan could only pick up the wine cup and lightly sip it. About a chin worth of wine entered his mouth. He lightly smacked his lips twice and savored the aftertaste. He nodded and admitted that it was good wine. Song Man hurriedly filled up the wine cup for the provincial governor and recommended the dishes. Lord, please eat. I like to eat the big bones between the clouds and the water the most. It's better than the meat. I didn't know why before, but after thinking about it, maybe it's because of the hard work of the meat. As he spoke, he picked up a big bone and took a few bites, rubbing off the oil in his mouth. The others also picked up a bone and ate it, not paying attention to the other dishes. Fang Yushan wondered if the bones were really delicious. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a rib that looked easy to remove. He tore it with his teeth and put it into his mouth. After chewing slightly, his brows furrowed. Bones between the clouds and the water? If the bones between the clouds and the water were cooked to this taste, then it wouldn't be called between the clouds and the water. Other than salt, there seems to be nothing else, and it's not cooked yet. Look at the white foam on the bones, it probably hasn't even been heated once. Fang Yushan was very surprised. He didn't believe that the dishes between the clouds and the water would taste like this. With doubts, Fang Yushan picked up other dishes. After that, he was satisfied. The other 7 dishes tasted good, as expected of between the clouds and the water, a well-known signature dish. Fang Yushan put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine cup. He looked at Song Man. Song Man was gritting his teeth, looking pained. When he saw the provincial governor looking over, he showed an embarrassed look. He grabbed the wine cup with his oily hand and said, Lord, drink. Fang Yushan drank another mouthful and began to look around. Everyone seemed to be in pain and asked, Not good. Lord, it's stuffed. I said before that cooking a big pot is different from cooking a small pot, but they didn't believe me. Sure enough, after cooking for a while, it's still not cooked. Vice President Du Yao complained. Cook again. Song Man scratched his teeth with his hand and blurted out 2 words. Fang Yushan was at a loss. He picked up the toothpick box on the table and pushed it over, asking, You put in the salt too early, right? Yes. Song Man clapped his hands and said, It's true. It said that you should put in the salt after cooking the bones. Moreover, the bones should be cracked open as much as possible so that the meat will rot faster. Lord, you're amazing. I salute you. Fang Yushan picked up the wine cup and drank again. He wanted to see what this group of people wanted from him. Song Man breathed out a mouthful of wine and smiled at Fang Yushan. Lord, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Well said, well said. Fang Yushan smiled in response. Lord, I'm sure you know that it's snowing heavily in Yin province. The flat areas are almost waist deep and the thicker areas are as tall as a person. We had a meeting last night and decided to discuss with you whether or not we don't need to open Chongping warehouse in Yin province. Meat Songman filled Fang Yushan's cup with wine as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the cup and toasted again. Fang Yushan was stunned. Then, his face filled with anger and his eyes widened. But after a while he put on a smile. It wasn't a cold smile, but a very relaxed one. He leaned back on the chair and raised the cup to his mouth. He raised his head and drank it all. He closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. After a while, Fang Yushan opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good wine, let's all drink." "Drink, drink." Everyone obeyed. "Boss me, President me," Fang Yushan spoke to me Songman politely. "And all the presidents and directors, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but you've gone too far. It's snowing heavily in Yin province. If you don't let the government open the warehouse, I won't say whether the troops stationed in Yin province can raid your houses. I'll just say that even if you arrange for manpower in the army, how much money do you think you can make? How long can you block the news when you're making a fortune? Then where will you run with the money? How long will it take for Xiaobei and the others to find out? How long will it take to catch up with you? Eat." Fang Yushan stopped talking and began to pick up the food. This time it was the merchants' turn to be stunned. They looked at each other and smiled. Vice President Qi Miao raised the cup. "Lord, I toast you. You're a good official." Fang Yushan didn't move. Qi Miao drank the wine and refilled the cup. He held it in his hand again. "Lord, Xiaobei's protection team is in Yin province. If they know that there are merchants in Rulin County who have made a fortune, they'll send a vanguard team over in 3 days at most. It's only about 260 kilometers from where they said they were stationed to Rulin County. Although the snow has sealed off the road, they will definitely arrive within 3 days. If they had sent the small group of elites to protect them before this time tomorrow, our heads will definitely fall to the ground. Xiaobei and the others who have the intention to kill will not let us live for more than 24 hours. We have never doubted that they have the ability to do so." After he finished speaking, he finished the wine. "Oh, afraid?" Fang Yushan asked with a smile. He still didn't drink. "Afraid? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door." Qi Miao was still pouring wine and holding it. "Lord, you misunderstood. It's our fault that we didn't explain clearly." "Yes, it's our fault." Meat Songman followed. The others echoed. Qi Miao continued. "Darren should know that there is only grain in Chongping warehouse in Yin province. Unlike in the capital, there is meat, oil, cloth, and other miscellaneous things that have been frozen for a long time. Therefore, there is not much use for you to open Chongping warehouse. As for us, although we're cheap merchants, we know that we have to do our best at crucial times. Everyone knows that the heavens are heartless. As for us in the Chamber of Commerce, we've never counted on the heavens. What does the heavens have to do with us? It's said that there's a way to go against the heavens. Therefore, we've decided to try. Lord, you know that every time there's a disaster, the people in the affected areas suffer. Our Chamber of Commerce thinks why? Because the heavens are angry? Bah! So what if the heavens are angry? The people in Kagwang County were still taken away by Xiaobei. I don't know what's going on over there, but I believe that they'll be fine. Xiaobei will settle them down. Normally, our Chamber of Commerce is very idle. Now that we have something to do, we'll go against the heavens. Thus we came to discuss with you. We won't open Chongping warehouse, but we'll take care of the remaining 3 counties in Yin province. You should be able to see that most of the dishes on the table are pork. Director Ding Yi is the largest supplier of pigs in the province. Apart from Kagwang County, he has breeding bases in the other 3 counties. He's already sent a telegram for the other 2 counties to cooperate with the slaughter of pigs. Starting tomorrow morning, pork bone soup will be provided for free. At the same time, the price of each cut of pork will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Ding Yi stood up and cupped his fists at Fang Yushan. Qi Miao continued. My family sells vegetable oil. Starting tomorrow, soybean oil will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Vice President Du's family sells grain. Every bushel of rice will be reduced by 2 copper coins. A bag of 10 caddies of flour will be reduced by 3 copper coins. The president's family sells fine cotton and ready-made clothes. Starting tomorrow morning, cotton cloth will be reduced by 2 copper coins. Ready-made clothes will be given a 50% discount. As for the other industries managed by the directors, apart from luxury goods, starting tomorrow, the prices of Yin Province's 3 counties will be reduced. At the same time, starting tomorrow until the roads are reopened, there will be free steamed buns, porridge, soup, pancakes, and other breakfasts every morning. There will be free bone soup at noon. Every night, the villagers can participate in barbecue parties and watch programs. Of course, during the day, they have to work to repair the damaged houses in the 3 counties as soon as possible and clear the snow. We'll have to trouble Milord to arrange everything. The people from the Chamber of Commerce just want to let the heavens see a festive Yin Province. Let them see the cheerful faces of the children, and let them see how warm the hearts of people are in the cold snow. Milord, please. Qi Miao drank another cup of wine and praised, "It's delicious." At this time, Feng Yushan's face was full of shock. As he listened to Qi Miao, his eyes swept across the faces of the merchants. When Qi Miao finished drinking, he hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands to the people around him. He picked up the small wine pot and didn't pour it into the wine cup. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, you are all good people. This official was wrong. This official is deeply ashamed. I respect all of you. You are all loyal soldiers of the Yin Province, the backbone of the great Tang. Cheers." The wine pot in front of him was 4 taels. He drank a little just now, so there was still more than 3 taels left. He drank all of it in one breath. It was much more satisfying than the small wine cup of 3 taels. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups at the same time. "Milord, eat the vegetables and suppress the wine," Meetsong hurriedly urged. Feng Yushan threw down his chopsticks and grabbed a pig bone. He bit into it and began to tear it off. He nodded as he ate, vaguely saying that it was delicious. In fact, the bone was not fully cooked because there was only a little salt. There was even foam on it, but Feng Yushan thought that this was the most delicious thing. He believed that from tomorrow onwards, all the people of Yin Province would praise this bone. He never thought that today would be like this. He didn't even dare to think about it. He only thought that because of the heavy snow, he needed to open the Chongping warehouse to release grain to suppress the sudden surge in grain prices. As long as there was food, the people would be able to persevere. He considered that if the prices of various goods were too high, he would ask the people of the Chamber of Commerce, "Do you want to provoke Xiao Bao? Do you plan to go bankrupt after making a profit?" He thought that this could scare the people of the Chamber of Commerce and keep the prices of Yin Province within a certain range. It would be fine after the roads were cleared. A large amount of relief materials would flood in and the prices would not go up anymore. But from now on, Feng Yushan felt that he didn't need to think about scaring anyone with Xiao Bao anymore. He just needed to go back to the yamen and start to mobilize the people to work together. Then, he would cooperate with the people of the Chamber of Commerce to mobilize various materials. After that, he would write a letter of commendation and send it to the imperial court. He just needed to tell the truth. This was the merchant of Yin Province. This was the merchant of Yin Province during the snow disaster. The people of Yin Province would definitely be shocked tomorrow. They would never think that during the snow disaster, not only did the prices of Yin Province not go up, but they also went down. There was free food in the morning, at noon, and at night, as well as entertainment. Under the pressure of the heavens, the adults would not despair. The elderly were still kind, and the children were still so happy. No, they shouldn't think like that. It should be that the adults had more hope for the future, the elderly were more kind, and the children were happier. But the meat on the bones did not rot. Feng Yushan, who had stuffed his mouth to his teeth, used his hand to scratch a few times and said to the people around him, "You have to continue cooking. It's best to add some coriander and chopped green onions on top of the soup." "You're right, sir. We will also prepare pepper and ginger. If you need it, add it yourself to dispel the cold," Meat Song Man added. Feng Yushan nodded satisfactorily. "Very good, very thoughtful. When I go back, I will write a memorial and submit it to the imperial court. We have to send the news first so that the imperial court does not need to worry and can better allocate the materials. Tell me your names later." "Thank you, sir." Meat Song Man smiled. "We think so too. We hope that the imperial court will praise us in the newspapers." Yes. Feng Yushan was certain. Thus, the host and guests enjoyed themselves and finished all the dishes on the table. Everyone went downstairs and went back to arrange things. The protection team, who were still camping by the Yellow River, was busy. They needed to circle the airdrop location. It was a very large area, and there was also an obvious thick line made by piling up tree branches. Someone was there to clear the falling snow from time to time to give the people in the sky a different visual difference from other places. Once the line was crossed, the airdrop could be dropped. There was no need to be accurate within a few dozen meters. The people of Hihijin soon got along well with the people of Kagwang County. The adults found things to do when they were not tired. The children went to rest after bathing. Even Nan Nan, who had always wanted to play with Xiao Bei, did not have the energy. She lay on the mattress, curled herself into a ball and fell asleep very quickly. "I'm sleeping too. Wake me up when the plane arrives." Xiao Bei, who had been worried and busy the whole morning, could not take it anymore. He took off his coat, wore a sweater and got into bed. He covered his head and went to sleep. Everyone sleep, everyone sleep. Xiao Yuan was not in the mood to wait. He estimated that the plane would only arrive after a while. He learned from Xiao Bei and slept with his clothes on. Xiao Yuan and the rest did not force themselves to stay awake. One by one, they went to find a place to rest. The people of the seedling protection team were still doing things according to their usual training. Some of them were completely relaxed, some of them were taking a nap, some of them were doing light work, and some of them were busy. With such adjustments, they could maintain a portion of them at their peak condition at any time and throw themselves into an emergency situation. It was the most common level 3 combat readiness. The current heavy snow was not worth the seedling protection team being in a state of level 1 combat readiness. Therefore, they were very relaxed. The open and hidden sentries changed every hour. The kitchen provided food 24 hours a day. It was all too common for the seedling protection team to repair the tents and clear the snow. However, in the eyes of the people of Kagwang County and Hihijin, the seedling protection team was now in a very tense state. The people of the seedling protection team were busy all the time. The hidden sentries hid themselves under the snow. The open sentries stood motionless, and the mobile sentries made squeaking sounds as they moved through the snow. There were also medical personnel checking the bodies of the people like themselves. Some people brought the children to class. The chefs who cooked would come every once in a while to ask if they were hungry and what they wanted to eat. There were also people doing fire prevention, moisture prevention, and collapse prevention checks. It was really too busy. It would tire them out. Some people could not stand it anymore. They thought that the seedling protection team was working so hard for them. Therefore, they found Sun Mao and discussed with him whether they should arrange more work for them so that the seedling protection team would not tire themselves out. Sun Mao really went to find someone to talk to. In the end, when he came back, he was full of smiles. He waved at more than 10 people who were the most worried and led them out. The 15 people who followed Sun Mao were puzzled. They came to the outside of a tent with Sun Mao and watched as Sun Mao gently lifted the curtain of the tent and gestured for them to take a look. One by one, they gathered there like thieves. There were a total of 10 beds in the tent. Each bed had a person sleeping in a different position. There were guns at the head of the bed, and there were also folded and taken off clothes. Through the gap, there was no smell of sweat or mud, nor was there any smell of feet. Instead, there was a faint floral fragrance. It gave people the feeling that the tent was clean and tidy. The seedling protection team members slept comfortably and peacefully. After the 15 people had taken a look, Sun Mao led them through the tents one by one. These were all the people who were resting. After walking through dozens of tents, Sun Mao stopped and said to the people who followed him, "See? There are still many people sleeping. Follow me and take a look." Sun Mao went through a few more rows of tents and lifted the curtain for them to take a look. The people inside were also sleeping, but they did not take off their clothes. Furthermore, they were holding guns. As if sensing that someone was looking in, the people facing the curtain opened their eyes and looked over. They smiled and narrowed their eyes again. After looking through more than a dozen tents, Sun Mao said, "They're not busy. Follow me." The 15 people continued to follow him. This time they could already hear voices outside the tent. Some people were singing softly, some were telling jokes, and some were reciting something under their breaths. Just as Sun Mao was about to open a gap, the person inside spoke. I'm going to take a walk outside and see if there's anything. When I come back, take out the chess pieces if you want to play. When the voice came, the curtain was lifted from the inside. A person holding a notebook and a pen walked out. When he saw Sun Mao and the others, he was stunned at first. Then he said, "County Magistrate Sun, are you here to play chess?" "No, I'm just looking." "I'm curious," Sun Mao quickly replied. Look around. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask. Everyone has nothing to do. Remember not to bring open flames into the tents. Some of them have firearms and oil. If we're not careful, we'll all be in the sky." After saying this, the person walked away. The 15 people following Sun Mao fell silent. After a while, Huangfu Yexian, the Guanjin of Hehajin, muttered to Xiaohui, who was beside him. "So they didn't take it seriously. I thought that they would be very nervous and tired in such heavy snow. Who would have thought that I was wrong?" "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the fact that it's still snowing and that we've walked so far, I would have thought that we were on what was it again? Oh, a vacation. It looks like a vacation. But look at the intensity of their patrolling. It's even more intense than the other regular local troops we've seen before. What a contrast." Xiaohui frowned and said in puzzlement. Sun Mao, who was beside him, interjected. "What else could it be? They're strong. The low-intensity arrangement of the protection team is the high-intensity arrangement of the other local troops. Someone once told me that the people of the protection team are very efficient. The individual quality of the soldiers is strong, and the teamwork is good. Everyone in the team knows how to plan. They don't just listen to the orders of the higher-ups. Each of them knows the overall goal of the team, followed by the battalion goal and then the team goal. They will adjust when they do their own things to cooperate with the work of others. For example, when there are 10 people in a team, and 2 people suddenly leave, the other 8 people will adjust on their own and share the work of the 2 people who left. When they will return to their original positions. They don't have to wait for the leader to find out about the situation and think of a way to arrange the order. In other words, each of them knows the strategic intention and the tactical arrangement. They can assist other people at any time. They can also become the command center in an instant. If there's an emergency and the overall formation is disrupted, they will immediately form a new formation. Huangfu Yexiu finished the sentence in surprise. Doesn't that mean that each of them has the commanding ability of a battalion commander and above? Xiaohui was also surprised. Shouldn't they? Sun Mao asked with a smile. He continued. How dare they join the protection team if they don't have some ability? Someone told me that they are not just pure combatants. They can form the framework of a country. We all know that the protection team is the most powerful team in the Tang Empire. It's just that we haven't understood it in detail before. The people don't have the idea of knowing everything about the protection team. They only need to know that they are omnipotent, right? Xiaohui nodded. Yes, now that you mention it, I really feel that way. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that the protection team is actually the most familiar and the most mysterious team. Familiar because we know that the protection team is the most solid support. Mysterious because we don't know how they operate internally. Thinking about it, I feel that it's very interesting. Don't you guys wonder? Why is that so? As soon as he said that, everyone fell into deep thought. It was really like what he said. The protection team seemed to be around everyone. When children played war games, there would always be people who would rush to play the role of the protection team. However, no child had specifically thought about understanding the specific division of labor of the protection team. Every child had their own understanding of the protection team. However, no one had specifically asked about how the protection team was like. The internal operation and coordination method of the protection team was actually selectively forgotten by everyone just like that. It was unbelievable. What went wrong? When everyone was thinking about it, some people suddenly felt cold all over, as if their thoughts were being controlled by someone to make them forget some things. No, that's not right. A voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone was startled and could not help but turn around to look. Su Ilong was here. He could not sleep. Coincidentally, there were a few questions that he did not know how to answer. He planned to come over and learn from the person who came up with the strategy in the protection team, so he strolled over here. The person who could come up with strategies in the protection team was not bad at all. Sun Mao heaved a sigh of relief and introduced. He's Su Ilong. His grandfather has a very high position in Jishin courtyard. He told me a lot of things before. He's a few years older than Xiaobei and the rest. He follows Xiaobei and the rest, accompanying them to play and learning at the same time. Oh, everyone expressed that they understood. Su Ilong was not in a hurry to find someone to ask questions. Instead, he said to everyone, "Your perspective is wrong. The protection team has never been mysterious. It's just that many people are not willing to waste time to understand it. In everyone's eyes, the protection team is not a combat team. It's a sublimated stability and happiness. It's an umbrella in the rain and snow, a shade under the scorching sun. Wherever the protection team appears, everyone can sleep in peace, eat in peace, and not be afraid of anything. Think about it carefully. What is this? This is home and this is parents. It can be said that most people are familiar with their own father or mother. However, how many people specifically conduct a rational analysis of their parents' psychology and behavior? Many children imitate their parents when they play house. But who can completely reflect their parents' actions in psychology? Everyone, think about it carefully. Do you really understand your parents? Anyway, I can't. Every time I want to make a record, fill in the form of my father's or mother's behavior, and then apply behavioral psychology, I feel very awkward. It makes me feel unfamiliar with my parents. I feel disgusted and resist it from the bottom of my heart. It's the same for the protection team. It's not that everyone can't understand, but they're not willing to. Subconsciously, they make us refuse to analyze and dissect the details of the protection team. We're more willing to think that the protection team is the closest to us. It's the strongest. It's my support and my shelter. Others can't scold the protection team, and others can't belittle the protection team. Otherwise, it's insulting me just like who scolds my parents. Understand? It's a very simple principle. You guys continue with your work. I'm going to ask a few questions. Su Ilong analyzed, waved at Sun Mao and the rest, and went into the tent. Sun Mao and the rest looked at each other. He's indeed knowledgeable. Huang Fu Yeshio sighed. He's right. After thinking about it, it's really like that. Haha. Xiahou Yi no longer felt afraid. So the protection team has always been in this position in my heart? Sun Mao rubbed his hands. The rest nodded. Seemed that it was really simple. When facing the protection team, they already treated themselves as children. However, this was not shameful. The protection team was very good as a parent and had never disappointed them. It was just like how they did not feel the slightest bit of fear even though the snow was still falling. Do you still want to continue watching? Sun Mao asked. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. There was nothing to watch. It was fine as long as they knew that the protection team was not tired. Why don't we go to the kitchen and take a look? What are we eating tonight? Xiahou Yi suggested. Sun Mao agreed. That works too. It'll be good if we can have braised pork ribs. The last time we had braised pork ribs was a month ago. How can what you eat be the same as what the protection team eats? Huang Fu Yeshio teased. A person from Kagwang County laughed and said, "It's the same. The Zhang family and Wang family sent people to our county to help us get rich. There's a chef among them. What do you think?" Why don't I have one? Huang Fu Yeshio asked enviously. Because you didn't send a telegram. Another person from Kagwang County replied with a smile. Huang Fu Yeshio looked at Sun Mao and asked, "They'll come if we send a telegram?" Of course. How can parents not care when their children are saved? At that time I sent a telegram at the end of the first year. They came at the beginning of the second year. It looked like they were going to have a good life. However, a heavy snow came and all the livestock and poultry were brought here. We'll just give them to the protection team. When we come back, we'll be familiar with them. It's simple. Sun Mao seemed to be comforting himself, but also seemed to be saying it for the people from Kagwang County to hear. The people from Kagwang County felt that it was a pity. However, when they thought about how they were alive and already knew how to raise livestock, it was fine to spend a little more effort. Everyone went around in circles as they talked. They were almost confused. After asking a few people on guard duty, they finally found a place to cook. There were more than 20 big stoves. There were a few fires that were not extinguished. There were pots on them. Some were boiling water while others were boiling soup. At the side, there were a few people dissecting freshly slaughtered pigs. A few cooks sat at the table under the shed and ate. It looked like there was wine too. Sun Mao and the others arrived. Before they could say anything, a cook at the table stood up and greeted them warmly. County Magistrate Sun, you're here? I was just about to send someone to look for you. Come over here and sign the contract. As he spoke, the cook pulled Sun Mao to the table. A stack of papers was placed on the table. Sun Mao did not look at them. He asked in confusion, "What contract?" "A sales contract. Kagwang County brought a lot of live poultry and livestock. We'll buy them. There are two parts. One is the adult livestock and poultry. We'll pay directly. The other part is the cubs. I don't think they can be brought back alive. We'll kill them too. When the snow stops, we'll give you more cubs. You can continue to raise them. Just treat it as selling a batch of poultry and livestock." As the cook spoke, he passed a pen to Sun Mao for him to sign. There was also ink for his fingerprint or the county magistrate's seal. Sun Mao tried to hide. No. I'm not selling. I'm giving it to the protection team. How can I take this money? How are you trying to trap me?" The other people from Kagwang County nodded vigorously in support of the county magistrate. Huang Fuyetsue and Xiahou Yi also felt that they should not take money. They ate and stayed in the other party's tent. Furthermore, the other party was the one who saved them. How could they accept money? They would be criticized behind their backs. "What?" The cook glared at Sun Mao. "It's not us who bought it. According to the imperial court's policy, the losses of the people in the affected areas are borne by the imperial court. After the disaster, the people there can continue to develop. Compared to the compensation paid by the Tang Empire, the people who can continue to develop steadily will create more wealth. It's not pity, it's to better maintain the speed of economic growth." Another cook chimed in. "Your Kagwang County suffered a disaster. If there was no rescue, people would have died. Now, it's the livestock and poultry that were lost. If we compensate you with money, you can buy daily necessities and compensate your cubs and poultry seedlings. You won't have idle labor to waste. Our protection team is eating for free because this portion of livestock and poultry is calculated according to the loss, and not according to the loss. It's our own account." Huang Fuyetsue seemed to understand. He asked, "Are you saying that the protection team is falsifying the accounts to cheat the imperial court? How is it false? It's really impossible to bring the livestock and poultry out alive. Even if the snow stops, the roads are difficult to get through. When the people of Kagwang County go back, they have to rebuild their houses. How can they take care of them? Therefore, losses are inevitable. It's just that we eat them, not throw them into the snow to freeze. For example, if we didn't bring the livestock and poultry out and left them in the county, wouldn't they all freeze to death now? We should compensate them, right? When we go back, won't the people in the county take out the frozen ones to eat?" The cook explained. Huang Fuyetsue felt that it made sense. He replied, "Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. That's right. We even took advantage of them. Otherwise, the Kagwang County would eat the food themselves. Then they would get a subsidy." The cook explained further. "Is it the same?" Xiahou Yi felt that something was wrong. Sun Mao also felt the same. After thinking for a while, he said, "Didn't we eat at your place too? And you even treat us." "County Magistrate Sun, you haven't changed your mind. Seeing a doctor has always been free, right?" the cook asked. Sun Mao nodded. The cook continued, "Look, seeing a doctor is the policy of the Tang Empire. It's not that we have to pay extra. Next is the food. Normally when we pass by Kagwang County, you take out the food for us to eat. Then we will leave something for you. Usually the value of the food is higher than what you give us. This is the normal behavior of the seedling protection team, right?" "That's true. The people of the Tang Empire all know that when you pass by, the people treat you to food and you leave something behind. Everyone will treat it as a gathering and then take advantage of you. But the livestock are not given to you by us. It's the country's subsidy. Now you are giving it to us for free." Sun Mao emphasized. "How is it for free? If the livestock are not brought out, they will freeze to death. Then you can eat them when you go back. What we are eating now is what you should eat. Aren't the frozen livestock given to us by you? Will the imperial court accept your frozen livestock?" The cook argued back and forth. Sun Mao frowned. But if the imperial court doesn't accept the frozen livestock, they will definitely give us a discount and then deduct it from the subsidy. That's because we eat meat to improve our standard of living. The imperial court was like this in the past. But your livestock were eaten by us. You didn't eat it yourself. Of course the imperial court will subsidize you. The cook said. Huang Fuyechi added. Doesn't that mean that the seedling protection team is taking advantage of you? The imperial court fully subsidizes, but you ate the food. Kagwang County didn't lose anything. What about you? Didn't we also provide food to the people of Kagwang County? It's the same as before. How are we taking advantage of you? The cook explained. No, there's something wrong here. I keep feeling that something is missing. Let me think, what's missing? Huang Fuyechi was in pain. He pulled at his hair and thought hard. At this time Su Ilong wandered over. She was hungry and wanted to bake a pastry with chili sauce. Coincidentally, she wandered into this kitchen and didn't go to other kitchens. It was a coincidence. He also happened to hear what Huang Fuyechi and the cook were talking about. He smiled and helped. Don't count. The seedling protection team actually ate the imperial court's food. It's not a big deal because the seedling protection team paid for it. Many officials know that the imperial court won't give a single cent to the Zhang family and Wang family, no matter how much money Zhang family and Wang family paid. They make their own official robes, give their own salaries, and supplement their own benefits. They can even make their own official seals. That's why Xiaobei's clothes are always overdone. Of course, the prefectural soldiers are even more overdone. It's just that no one cares. Then my Kagwang County can't take money. Sun Mao couldn't accept it. The cook said, Are you stupid? This money isn't from my family, it's from the imperial court. Although the imperial court doesn't give my family money, a part of my family's money belongs to the imperial court. To be precise, it's two parts. One part is provided by Xiaobei and the rest for the Tang dynasty's children, in exchange for tax benefits. The other part is provided by my family for the other citizens, in exchange for the rights to manage the tourist sites given by the imperial court. My family won't use this money. It's for you. If you don't take it from us, we'll hand it over to the imperial court and the imperial court will give it to you. What's the point? Is there? Huang Fuyechi, Xiaohui, and Sun Mao asked Su Ilong together. Su Ilong proved. Yes, but Zhang family and Wang family always suffer losses when they exchange with the imperial court. They always take out a portion of their money to subsidize the citizens. In the past it was in the name of the imperial court, but now it doesn't matter. I don't think about this. Just use it. Cultivate well and speed up the county's economic development. Let every family live a good life. With more money, more taxes will be paid. Brother Xiaobao and Sister Cuckoo don't care about that bit of money. There are other people who donate. They take care of it and don't give the imperial court any income. All right. Sun Mao was very touched. Xiaobao and Cuckoo really lost a lot. They also got it. Not everyone can make every family in the Tang dynasty set up a longevity tablet. No one dares to think so, Su Ilong said enviously. Of course. Xiaobao and Cuckoo can't be lost, Sun Mao said. Sign. The chef pushed the contract over. It was the imperial court's disaster subsidy. It's too expensive. Sun Mao objected once he saw it. It's not expensive. There's also the cost of building houses and roads. It's a premium. We won't give you any other subsidies, the chef explained. Sun Mao said, Oh, and picked up the pen to sign. He took out an official seal from his chest and stamped it. He took a stack of notes. When he returned, he would distribute them from family to family. He didn't dare to keep any for himself. Su Ilong got a flatbread. She spread chili sauce on it and roasted it on the fire. Chapter 9. 16 planes came, dropped some fuel, turned around and flew away. The next trip would be easier than this one. The pilot had already memorized the general route. As long as it didn't snow too heavily, even without the guidance of Shui Yun's family, the planes could easily find the location. After all, there were so many tents and people wearing brightly colored clothes. At night there was no moon and no stars. When the east was slightly bright and the fine snow was still dancing, the guardians of Rulin County opened the door and told the children not to go out. Naturally, there was no need to go to school. No one thought that school would still be open on a snowy day. The adults put money in their arms, grabbed rice bags, flour bags, or baskets on their arms, and worriedly walked out of the door. They didn't care about sweeping the snow that was more than their calves, and they didn't care about the snow that was pressing down on the roof beams. The people came out worriedly and hurried to the grain store, the butcher shop, and the vegetable oil shop. Walking in the snow, they saw traces of other people's footsteps. They became more and more anxious, afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Sun Lao lived near the east gate of the county. Although it was called the gate, it was actually only a doorway. The door had long been lost, and the function of the gate was almost lost. If it wasn't so difficult to tear down the wall, it might have been dug up and left there as a hindrance. Sun Lao had 2 children at home. His parents didn't live together, and he was with his younger brother. He said that he would bring them back after the new year. He also had a wife who worked as hard as the men, but she fell ill because of the snow. He thought that the school wouldn't be open, so he left the 2 children to take care of his mother. He had to buy noodles and go home to make shredded meat noodles for his wife. He remembered that some time ago, he heard that the doctor said that one shouldn't eat eggs when feverish. It was best to eat noodles, which was easy to digest. There was soup and shredded meat so the nutrition could keep up. After drinking half a bowl of soup, one would sweat and help to expel the heat. Sun Lao had a deep impression of this, but the last bit of noodles at home had been eaten yesterday. The wind blew with the snow, and he couldn't go out at night. It wasn't clear in the morning, but at least the wind and snow had subsided. He had to buy noodles and go to the clinic to get medicine. He wasn't worried about the medicine. The Great Tang had free medical care. When one went to a place and said that one was sick, there would be a doctor who would give them medicine. When one returned home, they would take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. If one was seriously ill, they could even invite the doctor to their home or find someone nearby to break down the door and carry their wife back. What he was worried about was the price of rice and flour in the county town. The heavy snow had caused the disaster. Whenever there was a disaster, the price would increase by several times. The more severe the disaster, the longer the time, the more the price of things would increase. There had never been a difference. If I hadn't sold that old horse last month, I might have been able to exchange it for more food. What a pity, what a pity. Sun Lao waded through the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. As he walked forward, he saw more and more footprints. His chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. At home, there was a horse that had been discarded from the army. It had been 3 years. Normally, it was used for farming and plowing in dry fields. When it was discarded, the horse was already old. After 3 years of hard work, it seemed that its body could not hold on any longer. When he said that he would wait for the horse to die and bury it, he really couldn't bear to part with the money. When he said that he would kill it for meat, he couldn't bear to use the knife. He had no choice but to sell it last month. If he didn't sell it when the weather turned cold, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise it. Who would be willing to use good materials to raise a horse that wouldn't be able to work next year? If he sold it for meat, he would get 500 copper coins. Now that he thought about it, it was a loss. If he had kept it until now, even if he had to sacrifice some of the materials, he would be able to get at least 1,200 copper coins. Sun Lao rubbed his nose that was red from the cold, and then used his hand to wipe off the snow that had melted into water on his face. He then rubbed it against the inside of his collar to prevent it from being blown by the wind. Even so, when the wind swept the snow on his face, he still felt a burning pain. It was as if a small knife was slicing his face. But Sun Lao couldn't care less. He used all his strength to push himself forward. He could feel that his sweat had soaked his shoes. He didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, his feet would be frostbitten. Moreover, he still had to line up at the shop that sold noodles. He still remembered that 10 years ago, during the flood at the beginning of spring, the price of the rice in the grain shop changed every day. Later on, the price changed every day. The first time he bought a caddy of rice, it was 3 copper coins. The next time he bought it, it was 4 copper coins. It was unreasonable. There were people waiting to buy it. If he dared to make trouble, there would be people guarding the door with sticks ready to beat him. This time it was snowing heavily. Even if the line in front of the grain shop was not full, there would still be a tail. If he was late, he might be able to get a higher price. After huffing and puffing for half an hour, he turned a corner and looked up. Sure enough, there were many people lining up. Looking at them, they knew that the price would increase, but they didn't know how much it would increase today. God, please don't increase the price of the Du family's shop too much. Thinking about this, Sun Laowu took a deep breath and coughed twice. He nervously walked over. When he saw the expression of the people in the line, he was puzzled. The people in the line who wanted to buy rice did not have anxious expressions on their faces. It was as if they were celebrating a festival and were chatting in the snow. Taking a closer look, he recognized the two people at the back. He hurriedly walked over and asked the two people who were happily chatting, "Uncle Chi, Donkey Dan, what's the price?" The Uncle Chi he was talking about did not have the surname Chi. It was just that every day he would carry a chessboard and look for people to play chess with. He had many children and lived a rich life. As for Donkey Dan, he was younger than him by half a year. He had called him Donkey Dan since he was young. He had forgotten his full name. After all, everyone was used to calling him Donkey Dan. "Oh, it's Laowu. Is everything okay at home? Did your two naughty buns go to school?" Uncle Chi smiled and greeted Sun Laowu when he saw him. "My wife is sick. The two good-for-nothings are guarding the house. It's snowing and the school is not open." Sun Laowu replied. Before he could ask again, Donkey Dan opened his mouth. "Fifth brother, who said that the school is not open? This morning my family was passing by the school. When I went to take a look, I saw that many children had gone to sweep the snow in the courtyard. The cook who teaches biology at the school had made a big pot of chili soup for the children to eat after they finished their chores. When I went home, I chased my two wastrels out and went to school too. It's open? Then in a while I will go home to take care of my wife. Let Lauda and Lauer go too. If they stay at home, they will get sick. I say, how much is the shop selling today?" Sun Laowu finished talking about the children's school and asked about the price. At this time the Du family's shop shouted, "Don't buy too much. I don't know all of you, go home and get your household registration. By according to the population, half a bushel of rice per mouth, 13 copper coins per bushel. 1 bag of noodles per mouth, 21 copper coins per bushel. If you buy too much, you will buy after you eat." Old Ho's third son scrambled to the side. "What do you want?" Hearing the shout, Sun Laowu was stunned. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. His forehead was cold. He then placed his hand on his neck. His hand was cold. He muttered, "Am I sick?" "Fifth brother, where are you feeling unwell?" Donkey Dan asked with concern. He thought that if his fifth brother was sick, there would be a sick person at home. His life would be difficult. "My ears? Why do I hear 13 copper coins per bushel of rice? I bought it 2 days ago. It was 15 copper coins. Also, when I asked, it was 24 copper coins per bushel." Sun Laowu was puzzled. "Sigh. I was wondering what was going on. I didn't hear you wrong. It's gone down. Isn't this a snow disaster? All the merchants in the province are plotting something against the heavens. You came out too late. Just now, people from other places were talking about how, in the entire Ruling County, apart from luxury goods, all other goods have been reduced in price. Rice is 2 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of rice it is, flour is 3 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of flour it is, oil is 1 copper coin per bushel. That's nothing. Cotton cloth is 2 copper coins per bushel, and ready-made clothes are half the price." Donkey Dan beamed with joy as he spoke to Sun Laowu. The more he spoke, the happier he became. He even pointed a finger at the sky. Sun Laowu blinked and raised his hand to touch Donkey Dan's forehead. His hand was slapped away by the other party. "Fifth brother, I'm not sick. Don't touch my head." Beside him, Uncle Chi chuckled and said to Sun Laowu, "This old man heard from others that when you buy meat, they charge you 1 copper coin per bushel. A bushel the width of 2 fingers is half the length of a piece of meat. Don't expect meat as thick as a pinky finger to be reduced by 1 copper coin per bushel. Also, you can't make it. You have a wife to take care of at home. Go home and get a jar and a bowl of bone broth. Tell the person who scoops the broth that there's a patient at home, and can bring you some minced meat. There's also free buns, porridge, soup, and biscuits. You can't eat them. If you want to eat, you have to work. There's bone broth at noon, and you have to work as well. At night there's a barbecue party and you have to take care of people. You can't eat them. You're so sick that you can't eat them. As he spoke to Uncle Chi, he shook his head regretfully. However, this caused Sun Laowu to be stunned once again. He turned in a circle and looked around. It was Rulin County. He pinched his legs, but it didn't hurt. He pinched his face, but it still didn't hurt. He was cold and numb. Sun Laowu rubbed his neck. This is strange. What are they trying to do? They can make money, but they don't want it. They just have to lower the price and sell it at the original price. We've already received their kindness, but they just have to lower the price. It's strange. Sun Laowu really couldn't understand. Other merchants would wait until there was a disaster to raise the price and sell for more money. Even if they were secretly cursed at for being black-hearted, they would still get the money. Why did the people from the Chamber of Commerce in the prefecture insist on lowering the price? Could it be that they were sick? In front of the three was a man dressed like a scholar. He also had a small bag of flour in his hand. After listening to the conversation of the three for a while, he turned his head and smiled contentedly. Don't you understand? They're just bored and want to find some other entertainment in the market. How can I not hear what it is? Speak properly. Why are you pretending to be a scholar? Look at you, you're mixing words like literary and literary. Chibo's eyes widened. In any case, he had studied for 2 years. The thing he couldn't stand the most was to hear people say such things in front of him. If he had the ability, he would write a memorial and send it to the palace. Oh, I know, Chibo. It's like this. Those merchants usually don't have any pressure when it comes to business. Isn't this close to the river? It's convenient to transport things, and the overall price of things is taken care of. Xiaobao and Cuckoo don't let the prices of things be too messy. Now that it's snowing, they can't find anything else to do. They're going against the heavens. Who doesn't know that the prices of things in a disaster area will increase? They insist on lowering the prices. Isn't this going against the heavens? They say that when there's a disaster, the lives of the common people will not be good. They take out free food and have us help each other do the work. They repair the houses, clear the snow, and eat barbecue at night. It's lively and lively. They don't want to live in a desolate environment. There's another thing. I found out. They want to be in the newspapers. While it's snowing, they want to do good deeds. They want the capital's newspapers to write about them. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo see it, they'll be satisfied. When the emperor sees it, won't he be happy as well? Being praised by either the emperor or Xiaobao and Cuckoo is worth it. More importantly, they don't dare to raise the prices. They have Chongpingsong in the prefecture. Once the prices change, Chongpingsong will open. Chongpingsong is full. It's not like in the past when there was a warehouse open. When it was opened, it was either missing more than half of the food or it was completely rotten. There was even sand mixed in. Now, who would dare to touch Chongpingsong? 100 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Once Chongpingsong is open, would they dare to spend a lot of money to buy it all out? Xiao Bei's team is less than 300 miles away. Once they know, they'll turn around and enter the city to start killing people. As for the charges such as hoarding, inflating prices and so on, there's no need. Do Xiao Bei and the others need to be charged for killing people? Do they? Sun Laowu, do you think so? Sun Laowu shook his head. No, there's no need. If they want to kill, then kill. At this time, many people nearby were listening and nodding their heads. Indeed, if Xiao Bei and the others acted together, they would immediately become the Tang Empire's patrol officers. They could kill corrupt officials and bully kings. Anyone who was caught by them would be punished with 5 ranks. That's right. They're afraid of Xiao Bei and the others. Since that's the case, why don't we curry favor with them? We know that they're benevolent and righteous. The people in the capital also know that they're good businessmen. If they lose money, they'll feel better. The cultured person concluded. Another person suddenly said, if that's the case, we don't have to be grateful to them? Bah! Do you believe that if they hear this, the prices of everything will increase tomorrow? Who cares what they think? It's true that you've benefited. Touch your chest and see if you still have a conscience. If you're not grateful, then you deserve to starve or freeze to death. Uncle Chi spat a mouthful of phlegm on the shoes of the other person. After he finished speaking, the phlegm froze and some snow frothed on the shoes. The person who was scolded moved his feet in the shoes to get rid of the frozen phlegm. Seeing that there was still a mark on the shoes, he said with a bitter face, I believe. I was wrong. These are new shoes. I've only worn them twice. After he finished speaking, he squatted down and rubbed a handful of snow, wetting that area. After that, he froze again, and no trace of phlegm could be seen. Let's go forward. There's no one in front. When we get home, we still have to make shredded pork noodles for our wives. Oh right, I'll get some bone soup. Sun Lao urged. The crowd moved forward again, and there were only 6 people left in front of him. When it was his turn, he gave the same 10 bag of noodles to the waiter. After paying the bill, he carried the bag of noodles and walked home excitedly. For a moment he felt that the wind was not so cold and the snow was not so cold. The snow on the roof and on the tree branches reflected the whole world in a silvery white, and he felt that it was bright and clear. It wasn't only one county in the entire state that was like this. 2 other counties were doing the same. The people in these 3 counties felt that the weather had changed. Those who didn't have extra food at home were no longer anxious. The rush to buy food that was supposed to happen after the disaster didn't happen at all. The commoners lived their lives as usual, or even better than usual. During the day, they would eat free food and then be organized to work. At night, they would gather together and set up a stage. They would watch the performances of people who knew some music and dance, as well as crosstalk and storytelling. At the same time, they would eat free roasted meat. It was clearly a disaster, but their lives were better. The people in the trading company breathed a sigh of relief. They were also afraid that the villagers would line up every day to buy cheap goods. If they continued to buy like that, the warehouse would be empty in a few days. Now they were buying when they needed it. They could easily wait for the goods to come from elsewhere. They understood that when the snow disaster passed and everything returned to normal, the same goods at the same price would be bought by the villagers. Even if they had to walk 2 more steps, they would still buy from them. On the contrary, the merchants in the state took advantage of the situation to raise their prices. Later on, when they were unlucky, not only did they not sell the goods they raised, but they were also sent a telegram by the provincial governor, Fang Zhishan, to the capital. He didn't deliberately complain. He only said that some merchants were selling goods at a low price to calm the disaster and to reassure the people. There were also some merchants who wanted to raise their prices, but no one bought them. He only said a few merchants. He believed that the emperor in the capital wouldn't care. The Tang Bank would send people to investigate. This involved the stability and credibility of the state. In addition, between the clouds and the water was also in the state. They would also submit detailed information. The merchants who raised their prices wouldn't be punished, but it would be difficult for them to get a loan from the bank in the future. Not only would they need to use collateral, but the collateral would also be further valued. The loan amount would also be limited, and the interest would increase accordingly. They couldn't even question them. The bank would tell them that their credit rating had been lowered. They knew why. If they didn't want to get a loan from the bank, they would have to go to the loan sharks. At the same time, their lives in the state wouldn't be good. The merchants would boycott them. The people wouldn't buy from them at the same price. If they didn't lower their prices, they wouldn't be able to sell their goods. If they lowered their prices, the merchants would also lower their prices. Even if they lost money, the merchants could easily get low interest or even interest-free loans from the bank. What would they use to support themselves? Even if they left the state and went to other places to do business, they would have to register with the local government. The local government would ask the Tang Bank about their credit limit. When the time came, they would have to extend the examination time. The tax officials would check the account books every few days. They couldn't reason with them. They didn't need to say anything else. They just had to mention that they raised their prices because of the snow disaster. At this time, morality and credibility were very important. Even at the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, merchants without credit couldn't survive. As long as there was a credit crisis, whether it was buying or selling goods in the future, they would be affected. When buying goods, they would have to pay in full first. When selling goods, they would have to wait for the goods to arrive first. After the inspection, they would have to find a bank for a loan. The bank would repeatedly check their application. For the same house, if someone else lent you 10 million yuan, you would get 7 million yuan. Someone else would get 30% of the profit, you would get 50% of the profit. The incident in the state of Yin caused a sensation. The news was published in newspapers everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally praised them. They praised their actions, but told them to act according to their abilities. They said that they were trustworthy merchants with a conscience and thought for the country and the people. With this evaluation they made a profit. Countless people were envious. They were even looking forward to their own places being affected. When the time came they could learn how to do it. If it really didn't work, they could open branches in areas that were prone to disasters. Xiaobei and the others also received the news that the telegram was working. They didn't know why it didn't work before, but they could only attribute it to the weather. The snow has lessened. After a while the road will be clear. We can continue to move forward. My potatoes, if we go any later, they will sprout. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the contents of the telegram about Rulin County. She wasn't thinking about the situation there, but about the potatoes. She wanted to see how the potatoes looked like when they were harvested. There would be many people with picks and rakes digging in the ground. After digging once, they would feel the soil with their hands. They would still be able to find the potatoes. They would need to do it a few times before they could roughly dig out the potatoes, but there would definitely be some that they missed. Big potatoes could be used to make many things. The best were small potatoes. They couldn't be fried, and they couldn't be left to sprout. They could only be boiled with salt. After they were boiled, there would be a layer of salt frost on the outside, and they would be peeled and eaten as snacks. If they were late, the people there would dig out the potatoes. They couldn't wait for her to go over to watch, even if the emperor went over. Otherwise, they would sprout directly in the ground. Xiaobei was looking forward to being able to move faster, but Xiaoyuan dampened his enthusiasm. I think it will take at least a month. How can the road be cleared after the snow stops? Have you forgotten what the county records? After a heavy snowfall, some places can't contact the outside world for 9 months. The snow we encountered isn't light either. Unless the sun shines hard, look at the sky. The day is gray and there are no stars at night. Let's wait. Xiaoyuan, don't you think you should be looking forward to it with me? And not thinking of the worst? Xiaobei stared at Xiaoyuan with his eyes wide open. If I always agree with you, you will easily take the wrong path. I'm doing this for your own good. Of course, I also wish to leave as soon as possible. It's best if my brother and sister send someone to take over our work. Xiaoyuan felt goosebumps all over from being stared at, so he finally compromised. Xiaoyuan, you are the best. Xiaobei said. Xiaoyuan chuckled. Thank you. Think so too. That's why I'll give you all the snacks from the airdrop next time. You carry them and even say that I'm taking the wrong path. You are dragging me down. Did I take the wrong path? I can't walk anymore. Xiaobei glared at Xiaoyuan, turned around and entered the tent. He looked at the map to see which path he could take when advancing. Xiaoyuan sat alone outside and looked at the snow-covered river. He muttered to himself, we should build a plane that can fly farther. When it's heavy, it can fly straight to the destination. Traveling on land is just too time-consuming. Perhaps they will leave behind a moo of potatoes for Xiaobei to play with? I think I should send a telegram to get them to leave it behind. Even half a moo is fine. Potatoes and meat are best eaten when stewed together. There was another morning court session in the capital. Li Longji was sitting at the front, listening to the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, talk about the expenditure of the imperial treasury. Ever since deflation occurred, the banks had lowered their reserve funds and interest rates. The national treasury had also spent a lot of money. They had repaired roads, plazas, canals, sea dikes, etc. Didn't Li Longji renovate the palace? He had also renovated the various yamen. They had spent a lot of money and the prices had finally started to rise. Now Wang Bei needed to tell everyone where the money was spent and how it was spent. After that, there would be an audit of the accounts. Although the expenditure had been reviewed, there were fluctuations in the prices of goods. Cutting corners was impossible. There would be people watching. The main problem was that the prices of goods in the supply areas were different, resulting in the local authorities making false reports, and false reports. Yes, it looked very interesting. These 3 situations could lead to greed. Furthermore, the contractors and suppliers did not suffer any losses. The government's accounts did not seem to have any problems at first glance. This was requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Bei originally thought that there was nothing for him to do, but he asked him to report the general situation. The others were also puzzled. They felt that they had learned enough economics and could easily understand that deflation and inflation were wrong. The problem was, why did they still need to audit the accounts after they had been reviewed? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also participated in the morning court session. They wore casual clothes. When they went out in the morning, Zhang Zhong specially came to take a look at his son and daughter-in-law. He warned the two of them not to wear official robes. It was very scary. If the two of them wore official robes and rode horses all the way to the palace, wouldn't the people in the capital be scared to death if they saw them? They thought that something big had happened, forcing Xiaobao and Cuckoo to wear official robes. Therefore, the two of them wore casual clothes. When the people saw them, they waved their hands and greeted them. They were not afraid. The officials who were qualified to attend the court session were also at ease. They mainly saw that the two of them looked awkward in official robes. They did not know why. Perhaps it was because the two of them clearly did not have high positions, but they had too much power. The estimated construction period is to end in April next year. The Yellow River near Luoyang is directly facing the north bank. An iron cable suspension bridge is to be built. The application is for 6,000 strings of coins, and the actual amount is 3,100 strings of coins. For Luoyang, officials are to be investigated. Oh, this is not under my control. This is to be allocated. It is estimated that the construction will be completed in February next year. Work will need to be rushed in winter. Oh, this is also not under my control. The Hunan province's Yuzhou port is to be strengthened. The submission of the report request is 45,210 strings of coins and 122 coins. I scolded them. They don't even know how to cheat. They actually gave such specific figures. Are they gods? Can they calculate? The actual amount allocated is 33,500 strings of coins. The Hunan province's Day Lake area requests to increase aquaculture projects. The initial investment is estimated to be 50,000 strings of coins. This is a fake estimate that did not include a few coins, but I directly rejected it. This year, the aquaculture merchants or individuals around Day Lake paid 30,000 strings of coins in tax. At the same time, the net cage industry in Yunzhou paid 16,440 strings of coins in tax. The people around them raised them themselves and they formed an industrial chain. Is there a need for the local government to take the initiative to raise them? They really take me for a fool. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel should investigate and see how many local officials eat fish, prawns, and crabs without spending money. Luzhou's Chao Lake requests the court to allocate funds to build a large number of viewing platforms at the entrance of Chao Lake to attract more tourists to spend money. They asked me to give them 3,000 strings of coins, saying that it will solve all the problems and provide more than 15,000 jobs. I have already sent people from the Ministry of Revenue to investigate. Because 3,000 strings of coins is not enough, they should be looking for merchants to invest. They use the land to calculate the money. I have to send people to look at the place and then collect taxes. They want to cheat me of 3,000 strings of coins? Dream on. Jiangnan's East Road. Wang Bei said one by one. Everyone listened as if they were listening to a joke. At the same time, they felt sad for the local government. They used all kinds of methods to try to cheat the court to allocate funds, but in the end they were all targeted by Wang Bei. For example, the Day Lake government. How could they have thought that the Minister of Revenue would judge the form of the industry based on the local tax situation? Also, Chao Lake, can't you say more? Why do they have to ask for 3,000 strings of coins? Don't the officials there learn accounting? The ratio of output to investment is obviously wrong. How can 15,000 jobs be settled with 3 million coins? 200 coins for a job? Then how much is the monthly wage of these 15,000 people? The local officials are gods. Chapter 10. Wang Bei read them one by one. Most of the time he was looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Every time he read something he was proud of, he would shake his head. In this regard, the civil and military officials in the court understood him. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was truly responsible. Every time he did something, he was worried about making mistakes. He was afraid of being picked on. As long as he made a mistake, the first thing people would think of was what would happen if Xiaobao and Cuckoo were here. Wang Bei was under too much pressure. If he did his job well, he would not be praised. Even if he did things perfectly, the glory would still go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the other hand, if he made a mistake, he had to bear the responsibility. He had been suppressing it for a long time. Today, when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear, he felt that it was time to show his face. He wanted to show the two that even without them, he could do it himself. He was the Minister of Revenue. When it came to money, he was not worse than anyone, especially not the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened quietly and nodded from time to time. They did not want to suppress anyone. Everyone could do their job well, so why should they worry? It was tiring. The two of them did not care. But Wang Bei was competing in his heart. Seeing that the two of them only listened and did not speak, he became more and more proud. He turned a page in the book in his hand and read, Jiangnan East Road, Suzhou Prefecture, Haiyan County. Expansion of the docks requires 90,000 and 3,000 strings of coins. However, due to the cooperation with Kunshan Flawless Mining, only 76,000 strings of coins is allocated. Reporting the facts, no mistakes, and Minister Wang, please wait a moment. Finally, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and interrupted Wang Bei. Oh, Commander Zhang, what can you teach me? Wang Bei was excited. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The opportunity to counterattack and prove that he was stronger than Zhang Xiaobao had arrived. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and asked, how big is the docks to be expanded in Haiyan County? Do they need to take out 76,000 strings of coins? Reporting the facts? Before the expansion, the annual throughput was 1.25 million tons. After the expansion, the annual throughput will be 1.75 million tons. Wang Bei didn't even look at the notebook this time. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the increase of 50,000 tons. He could not expect the current Great Tang's docks to handle as much as they would in the future. Besides, sea salt small docks were not big, and they were usually used for short-distance operations. Large quantities of goods were unloaded at other docks, such as Luzhou's port and Chuanzhou's port. But there was a problem. How could the expansion of 50,000 tons of sea salt require 76,000 strings of coins, which is equivalent to 1,520 copper coins per ton? Although the specific design was different, it was obviously larger than the other ports. He asked, how is the original calculated? Wang Ku replied, Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company is located in Kunshan. The transportation costs for the port are higher than other places. Sea salt is mainly used for farming, sea salt production and manufacturing. Mining resources are insufficient. Wang Bei was standing closer to Li Longji, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were standing at the bottom. They weren't wearing their official robes, so they ran to the bottom. He looked down as if he was looking down on them. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the other party's attitude at all. He smiled and said, does Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company have to mine from Kunshan to expand Sea Salt County's port? Of course. Is there a better place around here? Wang Bei asked. Sea salt is across Hangzhou Bay. Opposite Hangzhou Bay is Yuyao, which is rich in granite and kaolin. One is directly used for construction, and the other is used for cement firing. The distance between Hangzhou Bay and Hangzhou Bay is very short. Sea Salt is building a cement factory there, and instead of using Yuyao's resources, they went to Kunshan to transport raw materials. Minister Wang, do you believe it? Kunshan's Flawless Mining Company is a classic example of making false claims or colluding with the local government. Where did the extra money go? Zhang Xiaobao did not need to look at the map at all. Hangzhou was so famous. As a swindler, how could he not know about the resources of various places? Wang Bei was stunned by the question. He blinked and thought that it made sense. According to the map, Kunshan was closer to sea salt than Yuyao. However, considering the speed and convenience of transportation, as well as the mineral content, Yuyao was worried about Kunshan in all aspects. Zhang Xiaobao said, the most important thing is that Yuyao has a lot of skilled workers. Did they not borrow workers from Yuyao to build the docks, hire manpower, and process the stones? This. Wang Bei was stumped. The civil and military officials looked at him together. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Haha. Li Longji laughed. He did not care about this small problem. How could the people under him be so clean? Hearing the emperor's words, Wang Bei gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it, you lied to me and you want to transport by land? Investigate. Wang Bei did not refute that the people from Kunshan's flawless mining company did not know about the situation. If they did not know, then the local government in sea salt also did not know. They were clearly setting up a trap to gain more profits. This was how the national treasury's money flowed out. If one looked at the government's accounts, they would not find any problems. They had to look at Kunshan's flawless mining company and the local Kunshan's accounts. Wang Bei knew how to look. Didn't flawless mining company mine from Kunshan? Then the local revenue tax would include this. If they could not take it out, then it would be a problem. If they could take it out, then the local government would have to pay the tax themselves. There was also the logistics account. Kunshan's flawless mining company did not have logistics, so they could not afford it. This would increase the cost, unless they built a logistics company to not only transport their own goods, but also take on other people's work. Finally, they had to investigate the revenue of Yuyao's yamen. They also needed political achievements. Could it be that Kunshan's flawless mining company had bribed all the officials in 3 places? How much would it cost to bribe officials across the state? Wang Bei was angry. He was angry at himself for not finding the problem. He was angry at the local government in sea salt. They tricked him. Finally, he was angry at himself for not being able to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. What was Zhang Xiaobao doing all day? Wasn't he keeping an eye on the new medicine research and industrial research? Looking at Wang Bei's awkward expression, Zhang Zhong could not bear it. He felt that Wang Bei was very unlucky. Why did he always run into his son? His spirit was praiseworthy, but his behavior could not be encouraged. If he kept losing, it would affect his work. Xiaobao, since you know, then what about the money? Zhang Zhong helped Wang Bei ask. How would I know? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands and answered. Yu Wenrong asked. You have always been in charge of the Great Tang Bank. The government's accounts all go through the Great Tang Bank. How could you not know? The Great Tang Bank covers a lot of areas and has a lot of business. The daily entry and exit quota is more than 100 million strings of coins. I can't keep an eye on a small place like sea salt, right? Besides, the 70,000 strings of coins was not a one-time expenditure. According to the progress of the project, I estimate that most of the money is still in the Sea Salt County government's account. Zhang Xiaobao spoke the truth. 70,000 strings of coins was indeed very small. He also didn't try to trip Wang Bei up by saying that the money was gone. Wang Bei clapped his hands vigorously and said, Good, right, according to the progress of the project, most of the money is still in the account. Seal their accounts for me, including that Kunshan Flawless Mining Company. Seal their accounts for me as well. I want to see the data and see who they gave the money to. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, Send the documents. Once the documents are sent, the bank will be sealed. If there is a problem, the person who sent the documents will bear the responsibility. As for checking the Kunshan Flawless Mining Company's accounts, he won't be able to find anything by just checking. He can give the money to a logistics company, or he can give the money to some mine in Kunshan. When the time comes, he can just transfer the money. As for the logistics company, it depends on which government office they are registered with and how big their network is. If it is big enough, they will settle the accounts. Then give me a seal too. I will send people. Xiaobao, the Ministry of Revenue will send people again, wasting money and manpower. In the end, you can do something, okay? Wang Bei's attitude changed. He realized that it was too difficult to send people directly from the capital. Not only was the journey long, but the local people would also resist. If he really wanted to find something, he didn't know how long it would take. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan controlled spies all over the country, not only in the country but also abroad. They were practically everywhere. If the other party was willing to help, all he had to do was say something. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and refused. No, where can I go? Just as Wang Bei was getting angry, Zhang Xiaobao said, Minister Wang can report this matter to the Tang dynasty's 9 patrolling inspectors. They have the responsibility of patrolling the area. Wang Bei was happy. Yes, he couldn't just let Zhang Xiaobao do it. Even if he knew that his family's spy system was powerful, he would be roasting him on the fire. Without a name or status, who would dare to directly have a spy? The other party was a business person who only collected business intelligence for his family and supervised his own industry. He didn't target the government or the bank. If it was Xiaobei and the others, it would be different. Xiaobei and the others were working for the imperial court, so it was legitimate for them to use the spy system. Many thanks. Wang Bei clasped his hands toward Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao took out a large stack of papers from his bag. He didn't hand it over to the eunuch and walked up to Li Longji's side. He placed the papers on the table and said, "With the rapid development of Great Tang's economy, all sorts of things will happen. In the past few days, Cuckoo and I have checked the laws of Great Tang. It's pretty good and we've added in quite a few regulations. However, there are still some lacking. The two of us took some time to come up with a few outlines for the current situation. We'll have to trouble our colleagues in the Bureau of Rights. Apart from that, there are also some administrative regulations. This is especially so for the government's investment in construction and procurement. In order to be more transparent, there are also requirements for one's aptitude and funding. However, this will also increase the authority of the Great Tang Bank. We also need to strengthen the manpower of the bank's supervision department, as well as its administrative supervision. The things that Cuckoo and I have provided aren't perfect, so we can only manage the current situation. As production technology and productivity increase, the economic development model will become more diverse, so we'll have to continue to supplement it." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao strolled off. Li Longji wasn't looking at the papers on the table, but at Zhang Xiaobao's back. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing their best not to participate in the affairs of the imperial court, but when they saw a problem and didn't want the officials of the imperial court to take the wrong path, they had no choice but to take action. The original plan was to make them princes and give them a piece of land, but the two of them didn't agree. They said that in the future, the Great Tang would be a single entity, including the overseas territories. In the future, everything would be part of the Great Tang's territory and not just in name. At the same time, they would take back all the fiefs both in name and in reality. Only this way could they reduce the potential for division in the future. So how should they be rewarded? There was nothing to be rewarded. According to the history books, if there was nothing to be rewarded, they should be killed. The problem was that they couldn't be killed, unless the Great Tang was thrown into turmoil, causing the people to lose their support and the flames of war to rise. So be it. They could do whatever they wanted. In any case, they didn't want the throne. Li Longji watched as Zhang Xiaobao left. He didn't mention the matter of reward, much less praise. The officials also silently watched as Zhang Xiaobao left. They understood history and knew that the current situation was very complicated. Of course, it was also very simple. There had never been an existence like these two in history. They could clearly command the world, but they were concerned with other matters. Their achievements intimidated the emperor, but the emperor wasn't willing to kill them, nor could he kill them. Even those officials who had been stripped of their status as nobles and great clans knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't just useful to the imperial court. They were also a sort of faith for the people. Just look at how the people of all regions had to offer incense to the tablets of these two people every day. This was even better than the worship of that so-called religion that was about to enter the Great Tang. If something were to happen to the two of them, the sky would collapse for the people. Thus, the current situation was very good. The two of them were still young and could maintain this state for many years. Let's talk about the future in the future. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay for long. After delivering the items, they turned around and left. First, they had to go to the research base of the Ministry of Works to see the progress of the various research areas. For example, the steam engine used on ships, as well as multiple sets of diesel engines for ships. The two of them didn't want to change the development model of ships. From human power to sail power to steam power, diesel power, steam power, and finally nuclear power. Xiaobao, we still have to increase taxes, Wang Wan said as she looked at the pedestrians on the street. Increasing property tax and inheritance tax won't do. It doesn't match the current cultural traditions of the people, Zhang Xiaobao said. He knew that the faster the economy developed, the more obvious the trend of the flow of money would be. Even with free medical care, free education, and free job training, the polarization would increase. Thus, they could only continue to narrow the gap through administrative and legal means. Since the first tax increase, there had been 3 tax rate adjustments. However, the people who had paid for the tax increase still accepted it and didn't show any strong opposition. This showed that this was the golden period of their industry's development. They knew how easy it was to earn money. After the golden period of some industries passed, new support and compensation plans would be needed. Yes, many people like to buy houses now. After buying them, they just leave them there. When other people come over and don't have a house to live in, they can only expand. Many economic crises start with housing. We can't wait until we can't control it and then regret it. Wang Wan followed. She knew what had happened in that era too well. It seemed that in those 100 years, all economic development and economic crises revolved around real estate. Who asked it to be able to drive all industries? When the weather is warm, let's go traveling. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to consider so many problems now and changed the topic. When Xiaobei and the rest come back, let's go overseas. There are warm places outside. Enjoy life and don't always stay in Beijing. When we come back, we'll ask Li Longji to go around the country. He's quite pitiful. Wang Wan's eyes lit up when she heard that they were going to travel. Many places still had their original scenery. They formed a fleet and went to America for a stroll or to Australia. Some businessmen had already gone to Australia and brought back koalas to raise them. When they were outside, they could see the scenery, see the animals, eat good food, and bring back some gemstones. Africa was a good place. There was also the Nile River and the Rhine River. She believed that they had their own unique scenery. We also have to go to the Mediterranean Sea to experience the climate there. Zhang Xiaobao was also filled with yearning. He didn't want to play around in Great Tang. The world was so big and he wanted to see the world. The two talked as they walked, comparing their knowledge from time to time. Xiaobei's side finally set off. The snow had stopped, and the road wasn't easy to walk on. However, they couldn't stay here forever and wait for the snow to melt. The speed of the group was very slow, but they were also very determined. Time quietly passed while everyone was busy with various things. In many places where the weather wasn't very cold and there was no frozen ground, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were building an airport, a simple airport. The performance of the plane was not good, and its endurance was poor. They also needed the plane to fly to various places in a timely manner. Thus, there was only one way left. They had to build more airports, train maintenance personnel, and transport parts and fuel. When there was a need, no matter where the plane took off, it would be able to quickly reach the destination after a transfer. Now there was a shortage of workers. Great Tang urgently needed more people. Besides giving birth and slowly raising them, the only way was to bring people from other places. An urgent order was passed down, requesting that the fleet carrying out ocean trade bring back more people. They had to work hard in places where there was conflict. There were those who knew that the locals knew how powerful you were and wouldn't fight you. They could only tempt you with money and benefits. But sometimes there were people who liked to cause trouble. Even if they knew that they couldn't stop Great Tang's development, they still insisted on causing trouble for Great Tang in various aspects. When they couldn't attack Great Tang or attack the Great Tang fleet or merchants in other places, they would lobby the locals, especially those who had formed a religion or a country. They liked to target such people. The method of lobbying was simple. They would constantly tell the other party how good Great Tang was, how happy the people there were, what things were cheap to buy, and what they usually ate. After saying all this, when the locals were full of ambition, they would tell the locals how expensive the local things were in Great Tang, and how the Great Tang merchants would lower the price. In this way, the locals would feel that they were losing out when trading with each other. Chapter 11. Trade was profitable to begin with. The size of the profit depended on the cost and the buyer's demand. The cost included many things. Simply put, it was the cost of production technology, the cost of production materials, the cost of labor, the cost of publicity, the cost of transportation, and the cost of taxation. Was the cost of goods sold by Tang merchants to other places high? Naturally, it was not high. If one really wanted to talk about it, it was high in technical research and transportation. However, the profit earned was not small. This was because the buyer did not have the corresponding technology and wanted to have it. In such a situation, those who did not raise the price were not merchants but philanthropists. After being promoted by some people, those who could afford it did not care. The watches produced by Tang were luxury goods. They wanted to buy cheap ones, but they did not want to buy them locally. In a situation where they could not personally go to Tang to buy, They instead hoped that the price of the goods would gradually increase, especially the goods they already had. Even a person who did not understand economics and social ideology knew that owning luxury goods was equivalent to owning status. If the watch bought today required 100 sheep to be exchanged, the same watch tomorrow would be 80 sheep, and the day after tomorrow would be 60 sheep. In the end, this kind of watch could not be sold. No one bought it, even if it could tell the time, even if it was beautiful. However, it was depreciating. Not only was the number of sheep reduced, but also the identity and status of the owner. Those who could not afford Tang's goods thought the opposite. They could not compare to those with money and status through their own efforts, so they hoped to use other methods to make those with money and status lose. It was a common thought of social individuals regardless of system. It was a very complicated social relationship and a very simple social psychology. The people behind the scenes would also find the latter and tell them the truth. They could not afford it, but they would criticize and criticize like consumers who were about to spend. They would criticize Tang merchants for selling cheap things to them at expensive prices and making them pay more. They would protest and ask for Tang merchants to lower the price. Tang merchants could not lower the price. They had to protect the interests of the rich and status people who bought the products and also maintain their own profits. Therefore, those who wanted to sabotage continued to promote, letting those who could not afford to buy things accumulate emotions and prepare for the moment of explosion. Even if the people who wanted to sabotage Tang clearly knew how powerful Tang's military strength was, even if they knew that people who were exploited would be severely punished for attacking Tang people, they still did it to make things difficult for Tang. Among them, the Japanese were the worst. Silla had already been dealt with to the point that it did not have the slightest bit of strength left. Moreover, because of the border and frequent land and sea connections, many natives had already migrated to the Great Tang. Naturally, there were also people from the Great Tang who had colonized the Great Tang. The Great Tang did not casually colonize other countries. It was not that they did not have the ability, but that they were afraid that they would become independent in the future. The Great Tang's military strength was still lacking, and this was primarily reflected in its lack of ability to engage in long-range attacks for a short period of time. Thus, it was not allowed to casually colonize. Even if the colonized areas could have military strength, they were not allowed to have military equipment and technology. There were colonists in Japan, and there were also officials sent by China to govern Japan together with the Japanese. Many Japanese had already accepted their fate, or perhaps they liked their current life very much. They felt that if they cooperated well with the Great Tang officials, their lives would be better than before. But Japan was close to the Great Tang, and its culture had been passed down quite well. It wasn't so barbaric that it couldn't even have its own language. As the Great Tang developed, it began to trade with Japan, especially in its first few years of hibernation. Japan sent people to the Great Tang to study, and trade was frequent. With culture came ideas. When they saw the Great Tang rapidly improving, they also wanted to learn and take advantage of it. As they studied, they realized that the Great Tang had begun to invade them. An invasion even more frightening than a military invasion. At first, they didn't understand the new invasion method. But by the time those with insight discovered it, the Great Tang's economy and culture had basically stabilized. Those in power had been corrupted, and many of the common people had been brainwashed. Those with insight were unwilling to accept this, and they launched many revolts, but they were all crushed. As they watched Japan fall into the hands of the Great Tang day by day, these people began to change themselves for the sake of revenge. They no longer held revolts or rebelled. They did everything they could to come to the Great Tang, working as coolies, small traders, and even women. They earned money and studied. In truth, what they wanted to do the most was to kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao was their number one target. They knew that Wang Wan was also very formidable, but that was only in terms of military command and basic education. Zhang Xiaobao was the true leader and planner of this new invasion. Some of them worked near the ports, and they saw with their own eyes that every time Zhang Xiaobao ordered the Great Tang ports to ship grain to Japan or restrict grain shipments, Japan would lose a large chunk of its currency. It seemed that what was being lost was currency. But the Great Tang didn't want Japanese money. It wasn't that ordinary merchants didn't want it. They would use money to buy things back. Every loss was inevitably an outflow of resources. Those with insight in Japan had concluded that when goods were outflowed, the greatest damage was to the ruling class and the culture of the people. Any action personally ordered by Zhang Xiaobao was bound to cause the Japanese people to be dissatisfied with the ruling class. At the same time, they would be even more loyal to the Great Tang because of the basic survival resources provided by the Great Tang. What a frightening action, what a deserving Zhang Xiaobao. Half a year ago, several people in this organization had persuaded a powerful quasi-ruler in Kobe to establish a bank on the same level as the Great Tang Bank to take in the local currency. They wanted to find an opportunity to trade with the Great Tang and exchange currency with the Great Tang. When the bank was established, they received a large sum of money. More importantly, the Great Tang had also used goods as collateral to lend money at a low price. The interest was very high. A month's interest was 2%, a year's interest was 24%, and it was even higher in leap months. But a month later, the Great Tang's grain shipments to Japan began to decrease. Most of the grain shipments were from Kobe, and at the time, there hadn't been any problems. Later on, some people began to buy grain at high prices around Kobe. Last month, the people living in Kobe were forced to raise the price to buy from others. At this time, the Great Tang's grain shipments stopped. A month later, the Great Tang's main wheat region in Jiangnan would have a harvest, but the Great Tang said that it didn't have enough grain. Half a month ago, someone suddenly ran to the Kobe Bank and used the Great Tang's wheat harvest in half a month's time as collateral to borrow a large amount of money from the Kobe Bank. Before they could figure out what was going on, the quasi-ruling clan of Kobe had lent a large amount of money to the Great Tang. In the end, the Great Tang began to buy grain from Japan, while using Japanese money to exchange for Great Tang reserves. And then they said that the purchasing power of 100 copper coins in Japan had become 30 copper coins. This was called devaluation, and internally it was called inflation. And when the Great Tang people who had borrowed from them did not return the money due, the other people began to run on them, and the Kobe Bank went bankrupt. The Great Tang began to lower the credit rating of the Japanese currency. Fortunately, they had been smart enough to transfer the loan to their own government before they went bankrupt. The money the Great Tang had borrowed would still have to be returned when the time came. But yesterday, the day before the wheat was due, they returned the money. Including the interest, the money they returned was 1/3 of the actual purchasing power of the loan. In other words, 2/3 of the money was earned by the Great Tang. And this was not the end. Today, the Great Tang announced that it would raise the export tariff of its new wheat exports by 10%. The reason was not that they could just raise the tariff as they wished. No, it was that the Great Tang's currency had begun to inflate, and its purchasing power had decreased. Thus, if the Japanese wanted to use the Great Tang's money to buy things, they had to adjust the tariff accordingly. The problem was that the Great Tang's statement was based on your previous deflation. But why didn't the Great Tang lower the export tariff during the deflation? Could it be that the Great Tang put a portion of the losses from the deflation on us? And all of this was because of Zhang Xiaobao. When he heard that Zhang Xiaobao was looking at the new breed of pigs at the Sanongxi temple, he casually said these words. Wang Wan added a few words from the side, and thus the current situation was created. How could such a person be allowed to live? One was a trade and the other was a currency. We need to think and think before we can understand the principles behind it. The two of them seemed to have known the process and the result long ago. They were very familiar with their methods. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao's actions were never so simple. Now he had just crushed a bank and earned 2/3 of the money. He could also earn another 10% of the grain exports. However, those who knew him well knew that he would always use a series of schemes. The matter was definitely not over yet. This was only the beginning. So what they had done before was right. They had to continue doing it. They could not let themselves be beaten and not fight back. It was just that they did not do it properly last time, and the Great Tang seemed to have taken advantage of it. But there would be a time when they would do it properly. The insightful people among the Japanese continued to walk forward in a dilemma. 2 days had passed since the increase in the export tax. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to the Ministry of Works and the Research Institute today. The weather was warm. The capital was still occasionally cold, but Jiangnan was already in summer. In a few more days, the lotus flowers in Westlake will bloom. Xiaobei and the rest are not in a hurry to come back. Come back quickly. We still have to bring them to Hangzhou to play. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about the trip. Xiaobei and the rest had said that the potato harvest was good, so they were processing chips there. How long had it been? Could they still be processed? If they are willing to ride horses there, then let them play. You still want to go out? I heard that many people want your life. Wang Wan smiled and asked. There are many people who want my life. They have to have the ability to do so. I am not going out incognito anymore. I am going out with a large group of people. I still want their lives. Don't think that I don't know who instigated the attack on our merchants in Sumatra. If they succeed, I will admit that they are powerful. In the end, those hundreds of people failed, and they gave us an excuse to further intervene with military force and ask for compensation from their country. They also ceded land for us to train and station. If they have the ability, they can continue. Whoever dares to do it, I will cede their country's land. If they dare not, I will destroy them. They still want us to sell the goods at a lower price? If we sell them at a lower price, the first to oppose us will be their comrades. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said. Wang Wan added, let's not talk about that annoying matter. Today the research institute said that they will give us a surprise. Let's see what is going on. Chapter 12. The drizzle continues, and the passers-by cross paths with the swallow, the cold light festival, and the hazy early summer. Singing and studying lightly, and lying down in the mountains. The chest is warm, and the clouds are intertwined, brushing against the warm glow. Zhang Xiaobao said that he was not going to visit the research institute incognito, so he definitely would not sneak into the research institute. After he and Wang Wan left the house, there were 500 members of the seedling protection team around them. Each of them held a submachine gun and vigilantly looked at everyone around them. The drizzle continued to fall from the sky. When the passers-by who were in a hurry saw the seedling protection team in their formation, they immediately hid to the side. The shop assistants at the roadside hurriedly pulled the people standing at the entrance into the shop, and did not allow the people in the shop to come out. The shop assistants on the second or third floor rushed up and stood at the window with their backs to the outside. People who wanted to eat were not allowed to see the rain outside. The people all knew that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were going out. As residents, they would consciously minimize the possible danger. Then they would secretly look at Xiaobao and Cuckoo's clothes and expressions. First of all, they had to confirm whether they were wearing official uniforms. When the two of them wore official uniforms, it was usually when they encountered an important matter. The people would wonder what was the matter. If they were not wearing official uniforms and were walking around in casual clothes, it was obvious that they were relaxing. If the two of them were not wearing official uniforms and were still in a hurry, it was guaranteed that they had encountered an urgent matter. The people would be very anxious. Today Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing jackets, jeans, sneakers and an armed belt around their waist. A row of knives, pistols and magazines could be easily seen on the armed belt. There was also a revolver on their right thighs. The two of them did not have umbrellas, so they chatted as they walked. They were not walking fast, and their expressions were natural. The people were relieved that nothing was wrong. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were out to play normally. After the procession passed by, the shops returned to their original state. The pedestrians continued on their way, discussing where Xiaobao and Cuckoo were going to play today. No one felt that the two of them were arrogant, and no one said that they were afraid of death. If the two of them did not bring guards, the common people would be angry. They would feel that the two of them were not responsible for themselves and the great Tang. They would feel that the two of them were making the common people panic, that there was a problem with their morals, that their character was bad, and that they were selfish. When the team was about to leave Vermilion Bird Avenue, a person who was cleaning up the mud on the side of the road straightened up. When he saw a group of people with guns, he wiped the sweat mixed with rain on his forehead with his arm and greeted them warmly. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, are you busy? Take an umbrella, be careful of the cold. Zhang Xiaobao did not know the other party, but he still responded warmly. It's nothing, little you. There's no need to rush. The research institute said that there's something good, so I'm going over to take a look. When you're done with your work, go to Savant's restaurant to take a hot bath and warm up some wine. You're on my tab. You're too polite. You stink, and I'm afraid that people will be annoyed. The person who greeted them declined, but he was in a particularly good mood. He felt more energetic when he worked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked like this, greeting people along the way. The streets were very lively, And the rain did not dampen the enthusiasm of the common people. If there was something that was lacking, it was naturally the children. Today was not a holiday. The children under 5 were in kindergarten, the children above 5 were in school, and the younger ones could not be carried out for a bath. The team walked for an hour and a half before entering the mountainous area where the research institute was located. The cement road extended all the way in, and there were watchtowers on both sides. The soldiers on the watchtowers were patrolling with guns, and some people were using binoculars to observe further. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear, they hurriedly picked up the phone to inform the people inside. The team entered without any hindrance. No one asked for a password and no one ran down to check their IDs. They continued to walk along the road. After walking for 2 kilometers and passing by several hidden sentry posts, a teaching area appeared in front of them. There were many tall buildings inside. Due to confidentiality, students who were qualified to participate in the study were not allowed to leave the school at will. There were also strict restrictions. If one's family was far away from the capital, then they had to move. After leaving, there might be people secretly following them. One was responsible for protection, while the other was responsible for surveillance. The students could understand, so they did not object. Many times when they missed their family, they would ask them to visit. The school had specially prepared rooms for visiting family members. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to see how others looked when they were studying in class. In the past, when they came here, they would always stay outside one of the classrooms to listen. Today was no exception. Someone was playing basketball on the field in the rain. Playing basketball was not a problem, but what interested the two of them was that the person dribbled the ball while reciting the periodic table of elements. In addition to the older children in their teens, there were 4 children who could be seen in order of age. They were 4 little girls. They wore the same clothes and had the same hairstyle. They looked like they were the same person at different times. The 4 little girls did not pay attention to the game on the basketball court. They were staying under the canopy, holding a few batteries and light bulbs, and assembling a video player. A large roll of film was placed next to them. The 4 oldest girls, who looked to be around 8 years old, were seriously assembling the video player according to the words written on a piece of paper. The other girls, who should be her younger sisters, looked with eager eyes and occasionally asked a question. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, revealing a comfortable smile. This was an era of learning. This was an era where children knew how to work hard. Most children were willing to go to school. A small number of children who did not want to study, attracted by the school's benefits and various handicraft courses, endured the boredom of studying and went to school. The benefits were naturally the Treasure Candy House series amusement park rides. The better the grades, the more free rides they would get. If they did not go to school and had no money, they could only play ordinary free rides. Like electric trojans and small trains, if they wanted to play, they had to pay. If they did not have money, they still wanted to play. If they went to school, they had to eat free cake and ice cream. If they had good grades, they would get it. This learning was not only about mathematics and language, but also other aspects. If you could make a small motor and small plane by yourself, you could be considered to have good grades. It felt quite simple, but for children, if they wanted to make it, they still had to learn mathematics and language because they needed to measure the size and understand the introduction text. Now that the 4 little girls were taking the initiative to learn, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were even happier. The 2 of them quietly came around the 4 children, which was behind the older children. The 2 of them moved little by little while maintaining the same posture, looking at the basketball court. When they were far away, the 2 little girls actually saw them, but because they were too far away, they did not pay attention and continued to watch the movements of their sisters' hands. They waited and slowly moved over. Because of the psychological inertia, the 2 girls did not feel that anything was wrong and continued to watch the movements of their sisters' hands. What is wrong? When the positive and negative electrodes are connected, the light bulb will light up and shine on the film, and the image will be displayed on the screen in front of us. But why doesn't the light bulb light up? The oldest girl was very distressed. She fiddled with the battery and the light bulb, but the light bulb did not light up. She had already tried to connect it back and forth. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stuck their heads out to observe and then found the problem. The filament in the light bulb was broken. When the 2 of them got closer, they were finally noticed by the older child. When she turned her head, she was first shocked, Then she shouted happily, "Brother Xiaobao, Sister Cuckoo, we are here to see brother." "Okay, come often." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded. Then, "Brother Xiaobao, can you tell me why the light bulb doesn't light up?" The girl was still thinking about this. Zhang Xiaobao naturally had to answer to the studious child. He took the light bulb and said to the 4 children, "First of all, we have to understand the principle of the light bulb. The current light bulb is when an electric current passes through an object, and then there is an obstruction to the current. We call it resistance. Then, under the obstruction, it will heat up and light up. In the absence of oxygen, the loss of the light bulb is very small. Then, the premise is that there is resistance, and there must be an electric current passing through. Like a river, if the resistance is small, the water will continue to flow, but if the resistance is too big, the water will be cut off. The premise is that the river has to be smooth. If the river itself is cut off, can there still be water flowing? Obviously not. The same goes for electric current. Look, the filament is broken, the current cannot pass through, and the light bulb does not light up." Zhang Xiaobao explained patiently. Then, he gently adjusted the light bulb in his hand and shook it a little. Because the broken filament was long, he shook it a little and it clumped together. At this time, the resistance was higher, and the filament would be burned again, but it could hold on. Wang Wan had connected a few batteries into a battery pack and used a wire stopper to hold it. She passed 2 wires to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao wrapped one wire around the butt of the light bulb, and the other wire pointed to the center of the light bulb. Shwa! The light bulb lit up. Wow! The 4 little girls shouted happily and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. Wang Wan smiled and said, "Learning is learning this way of thinking. First know why, then solve it. What I know is called knowing why, but I also need to know why." The older child used the knowledge she had learned. Then, "Brother Xiaobao, Sister Cuckoo, after learning this knowledge, can we solve any problem?" A younger girl asked. "Of course, if we can't solve it, it's because we haven't learned it well enough." Wang Wan could not deny, but she did not say that. There were many things that could not be solved. "Then, can we make the sky clear?" "I hate rain." The little girl frowned and looked at the sky outside. "Yes, as long as we know why it is raining, we can think of a way to make the sky clear." Although Wang Wan could not blow away the clouds now, she still left this idea to the children. However, just as she finished speaking, the rain stopped. Then a crack appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and a ray of sunlight shone down, slanting on her body. "Wow, you are really a god." The 4 little girls stared at Wang Wan. "Sigh." Wang Wan sighed. She said in her heart that she wanted them to have the motivation and interest to learn, not to let them believe in the existence of God. But the heavens did not help and deliberately made trouble. Chapter 13. Who does the cliff belong to? Time comes to urge me. Singing to the end of the sea, I follow you for life. The sunset is intoxicating. The sunset is adorned, fishing for the sky. It is the green waves and bright moon returning with the flute. When the sun came out, the broken filament was temporarily reconnected. The 4 little beauties of different ages continued to study their movie. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly bid farewell. After the rain stopped, there were more and more people on the sports fields. Some played badminton and let the ball get wet and hit their opponents. Some kicked the shuttlecock until the ground was covered in mud. Some played soccer and aimed at the glass. Some stuffed stones into the ant hole to help make it waterproof. This was a group of happy students. A group of lively and kind-hearted students. A person who was said to be the vice president of the research institute was sweeping the leaves that had been knocked down by the rain. The students strolled around him and no one disturbed his work. "I am the vice president. Can't you see that I am working? You people who don't have a high enough status should know to be respectful." The person who was said to be the vice president swept for a while, and was covered in mud by the broom. He straightened up and looked at the 3 students who were not even 20 years old and said unhappily. The 3 students first looked at the mud marks left by the broom and said something funny to each other before turning around and leaving. Maybe it was because he realized that sweeping the leaves was a very stupid thing to do. The vice president helplessly shook his head and muttered, "My status is much higher than theirs. They actually don't care about me." Sigh. People's hearts are not what they used to be. "He's new, right?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person who was leaving and asked the assistant beside him. Yes, he took office 6 days ago. He is the last-ranked vice president. He is very rigid. He used to be the county magistrate of Wuzhou's Yiwu County. Because the economic development of the county was too slow, he was transferred to the capital. Later, because of his rigid personality, he was sent here to manage the warehouse. The assistant introduced the situation of the vice president. Very good, make the best use of people. Wang Wan felt that this arrangement was not bad. She turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you see? When one's status reaches a certain level, those with a lower status are like those at the top of the mountain and those at the bottom of the mountain. They look at each other and are both so insignificant. No one will care about you." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan with a big smile and said, "Then I would also like to be on top, because I can spit, pee, and blow my nose from the top, and the people below can't spit up. Don't be so disgusting. This is the research institute, a sacred place." Wang Wan stepped aside, as if she was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would spit at her. "All right, I won't spit in a sacred place. Let's change it. I'll prove that 2 iron balls landed on the ground at the same time, while others ponder about gravity below. When I throw the iron balls down with force." "Stop, he's not Newton and he's not researching gravitation. He's a Nobel Prize and he's researching." "I know. I'll agree to let him go up the mountain. He can come up, okay? Was there a need to blow up the mountain? When he comes up, we won't be throwing iron balls down together. However, not everyone is qualified to go up the mountain, and they have to pay something." At the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao was still joking, but towards the end his eyes became deep. Wang Wan knew that he was thinking about his past. He used to be at the bottom of the mountain, and if he didn't pay the price, how could he be on par with the heavens? And it was the same here. From the original small village master to the current big village master, the road was full of thorns. Let's go and see what kind of surprise they will give us. If they can develop satellites and space rockets, I will discuss with Old Li and give them the Paradise Island in the South Pacific Ocean. Zhang Xiaobao continued to pull Wang Wan inside as he spoke. Wang Wan carefully recalled the place that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned and finally remembered where it was. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Are you saying that they should not do research in the future and focus on selling bird feces?" "No, what I mean is that no matter how advanced our technology is, no matter how much money our country has, we can't use welfare to make the people develop the habit of being lazy and hate work." Zhang Xiaobao's tone was low, and it was obvious that he was feeling sad for others. Wang Wan shook her head and didn't say anything. She knew that Tang Empire couldn't be like Japan, because the people of Tang Empire always wanted to obtain a higher social status, and there was competition. The people of Tang Empire competed for almost everything. They competed for who could carry more wood, who could cook better food, who could eat more, who could produce better crops, who could have better houses, and who could even compete for their children. They competed for learning and sports. The welfare of the people of Tang Empire was already very good. Free education, old age, medical care, and after disasters there were subsidies. Other than housing that had to be built or bought by oneself, there was basically everything that one could need. However, she had never heard of anyone waiting for relief every day. This wasn't the era that she and Xiaobao were in. Many people were shameless, and in this era, if anyone were to take relief, they would be looked down upon. The people of Tang Empire were relatively simple. If there was no work to be done locally, the government would ask if they needed relief, and they would reject it. Then they would travel long distances to other paths to look for work. Along the way, they would enter the yamen and take out their household register to eat free food. This was fine, and those who went to look for work would think that they were temporarily lacking money. They would work hard, and it was right for the court to take care of them. However, taking relief was another matter altogether. That was laziness. Thus, things like the situation in Paradise Island where people just sit and eat won't happen. The group looked at the internal buildings and facilities of the research institute, and came to a place with a cliff at the back. Usually, if there was any new research, it would be placed in a circular building here for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to see. This was to prevent any news from leaking out. The scenery of the cliff wasn't bad. There was a river at the bottom, and the upper reaches of the river were wide. The river itself wasn't wide, only around 20 meters. However, after a few hundred meters of flowing past the cliff, the river widened and became a small lake. At the other end of the lake there was a dam. and the entire structure looked like a gourd. The river was man-made. In the past, there might have been a river here, which was why there was a cliff. However, it became a dry cliff later on, and now the water was diverted from another river. One reason was to prevent those who were interested in Tang Empire's technology from climbing up easily. The other reason was to test the experimental subjects in the water. More importantly, it could be used as a trap. If someone tried to sneak in, they would know that their choice was wrong. Standing in front of the circular building at the back, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied. Along the way, many students only nodded at them when they saw them. No one bowed down to them and no one tried to flatter them. The two of them knew that if there was danger, the students would use their bodies to block it for them. However, they wouldn't try to curry favor with them just because of their high status. People in the research institute had to have this kind of temperament. If the enemy had a knife on their neck, they had to say to the enemy, "Wait until I finish this experiment." The two of them happily waited in front of the entrance of the building, waiting for someone to pick them up. They couldn't just go in directly. What if someone was researching something and was disturbed by their footsteps and the experiment failed? Who would bear the responsibility? After waiting for a while, someone came out and said to the two of them, "Go to the platform at the entrance of the cave in the middle of the cliff first." After saying that, the person went in. Seeing that he was in a hurry, it was obvious that he still had something to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the other party's attitude. They called a few people and went in through a hole. Following the stairs, they finally came to a platform that extended out slightly from the cliff about 5 meters above the water. This was man-made. Then, the two of them saw a person they didn't want to see for the time being. This person was fishing there. In addition to fishing tools, there was also a chopping board, a knife holder, a stove, and a liquefied petroleum gas tank on the platform. There was also a pile of boxes that looked like musical instruments. "Xiaobao Cuckoo, you're here?" The fisherman heard the footsteps and greeted them without turning his head. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and took a deep breath at the same time. Then they said in unison, "Grandpa Bai, are you fishing?" "Haha, yes, fishing." Since the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan changed Baigo's fate of death, now he was more energetic and his body was strong enough. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't like to see him fishing. God knows why he came here today. Zhang Xiaobao moved forward and looked at the bucket next to him. There was not a single fish in it. He asked, "Grandpa Bai, how long have you been fishing?" "Not long, 2 hours. I've been waiting for you too. In a while it will be noon. We can eat fish. The tools and ingredients are all prepared for you." Baigo looked leisurely and pointed at the things on the platform. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the edge of the platform again to see if there was a rope below. If there was, there might be a net for fish. Usually, in order to keep the fish fresh, people would put the fishes in the net and then let them flow into the water. However, there was no rope. "Grandpa Bai, Cuckoo and I will get a net and come back to catch the fish for you." "Let's go, madam," Zhang Xiaobao said sincerely to Baigo. He pulled Wang Wan and was about to leave. "Stop." Baigo still didn't turn around. He said, "There is no need for a net. The current method is very good. I'm afraid that you two will not come back if you get the net." "Impossible." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to turn back. They looked at Baigo's small pole, and then at the rapid flowing water below. They were very distressed. Not to mention the pole was 5 meters high. With the speed of the flowing water, how could they hope to catch the fish by accident? Baigo retracted the hook and looked at the empty top. He put the bait again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teeth turned cold. The bait was definitely not bitten by the fish. It was washed away by the water. Why use bait? Just use the hook and pull in the water. Whichever fish is caught by the hook will be unlucky. "Xiaobao Cuckoo, what we eat for lunch depends on you two. Work hard. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Be bold." Baigo looked like he believed in them. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as if he had accepted his fate. Okay. Grandpa Bai, do you have any more hooks? Can you lend me some?" "No, only this one." Baigo was very honest. "Only one." Zhang Xiaobao took a closer look. Sure enough, there was only one hook under the line of the hand pole. According to this calculation, the probability of catching a fish was too low. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao took the pole. He did not use the bait and directly threw it down. Seeing that the line was slanted, he rushed forward. Grandpa, bye, let's talk about fish. Wang Wan decided to take the initiative to bring it up. She wanted to leave after the conversation was over. She had to have lunch. Haha, there's no hurry. Let's wait until we catch some fish. As Baigo spoke, he took out a thick book from his bosom, on which were written the words Dictionary of the Great Tang. Wang Wan knew it. It was a dictionary specially compiled for people to learn. At the same time, it also compiled a dictionary and a dictionary of idioms. Now that they didn't learn Arya, they all used pinyin instead of Chinese characters. In the past, the Chinese characters that were spelled out were cut off and replaced with letters. It was easier to remember. For example, a certain rhyming word go, how to use Chinese characters to express it. Just write chu you cut. That is, use two characters to spell each other. If you change it to pinyin, it would be chu you. Now, you know how to pronounce the word go. It was spelled out by two characters. But how to pronounce chu and you? Continue to use other Chinese characters to spell. In the end, they found a problem. A certain word needs to be spelled with the word go to pronounce it. Then how to pronounce go? Refer to the above. Yes, it had come back after going one round. It was very confusing. It was much easier to change to pinyin. You just need to remember the 26 letters. Of course, this dictionary was not the dictionary of the later generations. There were many pronunciations in this dictionary, such as Biang Kamapa Kamduang, etc. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not agree with the simplified Chinese characters and pinyin of the later generations. Because there were some inadequacies and mistakes in the dictionary, no one corrected them. They had been using it all along. Occasionally, someone would change a few places, as if they had done a great deed. The credit could be given, but you should continue to change it. You change a small place every year just to sell a new dictionary? Now Baigo was holding the dictionary and looking at it. He was shaking his head and even kept making sounds for different pronunciations of certain words. It gave people the feeling that he was not looking at a dictionary, but a musical score. He was very engrossed in it and looked very beautiful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teeth hurt again. It was a kind of nerve pain. The two of them did not object to someone memorizing the dictionary. They had memorized Arya before. But they could not stand someone repeating the pronunciation of a word dozens of times. When Baigo read the same word, his rhythm was different. Normally, if you read it in 4 or 4 beats with a quarter note as a beat, there were 4 beats in every bar. You would read it in 4 or 8 notes. Even if it was faster like the 16th notes, it was acceptable. The repetitive rhythm and tone would be automatically ignored as one listened to, and would become background music. But why did you have to change the rhythm as you read? Sometimes you would add points, sometimes you would cut them, and sometimes you would use triplets. There was also a weak start and empty beat. The other people's mind had to follow you. What did it sound like? Telegram. That's right. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again. The two of them suspected that they had overlooked something, so Old Man Pai was unhappy and used this method to torture them. Zhang Xiaobao used the hook to paddle in the water for a while. Then he turned his head and listened to the background music. He mouthed to Wang Wan, "Should we find an excuse to leave?" "I don't think so. Old Man Pai is very smart. Besides, he won't let us leave. Unless there is something really important, we can't force ourselves to leave." Wang Wan replied, "That's right. We are in such a high position, but we are still suppressed by others. Why?" As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took out a small telescope and looked into the water below. He wanted to see if there were any fish. Wang Wan patted him and signaled for him to look at her mouth. Then she said, "It means that we are following the rules. The old man who volunteered to sweep the streets for free asked us to help. How can we not go?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, we have to sweep. It has nothing to do with status. It is a matter of human nature. If a kid needs us to help draw hopscotch, we have to help too." "That's right. That's why we lived to the fullest. I guess we didn't consider it carefully somewhere. Old Man Pai likes to play this kind of game. Since we have nothing to do today, let's play with him. Is that respectful?" Wang Wan said. "Yes, right? Did you bring snacks? I'm not Xiaobei. I carry a bag all day like a treasure bag. I even asked Xiaoyan to help me carry a big bag with all kinds of things in it." "That's right. It's hard on Xiao Yuan to have such a lively and opinionated wife. Why are you staring at me like that? I don't mean anything else. I just want to say, a fish took the bait. Look, what kind of fish is it? Sigh. It's just a false joy. Maybe there was a tree branch just now. Look at Tiana. It's really interesting. Hee. That? What's wrong with having an opinionated wife? Well, at critical moments when you're not around, the wife can handle things. You don't have to worry about her. She's like a firefighter. Today this wife is in trouble, and the husband rushed over. Tomorrow that wife is in trouble and the husband. How many wives? One. Of course one. What I meant was, today my wife is in trouble. Tomorrow my wife is in trouble. The order of the words is not arranged properly. As for lip reading, it's difficult. Ha 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 ha. Wang couldn't help but laugh. What did this have to do with lip reading and difficulty? As she laughed, she hammered Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder with her fist. She was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's honest expression as he corrected the wrong words. Zhang Xiaobao continued to draw the retractor seriously. Bai Go looked up in surprise. What are you laughing at? Did I read it wrong? Woo! Wang covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. Then she poked Zhang Xiaobao with her finger. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and said to Old Man Pai with the same sincere expression, I'm not laughing at you. There was a fish just now. It was so big. It hit its head against the wall. Then in a daze it was washed away by the water. The moment it disappeared, it actually turned around and threw a wink. It scared the other fish behind it so much that it also hit the wall. Woo! Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's sincere words, Wang covered her mouth with one hand and hammered his shoulder with the other. Old Man Pai obviously wasn't stupid, so no matter how sincere Zhang Xiaobao's expression and tone were, he didn't believe it. However, he didn't say anything. He just took it as it's true, and continued to read the dictionary with emotion. Time passed slowly. If one stood outside, the sun was already above their heads. The shadow under their feet was guaranteed to be a small ball. Not a single fish was caught. Old Man Pai stopped singing and flipped over there. Occasionally, he closed his eyes and pretended to think. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also pretended to sleep. It was just a meal. It was nothing. They believed that when Old Man Pai couldn't take it anymore, he would say what he needed to say. It was a pity that Bei wasn't here. Otherwise, she would have found food in her bag. Noon passed and no one had eaten. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that Wang was hungry, so he gently nudged Wang, who was resting with her eyes closed, and asked, Are you hungry? What do you think? Wang glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said, Actually, there is food. It's just that we've been too comfortable and didn't realize it. If you were carrying out a special mission, and I was hiding in the forest to avoid being hunted, we would have been full long ago. What do you want to eat? The noodles are good noodles. There's sesame oil inside. Such a big lump. Change the quantifier. Oh, such a big lump. Do you want to eat it? Wait a moment. Grandpa Bai hasn't eaten yet. He can't eat this. When did he suffer like we did? Sigh. Everyone says that I can fly over roofs and vault over walls. Who knows how many times I broke bones and sprained tendons when I was practicing. It's really handsome. Thank you. You're welcome. Then let's sleep for a while more. Okay. The two of them continued to sit there and sleep. After a while, the sun began to move westward. It moved and 4 hours later it was gone by the sun. It's time for lunch, right? Bai Go's stomach rumbled a few times. He opened his eyes and asked the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were sleeping comfortably when they were awakened by the sound. They looked at each other and Zhang Xiaobao said, It's night. We haven't caught any fish yet. When Bai Go heard this answer, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang in disbelief. Zhang Xiaobao clearly saw a message in Old Man Pai's eyes that said, How can you two not catch any fish? It seemed that it was wrong to not be able to catch any fish with a hand pole at a height of more than 5 meters. They would be criticized by the whole Tang Empire. They should be ashamed of themselves. Wang was still covering her mouth and laughing. She couldn't stop. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was being looked down upon. He was angry, speechless, and sullen. But he was a good young man who knew how to respect the old and care for the young. So he pointed at the utensils on the stove and said, "Grandpa Bai, how about I tie a utensil with a fishing line? You can drink a bowl of water from your hometown first." "No, I want to eat the fish from my hometown," Bai Go insisted. It seemed that he had to eat fish today. "Later, we'll change the director of the research institute. How dare you set us up with old man Pai?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and moved his mouth. Wang Wan continued to laugh. "I'm hungry." Bai Go rubbed his stomach with both hands. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Hey, it's just fish. I'm fishing. You force me to show my skills." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his waist. To be precise, it was a dagger. Bai Go stepped back and said, "Are you going to use a flying dagger? Flying dagger in the water at this height and this speed? I'll be crazy," Zhang Xiaobao said. He opened a hole on the handle of the dagger and pulled out a fishing line and a needle. Wang Wan stopped laughing at this time. She carefully cut a piece of cloth from her lapel with the knife Zhang Xiaobao took out. Then she sewed a fish-shaped object with a needle and thread. She left a hole, stuffed the bait into it, and buried the hook of the fishing rod. Then she picked up a stone and tied it with a line. She hung it on the fishing rod together with the fake fish. She shook her hand and threw it down, dragging it back and forth against the current. Wang Wan took out the knife she was carrying, tied the line and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. At this time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were serious. For them, there was no reason to survive in the wild. They had to use everything they could to get food. Wang Wan used to be in the army, and the requirement was to survive in a specific range and environment with the things in the standard tactical backpack. For Zhang Xiaobao, even if he was naked, he had to survive in any kind of environment. It was a kind of happiness to have a dagger. A single-edged serrated knife could solve all problems. In comparison, Wang Wan's courses were worse than Zhang Xiaobao's. However, Wang Wan knew theoretical knowledge, and over the years she had learned a lot from Zhang Xiaobao. So under Bai Go's incredulous gaze, a big fish bit the fake fish. Wang Wan suddenly lifted the fishing rod, and Zhang Xiaobao threw the dagger with a string behind it. The big fish only struggled in the air for a moment before the dagger stabbed into its head, and it lost all signs of life. Black fish, more than 7 kilograms. It's enough for the 3 of us to eat. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the fish and said to Old Man Pai with a smile, "Bai Go." He was really speechless. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a strong individual, and he specialized in survival in the wild. He still remembered how he jumped on roofs and ran on walls during the sword competition in Mount Hua. But his purpose today was to starve the 2 of them. For this reason, he ate 4 boiled eggs in the morning. When he first arrived at the platform, he also ate half a kilogram of beef jerky, the kind that was air-dried. How could Zhang Xiaobao be so strong? It seemed that even without their own fishing rod, they could still catch fish if they wanted to. Wang Wan should also have a knife with needle and thread in it. Zhang Xiaobao began to get busy. In fact, he did have something to eat because in addition to tools, Bai Go also brought some supplementary ingredients such as chili, cucumber, flour, eggs, and so on. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to eat the smashed cucumber or scrambled eggs. The 2 of them deliberately dawdled until this moment to show their true skills. They wanted to play the game with Old Man Bai. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao turned on 3 stoves and started to get busy. It would be too lame to stew 7 kilograms of black fish directly. The fish head was chopped to make steamed fish head with chili peppers. The bones were shaved to make soup. The skin was peeled to make a salad. The meat was cut into sashimi, and the rest was made into caramel. The tail was taken out and braised. 5 dishes, 1 soup and 1 fish were ready. Except for the sashimi and the skin, the rest of the dishes made by Go drool. "Grandpa Bai, try it. Xiaobao hasn't cooked for several days. I don't know if his cooking skills have deteriorated." Wang Wan found a 2-caddy bottle of wine with 56 degrees Celsius. After boiling it, she poured a small cup of wine for Bai Shu. It was a 5 yuan cup, so 2 cups were equivalent to 1 tael of wine. The 4 eggs and half kilograms of beef jerky in the morning had been digested by now. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. As for the taste, he didn't need to think about it. It was Xiaobao's food. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate. Each of them drank a small bowl of soup first, and then chewed the food slowly. This way of eating could be digested faster. If they swallowed a piece of meat directly, The stomach acid needed to corrode the inside of the meat bit by bit from the outside. Now that the food was chewed into a paste, they could enter the next step as soon as the stomach acid touched it. Baigo ate until he was 30% full before he slowed down. He sipped the wine and said, "Why don't I say that the sashimi in my hometown is still the best? I ate the sashimi in the Japanese restaurant in Beijing a few days ago. The taste is much better, right?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded quickly to show their support, but they felt helpless. Although sashimi and raw meat were eaten in China a long time ago, the most authentic sashimi was made in Japan. The current practice was also made in Japan. It was a system. The reason was that the people's livelihood couldn't keep up. Eating sashimi had high requirements for seasonings. People didn't have a good life. They could eat raw fish, but they couldn't get seasonings. Even if it was salt, how many people were willing to eat sashimi with salt? Fortunately, they didn't have to worry about it now. The most authentic sashimi was naturally from Tang Dynasty. The most authentic steak was also from Tang Dynasty. The most authentic curry rice was also from Tang Dynasty. The caviar, foie gras, pizza, kimchi, toast, and so on were all from Tang Dynasty. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to make all kinds of strange things for their younger siblings to eat. Even in their era, no matter what they ate, it would make them look like aristocrats. It was impossible for anyone to show off in front of them with two-headed abalone. Had anyone ever seen a dried abalone that weighed 2.5 kilograms? Xiao Bei had it. He got it from Japan fairly. Had anyone ever eaten a 500-year-old ginseng dipping sauce? They hadn't eaten it before, right? Xiao Bei and the others hadn't eaten it before and didn't dare to eat it. But Tang Dynasty had this ginseng. Therefore, the people of Tang Dynasty were proud, especially in terms of food. They definitely led the world. Baigo liked this kind of lead very much, even if it was just for a meal. Then he started to talk about the problem of fish. Xiaobao, cuckoo, it's not good to have too many fish in the same river. It's messy and the competition increases. The danger also increases. Those who didn't eat fish are forced to eat fish. There are also some who see other fish eating too much. Even if they can't beat the other fish, they still have to take a bite. It's not good to be bitten too much, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. Recently, many Tang Dynasty merchants had been attacked. Although there were no reports of casualties, it was inevitable that people would feel uneasy. But the two of them didn't know what Old Man Pai meant. Should they stop expanding or slow down? Should they continue to increase the military protection? Or should they directly attack the enemies that might bring danger to Tang Dynasty merchants? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively, "Grandpa Bai, how should we deal with the other fish?" "Why should we deal with the other fish? Wouldn't it be better if all the fish stayed in their own river? If you let a foreign fish go and accidentally die, how sad will the other fish and its family be?" Baigo expressed his idea. Don't expand crazily anymore. It will bring harm to others and put yourself in danger. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan said, "But the fish in this place are too powerful. Even if we carefully hide it, it will be slowly learned by other fish. If we don't take the opportunity to occupy the river now, we will have to pay a higher price in the future. What if we don't occupy it?" Baigo didn't want to see his own people die, and he didn't want to see the miserable appearance of people in other places when they were attacked. Don't occupy it? This is Jianghu. Where can we hide if we don't occupy it? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Baigo was old, or maybe it was because Tang Dynasty was developing too fast, giving people a feeling that it would be invincible in the future. So Baigo meant that everyone should live in peace. But how could that be? There were quarrels between neighbors, squabbles between family members, and quarrels between husband and wife. Of course, he and Wang Wan had never quarreled, nor did they have a Cold War. It was because their status was high enough in the past, and they had the same secret and goal. But this was different and there was no universality. Even so, you don't want to occupy it? You don't want to fight, so you don't want to fight? It was purely a dream. Baigo still wanted to persuade and said, "It's Jianghu. Why don't you just fly to the sky? You can enter or leave Jianghu." Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed softly and said, "The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter Jianghu, time passes quickly. The ambition of hegemony is no better than a drunken life. Holding the sword, riding the horse and waving the ghost rein. White bones like the mountain birds fly away. The mortal world is like the tide, and people are like the water. Only a few people in Jianghu can return. Do you have to be so sad? Bai Go listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and shivered. Then he asked with a smile, why not be more bold in life? The tide rises and falls, the flowers bloom and wither, and the clouds move and disperse. Why not stay in peace? Sad? This is clearly the profundity. Zhang Xiaobao argued. I don't see it. Bai Go put down his chopsticks, tired from eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stopped eating. They couldn't eat too much because Li Longji said that he would treat them to supper, the kind to admire the moon. The new moon. The two of them planned to eat and drink at night and sing to Li Longji. In the distant night sky there is a crescent moon. Otherwise they would reminisce about the past with the new moon in the sky. So the two of them planned to eat some meat and drink soup to fill their stomachs. They didn't know how much trouble they would have to deal with tonight. This old man Pai really came at the wrong time. Thinking of singing to the moon and missing home, the two of them looked at the pile of musical instrument boxes and asked Bai Go together. Grandpa Bai, why did you bring musical instruments here? It's a secret. Old man Pai narrowed his eyes, looking like he wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. Shall I sing a song? You accompany me, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. He didn't ask further. It was up to him whether he wanted to say it or not. Okay. Wang Wan already knew what song Zhang Xiaobao was going to sing. She brought over a flute. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, brought a Chinese zither with 21 strings. Originally, he didn't have one. Later on, under Wang Wan's description, someone made it. This way, it would be more convenient to play flowing water. Wang Wan first played La Dua 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 La Dua. Then Zhang Xiaobao used the zither to play the song. Dua Lai Mi Sola Dua Lai Sua 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 Lai. The blue ocean laughs, waves, waves, both sides floats, sinks along waves, only remembers today heavens laughs, both world, tides, who loses, who wins, only heaven knows, because there were only two musical instruments. Wang Wan's flute followed along. Especially when she sang Heaven Laughs. The sound of the flute suddenly became louder. Lala Samalai Do immediately sucked Bai Go's attention. When she finished singing Heaven Knows, Wang Wan's flute sounded again. Lala Samalai Do, Lala Samalai. Zhang Xiaobao just happened to sing Rivers and Mountains Laughs. Bai Go was stunned. The lyrics were simple, so was the song. But why was it so special when they were together? When Wang Wan played the solo flute, Bai Go's body couldn't help but move with the rhythm of the music. When Zhang Xiaobao had already stopped, he was still humming. After a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste of the song. He said, "You can actually combine heroism and desolation together. This reminds me of another song, Cuckoos Laughing at the Red Dust. That song combines a woman's weakness and strength. Both songs are equally beautiful, and they give people the feeling that they should be together. Men and women intertwined together. Jianghu." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. At the same time they gave Old Man Pai a big thumbs up. They could feel it so much. Come, come, come. Let's do it one more time. Take advantage of the flowing water and the setting sun. Bai Go sang enthusiastically and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to do it again. Blue ocean laughs, waves, 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 la la la. P.S. If anyone sees this outer chapter, you can tell me what the lyrics in this outer chapter and the first 12 chapters are. Leave a comment in the book review section. If you guess correctly, I'll write another outer chapter. Remember not to ask online. Asking others doesn't count. Chapter 14. The crowd gradually quieted down, the invitation banquet, by the branches of the new moon. Clay stove, charcoal fire, crepe myrtle, the monarch's words forget the banquet. I see everything with my own eyes. Also warm and turbid before the banquet. The waves on both sides are turbulent. The light chirping night birds are turbulent. Thousands of soldiers are on the boat. Bai Go, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, was very happy, especially after drinking a few glasses of 56% white wine. The word excited could no longer describe him. It should be excited. Not only was his face red, but the most important thing was that he gave people the feeling that he was 30 years old, or that he was 30 years younger. Anyway, he looked very powerful now. His white beard and white hair fluttered together. making people think that he had finished singing the ocean's laughter. Not only did he remember the lyrics, but he also mastered the absorbing stars technique, which was at least 60 years of power. Good, come, Xiao Bao, play the prelude. Bai Go was very happy. He took a piece of cloth and wiped his beard and the fish juice on his mouth, and let Zhang Xiaobao do it again. That was originally the flute. You should use your sleeve. Wang Wan reminded him. Sleeve? How can I wipe my mouth with my sleeve? Look at my sleeve, how is it? Bai Go waved his sleeve and sure enough there was a whistling sound. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that the absorbing stars technique was very powerful. He hated the person who built the platform on the mouth of the gourd. Not only was the water in a hurry, but the wind was also strong. If Old Man Pai caught a cold again, his father would scold him when they go back. Feeding someone medicine now was obviously a waste of the scenery, especially the antipyretic and analgesic paracetamol that was just developed by the medical school 4 months ago. If he stuffed 7 or 8 tablets into someone's mouth and drank it with wine, looking at the old man's age, it would probably be considered murder. If he did not die, it would be considered attempted murder. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao still chose to let Old Man Pai sing. Then he gave his wife a look. Wang Wang got up. She wanted to use the leftover fish maw and ginger to make a soup to help Grandpa Bai. Cuckoo, don't move. You still have the accompaniment of the flute. Without the flute, you won't be able to enjoy yourself. Bai Shu stopped Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao stopped playing the prelude and said, Grandpa Bai, let's change to another song. If you really like this one, I can make it into a music box and put it at your bedside as an alarm clock. Bai Su was stunned. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You are so bad. You want to make people feel sick when they hear this song in the future, right? Then choose another song for me to listen to. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wang could finally go and make soup. Zhang Xiaobao's hands were playing the piano. He did not know what song to sing. He thought about it and said, Grandpa Bai, where is your personal medical staff? They are doing physical examinations for the students in the school. Now they should be at the crossroads where you came from. A group of us always say that it is a waste to assign medical staff to every one of us. There are many places in Tang that do not have enough doctors. When we read the newspapers about which places where people fell sick and did not manage to save them, we are all like sinners. Bai Shu was in a bad mood when he talked about this. In the past, he was also concerned about the people's livelihood, but he was more concerned about power. Not only him but also all the officials, including the people from the big families, were the same. It was a habit. He could not control everyone. Of course, the big families wished that all the ordinary people could not develop. It would be better if they could not even read. Bai Shu was not very bad. At least he had been the provincial governor of many places and had experience. He could not always stay in the mansion. When he went out, no matter how clean the streets were, he could still see what he should see. But it was like walking on the streets of a refugee camp. All he could see were the poor. Some people's skin was festering and they were sitting there dying. It was not just one of them. If it was a lively and happy place, someone would feel uncomfortable when they found a person's skin was festering and his eyes were helpless. They would ask what was wrong and find a doctor. Or it could be said that when walking on a muddy road, there was phlegm and they would spit. If it was a waxed marble floor, they could only take out a tissue and spit directly on the marble. Would it not be stressful? Bai Shu and the others encountered the same situation. In the past, it was fine if the people died of illness. Not to mention many people in the palace died. Even the emperor's son died. But it was different now. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to die of a minor illness. The death rate of childbirth was also very low. There were too many people who died of dystocia. After the child was born to 5 or 6 years old, it was in the critical period. So it was named so that God would not be jealous. At present, if there was a dystocia, there was no need to worry about a cesarean. Even if there was not enough blood, there would be a group of people rushing to donate blood. If you did not donate blood, people would not do it. They all wanted to save a life. So, there would be special situations outside the medical hall. There would always be people who came to check the blood type and whether the blood was poisonous. There was not much conventional blood in the blood bank of the medical hall. When there was a need, they would send someone to call. As a result, when they saw in the newspaper that there were not enough doctors and ordinary people died of minor illnesses, Bai Shu and a group of retired old men who had professional medical staff close to them felt sad. He just said that he wanted the medical staff to accumulate experience, which was to go outside to treat and check the body of others. Zhang Xiaobao, who was very happy, fell silent and stopped what he was doing. He did not have the noble sentiment of worrying about the world first and enjoying the world last. He and Wang Wan just felt that they could reflect their own value in life as much as possible and reflect it through others. When he heard Bai Go mention this, he didn't have a good idea. Medical skills were not something that could be grasped by just reading a book. Medical science was a huge system including theory and practice. Only the development of society as a whole could promote its development. If the industry could not keep up, there would be no good instruments. If the planting and breeding could not keep up, there would be no foundation of life science. If the economic development was not fast, there would be no money to invest. There were many other things. It was never easy to kill people than to save people. Tomorrow, ask the literati to write more poems and songs that praise the medical staff. From birth to death, no one will specially write popular songs to praise them, but people still value birth and death the most, right? Madam. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. Wang Wan had already cut the food and put it in the pot. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she turned around and said, "You mean to praise the delivery room and praise the paper shop? The former is easy, but the latter is difficult. You two, come here and pick up the instruments. Continue to sing the sea's laughter." Bai Shu did not want to talk about sad topics. Today he wanted to be happy. "Grandpa Bai, you should sing more in the future and record it. You can earn money." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. He still did not want Bai Shu to shout. "Yes, that's a good idea. In 2 days, I will organize a group and call my little grandson who has not found a wife yet. Bring more young men and women. Then you too can accompany him. It's a reward for you. You should know that many people want to accompany him, but he doesn't want to. At that time he will sing the sea's laughter, and the girls will sing the world's laughter. This song is so good. I will find someone to recite the song beside him." Bai Shu must have drunk too much and mistook Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for someone else. Both of them looked at each other and said happily, "Really, it's our honor." The two of them admired the person who wrote this song. Did they think of having a man and a woman singing, and then have a poem to accompany it? Okay. Prelude that. La 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 up. Report. As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, a voice louder than singing la 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 came from outside. This was definitely the top male high school. If he was trained well, he could make money for the glass factory. Beijing East City. How many glasses would he break if he shouted from one end to the other? If there was no other way, they could get a loudspeaker and a microphone. Bai Shu covered his chest and gasped for air. Zhang Xiaobao searched for the first aid medicine on him and finally found it. Bai Shu swallowed his saliva and said, "Aya, what a good voice. Xiaobao, is this the person you brought?" "Definitely not." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "The ones in my family are all medium tones. This one is too high. The coloratura can go up an octave. If he mastered the technique of overtones and used it in interrogation, he could drive people crazy. Okay, call him in. Let me see who it is." Bai Shu felt that he could not have such a person in his team. Without needing him to call, a eunuch ran in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this eunuch. This eunuch's name was Lan Lan. He was born castrated. In the past he only had one name, Rotten. He did not even have a surname. When he entered the palace, he followed the eunuch's instructions and changed his name to Lan Lan. He finally knew why his voice was so unique. There was a kind of castrated singer who was born castrated. That kind of person's voice was better than a woman's. But this Lan Lan was born castrated. His voice still had a baby's voice. It had amazing penetrating power. If he shouted beside you for 5 seconds, you would faint. "Lan Lan, why are you here?" Wang Wan used a small plate to pick up a few pieces of charred fish and handed it over with chopsticks. Lan Lan was very sensible. He was 1 year younger than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Before, he had been doing manual labor at home and was not allowed to go to school. No one was willing to contact him. Some rich people wanted to sell him, but his father did not want to lose face. Later, he took the initiative to go to the telegraph office and sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them were not free. The inner courtyard knew what to do, so they arranged for Lon Lon to go to the palace. Lon Lon liked to learn close-range reflex movement and long-range sniping. He said that he had to be ready to block bullets for people at any time to repay the kindness of the emperor and Zhang Xiaobao. She did not expect that he would come today. Lon Lon was not polite. He picked up a piece of meat and quickly chewed and swallowed it. His eyes kept moving, and his body changed positions with Wang Wan. Because the place where Wang Wan was standing just now was diagonally to the mountain, there was an angle for sniping. The people on the other side are my people. You don't need to. Of course, Wang Wan knew what Lon Lan's reaction was about. She pulled him back and asked, "Who sent you?" Only then did Lon Lon breathe a sigh of relief. He straightened his chest and said, "Xiao Xiaobao Cuckoo, listen." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly remembered that Li Longji was still waiting for them to admire the moon. At the same time, they turned their heads and looked outside. There was a crescent moon on the top of a tree. No matter what kind of tree it was higher than the top of the tree. The crescent moon was there. As for what to admire about the crescent moon, it was not important. What was important was whether Li Longji was waiting for it. "Say it," Zhang Xiaobao urged. Lon Lon was brewing her emotions. She smacked her lips. The fish tasted so good. She quickly put on a serious face and said, "Do you think it's a good idea? What happened to admiring the moon? Do you want to spend the night at the research institute? I heard that you even went to the mouth of the gourd. You think it's hot and windy? I'm telling you, this is not the end. Just wait. It's over. You two are finished. Wait for your father's scolding. You dare to make Her Majesty wait. Haha, I really admire you." Bai Go was gloating at the side. Oh, adding insult to injury. Just now, he should have poured half a liter of wine and fed him at least 50 tablets of acetaminophen. Let's go and see Her Majesty and see the crescent moon. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. After all, no matter who the other party was, he didn't do what he promised. He was very sorry. As for Old Man Pai, you can howl at the opposite side of the mountain. Next time I won't play with you. You are such a scammer. Wang Wan also reacted and shouted, "Someone spread the news. Tell the family and the palace to send our newly developed remote control helicopter. Tell Her Majesty that this thing can throw bombs. If she wants to throw it accurately from a long distance, she will be able to do it after we develop the technology. Let Her Majesty play with it first. Remember to put a red flower on the helicopter to make it look more festive." Lon Lon was anxious and said, No, there's no need. Because, what do you mean there's no need? It's a must. Although the Research Institute said that there's something important today, no matter how important it is, how can it be compared to Her Majesty? Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Lon Lon and said with self-blame. Wang Wan at the side echoed, "Isn't that so? It's not easy for Her Majesty to take some time out to talk to us, but in the end it was delayed. I wish I could just fly over and let Her Majesty see the helicopter first. In the future we can use that thing to fly whenever we want." But, Lon Lon still wanted to say, "Lon Lon, don't say anymore. They know that I'm here. You still need to practice your skills. No matter how light your footsteps are, you should be able to hear them. The two of them are very capable. They specifically said this to me to express their apology, emphasize the importance of the Research Institute's work, and talk about the helicopter that hasn't been developed yet. Lon Lon, I'm telling you, it's not easy to be a bodyguard. Not only do you have to react quickly, you have to familiarize yourself with the environment quickly, and you also have to understand psychology. In the future, you should learn more from them. I dare not say that they will teach you bad things, but at least they can make bad people think that they are good people when they see you." Following the voice, Li Longji walked in with his hands behind his back. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Bai Go hurriedly bowed. "Your Majesty, didn't you ask me and Cuckoo to go to your place to look at the moon? Why did you come here personally? I'm so rude." Zhang Xiaobao nodded at Gao Lisher, who was behind Li Longji, and said with a smile. Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I feel that the palace and this place are in the same time zone. Looking at them from the mouth of the gourd is the same." Turning his head, Li Longji said to Bai Go, "When I was walking over, I heard that you were still smiling foolishly. Good. Life should be so bold." "That's my song," Zhang Xiaobao muttered. You You should be singing the song that you insisted on teaching your child. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. When you have a cold, you still have snot hanging from your nose. Li Longji didn't give him any face. After learning a few lines of the pig song, he asked, "What did the research institute produce?" "Nothing much. Just sonar and a standard military submarine," Bai Go replied. Someone said that CI Pai's promise for this month's update was complete, so they could sleep in peace. Thank you for your attention and support. Chapter 15. The crescent moon is light, and the wind carries the water. Like a sea dragon snake, it hides and fleets. Submerged shooting, it builds a towering figure. Bai Go was very happy today. He looked down at the turbulent water. His gaze was so deep that he seemed to see the magnificent sea. Oh no, below was a valley. He saw the straits. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes flickered as he studied them closely. Vaguely, 3 words appeared in his eyes. Malaka, his eyes moved again. Zhang Xiaobao continued to observe. There seemed to be the words Monday. His eyes moved counterclockwise. Zhang Xiaobao found that it should be Mozambique. His eyes moved clockwise. Zhang Xiaobao. Hormuz. Zhang Xiaobao. Gibraltar. Zhang Xiaobao. Turkey, English, Skagerrak, Florida, Magellan. Help me. I'm dizzy. So dark down there. I can't see anything. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to read the names of the straits from the old man's eyes, the old man burped. He grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's clothes and said while panting. He didn't know whether he was dizzy in the dark or high. It was normal to see him fishing. Wang Wan supported Bai Go on the other side and said, "Grandpa Bai, you're afraid of the dark and high." "I'm afraid I drank too much." Bai Go tried to open his eyes and said in a low voice. Li Longji didn't care whether the old man was rude or not. He told Lan Lan, "Bring me the glucose for the intravenous drip." Lan Lan lowered her head and ran away. At least in the eyes of the drunk old man Pai, there were so many shadows, as if she was treading water. Another martial arts master, showing off his peerless skills. Bai Go tried to open his eyes and look at Lan Lan's back. Looking at him, he probably hadn't recovered from this smiling, proud wanderer. Zhang Xiaobao respected his elders, so he agreed. "That's right, too bad the mortal world is like a tide. People are like water, only a few Jianghu people can return." Li Longji listened for a while, and couldn't help but think of Dei Medical College's psychiatry department. If he compared Bai Qing and Zhang Qing's condition, he reckoned that some of them were qualified to be discharged. Soon Lan Lan came back with the equipment and the 4-drip. Wang Wan picked up a pair of chopsticks and smashed it into the wall with the back of the knife. She hung the string of the 4-drip, disinfected it, and popped the air bubbles. Then, she stabbed it into the blood vessels on the back of Bai Su's hand. "There's sugar in this dish." Li Longji's voice sounded from the side. He was currently eating the braised fishtail with his chopsticks. "Your Majesty is truly capable." Zhang Xiaobao immediately gave a thumbs up. "Too, you can even taste the sugar in the braised fishtail. How amazing!" "Cold." Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao with his chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He turned on the stove and heated up the pot. After the pot was heated up, a layer of oil was formed. He then poured half a spoonful of cooking wine into the pot and stirred it continuously. When the sauce was about the same as before, he took it out of the pot. Li Longji nodded with a satisfied expression. He reached out with his chopsticks and said, "Actually, I've brought food over. Your savant's restaurant made it for me." Savant's restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that Xiaobei's uncle was unhappy. The two of them didn't attend the appointment and came here to cook. This was why Li Longji personally came over. He wanted to find a family member that he could talk to. As the emperor, he couldn't get too close to the other officials in order to prevent them from affecting his decisions and upholding the law. Even when he was with their father, he still maintained a distance. It was only when he was with the two of them that he didn't feel restrained. It was a kind of equality, the equality between the monarch and the genius. Other people were not important to the emperor, but the two of them were not. Without them, the entire Tang's financial and industrial system would collapse. At the same time, they were also equal in terms of military affairs. The north of Hebei province was under their control, and the Bohai Sea was under their control. To put it bluntly, it was the 3 northeastern provinces and a part of Russia. Further west was the grassland, and Feng province was also under their control. Further west was Tubo, and the 8 battalions of armored cavalry came from there. Luzhou only had one provincial governor at the southernmost point. Where was that? To put it bluntly, it was Guangxi. The mountain people now called Luzhou's wolf soldiers, which was the Guangxi wolf soldiers. During the Ming dynasty, it was said that the Guangxi wolf soldiers ruled the world. There was also Shu province in the middle and Sanshui county, which was not far from the capital. They had strong military forces. At the same time, the Shu lands also had their own soldiers, the logistics camp of Yi province. The soldiers that were transferred to the north of Hebei province were actually the Xiang army. Without Xiang there would be no army. Without Chuan there would be no army. In terms of military strength, the two of them were strong enough. The soldiers who could fight were all around them. In the middle, there was naturally the Miao protection team, which was specifically to deal with the traitors. No matter which province's army rebelled, the Miao protection team would be pushed back. There was no negotiation, no confrontation, no compromise, no amnesty. They ignored defense, weather, terrain, and wireless electronic interference, artillery coverage, and bullet screen. They would directly flatten the entire province. Therefore, when the two of them were with Li Longji the emperor, they were very comfortable. There was no need to play tricks. With that in mind, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan caught another fish. It was a carp. They took off the hook and threw the fish back. It was not that the surname Li was a taboo, but it took a long time to cook a carp. It was not easy to get rid of the earthy smell in a short time. They continued to fish while Li Longji continued to eat. Lan Lan, who was accompanying them, was frightened. The emperor was eating the leftovers of others? Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls. When he saw Lan Lan's expression, he said with a smile, "Do you think I shouldn't eat? I still remember when I was a prince there was no food to eat on my birthday. It was the empress's father, General Wang, who pawned his clothes and made soup pancakes for me. Every time I think about it, it's hard to remember." Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened as they fished. They knew that Li Longji was talking about something that happened before he ascended the throne. On his birthday, there was no longevity noodles. Empress Wang's father pawned his clothes in exchange for money to make Li Longji a bowl of noodles called soup pancakes. Unfortunately, according to historical facts, Empress Wang loved Li Longji so much that she became a villain and played with spells. In fact, it was Wu Huifei who found someone to trick her, and then she died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not forget what was recorded in the book. During Li Longji's rebellion, Empress Wang fought with her husband. She was the daughter of a general, so she accompanied her husband even when he rebelled. In history, if Empress Wang did not die, there would not have been the Mawei-Per rebellion. Who was accompanying Li Longji at that time? Who was Yu Huan? If it was Empress Wang, she could ride a horse and charge into the enemy's formation with a spear. Who would have the face to retreat? Wang Wan changed Empress Wang's fate and recognized her as her godmother. Because of this, Empress Wang was actually a simple-minded person. She was not good at palace intrigue. When she was in charge of the Eastern Palace, she could even play shuttlecock with the palace maids. What was Wu Huifei? She was the descendant of Wu Zetian. Others were afraid of her, but Wang Wan was not. You people from the Wu family are from a prestigious family. Who is worse than you? You know how to play palace intrigue, don't you think I know how to play? This is not called palace intrigue, this is called politics. Furthermore, I have an international swindler as a husband. He is very powerful. With that thought in mind, the two of them finally caught another black fish. Li Longji had already drunk a tael and a half of wine. Zhang Xiaobao used his knife and cut the fish twice to observe the condition of the fish. Very good, there were no signs of parasites. He then took out the sashimi slices. Each slice was as thin as a piece of paper. Li Longji was very happy. He reached out with his chopsticks and dipped them in the sauce. Just as he ate 2 slices and was about to praise Pei Ziyun, Bai Go suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty! What is it poisonous?" Li Longji's hands trembled as he held the sashimi. "Your Majesty, listen." Bai Go pointed outside and said, "The sea laughs, the waves on both sides of the shore." Li Longji heard this and said, "Float and sink with the waves, only remember today." "Your Majesty, you know how to sing too." Bai Go was astonished. "How rare. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sang it when we were on the sea." Li Longji felt that the drip would not be able to cure old Chen's illness. It would be better to send him to the psychiatrist's department. It had to be done in time. There must be no delay. Bai Go did not know about this and continued. Your Majesty, did you not hear a buzzing sound? Li Longji tilted his head and listened. It was the sound of water splashing against the walls. He shook his head. Yes, I didn't hear it either. Bai Go seemed to have been proven wrong. Li Longji immediately looked around. He wanted to find something to hit old Qian and send him to the medical school while he was still dizzy. Zhang Xiaobao listened and said, It's the submarine, right? It hasn't arrived yet? It's almost there, right? Bai Go was not very sure. Zhang Xiaobao ignored him. He picked up the drum and hit the drum in Morse code. The content was, Come out quickly. The Emperor is here. I Zhang Xiaobao am here too. Don't wait for Cuckoo to smile at you. After a series of rhythmic beats, it was effective. A beam of light shot out from the mouth of the canyon. The light illuminated the area. Then, a wooden boat about 4 meters long and 1.3 meters wide floated down the river. When it floated about 100 meters, a white line of water suddenly appeared at the spot where the light came from. That line of water was heading straight for the wooden boat. The torpedo is coming out. Your Majesty, hide. Wang Wan saw that line of water and knew it was familiar. Although the torpedoes she made were all empty bubbles, she still recognized the ancient ones. She pulled Li Longji back to hide. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the pot and held it in front of him. He also picked up the table and hung it in front of the pot. The two of them couldn't guarantee that the torpedo wouldn't explode in this place. Under the refraction of the wall, it was very likely that they would be hit. A wooden table and an iron pot should be enough to protect them. As expected, the two of them pulled Li Longji back less than 5 meters. Then there was a roar from below. The entire mountain was buzzing, and rocks fell from the mouth of the cave. After the torpedo exploded, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the drum and hit the drum again. After waiting for a while, he saw the light flickering at the mouth of the cave. He sighed in relief and said, We'll punish them when we get back. Do you think torpedoes can be placed so casually? Li Longji was still puzzled. He asked, Who can explain it to me? A heavy bomb propelled by propellers. Now, it can be launched from underwater submarines. The speed is so slow. Fortunately, the enemy won't have a chance to hide even if they want to. Do they need sonar? Periscope is enough. The enemy doesn't have anti-submarine torpedoes or depth charges. Beside him, Wang Wan introduced with an unpleasant expression. It was so dangerous just now. If the two of them had reacted too slowly and a shrapnel had hit them, it would have been fatal. Good. With such a divine weapon, we don't have to worry about the sea. Li Longji was very calm. Anyway, it was over. In fact, his expression had changed just now. Chapter 16. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that Old Man Bai had called them over to tell them that the 2 torpedoes had been developed. At the same time, they had also developed sonar. To be honest, it was too much of a bully to use this thing to attack other countries' ships. Other countries and places didn't even have cannons. When fighting on the water, they still needed to use catapults, bows, and spears. Then, they would have to engage in close-quarter combat. When dealing with ships like theirs, it was enough to have cannons. If they used submarines and torpedoes, it would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, this thing still needed to be researched. There were too many smart people in the world. When one side's cannonballs landed on the enemy's territory and didn't explode, the enemy would definitely pick them up and study them. When they compared the things inside, they would gradually enter the era of hot weapons. Then, gradually, everyone would have guns and cannons. This was especially true for the people of Tang. Industrial technology couldn't be kept a secret for long. There were too many people who knew about it. Some people might be motivated by profit to leak it out, and some might accidentally let others know. Therefore, new things had to be researched. They couldn't wait for the enemy to catch up. Li Longji was full of pride. He waved his hand and said, I want to unify the world. I want everyone in the world to be a part of Tang. I want the moon to be round and the moon will be round. I want the sun to spin faster, and the sun will be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were frightened by Li Longji's words. Could it be that the explosion of the torpedo just now shocked the emperor? According to what he said, it was obvious that he was going to conquer the Milky Way. That was scary. Your Majesty, please drink some wine. Zhang Xiaobao poured some hot wine and handed it to Li Longji. Wang Wan said, continue eating. You didn't eat much just now. Li Longji waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'm okay. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how many of these things do you want to make? There's also that torpedo, which can sink a ship with a single blast. The two of them looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao said, Your Majesty, we only need to build 10 submarines. They're not going to be used to start a full-scale war with the enemy. We're going to use them to train our soldiers. We don't need to build too many torpedoes, just enough for normal training. Why? In Li Longji's mind, there was still a scene of countless submarines suddenly appearing around the enemy fleet, followed by tens of thousands of torpedoes. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? Wang Wan followed up and explained, Your Majesty, the submarines, torpedoes, and sonar are part of the technical reserve. We will train a group of soldiers and use them as a basis for research. However, we will not mass-produce them because they are expensive. We need to use the resources we plundered. We need to convert the resources we obtained from fair trade into the basis of social and economic development. Li Longji exhaled and calmed down. He was too excited when he saw a submarine attack a small ship. After catching his breath, Li Longji said, That's right. I almost wanted to use all the money to equip the army, but that won't do. My people need to live better lives than all the people under the previous emperors. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of sashimi and chewed it. He continued, War has always been a means, not the end goal. Currently, there are still many places in the Tang Empire where the people can't eat meat as they please. It's just that I can't see it in the capital. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao continued. This requires us to put more thought and energy into civilian production. We'll convert the submarines' propellers and other technologies into civilian production and let the rich buy them. We'll then use the money to build the infrastructure. Li Longji nodded. Then he held his wine cup and fell into deep thought. He realized that in comparison, he had done a better job than all the previous emperors. Not only could he attack whoever he wanted, but the people no longer ran far away in groups to escape disaster. Even if there was a drought, there was no need to be afraid. Food from other places would be sent over in time. There was also a well drilling team that would go to the drought area to dig wells. When there was a flood, everyone would migrate when the dam couldn't be defended. When the flood passed, they would return home and rebuild. It wasn't like in the past where they didn't return. They had to sell their children and even barter for food. It had changed. Everything had changed. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. They could do better. All the people should have diesel and gasoline engine cars. All the people could use phones. No matter how far away they were, they could talk to whoever they wanted. All the people could eat popsicles in the summer. All the people could fly to distant places when they wanted to go. All the people could get timely treatment when they were sick. All the people could be carefully protected by the locals when they went outside. All the people, Li Longji's thoughts drifted very far away. It was so far away that even he was afraid of it, because it was too difficult. Then 2 figures appeared in front of him. Those 2 figures waved their hands and turned everything into reality. With a wave of their hands, they filled the entire sky with light. With a wave of their hands, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indeed waving their hands in front of Li Longji. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Li Longji was called back. He said, I suddenly thought of airplanes. Does that mean we don't need to build more airplanes? Just build enough for training? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. As long as we have the ability to build airplanes, we can build as many as we can. Then we can build airports in various places. Apart from training, they can also help transport goods, especially letters. We'll charge the rich a lot to use them, but I believe they'll be happy to use them because they can show their status. Li Longji laughed. That's right. We have to let the rich enjoy themselves and buy and use luxury goods. Otherwise, if they have too much money and can't spend it, they'll snatch the business of the common people. On this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always insisted on this point to balance out social conflicts. When Li Longji mentioned this, he thought of something else and said to the two of them, Recently, some officials in the imperial court have suggested moving the capital to Luoyang. There are also some who have suggested building a high platform, Like the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Wang Wan blinked and said first, "There's no need to move the capital. There are too many things and there's no point in going through so much trouble. Besides, there's still our heavy industrial research base next to the capital. If we want to move, we can only move to the north or northeast when we have more money. The environment in the south is better, but we can't possibly let a bunch of people enjoy life there." Then what about the high platform? Li Longji asked about the second matter. In truth, he also wanted to build one, but he was afraid that the two of them would say that it was a waste of money and manpower. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "We'll build it. The Copper Sparrow Terrace isn't tall or big enough. We want to build something taller and bigger, but it can't be around the capital or Luoyang." Where should we build it? What Li Longji was worried about didn't happen. On the contrary, he gained even more support. "Yuzhou, where the Anong Protectorate used to be. We'll build it there. Get someone to build it there and find suitable stones in the surroundings. We'll build a large building several hundred meters tall." The location that Zhang Xiaobao gave was actually Beijing. The population there was too little. If they built a large building there, many people would have to live there in a year or two, and the population would naturally increase. Furthermore, that place was indeed not bad. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many dynasties that chose to build their capital there. It would be good if it was slightly to the side, closer to Tianjin port. In any case, there were still many lands that belonged to them. After all, there was a plain next to it, and that was Hebei. Li Longji didn't care where the building was as long as it was built. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't lie to him. Thus, he asked the crucial question: "Is the money coming from the treasury or from my own funds?" "There's no need for that. Let the rich donate. Tell them that if they donate enough money, they can carve their names on the stones. If they donate less money, their names will be at the bottom. If they donate more, their names will be at the top. Then they'll have to pay for the maintenance in the future." Zhang Xiaobao gave a good idea. Chapter 17. At noon in midsummer, the people who had just eaten took a short break before continuing the day's work. The birds and the chickens and dogs in the courtyard had all found a place to enjoy the warm sun or to hide in a cool place. In the small river in front of the Zhang family's manor in Tuqiao village, a group of boys were playing to their heart's content. After playing for a while, perhaps because they were shouting too loudly, a person walked out from the manor's courtyard. He stared at the group of boys and reprimanded them with dissatisfaction. "All of you scram further away. If you wake up my family's young master, you'll all be waiting to be beaten." The boys immediately stopped shouting and all of them carefully looked at the side door of the courtyard. They hid in the water and slowly moved upstream. When the person returned to the courtyard, the boys let out a sigh of relief and made all kinds of funny faces at the closed door. "Scared me to death. He is so fierce. Even the old master of the Zhang family is not like him." A 7-year-old boy whispered as he used his hands to dig at the yellow mud inside the river. "Isn't it the same? The master is kind, but the steward is fierce. No matter how fierce he is, he still has to listen to the master. I heard that the young master can eat porridge now. Later, we will catch a few toads and give them to him. Take the oil from them and put it in the porridge. It is good for the body. My mother ate like this when she had my little sister." Another slightly older boy was more sensible than the previous one. He looked at the toads that occasionally swam in the water and said to the others. The boys also knew that at this time, they would have an unexpected harvest if they fawned over the young master of the main family. They all nodded. Another boy who had already caught a toad said, "Then we should catch 2 more. The daughter of the Wang family is also in the Zhang family. Erzi, if your sister is now with the young master of the Zhang family, how good would that be? Your family will not have to worry about food and clothing in the future." The one who was called Erzi was the sensible boy just now. Hearing this, Wei Wei shook her head. "That is impossible. There are only 2 big Zhuangzi in the village. They are a match. Besides, they can also give birth. They were originally betrothed when they were young. Unexpectedly, they were born on the same day, less than a minute apart." That's right, that's right." The child who spoke first also nodded and said, "It's not just that. I heard that ever since the 2 children met when they were 1 month old, they stuck together and cried when they were apart. That's why they were put together." Counting the days, they will be 1 year old in a few days. I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore. Hurry up and catch the toads. As long as the master is happy, he might reward us with a few eggs. My mother doesn't have much milk, so I can steam cakes for my sister to eat. Ertzi thought of his 4-month-old sister and didn't want to waste any more time. He called out and went to find the fork first. In the courtyard of Zhangzhe in a room, there were 2 children lying side by side. They were gently covered by a thin blanket. Their small faces showed a peaceful expression, and their stomachs rose and fell evenly. At the door of the room, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl sitting on a small stool. After looking at the sleeping children, she leaned against the door frame and dozed off. After a while, she also fell asleep. After a while, the little boy lying on the right slowly opened his eyes. First he was stunned, then he was puzzled. He raised his hands and moved his feet. Suddenly, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, muttering, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where are the bandits? Where is that Wang Wan?" When he looked at the other child next to him, he found that the child lying next to him was a girl. An idea that he had to consider arose in his heart. Before he could make a further judgment, the girl's eyelashes fluttered twice. With the uncertain idea in his heart, the boy closed his eyes again and pretended to be just like before. At this time, the girl also opened her eyes. She was also puzzled. She also looked around and muttered, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where is the liar Zhang Xiaobao? I haven't finished my task yet." Her muttering was heard by the boy next to her. The boy's breathing was very even just now, but he suddenly stopped and immediately returned to normal. However, at this moment, he was discovered by the girl who had been staring at him. With guesses in her heart, the girl estimated the position of the person sitting at the door. She reached out her chubby little hand and touched the boy's face. "Zhang Xiaobao? Is that you?" The boy didn't have any reaction. His breathing was still so even. The girl gritted her teeth and pinched the boy's nose. The boy woke up this time. He turned his head and looked at the girl. His big eyes were as pure as they could be. "Zhang Xiaobao, hurry up and answer me." She once again spoke in her muffled voice. The boy still looked the same. He blinked his big eyes and made a few sounds with no pitch at all, just like a normal child of his age. "Are you not Zhang Xiaobao?" The girl really did not know how to judge. "Ha! Ha! Ah! Ah!" The boy's monotonous voice came, and at the same time, he reached out his chubby little hand to touch the girl's face. The girl stared at the boy's eyes to see if there was any expression in them that should not be there, but she did not see anything. Just as the girl was about to give up, she suddenly remembered the words of the director at the beginning. He can jump down from a height of 15 meters without any injury. He can climb a 9-meter-high wall with his bare hands. He is proficient in criminal psychology, behavioral psychology, social psychology, and many other disciplines. He is classified as an extremely dangerous criminal. "I'll let you pretend, I'll strangle you." The girl also raised her hand and directly pinched the boy's arm. As soon as she pinched, the boy immediately cried, "Wah wah!" He cried. Before the girl could do anything else, the girl sitting at the door rushed over. When the girl saw that someone was coming, she pretended to be as innocent as the boy just now and blinked her eyes. The boy looked at the girl in horror and did not stop crying. Okay. All right, Bao Lang, don't cry. You didn't even pee. Bao Lang, don't look at the Wang family's young lady like that. She's your future wife. You've been together since you were 1 month old. Why are you so scared?" Following the young lady's comforting words, the boy finally stopped crying. When the girl returned to the stool, the boy went back to sleep. The girl looked gloomy. She looked at the boy and thought for a while. Finally, she gritted her teeth and reached out her hand again. This time she was going for the boy's crotch. She whispered, "Brother, you know how to ask for help, right? You think you have a backer, right? You're not afraid of being pinched, right? I'll find something wrong with you. Wah! Wah!" Before the girl's hand touched the boy's crotch, the boy shouted again. The girl quickly retracted her hand. The girl came over again. Seeing that nothing was wrong, she went back and sat down. "Let's see how long you can cry. I'm going to scratch again." The girl reached out her hand again. Wah! The boy cried. The girl retracted her hand. The boy stopped. The girl reached out. The boy cried. The two of them repeated like this. After a few times, the girl did not reach out this time. She only said, I'm going to scratch again. Wah! The boy cried. I'm not going to scratch again, the girl said. The boy stopped. He did stop, but the boy's expression changed. He was no longer as innocent as before. Pretend, keep pretending. Are you regretting it? Did you forget to learn child psychology? My international liar, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao. This time, the girl laughed and said jokingly in the boy's ear. The boy could no longer pretend. He reached out his chubby little hand, slapped his forehead and sighed. It's not that I'm careless. It's that men are too attentive to this. He understood that it had become a reflex. It was impossible for children to have this kind of reaction. Faced with this kind of situation, there were basically only two kinds of reactions for a child. One was to cry continuously and wait for someone to comfort him, but then he stopped. Two was to change from crying to laughing, thinking that he had found something fun, but he was affected by the adult's thoughts. Comrade Wang Wan, I don't think a police officer should do such a dirty thing, let alone a policewoman. You are too immoral. Zhang Xiaobao finally admitted his identity. Swindler Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you have to remember that there are only bad starting points, and not unreasonable means. Tell me, where did you put the money? Wang Wan didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was what she was trained to do. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the girl at the door who had sat down again and had nothing to do. He turned to Wang Wan and said, if you have to add a word before my name, please say suspect. Now, I don't think we should be thinking about money. Remember, money is never a problem for me. What I'm thinking now is, can I still eat that bowl of cold jelly? You really know how to find a relaxing topic. Where's the money? Wang Wan still asked about the money. Are you stupid as a police officer? What money? Look at how we are now, look at the surroundings. According to a normal and unbelievable saying, we have already left the original world and reincarnated into another world. My only regret is that I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and looked at the ceiling. Wang Wan looked around again and found that this was not in her era, or in other words, in this world. Especially the appearance of the girl sitting at the door when she came over, and the clothes she was wearing proved this point. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. You insisted on exchanging hostages. Now my family will never see it. You have to compensate me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and my job. Wang Wan tried to keep her voice as low as possible while pinching Zhang Xiaobao's arm and complaining. Do you regret it? Is it better if I didn't go there and let that child live in the threat of death? Zhang Xiaobao turned around and asked again. Regret? No, I have no regrets. Who am I? I am China's overlord Flower. Please don't look at me like that. My glory cannot be tarnished. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment, and then said to Zhang Xiaobao seriously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted to Wang Wan's words. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, do you think I can see my parents in this life? Looking at the surrounding decorations and what that person said, they should be from a rich family. Sigh. Wang Wan sighed and said rationally, don't think about that. Think about where we are. What should we do in the future? Who cares where they are? I have decided. I can finally see my parents in this life. I will work hard to earn money so that they can live a good life. I will also find a wife so that she can live a good life. From what that woman said, you seem to be my wife. I have decided not to admit to this matter. I will not live with an international fraud suspect. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Wang Wan then vetoed. Forget it, let's not talk about this kind of thing first. I'm going to sleep. I may have other things to do in a while, so I won't accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao lay back down and closed his eyes with an expectant look on his face. Chapter 18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao really did fall asleep. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was not in the mood. Thinking of her home, thinking of her parents and relatives, she suddenly felt a little lonely. It was as if the whole world had left her and she was the only one left. Only when she realized that there was someone beside her did she feel a little bit of warmth. If I had another chance to choose, Would I choose not to follow him in exchange for the hostage? No, I have to be responsible for my honor. Even if I had to choose again, I would still have no regrets. Fortunately, I am not alone here. I have a swindler with me. Damn swindler. He didn't even take out a single cent. Wang Wan looked at a small gray hanging on the shed, gently blown by the breeze, and thought slowly. Are you still thinking about the money? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao, who had fallen asleep, suddenly turned his head and asked softly, How did you know? Wang Wan was surprised. I have seen many people like you. If you don't complete the mission, you will always feel that something is missing. Don't worry, when I returned to China, I thought about it. I brought something with me. There is an account number in it with 10 million US dollars, which is for your funds. Your director is a good person. The only thing he lacks is money and equipment. How can he solve the case with this kind of equipment? Don't worry about the explosion breaking the thing. I think even if it is blown to pieces, the relevant departments will extract the things inside. As for the rest of the money, it will be invested in the motherland in the future. Don't think about it. It's useless. Since we are alive again, let us live a better life. Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade and explain the money. Wang Wan was naturally not stupid enough to not understand such words. She exposed her small arms outside the blanket, nodded slowly and asked, Don't you have any regrets? Yes, I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao cracked a smile. Don't talk to me about this. You know what I am asking. Wang Wan made a frosty face, but her child's face was so cute no matter what expression she made. Zhang Xiaobao smiled again. Don't treat me like you are interrogating a prisoner. Here I am, a good citizen. If someone asked me like this in the past, I would never give them a good face. Today, I will make an exception and never mention it again. In fact, my biggest regret was that I never got to meet my parents. After the flood, I left the sad place and stole things along the way. I went to the garbage dump to find food that other people didn't want to eat or throw away. Usually, I would come out at night and find a corner to hide in during the day. It wasn't that the night was good, but I was afraid of the day. In the past, there was still Grandpa Dean, but after Grandpa Dean died, I was all alone. Only then did I realize that I was an orphan. During the day, I would always see some adults holding hands with children to play or eat. The only thing I felt was jealousy. When those children around my age were at odds with their parents, I wanted to beat them up. If it were me, I would definitely be obedient. But I knew that if I really rushed to beat them, their parents would beat me to death. I didn't have parents to protect me. Later, I saw them going to school. I wanted to go too. You should know that it was impossible unless I went back to that cold orphanage again. Then, Wang Wan didn't know that the most vulnerable side of Zhang Xiaobao's heart was this. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and asked, Then you all know that in order to learn things, I went to prison, stole, trained, and went back to prison again. Here, I want to thank our police system. As long as you are willing to spend money, your ID card and file can be made real. So I can buy a gun without a criminal record. Unfortunately, I only used it once. I robbed an official's money. It's funny that the official had just gotten 300,000 yuan from someone else. Before he could warm it up, I robbed it. Your file shouldn't be there. I already knew that. He didn't dare to call the police. Later, I went to his house to steal and stole a lot of money. He still didn't call the police because I saw from his notebook that he had killed someone. When we came, he should have been at the main hall. If he had been kidnapped before we came, I think you wouldn't have been implicated. I would have provoked the gangster to let go. You are breaking the law. Your idea is wrong. Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao had such a criminal tendency and immediately corrected him. Forget it. Breaking the law? Are you saying that against your conscience? We're not children anymore. Don't you know what the world is like? Did you become stupid when you studied commanding? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a gaze that made her very uncomfortable. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to know why you know so much about me. Wang Wan didn't refute and only asked the question in her heart. You came to arrest me, so of course I have to know more. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to ask your own people. Flies don't bite eggs. Okay, let's not talk about this. I found that you have a radical attitude against our country's society. Wang Wan felt that she couldn't gain the upper hand on this issue. She wanted to change the topic, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree and continued. I never resisted, I only complained. I never hated. Even when I investigated and found out that my biological parents were forced to work in a coal mine, and that the compensation money was embezzled because I was just a baby, I never hated because I had a grandpa who once held my hand and ate cold jelly. He even left the hope of survival to me. From then on, I knew that this world was not only filled with darkness and hatred, but also warmth and love. What kind of person are you? Wang couldn't give Zhang Xiaobao a reasonable position at this time. Like you, I have the persistence in my heart and am full of contradictions. This is my dream in life. Let's not talk about it. I heard footsteps outside. I hope it's my family. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly turned to look at the door and the girl who was still dozing off. Why didn't I hear it? Wang was even more confused. That's why you can't catch me, Zhang Xiaobao replied, but his eyes didn't blink as he stared at the door. Cherries, you're slacking off again. I think you're too naughty. As Wang heard the footsteps, there was a scolding voice. No, madam, I'm not slacking off. The young master and the young lady are sleeping. The girl stood up in fear and lowered her head to defend herself. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang saw a girl in her 20s wearing a pink and green dress standing at the door at the same time. Maybe this girl really didn't want to punish the girl, or maybe she saw the two children looking at her with wide eyes. She changed her expression and walked quickly to the bed with a smile. She looked at Wang and Zhang Xiaobao lovingly. That smile was not fake at all. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao was the first to react and asked tentatively. This was amazing. The girl picked up Zhang Xiaobao and excitedly asked the girl behind her. My baby boy can say mother now. Cherries, did you hear that? I heard. Congratulations, madam. The young master can say mother now. Cherries quickly echoed. Now she didn't have to worry about being punished. With the young master calling her mother, she could be exempted from the death penalty, let alone dozing off. Mother. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that he really met his biological mother, he excitedly used his chubby little hands to touch the girl's face and kissed her. At the same time, he called her mother again. Ah, Xiaobao, it's mother. My Xiaobao is really sensible. Cherries, go to the accountant's room to receive your reward. Seeing her son like this, the girl's anger disappeared. In order to make others happy with her, Cherries, who was reprimanded just now, could now receive her reward. As she spoke, she took out a string of things from her sleeve. She tore a small piece of wood from it and threw it to Cherries. Cherries hurriedly caught it. When she saw the wood piece, she was even more happy. This wood piece could be exchanged for a piece of pork. It was enough for her family to eat for several days. She carefully put it in her arms and didn't leave. Instead, she stayed by the side and waited for other instructions. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao kissed the girl again. He wanted to say more to make his mother happy, but when he remembered his age, he could only call her mother again. Seeing such a scene, Wang didn't know why, but her big eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with tears. She didn't know if it was because she pitied Zhang Xiaobao's experience in his previous life, or because she was moved. She couldn't help but shout, "Mother-in-law." After shouting these two voices, which were a little out of shape because of leaking teeth, Wang realized that she was affected. Her mind was unguarded at this moment. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang was so cooperative, he wanted to continue shouting wife to make his mother happy. But when he saw Wang's obviously a little regretful expression, he could only shut his mouth. He was afraid that after shouting, Wang would reply to him with scram. That would be troublesome. At this time, the girl didn't care about the change in attitude between the two children. Her son could call her mother, and her future daughter-in-law could also call her mother-in-law. The two children, who didn't know how to speak before, became so sensible in the blink of an eye. This made her so excited that she didn't know what to do. She casually took out a small piece of wood with the word sheep written on it and turned around and threw it to Cherries. Take this and exchange it for a sheep's hoof. Go to the account room and get it yourself. What did you hear just now? In reply to madam, I heard, Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, madam. The young master can call his mother, and the young lady of the Wang family can call her mother-in-law. With madam's arrival, the two children have become smarter. Cherries knew that she was specifically to serve the two children. The more the children made the adults happy, the more reward she would get. She didn't expect that the two children, who didn't know how to speak before, would suddenly become sensible at the same time. She trembled as she took the wood piece, thinking that she could use this sheep's hoof to exchange for some cloth to make new clothes for her father, mother, and younger brother. Come, mother will take you out to play. Let them see my bao lang and cuckoo. Which family's children are not as good as mine? Today, that group of naughty children also sent some toads. Mother has already asked people to boil the contents of the toads into the porridge for you two to have a good taste. Mother has rewarded each of you with 20 eggs. The girl held Zhang Xiaobao in one hand and picked up Wang Wan in the other. She laughed and talked as she walked outside. Seeing his mother in this life reward the servant girl twice in a row, and use a large amount of eggs as a reward, Zhang Xiaobao finally realized the importance of children in his mother's heart. He tightly pressed his head into his mother's arms, forgetting his mental age. He reached out his small hand to touch Wang Wan's delicate nose. He didn't feel any pain when bitten. Those small teeth had no strength at all. Chapter 19. The woman carried her son and future daughter-in-law and practically floated out of the room. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to immerse himself in the warmth of having a mother in this life. He constantly communicated with Wang Wan with his eyes and occasionally used lip language. He wanted Wang Wan to cooperate with him and figure out what this place was like as soon as possible. Wang Wan still had some contradictions in her heart. For the time being, she had not completely adapted to her new identity, and was not used to being carried around by a young woman. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's message, she suppressed the various emotions in her heart and began to memorize the surroundings, including the clothes on the people and the layout of the house. These two could be said to be the elites of the previous world. At this moment, they were going to display all of their strengths and reflect the accumulation of knowledge and experience. Ancient times. When he was carried out by his mother, Zhang Xiaobao mouthed to Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and glanced at the table. Seeing 2 coins on it, she narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at them again. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Tang dynasty. I saw the money Kaiyuan Tongbao. I don't know which dynasty it is. At this time, the woman had already arrived at the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the situation outside again, and found that they did not directly see the outside. There was a courtyard in front of them. Rich family? Manor owner? Official? Businessman? Wang Wan saw this situation and immediately made a judgment. Not an official family. My mother doesn't have that kind of temperament. Based on what my mother said just now, the preliminary judgment is that there is a manor owner. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and replied, Madam, why are you carrying 2 people? Quick, give me one. Just as Wang Wan was about to express her opinion, a man's voice sounded. She thought it was the woman's husband. In the end, she saw an uncle in silk clothes around 40 years old. According to her current age, she should call him grandfather. She immediately stopped talking and returned to the appearance of a child. Zhang Xiaobao did the same. He looked at this person with a curious gaze, especially this person's eyes. He wanted to see if this person was lying or suppressing his mother. This person's identity was that of a housekeeper. According to his temper, if he saw the slightest hint of contempt for his mother in the eyes of this person who seemed to be a housekeeper, he would kill him. It's fine. The 2 children are not heavy and are comfortable to carry. Housekeeper Zhang, go do your work. Oh, today, everyone in the courtyard will be rewarded. Add a portion of meat for dinner. As soon as the woman mentioned the child, she smiled continuously. Naturally, she had to be happy with everyone in the courtyard. Yes, madam. You do your work. I'll go call someone to watch from the side. It's hot, hold an umbrella for the little master and little miss. Housekeeper Zhang respectfully responded. He lowered his head and quietly walked away without showing any disrespect. He did not know that this attitude had saved him from a fatal disaster. The woman carried the 2 children and continued to walk forward. Before she reached the front of the courtyard, a young girl of the same age came to hold an umbrella for them, blocking the scorching sun outside. At this time, Cherries also handed a warm and wet handkerchief to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to gently wipe their faces. Pomegranate, do you know where the master is? The woman kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked the girl holding the umbrella for her. Replying to Madam, the master is studying in the study. During this time, The old madam and the old master should be enjoying the cool air under the tree in the front yard. Pomegranate obediently replied. She often served people, so she naturally knew what the madam meant. It was to let the family see the children. The woman nodded. Then let's go to the front yard. Cherries, in a while, go tell the people who are building the backyard to not be lazy. Once it's done, let the old madam and the old master go back to live. It's not good for their status to always live in the front yard. When she turned her head to look at the two children in her arms, she smiled again. Wei Wei turned sideways and said, Xiao Bao Cuckoo, the one who just passed by is the housekeeper of our family's Shuangzi. This maid is called Cherries, and the other is called Pomegranate. In a while, I'll let you see your grandfather and grandmother. Then, without caring whether the two children could understand or not, she walked forward and taught the two children to speak. This was called a house. In the middle of the house was the door, and there were also windows and so on. When she came to the front yard and saw the two old people sitting at the stone table under the big locust tree, she stopped talking and quickly walked forward. Chower, you're here. Quickly, let this old madam see our good grandson and granddaughter-in-law. When the old madam, who was sitting there and being served tea, saw the woman's figure, she immediately stood up and walked forward. While speaking, she reached out to take Zhang Xiaobao. She also complained, Char, it's so hot today. What if you're tired from carrying two children? In the future, let the servants do it. As she said this, she didn't have any intention of letting the servants help carry the children. She held Zhang Xiaobao with both hands and put him in front of her to look at. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't get enough of him. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes squeezed together, and her smile didn't disappear. I'm not tired. Who would feel tired carrying their own children? That's right, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Bauer can say mother now. He said it in the house just now. And Cuckoo, she calls me mother-in-law. Come, Bauer, say it again. Mother Zhang only remembered that she came here to make her father-in-law and mother-in-law happy together. She reached out to touch her son's chubby face and asked him to say it again. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't refuse. In this life, he was finally addicted to having parents. He was ready to say all the words that he hadn't said before. Then, without waiting for others to praise him, he said to the old madam who was holding him, Grandmother. Then he turned his head to look at the old man who was also sitting there and looking over. He continued to say, Grandfather. This time the old man couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked quickly to his grandson. Oh, my good grandson, let grandfather see. Good, you're better than other people's grandsons. No one can compare to our family. Say it again for grandfather to hear. Grandfather. Zhang Xiaobao carefully looked at his grandfather. In his heart, he thought that if he were to be washed away by the water again, this grandfather should be able to carry him to the shore. Grandfather, grandmother. Wang Wan also shouted at this time. When seeing the old people, at the very least she still had to show some respect. When the two of them shouted, it immediately made everyone happy. The old madam took Wang Wan, and the old man hugged Zhang Xiaobao. They sat back together and praised their son, daughter-in-law, grandson, future granddaughter-in-law, and even the servants who served them. It seemed that everything was so beautiful. On this day they didn't feel hot, and they didn't feel irritated. Even the watchdog, who was usually not allowed to come close, could now lie under the tree and be praised together. At this time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling the warmth while carefully listening to everyone's words. They observed the situation around them, and analyzed their future living environment. Especially when they heard their grandfather, grandmother and mother talking about some trivial matters at home, the two of them listened even more carefully. They didn't stop lip-syncing. Who said that you're not an official? Don't you have a fief? There's also 100 households worth of food. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao when she heard that Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather was worried that the fief that their ancestor fought for with his life would be taken back. Zhang Xiaobao also listened. His ancestor went to war and made meritorious contributions. He even saved an important official and was given a fake title. Later on, that ancestor died and the fake title was also gone. However, the fief and the 100 households were not taken back. Now that the era name was changed, it was the emperor who changed. He was afraid that the fief would be taken back. My ancestor and the current era are so many years apart. He is no longer an official. In the past he was also a fake title, but this is not important. What is important is that we know the era. It's the second year of the Kaiyuan era. It seems that it will be stable for a few decades. Li Longji just finished dealing with his aunt and is in the stage of development. Zhang Xiaobao received this most important information from his grandfather. With this information things were easier. People were not afraid of facing danger and difficulties, but they were afraid of facing the unknown. It was the most uncomfortable to be in the dark. What's so good about it? Why don't we do it earlier? For example, during the Zhengguan era. At least we don't have to worry about the Inlushan rebellion. Your family's fief should have been taken back a long time ago. It's not like it's hereditary. I don't know what methods you used to hide for so many years. Wang Wan said sarcastically, but she was also worried. If Zhang Xiaobao's family lost their fief, then their income would be reduced. If they encountered a disaster, they would not be able to survive without saving some food. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this. At most he could earn money to buy the fief. Earning money was not a difficult thing. Even if he did not cheat and did not make a lot of money, he could still make some money. The only thing he was worried about was the Inlushan rebellion that Wang Wan mentioned. After thinking for a while he said to Wang Wan, "Don't be afraid. It's not easy to save a person, but it's easy to kill someone." "Kill Inlushan?" Wang Wan asked. "Yes, that's one of them. There's no rush now. When we grow up we will kill Inlushan, kill Shirsiming, cripple Li Linfu and kill Yang Guozhong." Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. "Stop bragging. Even if you really kill Inlushan, there's still Li Lushan and Wang Lushan." Wang Wan did not give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it and said, "In theory there is such a situation, but the ones who really change history are people. The personality of an important person is the factor that determines history. There is only one Napoleon. Let's not talk about this for now. When the time comes we will know." Wang Wan also knew that there was no conclusion on this matter that involved philosophy. It was better to be realistic, so she asked, "Then what are we going to do? Are we going to wait until we grow up?" "Of course not. Our first task is to earn money. When the time comes we will buy more land." The Kaiyuan era was prosperous, but no matter how prosperous it was, it could not be compared to our era. Back then our food was indispensable, not to mention here. Zhang Xiaobao gave an idea. "What should we do? Just based on us two little brats? Will anyone listen to what we say? Stupid people think about difficulties. Smart people think about opportunities. Wait for us to understand the situation for another 2 days. Then I'll tell you what to do." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be calm. Chapter 20. It was another afternoon. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Wei Wei curled up under the sun. The lively dog had long stayed in the shade under the tree. He stuck out his tongue and looked at the chicken digging sand on the ground in front of him. The child on Zhuangzi had tasted yesterday's sweetness. Today he forked the toad even harder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just been breastfed, could not bear the fatigue of their young bodies. They lay side by side and fell asleep. Cherries was still sitting on the stool at the door and dozing off. The Zhang Wang clan, also known as Chower and Zhang Xiaobao's mother, were busy with the matters on Zhuangzi. The housekeeper strolled around. Sometimes, he would go to the front to see if there was anything that could disturb the little master's sleep. Sometimes, he would go to the back to renovate the courtyard and tell others not to make too much noise when they were speeding up. After sleeping for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up almost at the same time. They opened their eyes and looked around. After some discussion, they decided to train their bodies and learn how to walk first. Perhaps it was because they were always carried by others, they still did not know how to walk. "I didn't expect your father to be a bookworm." Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao and jokingly said, "It's good that he's a bookworm. As long as I see him, I know that he is my father. Yesterday, he even read the Analects of Confucius to me. How can I know that?" Zhang Xiaobao recalled the appearance of his father when he saw him yesterday. His father was indeed a bookworm, but when he heard his son call him father, he was as happy as a normal person. At that time, he hugged him and read the Analects of Confucius to him. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty were not easy. "I don't know if your father can pass." Wang Wan was a little envious of Zhang Xiaobao. It was mainly because she had never seen her parents in this life. They actually abandoned her and left her alone. She even drank milk with Zhang Xiaobao. The milk of the Jiang Wang clan was not as good as she imagined. Who asked her mother not to have any milk? She had heard them mention it yesterday. You're wrong. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty are the easiest. As long as you have a good reputation and find someone, there won't be any problems. This is also not an obstacle for me. Even if I have to spend money, I will make a golden path for my father. I heard yesterday that your parents will be coming today. Don't be shy when the time comes. When you need to call your mother, call your mother. When you need to call your father, call your father. Zhang Xiaobao was confident that he had some means to monopolize. My own parents are still alive, but I have to call other people my parents. It's all your fault, Wang Wan complained habitually. You're Mrs. Xianglin? Can't I just say it? Don't think that I will marry you after lying down with you. Maybe I will find someone better. Humph. Wang Wan began to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan again and sighed. You're an old girl. You're 30 years old and you don't even have a boyfriend. Now you're throwing a tantrum with me. How old are you? Find someone else? Can you find someone else who can treat you like I do? This is the Tang dynasty. No matter how open they are, men are superior to women. I'll just suffer a little. Who asked me to drag you into this? Shut up. Hurry up and get off the bed. Wang Wan obviously did not want to listen to Zhang Xiaobao talk like this and urged him to get off the bed. Zhang Xiaobao poked his head out to look under the bed. After estimating the height, he said with uncertainty, It's so high. If I go down I might fall. Besides, if I fall I'll accept it. What about you? Don't you want to practice walking together? You're stupid. If you go down you can catch me from below. I will jump on you. In theory you won't be hurt. You're chubby, you'll be a meat cushion. Hurry up and get off. Don't give me an excuse. You can jump down 15 meters without falling. You can climb 9 meters with your bare hands. Why are you afraid of this little height? Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao to the edge of the bed with all her strength. Zhang Xiaobao kept taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Seeing that he was almost at the edge of the bed, he turned back and said, Why don't we practice on the bed now? Okay, let's practice on the ground. Don't push me, I'll do it myself. Like this I'll turn around and slip down. You can pull me up as much as you can. Calm down. Even if you kill me, you can't go back. As Zhang Xiaobao said, he first put his 2 legs outside the bed. His small hands grabbed Wang Wan's small hands and rubbed them down little by little. He complained while rubbing. What is this called? Cherries didn't think about it. No matter how big the bed is, a child has to turn over. What if I fall down? Doesn't she know how to use something to block it? Have you seen a child of this age turn over? When he woke up and saw that there was no one around, the first thing he did was cry. Once he cried, wouldn't Cherries know? Wait a minute, both of us are dumbfounded. Come up and help me throw the blanket down first. It can cushion the fall. Wang Wan held Zhang Xiaobao's hand tightly and suddenly thought of a better idea. Zhang Xiaobao struggled to climb back and threw things down with Wang Wan. They threw away the blanket directly and kicked the mattress together. Finally, there was a layer of cushion below. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and went down first. He looked up at Wang Wan, who was watching from above, and said with his lips, It's a little shaky, but it's okay. You go down. Wang Wan confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao was really okay. Then she also turned over. When she landed on the mattress, she opened her mouth. Just as she was about to get up, Zhang Xiaobao held her down and said, Don't move. Let the internal organs calm down first. Later, hold the mattress and slowly walk around. Wang Wan obediently waited for a moment before slowly getting up. She walked around the mattress hand in hand with Zhang Xiaobao. When she found that her feet were not stable, she supported the mattress. She had the consciousness of balance, but the muscles of her legs were difficult to support. Fortunately, both of them were the kind of people who had suffered before. After walking around the mattress 3 times, Wang Wan moved her little feet and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was beside her, Yesterday, you said that there was a way to make people believe us and do things according to our ideas. How do you do it? It's simple. As long as we can talk, we'll have a reason. Find 2 people to take care of us. Then I can deceive, no, guide them. Let them think that they should do as we say. I don't think there's any problem with this. You have to trust me. Zhang Xiaobao also strode forward, talking as he walked. The two of them walked like this, as if they were strolling talking about the future. They walked around the mattress again and again until they were a little confused. Wang Wan then suggested, let's walk outside. It's better for the child to get more sun. Staying in the house all the time will make her lack calcium. That's fine. Now that we're used to walking, we can move to another place. First we should wake Cherries up. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Why should we wake her up? What if she doesn't let us go out? Wang Wan wanted to sneak out. If you want to see her die in front of us, I'll sneak out with you. If my mother finds out that we rolled out of the mattress and came out by ourselves, and Cherries doesn't know, then don't you think she'll beat her to death? Well, this possibility is very high, especially in this era. If the existence of capital can risk the risk of being hanged for 300% profit, then at least they will try to reduce the risk and avoid it as much as possible. But if a mother finds that her child is in danger, then she won't even think about avoiding it. It's better to wake her up. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. The two people reached an agreement and walked hand in hand to Cherries, who was still dozing off. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and gently pushed Cherries. When Cherries suddenly opened her eyes in shock, he said, Sister Cherries, take us out for a walk. Zhang Xiaobao had already tried to use a calm voice, but the result didn't change at all. When Cherries heard these words, she jumped up in fright. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and asked with a trembling voice, how did you come down? As she spoke, Cherries didn't care about anything else and ran directly to the mattress. With one look, she understood that the two children had actually pushed down the mattress. How was this possible? Little Gongzi Lilma, how did you run down? Cherries didn't know what to say. She quickly rearranged the mattress, squatted in front of the two children, and said with a frown, Let's go outside for a walk. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want to say more. His little finger pointed outside. Ignoring Cherries' shocked expression, he took Wang Wan's hand and walked out shakily. Cherries was so scared that she hugged the two children and wanted to send them back. Wang Wan was really angry this time. She said to Cherries, Go outside, go outside. She actually wanted to say more, but she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so she could only express her thoughts in such a short way. Cherries looked at the two children's angry gazes and was finally afraid. She was afraid that the two children would say more, especially to the madam. After thinking about it, she compromised and walked out with the two children. When they were outside, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan struggled to get down. Under Cherries' nervous gaze, they walked hand in hand under the sunlight and slowly strolled. Cherries, why did you bring Bao Lang and Cuckoo out? Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying the sunlight, a voice suddenly appeared. Cherries was shocked. Looking at the two children walking there, she really didn't know what to say. Zhang Wang clan walked into the courtyard. After talking about Cherries, she suddenly found a miracle. She pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the man and woman next to her, In-laws, look, Bao Lang and Cuckoo can actually walk. She didn't need to say anything. At this time, the two people also saw the two children walking back and forth hand in hand. Sister, it's true. They really can walk. Yesterday, I heard from the people you sent that they could talk. I didn't expect that they could walk by themselves today. Look, they know how to walk hand in hand at such a young age. The woman also said excitedly. She wanted to come closer, but was afraid to disturb the two children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of course heard these voices. At the same time, they glanced at the hand holding. They wanted to explain that they were holding hands to maintain balance, but they couldn't say it. When Cherries didn't know what to do, Zhang Wang clan finally said, Cherries, not bad. You can teach Bao Lang and Cuckoo how to walk. Reward. After that, she took out a piece of wood and threw it to Cherries. When she saw the words on it, Cherries was finally excited. It actually said 21. Chapter 21. The parents of Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan had no time to care about Cherries' excitement. They were also very excited to see their children learn to talk and walk from birth. This process was the happiest thing for parents. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looked at and surrounded like treasures. Occasionally they would call out to them. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mind at all. He was willing to enjoy this kind of warmth, but Wang Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao, who was already an adult, liked to pretend to be young. It seemed that the organization made a mistake by sending her to ask for money. They should have sent a mother with a child. She believed that they could get more money. In order to avoid this helplessness, Wang Wan had to pretend to be sleepy. She also gave Zhang Xiaobao a hint, thinking that they could continue to interact with each other in the future. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated with Wang Wan. They both yawned and couldn't open their eyes. When the adults found another place to talk about today's happy things, Wang Wan, who was put back on the couch, finally sighed. She patted Zhang Xiaobao next to her and said, "Can you not be so childish in the future? How old are you? You never know what you have before you lose. How many times can you enjoy this kind of happiness in your life? Besides, I haven't enjoyed it yet. I don't want to have any regrets. You be an adult and I'll be my child. Let's see who has problems first." Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the feeling just now. He narrowed his eyes and persuaded Wang Wan. "Keep pretending. Today, when can we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs?" Li Yundong said. "You can pretend. When will we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs? You said that you would help pave the way for your father, but from the looks of it, don't count on it." Wang Wan muttered. She wanted to turn her body to the side, but found that she couldn't do so with her body. The only position she could do was to lie down. 1 week. Give me 1 more week and I can start to give us an excuse to show our strengths. This week, you and I will continue to talk. Every day, we will increase the content of our conversation to make people believe that we are prodigies. That's settled. Zhang Xiaobao made the final decision. The summer weather changed quickly. A few days ago it was still sunny, but today it was gloomy, as if the sun would fall at any moment. The wind swept across the ground in a whirlwind, and even the dirt that was blown up by the wind looked dark. Most people hid in their houses, or under a shed that sold tea outside. Only a small number of people were particularly spirited. Seeing that it was about to rain, they carried their umbrellas and walked to places with bridges or tea sheds, waiting for the arrival of the heavy rain. After 7 days of pretending to be prodigies and making the adults proud, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally received special treatment. That was, the two of them could order a servant girl and a manservant, or rather, a servant, to do some things. For example, they could let the servant girl and servant carry them outside to see the scenery, or lead them to the back garden to look at the flowers and plants. The two of them especially cherished this kind of restricted freedom. Today, seeing that it was going to rain heavily, they hid in the house and asked people to open the windows so that they could look at the scenery outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both liked this kind of weather, especially the dark clouds in the sky, which gave people a sense of pressure. The two of them were willing to face the pressure, and could be said to be in high spirits as they looked at the scenery outside. This made the servant girl, Cherries, and the other servant, Erniu, suffer. They were afraid that the two little ancestors would be blown by the wind, and worried that the heavy rain would soak them, so they stayed on the side in fear and kept persuading them. "Young Master Bao, why don't we take a step back and look again? We can see what the rain looks like and we can put on some clothes. That will be more comfortable." Erniu was more clever, and he stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and suggested. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to not hear it. After a while, when it seemed that the rain was about to fall, he suddenly said, "Erniu, in a while when the wind blows in, Cuckoo and I are both wet, and we cry together. When my mother comes, we will say that you pushed us to the window. Do you think my mother will believe your explanation, or the two of us?" Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, but what he said shocked Erniu and Cherries. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. "Yes, Xiaobao, and I will tell my mother-in-law that the two of you didn't want to take care of us, and that's why you did such a thing. You're preparing to move to another place to work. What will the consequences be?" Wang Wan also supported on the side. Ernia didn't have time to think about why the two children would say so many things that shouldn't be said by children. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his face was squeezed together. He begged Zhang Xiaobao for mercy. "Little ancestor, I, Erniu, and my family have been doing our best in Zhuangzi. We have never offended you. You can't do this. Even if I'm not beaten to death, I'll be driven away. My family is finished. I beg you, I'll kowtow to you. Please let me go." Cherries also reacted and knelt down. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. They didn't expect that such a simple sentence would have such a result. Get up, get up. Don't kneel and don't kowtow. We're just casually asking to see if my mother believes you or us. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to help the two of them up, but when he reached out, he found that he was touching their chests. He was afraid that he couldn't help them up, so he could only persuade them. Little Gongzi, do you still need to ask? No adult would believe that their child can lie at the age of 1. The more cherries and I explain, the more trouble we'll be in. Moreover, if the two of you say it together, even if Madam knows that you're lying, she will think that you don't like me and cherries. It means that we didn't take good care of them. Ernie didn't dare to get up and answered honestly. Oh, I see. That's good. Then we have something to discuss with the two of you. What do you think? This was the answer that Zhang Xiaobao wanted. Please say it. Cherries and I will definitely listen. There's no need to discuss. We'll do whatever you say. Ernie then realized that little Gongzi and Cuckoo didn't sound like children. Cherries also nodded vigorously at the side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request to Ernie and Cherries. First, no matter how outrageous the two of them were, the two of them couldn't tell anyone, including Madam, Old Master, Old Madam and Old Master. Second, no matter what they did in the future, they couldn't ask for the reason. They couldn't not do it. At the same time, they couldn't let others find out. Otherwise, they would have to face the consequences themselves. Ernie and Cherries didn't dare to say no. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request, they would agree. Offending the two children was worse than offending Madam. If they offended the Madam, their wages would be deducted and they would be beaten. If they offended the children, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if something went wrong, the two children would naturally take the blame. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised. The heavy rain finally fell, hitting the open window with a pitter-patter. The wind also made the window creak. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mood became better and better. Looking at the heavy mist outside, they looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. The rain fell for an entire day, and it gradually subsided at night. After drinking milk and waking up, the two of them called Ernie and Cherries over. First, they instructed Cherries to keep watch outside the door. If someone came over, she should inform them in advance. Then Zhang Xiaobao asked Ernie, who else is in your family? Are you married? No, I'm only 17 years old. Although I look strong, I'm actually still young. I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'll wait until my brother marries me first. Oh, my parents are still alive. I have an older brother and a 9-year-old younger sister. My mother said that she would be able to find a wife for my brother after saving for another year. Then I'll have a sister-in-law. Ernie respectfully replied. Oh good. It's good that your parents are still alive. It's even better to have an older brother and a younger sister. That's what a family is. I also want to have a younger sister or younger sister. Unfortunately, I'm the oldest. I don't know if my mother will give me a few younger brothers or sisters in the future. What does your older brother do? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Ernie didn't expect to hear such words. Thinking about his own family, it was indeed not bad. He happily smiled and replied. Replying to the little Gongzi, my older brother, Denyo, is a farmer during the busy farming season. When he's not busy, he does some odd jobs. He can also get more rice and salt. My younger sister helps to gather some firewood. My parents are also busy farming. When they're not busy, they do some work for others. It doesn't seem like it's the busy farming season right now, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. It's not busy. It'll only be busy in 2 months. We're all idle. Ernie answered when he heard the question. It's good that it's not busy. You can find something to do. Especially your older brother, Denyo. What can he do? Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. Wang Wan knew that this international swindler was going to start scheming again. She was also prepared. If Zhang Xiaobao still wanted to continue swindling, then she would stop him no matter what. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's frown and couldn't help but secretly worry. For such a big swindler to think of something with such a frown, it wasn't as simple as a small matter. There was no need to doubt the ability of a swindler. I got it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. Got what? You can't lie. Wang Wan was so scared that she trembled. The first thought that came to her mind was that this swindler wouldn't be preparing to swindle the highest official of a certain region, right? For example, the prefectural magistrate, the heads of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, and so on. This was all possible. When he was at the provincial level, he had cheated quite a few of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with slight dissatisfaction and said, "To earn a little bit of money, do I need to cheat? Could it be that in your heart, I've always been a swindler? I can also turn back." A swindler says turn back. Who can guarantee that this isn't another scam? Wang Wan didn't give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao gave Erniu a look and solemnly said to him, "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Look, Erniu is confused. Let's talk about serious business. This matter needs to be done by Daniel's older brother. Erniu, listen well. I'm giving you a glorious and serious task. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Chapter 22. Erniu still couldn't understand Zhang Xiaobao's deep meaning of deception. He didn't answer with "I'm confident" or "I promise to complete the task." Instead, he nodded vigorously and said, "Little Lord, please tell me. Erniu will do whatever you say. Even my brother can do it." "What do you want Daniel to do?" Wang Wan asked nervously. "Don't worry. Listen. I don't want him to commit murder or arson." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and continued to speak to Erniu. "Let your brother and sister go to the mountains to look for chili seedlings. When they come back, I want—" "Young master, what is the mountain chili seedling you mentioned?" Erniu didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking and interrupted to ask. "Oh, it's like this. Look at my hand. Such a big plant. It's grass. It's green. Basically, it should be found in the mountains here. It's spicy when you eat it. Soak it in water and it won't be so spicy when you eat it. Have you seen it before?" Zhang Xiaobao said as he gestured. Erniu looked for a while and nodded. "Little Lord, I've seen and eaten it." "That's good. Pick this plant. Pick more. Ask your parents to buy fish for me. Try to get fish with fewer bones. Buy more. I'll give you the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow. As for other things, find a blacksmith in Zhuangzi and forge things for me. That's it. I'll draw for you and you watch." Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand at the moment. He used his hand to pinch a small stick and started to draw on the ground. At this time he realized that it was inconvenient to do things because he was small. He knew in his heart how to draw. In fact, it was an iron box with a plug board. It was used to bake or dry things. After a while he finally finished. Erniu looked at it and frowned. He whispered, "Little Lord, you want everything to be made of iron? That's not easy. There's so much iron. I can't hide it from people. No matter what you think of, you have to do it for me. If you do it well, you will be rewarded. When we make money in the future, your family can get a share of it. If you don't, I will find someone else. You don't have to follow us anymore." Zhang Xiaobao did not listen to this explanation at all. He did not believe that Erniu, who was so clever, could not handle it. There were difficulties, but it was not impossible to solve them. "Little young master, I'll do it. I don't dare to share the money. It's my duty to do things for the main family. As long as I get a bit of my salary, it'll be fine." Erniu still agreed. Originally, he didn't plan to ask for the rice, but he realized that everyone in his family had to work, so they couldn't do other jobs. That was a lot less, so he mustered up his courage and said it. "We said we'll give you points, so we'll give you points. You can't refute our words, understand?" Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to be cheating money, and wanted to develop his business. Although he was young, his temperament was not lacking. Erniu nodded. He did not care that it was still drizzling outside. He directly ran out and went home to make arrangements. Wang Wan also had time to interrogate Zhang Xiaobao. "What are you going to do today?" "What else can I do? Make money. In this world, the most basic thing is force. Aside from force, there is also money. Force is not enough now, so I'll make money." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Erniu was going to do things, so he also relaxed and replied slowly. "You frowned, closed your eyes and opened them. You're so smart. International swindler. You really live up to your name. Tell me, how do you make money?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's cute face and felt that this person was not bad, so she asked with a smile, "Are you scolding me? Don't always mention swindlers." "Comrade Wang Wan, I'll solemnly remind you now. Please respect me. I'm a good citizen now, a good person. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was also so cute. Both of them were children and children of rich families. They did not lack nutrition, wore good clothes, and were white and fat. Seeing Wang Wan's disapproving face, he continued, I buy fish to make grilled fish slices and sell them to others. No, it's to exchange them with others. It's not easy to sell, but it's easy to exchange them. That box is used to dry the fish slices. In the future, it can be used as an oven to bake some bread, cakes, and so on. Isn't the grilled fish using horse-faced mackerel? Where did you get this kind of fish from if you ask others to buy it? It seems to be sea fish, right? Then why did you use chili sprouts? Apply it on the fish slices? Wang Wan still had this little bit of common sense. She knew what kind of fish was used for grilled fish slices. Who am I? According to what you said, I am a big swindler. How can my idea be so simple? Even if others don't know that the grilled fish slices are dried in an iron box, they can use other methods to grill it. As long as they find it good, they will learn it. There is no patent protection. Our fish is cheap and we can buy a lot of it with money. But food is expensive. I can ask my mother for money to buy fish, but I can't use it to buy food. In fact, any kind of fish can be used. Using grilled fish slices to exchange for soybeans, the real money is to make big sauce. To be precise, it is to make spicy big sauce with soybeans and diced meat. We sell big sauce, but this big sauce is not used to exchange for things. It is used to sell money or cloth. Who asked this thing to be used like money? When we have enough money, we can move on to the next step. The more capital, the easier it is for me to operate. First, I need to understand the matter of land by land, plant things, sell things, and then operate. Of course, if you don't object to me using some tricks, I can directly use money and cloth to operate pure money operations. You should understand what I mean. Zhang Xiaobao still explained slowly. What do you mean by pure money operations? You want to swindle me again? No, when pure money operations, there is no capital. It is nothing more than getting money into your hands, and the speed must be very fast. I won't allow it. If you are targeted, there is no need to use any law to catch you. There are too many powers in this era, you can't run away. Wang Wan firmly opposed. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Wang Wan would not be fooled by him, but now he understood that Wang Wan was afraid that something would happen to him. His mood was naturally different. After thinking for a while, he said, Then I won't do that. Based on the capital itself, I will operate. Rest assured, I will not do anything to hurt others. As an international swindler, when I reject the pure plunder capital accumulation, I can think of many ways to earn money slowly. This slow is relative. I will use the production and processing method to carry out. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan suddenly realized that this violent, loving, intelligent, and powerful swindler, at this moment, had an expression of having everything under his control, so dazzling. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Wang Wan was thinking. Even though he had studied a lot of psychology, he had never come into contact with women's psychology. He was now thinking about how to ask his mother for money. This money was in the hands of the Zhang Wang clan. In the end, he decided to bite the bullet and ask for it. The next day the weather was fine. Erniu had already finished talking to his family, and had even stayed at home for the night. Knowing that the young master was anxious about this matter, he hurried back. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished drinking milk and were usually preparing to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao, who usually took the initiative to sleep, suddenly said to Zhang Wang clan today, Mom, Cuckoo and I want to buy something. We need a lot of money, so we are going to ask Cherries to buy it. So much? Tell Mom, what does my son want to buy? Mom will buy it for you. When Zhang Wang clan heard that it was a lot of money, she was a bit hesitant. She thought that her son did not know what to buy, so she wanted to ask clearly and buy it herself. Maybe she could even change it so it did not cost much. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not agree. He was counting on using the money to buy fish. 1,000 coins was enough to buy hundreds of fish. Southern fish and northern sheep. Fish had always been very cheap here. He said, Mom, we want to buy a lot of things, but we can't remember at the moment. Give the money and ask Cherries to buy it. When Zhang Wang clan heard this, she looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not know what to say. After all, the money was not taken from her family, so she could only nod. Okay, Mom will give. If my son wants to buy something, Mom will give. When the time comes, Mom will also take a look. My son will definitely buy better things than others. Hearing her son say so, Zhang Wang clan did not refuse. A lot of money was a lot, but which family's child knew how to spend money at such a young age? Just let him spend, buy whatever he wants. A lot of money can't suddenly disappear. While she was responding to her son, she called Cherries over. She took out a piece of wood and gave it to Cherries. She said, "Cherries, take this money. If you buy anything, remember to report to me. Remember, the price should still be negotiated." "Yes, madam." Cherries took the piece of wood and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that both of them nodded to Wei Wei, she respectfully agreed. After solving their worries, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally went to sleep. When their mother left, Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "I always feel that I cheated my mother." "No, you didn't cheat her at all. You really used that money to buy things. You are not spending it recklessly. Also, you can still make money in the future." Wang Wan comforted. "I am not talking about that. I didn't tell my mother what I was going to do." "Are you stupid? If you really told your mother, would she agree? You have to know that there are good intentions and bad intentions in deception. Your deception is to earn money for your family to spend. This is good intentions. It's much better than what you did in the past. More than 30 billion, and it's in US dollars. You took it away just like that. Those officials deserve to die." Wang Wan continued to comfort him. "It is a total assets of more than 200 billion US dollars. Your investigation is not detailed at all. The domestic assets are more than 30 billion US dollars. Zhang Xiaobao explained. "Foreign assets have nothing to do with me. The more I cheat, the better. Justice belongs to all of humanity, but my nationality makes me belong to my own country." Wang Wan looked like she was not suitable to be an Interpol officer. She was a bit radical. With money, everything was easy. Zhang Xiaobao asked Cherries to take out the money and give it to Erniu. He also told him that if he bought more, he could further lower the price. After buying twice, he could even try to buy on credit. After sending Erniu away to do things, he and Wang Wan continued to exercise and consider their future development. Chapter 23. Erniu was surprised by the money earned from this grilled fish fillet. To be precise, it was earned. He didn't expect that the fish that he didn't like to eat in the past would be so delicious after such processing. These few days, every time he came from home, he would bring a few fish fillets and share them with Cherry. "Hey, do you think there are some feelings between Erniu and Cherries that shouldn't exist?" Through observation, Wang Wan discovered this point. Why did Erniu only give Cherry fish slices and never give them to her and Zhang Xiaobao? She asked during the walking exercise today. "Cuckoo, please change the way you address me. Don't call me hey. You can call me Xiaobao or Bao Lang. After all, we are family." Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. The grilled fish had been exchanged for a lot of things that could support his future development. "Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I'm not that close to you. Cuckoo is not someone you can call. Don't think that this identity will make us treat you well. Please answer my question directly." Wang Wan was obviously in a good mood. She even had the time to bicker. This was not easy for her. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refute. He was still holding Wang Wan's little hand and walking around the flower bed in the garden. This was enough to explain the problem. There was no need to admit it verbally. They were no longer children. Facts proved everything. He wanted to pick a flower, but found that he wasn't tall enough to climb up the flower bed. He sighed and said, "I don't care about the relationship between the two of them. Only when one feels that they can't control their subordinates will they forbid their subordinates from having such behavior or emotions. They are just two people. I think I can control them. As for why you don't give us grilled fish, I have to commend Comrade Erniu. At least he's not stupid. He understands that our teeth are not suitable for such difficult things." "Are you saying that I'm stupid?" Wang Wan tightened her grip, wanting to hurt Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, she realized that the two of them had similar physical attributes, so she could only give up. "Stop clenching. It's useless. Even if you're stronger than me and crush the bones in my hand, do you think I'll be scared? I didn't suffer any less than you. If I make a sound, I won't be called Zhang Xiaobao. Erniu, come here. Look into your eyes. Zhang Xiaobao's little hand suddenly relaxed when Wang Wan squeezed it tightly. He used his non-resistance to let Wang Wan understand that everyone had the same tenacity. He turned his head and called out to Erniu, who had been flirting with cherries. "Young master, what is your command?" Erniu was rubbing the slightly hard fish slices for cherries. Hearing the young master's call, he nimbly ran over, bowed his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. "After Cuckoo and I drink milk, when my mother comes out of the room, you can find my mother and tell her that you want to cooperate with her in business. Can you do it?" Zhang Xiaobao stared at Erniu and asked. "Can? Or can't I?" Erniu originally thought that the young master would just casually talk about something. He didn't expect that the young master would actually ask him to talk to his wife. He was frightened and didn't know how to respond. "You're asking me? Your family has made a lot of money these days, right? I've decided to give 10% of the net profit to your family. It depends on whether you can handle the situation or not." Zhang Xiaobao frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied with Erniu's cowardice. Erniu swallowed his saliva. Thinking of the money he earned from the grilled fish slices, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved. 10% was already a lot. However, when he thought that he had to face his wife, he felt uncertain. How could he dare to talk to her about cooperation? It seemed like he was asking a tiger for its skin. "Say something. What's the use of just wiping your sweat? You still have to face what you have to face. Just now when you were rubbing the fish slices for cherries, I didn't see you so hot." Zhang Xiaobao found that his patience seemed to be a little less than before. At the same time, he was disappointed in Erniu. How could such a person do things in the future? "Young master, if it was someone else I would dare, but madam, even if you lent me the courage, I wouldn't dare to talk about cooperation. I know that I have embarrassed you. Why don't you beat me up?" Erniu thought about it, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Even if he wanted to risk his life, he still had to choose his opponent. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes. He really didn't know what to say. He couldn't even afford to be angry with such a thing that couldn't be shown in public. He turned to look at Wang Wan and negotiated. "See if you can get some money from your family. I don't want to ask my mother for money anymore." "Didn't you already make money? Why do you still want money?" Wang Wan didn't understand. The grilled fish slices had been exchanged for a lot of things: meat, eggs, grains, and oil. Why did Zhang Xiaobao still feel that it was not enough? There was no problem with making sauce. If it was really so simple, then it wouldn't be me, Zhang Xiaobao. I have always done things one step at a time. Grilled fish slices are only sold in those small places around, and I have already achieved such results. Think about it, some people with a foundation, are they fools? If I'm not wrong, there are already people studying how to make grilled fish slices. I want to use money to advertise and sell the theory of making grilled fish slices. I can make more money. I won't cheat, but I have to make the most profit, right? Zhang Xiaobao felt a little lonely at this moment. It was lonely at the top. "You want to sell the oven technology? That's fine. Then I'll try to ask for money." Wang Wan felt that she understood and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Although the oven is easy to make, I definitely won't sell it. I still want to bake cakes in the future. I'm selling the recipe of grilled fish slices. No matter what, I won't take out the oven. I'll talk about it after I bake a cake and attract some people's attention." "What's the recipe of grilled fish slices? Isn't it just pickling and drying? Master, this most basic thing is enough." Wang Wan tried hard to synchronize with Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts, but she felt that she couldn't do it, so she asked doubtfully. "You don't understand. Don't think that it's easy when I say it. To really master it, it takes many years of accumulation. Let me give you an example. I remember that France saw that there were telescopes in Germany, so they wanted to make them. As a result, they found that there were bubbles in the telescopes they made. They spent a lot of money and finally exchanged this technology. This technology only has one word: stirring. The saltiness is the fundamental problem. I need money to open up the market for me. I want to make a large number of fish slices for free and advertise them in big places. If I want to directly convert the things I exchanged in the early stage into money to buy fish, it will take too long. I don't want to wait. Do I still need to tell you what time is?" Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's dark eyes. For a moment she felt like she was being sucked in. She nodded and said, I used to be called a genius, but now I finally understand that every coincidence is inevitable. You didn't become an international swindler by using tricks. To be honest, I'm a little envious of the education in prison. Like someone once said, the gathering place of geniuses, other than the Academy of Sciences, it's also the prison. The conversation between the two was using lip language. They didn't think much of it, but Ernyu was under a lot of pressure. He thought that little Gongzi was ready to give up on him. Thinking about his life in the future, thinking about his parents, he finally made up his mind at this time. Little Gongzi, I'll do as you say. I'll talk to madam. At most I'll just lose my life. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised by Ernyu's words. He really did plan to give up on Ernyu. It wasn't that he didn't want to let him follow him, but that he didn't want to let him come in contact with important things in the future. Now that he heard Ernyu's words, the idea of giving up on him changed. He asked, why? For my parents. I believe that little Gongzi will definitely help me earn a lot of money. I've always wanted my parents to have meat to eat every meal and wear good clothes. I'm going all out. Ernyu replied honestly. Good boy, that's right. You're not bad. Follow me in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised. At this time he forgot that he was a real child. Like before, Madame Zhang came over when the children needed milk. She fed the two children one on each side and watched the two little guys fall asleep. When she went out and was about to do her own things, she found that Ernyu, who had always been hiding far away in the past, was actually blocking the door today. Ernyu, do you have something to say to me? Is it about Bao Lang and Cuckoo? Zhang Wangclan glanced at Ernyu and asked faintly. Ernyu had already drunk some wine and was brewing his emotions. He thought that he could speak to the madam directly. At this time, when he heard the madam's question, the courage that was boosted by the wine suddenly disappeared. He looked down at his feet and said timidly, No, nothing. Madam, take care. And take good care of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I won't mistreat you in the future. Zhang Wangclan replied and walked away. Ernyu was stunned. He thought for a while and used his hand to pinch his leg. Finally, he gathered his courage and said loudly, Madam, please wait. I have something to say. En? What do you want to say? Zhang Wangclan stopped and slowly turned around to stare at Ernyu and asked. At this time, Ernyu knew that he couldn't back down anymore. He allowed the sweat to flow down his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered. Madam, I want to talk to you about business. Yes, that is about business. Oh, you want to talk to me about business? Good Ernyu, you've grown up. Speak, what kind of business do you want to talk about to buy yourself back? Zhang Wangclan was puzzled. She didn't know what was wrong with Ernyu today. Why did he want to talk to her about business? What a joke. What qualifications did he have? The thing that he wanted to sell himself was still in her hands. No, it's not me. It's my family. My family didn't sell it here. My parents, my brother, and my sister are all farmers. My family's business, grilled fish fillets, is sold in the surrounding areas. Our Zhuangzi doesn't have the grilled fish fillets yet. Let's talk about this. Ernyu tried to calm himself down and said while trembling. Grilled fish fillets? Did you say grilled fish fillets? Did your family make them? How dare you, your family is a farmer in Zhuangzi. Why didn't you tell me what you made first? Zhang Wangclan shouted angrily. Chapter 24. Hearing the madam's question, Ernyu didn't even think about it and directly knelt down. He didn't dare to face the angry madam. He thought about giving up the little Gongzi, but he suddenly thought that if he really did, would the little Gongzi be punished? Of course not. The madam only praised the little Gongzi and praised him. The problem was, after praising him, would he still be alive? If the madam didn't punish him, the little Gongzi could find a random reason to kill him. Therefore, Ernyu felt that the only thing he could do was to not say anything and wait for the madam's anger. Even if the madam let someone else beat him up, it would be good. As for an explanation, what should he say? Could it be that the little Gongzi deliberately told him not to buy fish from these two Zhuangzi? Hold on, the madam won't beat him to death. Tell me, why didn't you tell me that the fish was made by your family? I didn't know that there was such a person in Zhuangzi. You must have made a lot of money, right? What are your plans in the future? When the Zhang Wangclan saw Ernyu like this, she tried to control her tone and slowly said, Madam, I can't tell you. Madam, I can't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I can't say it. The only thing I can say is that I, Ernyu, and my family have never done anything to let down the Zhang family's manor. Madam, you will definitely know in the future. Even if I, Ernyu, die for the manor, I will not think of harming the manor. I am just talking about business. Ernyu knelt on the ground and clenched his fists. His face was already full of tears, but even so he didn't sell Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the bed. He clearly heard the conversation and actually laughed. Wang Wan also heard it. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression, she said angrily, "Why didn't you stand up to save him? You laughed because you think that Ernyu is stupid and should be laughed at?" Bullshit, when did I laugh at Ernyu? Ernyu will be my family in the future. I laughed because I, Zhang Xiaobao, had someone who was willing to die for me in my previous life. In this life it's worth it. Ernyu will be my brother in the future. When he's alive, I'll let him enjoy glory and wealth. If he dies, I'll take care of his family in his place. If you want me to go out, I'll go out. How can I face Ernyu? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly cursed and stood up from the couch. His smile didn't change, but his small hands were tightly clenched. How can you buy people's heart? I don't believe it. Wang Wan was a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao could get her information whenever he wanted, but Zhang Xiaobao's whereabouts could only be exposed if he wanted to. The difference was too big. H8. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, on that day, until the last moment of the explosion, I could still run away if I wanted to. I didn't call for them, but my brothers were already in position. As long as I made a gesture, the 6 snipers on your side would immediately be killed. It's just that I don't have that much time left, and I don't want to hurt you. Don't think that you're so powerful. Let me tell you, in your organization there are some people who are nothing compared to Ernyu. Ernyu still knows his place and knows loyalty. The people in your organization have already sold their souls. Not everyone is you, Wang Wan, and not everyone can be a bawang flower. Zhang Xiaobao finally got angry. He also had his own bottom line, and he wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. He said to Wang Wan mercilessly. Wang Wan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she didn't think that there were people in the organization who betrayed her, but she just didn't want to believe it. At this moment, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. Of course, she understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't hate Zhang Xiaobao, nor did she hate the people who betrayed her. After all, not everyone could be like her. She was just a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao was just a liar. How could he have such good brothers? The two of them had their own thoughts. Outside, Ernyu and Zhang Wang clan were also confronting each other. You're really not going to say it? Zhang Wang clan asked word by word. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. Ernyu stubbornly replied. Wang Wan, who was thinking about something in the room, almost laughed out loud when she heard Ernyu's words. All right then, tell me. How do you want to cooperate? Zhang Wang clan thought for a while, then turned around to look at the room she just came out of and asked. Madam, give me another 2 strings of money. I'll use it to buy fish, make fish fillets, and then give it to people for free in other bustling places, especially a high-end restaurant. After 5 days, I'll return 50 strings of money to you. Ernyu said according to Zhang Xiaobao's preset words. Zhang Wang clan smiled, nodded, and gently said to Ernyu, Ernyu, you've always been a smart person in my family. Almost everyone thinks so, but I know you and I trust you. That's why I put Xiaobao and Cuckoo in your care. Since you want this money, then I'll give it to you. If you can get 50 strings of money, then 50 strings of money. Even if you lose money in the end, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much about it. Your mother should be happy to have a son like you. I think your mother knows what kind of person you are, just like me. It's over, my mother knows. Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing on the couch, said faintly. Yes. No one knows a son better than his mother. Wang Wan, who also heard Zhang Wang clan's words, agreed. My mother said that for me. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Then why are you so happy? Wang Wan asked. Why wouldn't I be happy? My mother is so smart, of course I have a reason to be happy. My father, that bookworm, is lucky. Zhang Xiaobao fell down from the couch, and with a plop, he lay down beside Wang Wan. He said to Wang Wan, who was dissatisfied with his action, Today is the happiest day of my life. I found a good brother, And I know how great a mother's love is. What's the extent? Wang Wan really couldn't understand. The extent to which a mother unconditionally supports her child. Listen, my mother will definitely agree. This reminds me of something written in a book. As a mother, even if she knows that her child will be scalded by boiling water, she will still support him unconditionally. She will secretly watch, and if there is any danger, she will directly rush to hold the kettle and not let her child get scalded. Zhang Xiaobao said emotionally. So what? A person's nobility and greatness is because of this. Wang Wan was still refuting Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she was touched, she still refused to admit defeat. Wrong, it's not just humans, it's the same for animals. If you've seen hunters hunting, you'll understand. Those animals that bite off their own legs to escape from the trap must be females, because they want to go back to feed their own children, Zhang Xiaobao said. Don't tell me these useless things, I don't like to hear them. Wang Wan turned her head away. She didn't want Zhang Xiaobao to see her red eyes. She thought of her family in her previous life. Okay, I won't say anything, just listen. Zhang Xiaobao was grateful to God. He finally had parents in this life. Cherries, come here, take the money, when the time comes, give it to Erniu. Madame Zhang, who was outside, called out to the house. Ying Tao immediately ran out and took the piece of wood that represented 2 strings of money. Erniu, you should also get up. Remember my words, I believe you can take good care of Erniu. Later, go to the accountant's office and get some meat. Then go back home and have a good meal. Zhang Wang Clan took out another wooden piece and threw it to Erniu, who was kneeling there, then slowly walked away. Erniu seemed to wake up from a dream. He trembled as he picked up the wooden piece and looked at his wife's back as she walked away, speechless for a long time. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, when people saw that the fish fillet was profitable, they immediately started to imitate it, and the price was lower, but the sales were not good. First, the saltiness of the fish fillet was uneven, and second, the fish fillet could not be roasted to the same degree as Erniu's. The heat was not controlled well at all. After receiving the money, Erniu immediately started to buy a large amount of raw fish according to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, and sent the fish fillets to some restaurants for free tasting. 5 days later, the free roasted fish fillets suddenly disappeared. Men actually did not like to eat this food, no matter how delicious it was. It was not as good as marinated beef with wine, but children and women liked it. These 2 people were really important, to the point that any man with a normal sexual orientation had to consider it. After 5 days of free roasted fish fillets, the restaurants had to carefully consider the economic benefits of this food, which was how much money they could make. The most direct example was the brothels. There were many women there, and they had already treated the fish fillets as an indispensable snack. Next were the men who were looking for a woman, and they had to bring some back to please the woman. The last were those who had children. When they were eating and drinking, they found that the children liked the fish fillets, so they had to bring some back. Then, they would throw it to the children with a straight face and say a few stern words. This was the depth of a father's love. But now that the supply had suddenly stopped, the fish fillets that appeared in other places were much worse than this. Just the balance between the saltiness of the fish fillets was incomparable. The owner of the restaurant became anxious and asked around to find out where the fish fillets were made, wanting to find out. Erniu had been listening to the young master's orders all this time, which was to say, he was remotely commanding. When he saw that many people were asking, he asked his elder brother to take the lead and compete. Although it was said that he was selling the recipe, in fact it was only one thing, and that was the marination or the deep processing of the sea fish. Such a simple thing, before it was announced, made people yearn for it endlessly. When someone spent 120 taels of silver to get it, they could only keep it in their hearts. Didn't I tell you to take copper coins? You just had to bring back so much money. Tell me, if I want to buy something, you take the money to pay for it? I want to buy 200 caddies of soybeans, and you take so much money to look for trouble? What do you want me to say to you? If I want to sell a piece of tofu now, you take the money and buy it for me to see? Do you want to use silver in your future business transactions? If you feel that you are tired of living, don't drag me to die with you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the small pile of money that Erniu had placed in front of him and patted his head. Then, he looked at Erniu's sad expression and knew that this was done by Erniu. He could only sigh and let Erniu give the money to his mother first, and slowly exchanged the rest for copper coins to carry out the next step of the plan. Chapter 25. When Erniu listened to Zhang Xiaobao and returned the money, the Jiang Wang clan was a little surprised. She stared at Erniu and asked, "How much did your family earn this time? Did you borrow the money from somewhere else to return it to me?" "Madam, where did I get so much money from? It's all my family's money." Erniu was about to say little master, but fortunately, he was smart enough to grasp the key moment and press the blame on himself. The Jiang Wang clan carefully looked at Erniu again and nodded slowly. "Erniu, how much did your family earn this time? Return me 50 strings of coins. Do you have any left?" "Yes, I earned 120 taels of silver this time, so I still have 70 taels of silver left." No matter how smart Erniu was, he was not as smart as the Jiang Wang clan. He didn't understand the meaning of the madam's question, so he told the truth. "Oh, so much money. Then what you returned was silver, but what you kept were copper coins." "No, it's still silver, but I forgot that my parents told me to exchange it for copper coins. It's not easy to spend it now." Erniu didn't know why, but he was afraid when he saw the madam, so he couldn't speak properly. "If that's the case, then I'll exchange it for copper coins. After all, you are a member of the Zhang family, so it's good that you can earn money." The Jiang Wang clan solved Erniu's problem. Erniu didn't know what was going on, so he returned with the 70 strings of coins in the cart. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he said happily, "Little master, you don't have to think of other ways. The madam actually exchanged all the silver in my hand for copper coins. This is great. I didn't expect the madam to be so easy to talk to." Little master? Little master? Don't just stand there, I brought the money back." As Erniu spoke, he realized that the little young master was looking outside without moving. He was a little worried and waved his hand in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Okay. Erniu, is your mother's mouth okay?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly asked. "It's not that good. My father said that it's because my mother was too tired when she was young. She lost quite a few of her teeth, so she doesn't like to eat hard things." Erniu couldn't keep up with Zhang Xiaobao's pace, so he answered whatever he was asked. "Your teeth don't taste good. Meat is a waste of time, right? Come, Erniu, I'll teach you a way. When you go back, you can cook for your mother. Prepare such a big copper basin, or you can make something according to what I've drawn for you. Use copper." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about the money at all. He directly drew a basin on the ground. The middle was hollowed out, and a tube with a bulging belly protruded out. Below the tube was a grate. According to the explanation, it was made of iron wire. "Make this thing. Put charcoal in the middle, and you can get rid of the charcoal residue at the bottom. Put the spices you think you can put in and add lard. In addition, use a stove and a pot to boil the wheat flour until it's sticky. Mix twice the amount of water and put the water into the thing just now. When the water boils, you put the mutton in and cook it. As soon as the color changes, take it out and give it to your mother. She will definitely be able to bite it, and the 100 boiled meat won't be old. After a while, you go back and find someone to make it. It's best to find different people to make different parts. Keep it a secret and don't tell anyone. Make one more, yes, 2 more. Send it to my mother and Cuckoo's mother. Tell them the method you used, and emphasize that it's a secret. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the drawing on the ground and said to Erniu, "I understand. Little young master, don't worry. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." "Little young master, why are you so kind to my mother?" Erniu asked blankly. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by kind to your mother?" "I'm asking you to be kind to your mother. Don't ask anymore. Just go back and make food for your mother as I said. Now let's get down to business. Do you know anyone who makes porcelain?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. While Erniu was thinking, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with her lips, "Your mother is really good to you. She knows that you can't spend money directly, so she changed it to copper coins for you. She even found an excuse that she thinks is reasonable. She doesn't want you to know. It's not easy to be a mother. I'll tell you the truth. Don't be unhappy. I'm a little glad that your parents are gone. Otherwise, you will definitely find your parents. At that time, if your parents in your previous life were to be laid off or bullied, there will definitely be a bloody storm. I'm scared just thinking about it. Your current state is sick, do you know that?" "You're not sick. I pray that your mother in your previous world will be killed by a car tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan was like a wolf that wanted to eat people. She suddenly pounced on Zhang Xiaobao and strangled his neck. She said in a low voice, "Say that again? I'll bite you to death." "See, you still say that I'm sick. You're not much better. Do you understand? We're the same kind of people. Don't touch my bottom line in the future." "Yes, I just understood that it was my mother who supported me without reservation. I thought of Erniu's mother and wanted to use his hands to give some benefits to my mother and your family. I don't think I did anything wrong. You can say that I don't have any defense in front of this kind of family, but you can't insult me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't struggle at all. It was impossible for a little kid like Wang Wan to strangle him to death. "Then you're talking about my mother? Okay, I'll forgive you for the time being. Don't tell me what you don't want to do to others. Continue cooking your hot pot." Wang Wan actually wanted Zhang Xiaobao to not be so childish. Once he faced his family, he would lose his toughness. However, she suddenly found that she was the same. She resentfully got up and stood aside. Ernie was scared. He wanted to pull her back but didn't dare. Seeing that the two ancestors finally separated, he took a few breaths and calmed down again. Thinking of what the little young master asked just now, he replied, "Little young master, what do you want to do if you can find someone who can make porcelain? Make things. Make all kinds of exquisite small jars. Don't be too big, as long as it can hold 4 liters of water. For jars can hold 1 caddy. The more beautiful the better. How's your family's chili picking?" Zhang Xiaobao calmed down and said to Erniu, "We've picked a lot. Little young master, how much do you want? Is the money used to make porcelain jars?" Erniu finally realized that he was almost like a fool in front of this child, who was less than 1 year old. He couldn't figure out what the little young master was thinking. If he didn't earn more than 100 taels of silver this time, he would really think that he was just fooling around with the child. Before Zhang Xiaobao could say anything, Wang Wan gave an order. She still understood this kind of thing. "Continue to pick. It's best to let others help you pick them. You can buy them with money. The more the better. Even if you pick all the chili from the surrounding mountains, it's fine. How about this 1 copper coin for 3 caddies? Let those children who have nothing to do pick them. 1 copper coin for 3 caddies." Erniu asked with his eyes wide open. "Why? Is the money too little?" Wang Wan was a little uncertain. "It's too much. You can find them all over the mountain. Just let a child go to the mountain and he can bring back 40 to 50 caddies in a day." Erniu now wanted to rush to the mountain to pick them. "Ah, so much? Then buy more. 1 copper coin for 5 caddies. You can't reduce it anymore. But you can adjust the purchasing method. You can buy every 300 caddies. This way, when fewer and fewer chili plants are picked, there will still be people picking them. If you can't gather 300 caddies, you won't be able to earn any money." This kind of small matter could be handled by Wang Wan herself. She didn't need this big liar Zhang Xiaobao. Erniu still didn't know what the little young master and the little miss of the Wang family were thinking, but he still nodded in agreement. After all, he was the kind of person who was smart. He understood that he could be ignorant of many things, but there was one thing that he must do, and that was loyalty. He would do whatever he was told. After waiting for Erniu to accept the order and leave, Wang Wan was still a little worried. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Let Erniu's family do such a big thing? Why don't we split up and let Cherries do something as well? How big of a thing is it? Why didn't I realize how important this matter is? It's just a small amount of money. Cherry still has other things to do. I don't expect to rely on one thing to make a fortune. I want to continuously make small things and earn a little of each. When added together, it will naturally be more. Cherries, come here. I have something to discuss." Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression. As he spoke, he called out to Cherries, who was still vigilantly looking outside. "Little young master, you're looking for me?" Cherries also knew about the money Erniu earned these few days. 70 taels 10% was 7 taels of silver. It was enough for her to work for several years without being penalized. Her family was also in Zhuangzi. Who didn't want to earn more money for their family? She quickly ran over. "Come, I'll draw something for you. Look at it." Zhang Xiaobao picked up the wooden stick and began to draw on the ground. Little young master, what is this? Cherries looked at the drawing and asked. This is called a Kong. Kong? What's it for? This thing is very useful. It's most useful in winter. And it's also useful now. Wait for Ernie to come back. Ask him for money and buy eggs. Buy eggs that are specially laid by roosters and hens. Try not to shake the eggs as much as possible. There are also chickens in my yard. See which chicken is hugging the nest. Ask someone to hold it down and put your hand in to feel the heat and cold. When the Kong is ready, put the collected eggs on the Kong and cover it with something. Light the fire until the temperature is about the same as the temperature under the chicken's body. Oh, and try to collect as many eggs as possible. One end should be round and the other end should be pointed. If both ends are round, you can also collect them. If both ends are pointed, you can forget about it. Cherries blinked and seemed to understand. The little young master wanted to make chickens by himself. He didn't need to hug the nest but directly use the Kong. If he could really make chickens, it would be crazy. Many people would go crazy. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care how many people would go crazy. He continued to draw and said, Cherries, look at this. Make a small board and arrange a few mirrors. Put the wax in the area surrounded by the mirrors and light it. Hold the egg and look at it. Every 5 or 6 days, look at it again and see the shadow of the bones inside. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You don't understand. Cherries nodded and remembered everything Zhang Xiaobao said. She excitedly stood up and left. She was a little dazed. This little young master was really too different from ordinary people. Everyone was confused by what he said. You want to hatch chickens? Look at eggs? What do you mean by round and sharp? Wang Wan waited for Cherries to leave. Wei Wei tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. A real expert can directly distinguish the male and female. I don't know how to do that. Usually the round ones are female and the sharp ones are male. There is a probability. In this era, chickens are actually not as good as cows and sheep. This requires my next plan. Teach others to eat chickens and various ways to eat them. We can raise chickens and earn a sum of money. When the money is added up, you will find that it is a huge number. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and said, That's not right. How can you, Zhang Xiaobao, only use this thing to earn a sum of money? Then you are not Zhang Xiaobao. Say, what other plans do you have? Your smile is not the smile of a normal person. What is the point of picking out the eggs? Wang Wan did not believe that this international swindler did not have a backup plan. If that was the case, it could be regarded as a world miracle. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his sparse hair with his chubby little hands and pretended to smile shyly. You found out again. Oh God, oh Earth, why did you put a policeman beside me? Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I'm going to use the chicken to exchange for cows and horses. After all, my family is a landlord, and I can't farm without cows and horses. As for the eggs, I will use them to deceive people, no, to help people. First, I will use mutton soup and fish soup to cook them. Then, I will use the juice of the chili and other things to roast them. They have one effect, and that is to speed up people's blood circulation. People with cardiovascular diseases cannot eat them. When ordinary men eat them, they will find that they are a little impulsive. It is related to what you want to expose me. Not only can it be sold for money, it can be sold for a lot of money. Do you understand? Hooligan. Wang Wan said. Chapter 26. Ernie and Cherries both had things to do. For a time there was no one to take care of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Wang clan also sent Pomegranate, who had held an umbrella for her before. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were struggling to walk on the sand. Children didn't sweat much, but even so their foreheads were glistening. The thin clothes they were wearing had been changed once, but the two still had no intention of going back to sleep. Pomegranate, water. Xiaobao stopped and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He called out to Shirlu, who was looking at him with a pained heart. Shirlu had been watching all this while. She couldn't figure out why these two children were walking back and forth on this sandy ground. Most children wouldn't be willing to do so, but if the adults forced them to do so, they would have already cried. When she heard the call, she hurriedly took the water beside her and passed it to them. Seeing the two children drinking water with all their might, Pomegranate couldn't understand. They didn't drink tea or sugar water, but insisted on drinking salt water. She had tasted this water before, and it didn't taste good at all. When she drank it, it only felt a little fishy in the mouth. It was not salty, nor was it bland. But the little Gongzi pointed out that they must drink this water. If they drank salt water, wouldn't they be more thirsty? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what Pomegranate was thinking. After drinking half a bellyful of salt water, they exhaled comfortably together, stood up straight and walked forward. Hold on, there are still 200 meters left today. It's only 5 round trips. Just grit your teeth and it'll be over. This is a rare opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao's calves couldn't help but tremble because of walking on the sand. Their task today was to walk 500 meters. For adults, 500 meters was nothing, but for 2 children who had just turned 1, it was an overload. I know children don't want to exercise when they're young, and it's too late when they want to exercise when they're older. With children's bodies and adult perseverance, this is the best opportunity to exercise. I believe that if you continue to train like this, you won't have any problems jumping down from 20 meters. But I guess you won't be able to read at night. You must have no strength at all. Wang Wan also didn't feel good. She fell down while speaking and slowly got up. That depends. In the future, if you're not literate and don't understand some of the allusions in a contract or something, you'll be at a disadvantage. I can still recognize most of the words and can write some of them. After all, I stayed on the island for a period of time, so I can't understand the allusions. All I think about is lying all day, so I don't have time to read those. Zhang Xiaobao grinned as he watched Wang Wan get up on her own. He didn't have any intention of helping her. Wang Wan finally got up and held Zhang Xiaobao's hand again as they moved forward together. Her face was red from the sun, but she refused to give up and said, "Yes, I'll learn. Even if I have to lie there, I'll still learn. I was a genius back then. Oh my God, this is even more tiring than when I was in the special operations team. There's no one to give us massages and scientific guidance. Soon we'll reach the end. There are still 4.5 trips left. Stop dreaming. Once we get used to this intensity, we'll have to reformulate the training program. Just bear with it. If you want to show off in front of others, you'll have to suffer behind them. Who asked us to be different from others?" Zhang Xiaobao also staggered. He loosened his grip and fell. He opened his mouth and spat out sand. He pulled Wang Wan's hand and started walking again. The two of them held hands and didn't care about each other's fall. It was only to better control their balance. If they really fell because of physical exhaustion, they didn't care about each other. The strong didn't need anyone's pity. In a room where they could see the situation, a man and a woman stood by the window. Both of them had tears in their eyes as they watched the baby get up after falling. "Chow, is this still my son? I heard you say that the incident with Ernia's family was caused by Xiao Bao. How old is he? Could he be a monster?" The man asked doubtfully. "What monster? That's my son. Other people's children can't do that, but my son can. He's better than other people's children. When you see a scary place, you have to think, this is a god, not a monster. Whose child can compare to Xiao Bao? When I was pregnant with him, I knew that my future son would be different. Look at how much I could eat. I ate more than other men." Zhang Wang clan retorted. These words were unreasonable. As long as it was her son, he would be better. He would fall more beautifully than other people's children. He could eat a mouthful of sand and still not cry. Whose child could do that? The man was Zhang Xiaobao's bookworm father. He had heard a lot of strange things recently, and one of them was related to his son, so he took some time to come over with his wife to take a look. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Not to mention a child, even an adult would hide under the blazing sun. But reality told him that the determination of the two children was terrifying. There were a few times when he wanted to rush over, carry his son, and ask him what he was doing, but he was stopped by his wife. His wife said, "Isn't it good for the children to play? Other people's children wouldn't move when they were told to." His children were sensible and good-looking. They walked with their legs sometimes high and sometimes low. What was there to be afraid of if they fell? They were fine on the sand. The sand had been sifted and sifted. It was fine and wouldn't hurt anyone. Mr. Zhang thought about what his wife said about Ernia's family earning money. He looked at the two stubborn children in front of him and felt that something was wrong. When he heard Xiao Er's words, he sighed and said, Aren't you afraid that these two children are possessed by something? Which family's children can be like this? Cherries was also sent out to collect new eggs. I heard that she's specifically picking them. I don't know what she's doing. If it doesn't work, we'll get a master to take a look. We can't harm our own children. What monster? A monster can call me mother and call you father? Is your family's monster heart so good? This is her ability. Didn't you notice it back then? My stomach is different from other people's. Zhang Wangshi had been in charge of the household for a long time. She was not as respectful to her husband as other people. She would say whatever was on her mind. In any case, she only had one thing in mind. Zhang Xiaobao was her biological son. If her son did well, it was the mother who gave birth to him. What's different? I think it's all the same. Who can eat the same amount? Mr. Zhang felt that he couldn't communicate with his wife. As long as they talked about their son, everything was good. Husband, tell this concubine which pregnant wife do you think is a good one? If she's from a poor family, we can spend money to buy her, and let you look at her as much as you want. Zhang Wang clan asked angrily. Mr. Zhang was really afraid of his wife being like this. Other families had a few women, but his family was different. Wang Chaoer and the Wang family's wife from Zhuangzi joined forces to oppose him. Fortunately, he was focused on obtaining scholarly honor, so it was fine. Now that he had a son, he was fine with it. If other women really came to his house, they might not cause much trouble. But Wang Zhuang's brother gave birth to a daughter. If the next one gave birth to a daughter, couldn't he take in a concubine? He turned to look at Wang Chaoer's frosty face and didn't say anything. He just sighed heavily. This was bad. When his sigh was heard by Zhang Wang clan, her eyes immediately turned red and she began to cry. She cried and said, "When we first married, what did you say? You said that you would only be good to me. Now it's fine if you look at someone else's wife's belly, but you actually said that my son is a monster. What did I do in my previous life? Why am I involved in this? I'm going to look for my mother-in-law. Divorce me. I'll just bring my monster son out. Let them be jealous. Madam, don't be angry. Look at our son. He's so good. Even the sound of him choking when drinking water is better than other children. Pomegranate, if you don't look after him and let Xiaobao choke, I'll skin you alive." Mr. Zhang didn't know what to do. Madam said to divorce, but she didn't ask him to. Why did she have to look for her mother-in-law? She was clearly complaining. She was already an adult. It wasn't worth it to let his parents teach her a lesson. He happened to see Xiaobao drinking water, and wanted to praise him to divert Madam's attention. He didn't expect to see Xiaobao choking on water. After praising him, he realized that he had vented all his anger on Pomegranate. Needless to say, it really worked this time. When Madame Zhang heard her husband mention the child, she immediately looked over. Her tears were gone and her sobbing stopped. Only when she saw that her son was fine did she feel relieved. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the sound and turned their heads at the same time. Only then did they realize that someone was watching them. It wasn't that they weren't vigilant. If it was before they started training, they would have already heard the sound. Now they were tired to death and their body functions were greatly reduced. Just standing up and walking was already putting in all their effort. How could they notice anything else? Should we conserve some of our energy for training in the future? It's too dangerous to do this. We didn't even notice that someone was watching us. Wang Wan poured water on her head to lower her temperature and asked worriedly, "There's no need for that. This is not watching, this is caring. My parents are watching us. Why should we be vigilant? Who should we be vigilant of in our own yard? Not to mention that there won't be any danger. Even if a few people with knives suddenly rushed in to kill us, do you have a way to avoid them? Hurry up and train, there are still 3.5 more." Zhang Xiaobao still had the mood to wave his small hands at his parents. He turned around and moved forward. "Okay, even if I have to crawl, I will finish this distance." Wang Wan and Wei Wei closed their eyes and relaxed their muscles except for their legs. They swayed as they followed. Zhang Xiaobao's father and Zhang Wang clan saw their son waving his hands. His dirty little face made them want to laugh, but they couldn't. Looking at the few feet of sand, they both knew that their son was challenging his body's limits. "Madam, you're right. No child can compare to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They're so hard on themselves at such a young age. They'll definitely be even better when they grow up. Zhang Xiaobao's father sighed. Chapter 27. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished crawling 40 meters of sand, they were so tired that they lay there motionless. Pomegranate, who had been accompanying them the whole time, was really frightened. What kind of children were they? When they crawled the last 20 meters, she clearly saw the two children's short arms and legs trembling non-stop. She knew that she had a similar experience and knew what it felt like. Moreover, her arms and legs were fine before. When she first came to Zhuangzi, she was not familiar with how to do things and was punished. At that time she kept cursing in her heart, but she did not dare to refuse. If she did not work, her family life would be cut off. At that time, if someone let her rest, she would be grateful to that person for the rest of her life. But now, why did the little master and Cuckoo do this? Did they say that they were playing? Which family's children were so desperate to play? If someone really allowed their children to play like this, the children would have cried and looked for their mother. Thinking of this, Pomegranate felt a little admiration in her heart. She told herself that maybe the children of rich families were so amazing. Looking at the children's sand-covered bodies, red faces and small hands, Pomegranate asked someone to prepare the bathwater and walked closer to the two children, wanting to carry them. No, we can walk after lying down for a while. Ask someone to heat up the bathwater and warm up the old wine. Just warm up a big pot. Go, don't worry about us. Zhang Xiaobao used all his strength to shake his head and ordered Pomegranate. Pomegranate hesitated for a moment, but still did as the little master said. She did not leave, but stood by the side and arranged everything. It's so damn comfortable. When was the last time I was so tired? I miss those days. Zhang Xiaobao said in a muffled voice, basking in the sun, face down, and sticking his head to the wet sand that he had pushed away with his head. Isn't that so? It's fine today, but it will be hard to train tomorrow. Even if we eat too much milk, we will be hungry at night. Xiaobao, what do you want to eat tonight? Wang Wan imitated Zhang Xiaobao and used her head to push the sand. Who knows? I don't want to think about this right now. I just want to lie down and sleep. Zhang Xiaobao stuck his little hands into the sand. It was cool there. Wang Wan followed suit. No, you have to think carefully. That little milk will affect our training tomorrow. If you can stand greasy food, then drink mutton soup. Ask them to boil the mutton until it's soft. Don't put too much salt and other spices. If you want to eat something light, then eat cucumber and egg soup. Don't put too many cucumbers, stir the eggs and add some chopped green onions. It's better than going hungry. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to eat something light right now. Mutton soup. Just bear with it if you feel disgusted. After all, it can replenish energy quickly. If there is too much gruel and water, the calories will come slowly. Our rice isn't very good. Wang Wan chose the dish that she didn't want to eat the most. Zhang Xiaobao used all his strength and was finally able to stand up. He pulled Wang Wan and the two of them walked together to the shade. Their staggering steps made Pomegranate worried. After soaking in the hot water for almost an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan massaged each other with the warm wine. When it was their turn to be massaged, they would bite the clothes next to them and endure the soreness. Everyone was driven out. The two of them didn't want others to see their uncomfortable appearance. Xiaobao, the alcohol content of this wine is too low. Let's distill it. The body absorbs it slowly and the alcohol is evaporated. Wang Wan hummed and said, I don't like it. It's useless. If you want to make drunk prawns, Shaoxing yellow wine is the best. It can be used to treat wounds and disinfect. Wang Wan continued to persuade. She didn't know the steps of distilling, but she thought that Zhang Xiaobao had no problem. No, I dislike alcohol. It can easily cause pus to form under the scabs. When I was injured before, I directly used yellow iodine water. You can also get injured. You're such a powerful person. Wang Wan had nothing to say. She was almost crying when Zhang Xiaobao massaged her. How can I be injured? Why don't I get injured? I always get injured when I practice. Luckily, I have the money I stole from the officials to support me. There was once when I jumped down from 13 meters and broke both my legs. 200,000 yuan was sent to the hospital, and they treated me like I was their ancestor. When my legs recovered, I continued to jump and finally found that feeling. After Xiaobao finished massaging Wang Wan's last leg, he directly lay down on the ground. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and got up. She began to massage Zhang Xiaobao. "I, a great beauty, am massaging you. Are you happy? Is it comfortable? What feeling? Now, whoever touches me will have the same feeling. How did you make yellow iodine water? When I was cheating people, I didn't mention this thing. If I knew it would be like this, I would have learned it. It's just a matter of a few sentences and I can memorize it." Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth, sucked in cold air and snorted. "What you asked Ernie's family to do? And what about Cherry's side? Have you thought about what to do in the end? What if it's leaked?" Wang Wan pressed both hands on Zhang Xiaobao's back. Her whole body weight was almost pressing on him. Zhang Xiaobao was just about to speak when he suddenly snorted. When Wang Wan changed positions, he exhaled and said, "Don't be afraid. There are many ways to make money. When others learn it, we will do other things. This kind of thing is like cheating people. It needs to be flexible. In this era, it's not easy to keep a secret." "Okay, you're good. What about the hot pot? Don't you want to sell it for money? When your family and I are done eating, we'll publicize it for free so that everyone who is willing to eat like this will know how to make hot pot. When the time comes, we'll sell the ingredients. In fact, the most normal thing to do is to put starch. That way, the meat won't get old easily. I don't know how to do it, so I'll let him cook rice and wheat. This thing has a lot of starch content, so we'll have another source of income when the time comes." Zhang Xiaobao slowly closed his eyes. This kind of massage was really comfortable. The sour feeling was in place and the pain was good. In the small room, the two of them pressed on each other. Outside, Jiang Wang clan was also eating hard. When Pomegranate arranged for people to make thick mutton soup, Jiang Wang clan also asked people to make pork knuckles for her to eat. The kind without salt. After eating 2 mouthfuls, she felt disgusted. Xiao Qiu, who specially came to serve her, looked at the bowl of greasy pork knuckles. She didn't need to eat it. Just looking at it made her want to vomit. When she saw her madam eating hard, she persuaded her. "Madam, this thing is really too greasy. How about adding some salt? Can't go on like this." "What salt? Is it still milk with salt? My son and daughter-in-law are tired out today. If I don't eat more, how can I feed them? Other families' children cry hard when there's something wrong, but my 2 children are very sensible. If they're hungry at night, they won't cry like other families' children. They'll bear with it. The more they act like this, the more my heart aches. Tonight, when you sleep next to them, listen carefully. If there's any sound, wake me up to feed them." Jiang Wang clan said a few words and began to eat again. Thinking of the sweet smile of the children when they were full and sleeping, she felt that the pork knuckles didn't seem so greasy anymore. "Madam, why don't you find 2 wet nurses? It's too tiring for you to feed 2 children by yourself." Xiao Qiu persuaded. "No, I'll feed my children myself. I still have pork knuckles to eat. Many families want to eat meat but can't. Didn't they also survive?" As Jiang Wang clan spoke, she picked up a piece of fatty meat that was about an inch thick and stuffed it into her mouth. There was a smile on her face, as if she had won a battle. At night, just as Jiang Wang clan had predicted, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would wake up after 2 hours of sleep. When the muscles were regenerating, they consumed a lot of calories. The prepared mutton soup was given to Jiang Wang clan, and the 2 of them were still drinking milk. The next day, when Jiang Wang clan went to do other things, Zhang Xiaobao called Pomegranate and asked, "What did my mother eat before dinner last night?" In reply to the young master, it was pork knuckles. Pomegranate replied, "Okay, you can go now." "Xiaobao, pork knuckles can't be used so quickly, right?" Wang Wan waited for Pomegranate to leave the room and asked, "The milk we ate yesterday had nothing to do with pork knuckles. This is a kind of self-hypnosis. My mother thought that pork knuckles could produce more milk, so she kept thinking that she had more milk. In the end, she really did have milk. It's like a sleepwalker climbing a tall building. In that state, she thought that she could climb up. As long as her body functions meet the requirements, she could climb up." Zhang Xiaobao explained. "Oh, so are we still going to walk on the sand today?" Wang Wan nodded to show that she understood. She didn't say too much. They were all adults, so there was no need to say words of gratitude. "We can walk on the sand. You should have noticed that we don't feel uncomfortable at all. This is the benefit of a child's body. The recovery speed is very fast. Let's walk around outside today. I want to familiarize myself with the things on Zhuangzi." You let pomegranate lead you and I'll look for cherries. Zhang Xiaobao made the decision. When she finished drinking the milk, she was carried out. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see what was planted on Zhuangzi and whether it could increase the yield. Wang Wan was assigned the task of understanding the farmer's thoughts. They split up to act. Cherries went to buy eggs yesterday. Today she didn't need to go personally. Someone sent the eggs over. They were all newly laid according to her request. At least one end of the eggs was round, and they couldn't shake too much. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried about this last point. As if she knew the young master's worries, Cherries directly said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, don't worry. These people won't dare to lie to us. I will mark the eggs they send over. I will go to whichever family has more necrotic eggs." "That's good. I'm not worried. You brought the chicks out. What are you going to feed them?" Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. The people here were different from the people in his era. There weren't that many bad people. "What are you going to feed them?" "Just drive them out and feed them. They can find something to eat. They can even eat sand." Cherries casually replied. "That won't do. My chickens must be stronger than other people's chickens." Chapter 28. When Zhang Xiaobao said those words, many ideas formed in his mind in an instant. He looked at Cherries' puzzled eyes and said, "Just the free-range farming alone takes a long time. I have to gather a lot of money in a short period of time. Listen to me. Go back and find a few servants and ask them to collect the rotten rice or wheat stalks, especially those piles of firewood used by the other people in the farmstead." The weather was fine, and it had rained earlier. The bottom of the pile of firewood must have rotted. They also wanted to dry it. You can just use money to collect it. You can give them money. Those things are not valuable. You can just give them as you see fit. You can collect them all and transport them to the worst piece of land behind my house, where you can take turns to rest and bury them. Then find someone to catch earthworms. Yes, they are called earthworms. Throw them in and raise them. Also get some feces. When it's almost night, you can do it yourself. You can also find someone to pick up the rotten fish and shrimp thrown away by others in the market. It's even better if there are river snails. Bring them all back and find an open space to dry." "Little young master, what are you going to do? Those fish can't be eaten anymore." Cherries was confused. She felt that this little young master's thoughts could not be looked at with normal eyes. "So stupid. Didn't we just talk about raising chickens? Of course we will grind these things into powder and feed them to the chickens. At that time our chickens will grow the fastest and lay the most eggs. There won't be any soft-shelled eggs." Zhang Xiaobao found that the most painful thing in life was that others could not understand you when you were talking. If this was his subordinate in the past, he would definitely be angered to death. Why didn't they open their shells? "Oh, I understand. Little young master, you are really amazing. I don't know if it will work, but I think what you said is right. When the time comes, we will sell eggs. If the chickens don't lay eggs, we can still sell chickens. We don't have to pay for the things we pick up. It's a business without cost." Cherries felt that she had figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and patted his forehead. He found that if he really let Cherries take charge alone, she was still too far away. Fortunately, he did not directly complain about Cherries. He felt that he did not take good care of his subordinates, so he could only patiently train them. He said to Cherries, "My family doesn't sell eggs. I'm still keeping those eggs to make cakes. Otherwise, if you go and buy eggs, you'll lose a lot of money in the process. Wouldn't it be better if we keep that part of the profit? Why give it to others? The thing I asked Ernie's family to make can be used to make cakes. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. You'll have to learn bit by bit." Yes, young master is indeed a demon. No, he is the reincarnation of an immortal. Everyone says so. Cherries flattered. This made Zhang Xiaobao worried. It turned out that he and Wang Wan had already attracted the attention of others. There were even rumors of the reincarnation of a seductress. Who was it? Was it intentional or not? On this day, he still had to hide his actions. He had to waste a lot of energy. How much money could he earn with that energy? He had to investigate this matter thoroughly and think of a way to keep it quiet. Everyone knew that the rafters that stuck out would rot first. What should he do? It was better to discuss with his mother. Who would harm his mother but not him? Of course, that Wu Meinyang who was already dead was an exception. That was the real demon. Young master, is that all? Is there anything else? Cherry saw that the young master didn't speak for a while and was a little scared. The young master's face was too gloomy. When an adult made such an expression, others would know that he was angry. When a child made such an expression, it was a little scary. Especially the child's eyes. As long as one looked into them, one would feel guilty. It was too pure and empty. Yes, there's something else. I want to ask you now. Who said that we are demons or demons? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a smile on his face at this time. Usually he would use a baby face and a child's smile to talk to others. Young master, what's wrong? It's little Seven. It's little Seven who was chopping firewood in the kitchen. He said that when he was taking firewood, he heard the master in the backyard saying that the young master is a demon. Cherries was frightened. Little Seven? How long has he been working in my house? What did he do in the past? Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect that the root of this matter was actually his father. Of course, he couldn't complain to his father. At that time, his father must have been talking to his mother. Why was little Seven's ear so sharp? Why was his mouth so annoying? He, Wang Wan, had been very careful, afraid that others would know too much. He had asked Erniu to keep it a secret and asked Cherries to keep it a secret and let others do the work. His mother was smart. It was fine if she knew, but if others knew, it would be troublesome. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. A beach higher than the shore would be swept away by the current. As a swindler, the most important thing was to hide. If a swindler was caught, what would the consequences be? He didn't expect that there would be internal problems. Zhang Xiaobao considered all these and could only sigh. After all, this family was not built by him, and the quality of the people was too poor. The only thing he had to do now was to figure out little Seven. If he deliberately spread the news, then there was only one result, death. If he didn't mean to, then he had to think of a way to tidy up Zhuangzi. This was troublesome. When he used these people, he couldn't order them around like an extension of his arm, but he couldn't always add to his troubles. Little young master, you said that you still have something to do. What do you want me to do? Cherries asked. Oh, let's talk about serious matters. Let me ask you. When the people in Zhuangzi and the Wang family finish eating the eggs, where do the eggshells go? After eating the chicken, where do the feathers go? After all, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't someone who hadn't seen storms. He wouldn't let one thing affect the overall plan. Of course they throw it away. It's the same in my house. They throw some away every day. The house that Cherries was talking about was Zhang Xiaobao's house. Throw it away? Really throw it away? Does that mean that those in the restaurants are also thrown away? Good, that's great. Cherries, I'll give you a new task. Find someone else. You're too busy. Go and collect the things that are thrown away for me. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. These were all good things for making fodder. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how to make down jackets and was afraid that the current cloth would leak, he could even make down jackets. Why are they all useless things that don't cost money? Cherry said softly. She looked up and saw that the little young master was looking at her. She quickly said, Okay, little young master. I'll go back and arrange for people to collect the things you mentioned. Little young master, it's too hot here. Let's sit under the shade of a tree. And that's good. This land is also my house, right? Why are you planting trees? Zhang Xiaobao was led by Cherries to a big tree. He sat on a rock that was cushioned by cherries and pointed to a forest in the distance. In reply to little young master's question, this is Yongye Field. The people above told us to plant trees. Oh, is there this kind of awareness now? That's not right. I remember that in this era, it's destroying forests to build fields. Zhang Xiaobao was a little confused. Cherries also didn't understand what the little young master was talking about. She thought that the little young master was asking about the forest. She said, These places are all mulberry trees. They have to hand in a lot of silk every year. Xiaobao immediately understood. So it wasn't a simple forest. There had to be some sort of output, and it wasn't the output of wood processing. If that was the case, then he could use his brain in the forest. Zhang Xiaobao began to carry out the next step of the plan. His brain was about to turn into paste. Especially that little Seven, she was too hateful. Wang Wan's mission was to observe the local customs. She was carried by Pomegranate and walked around. They walked and walked until they reached the small bridge outside Zhuangzi. After crossing this bridge, they were considered to be out of the Wang family's and Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's sphere of influence. Pomegranate didn't dare to walk. She carried Wang Wan and sat on a stool on the other side of the bridge. She pointed at the trickling water and said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, do you see this water? So cool. When you grow up you can go down and play." Wang Wan didn't care if the water was cool or not. She wanted to hear other people talk about their daily lives. But the problem was that there was no one around. If she talked to Pomegranate, she might as well go home. She looked around and found a few black spots at the lower end of the river. She reached out and pointed in that direction and asked, "What's that?" "That's a wild boy swimming." Of course Shirlu saw it. Not only were the children from the two villages playing there, even some children from the other side of the bridge were there. They were having a water fight with their buttocks bare. She felt that it should not be seen by the young lady of the Wang family. "I want to see." Wang Wan struggled hard in that direction, trying to escape from Pomegranate's embrace. Pomegranate patiently persuaded her. The result was needless to say. Wang Wan won. Pomegranate carried Wang Wan and walked over. Wang Wan wanted to see the child's body condition. Did she have enough nutrition? Then she looked at the clothes on the shore. Was the family rich? Just as they were about to reach the place, a child suddenly ran over from the other side of the bridge and shouted to the other children in the water, "Go and see, the great philanthropist's song is here." When the children heard this, they came out of the water and quickly put on their clothes. No matter which Zhuangzi it was, they all ran over there. "What great philanthropist?" Wang Wan asked. "Hey, someone is going to be fooled again. How can there be a great philanthropist? He is a liar. This liar song is very good. He has deceived so many people, but there are still people who call him a great philanthropist. Let's go back. Otherwise, when he sees you, cuckoo, he will also deceive you. We can't afford to offend him, but we can still hide." Pomegranate sighed and called him a liar. She carried Wang Wan and was about to leave. If it was something else, Wang Wan would really leave. When she heard that he was a great philanthropist and a liar, she suddenly smiled and said to Pomegranate, "What liar? He must be a great philanthropist." "Little girl, he is really a liar. Don't go there. It is said that once you see that person you will be deceived." Pomegranate was scared. No, he must not be a liar. How can there be a liar in such a good place? Go stop a child who hasn't run far. Ask him to go back to Zhuangzi and bring Xiao Bao here. When Xiao Bao comes you can ask Xiao Bao. There is no such thing as a liar, there is no such thing as a good person. Wang Wan said with certainty. Chapter 29. Song Jinggong was an orphan. Years ago, there was an epidemic and everyone in the village died, leaving only him, who was 10 years old. He begged for food and was looked down upon by others. He accepted it. After all, others looked down on beggars like him. The only thing he couldn't accept was that some people beat and scolded him, scolded his parents and beat him black and blue. There were several times when he thought he was going to die, but it seemed that God didn't want him to die just like that. He always survived at the last moment. Until now, he still remembered that there was a boss in Zhuangzi who had nothing to do and sent his dog to bite him. That big Zhuangzi didn't even give him a bite of food. He didn't even enter the yard, so why did he send the dog to bite him? From then on, he swore that he would definitely get his revenge. First, he eavesdropped outside some of the schools built by the rich. Later, he found that it was better not to learn those kinds of knowledge. When he was 15, he finally earned some money by working for others. Before he could have a good meal, he met an old man who was about to die from illness. After some hard work, he found that the old man knew a lot of things. Finally, there was someone who could teach him. When he was 20, the old man died. From then on, he made up his mind to use what he had learned to take revenge on those rich people. 10 years later, he cheated many people but also helped many others. This time, he set his target on Guzhuang. He thought that he could trick them, but they ignored him. Just when he was sulking, he heard someone say that there were 2 more Zhuangzi across the bridge. Now he was tempted again. He slowly walked toward the Wang family's Zhuangzi and Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. "Cherries, don't worry if you don't understand. My plan is too long, so you can take it one step at a time. Let's go, take me to other places. When Zhang Xiaobao was trying his best to train Cherries, he saw the confused look on her face. He realized that he was too anxious. He was afraid that Cherries would be shocked and lose her confidence, so he patiently tried to persuade her. Yes, little lord, you're amazing. I'm going to learn from you. Little lord, actually, I've never thought of you as a monster. It's just that Cherry's big sister Pomegranate wants you to bring young Master Xiaobao over there. She says that she has something to discuss. Just when Cherries wanted to say a few more words to Zhang Xiaobao, a child ran over and shouted at Cherries. Cherries knew this child. He was a child of a family in Zhuangzi. His name was Little Shirtu. Looking at Little Shita's anxious appearance, she nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go now. Little Shirtu is a good child." Hearing the praise, Little Shirtu shyly rubbed his head, turned around and ran away again. Little lord, Pomegranate wants us to go over. Do you think we should go or not? Cherries didn't know why Pomegranate wanted her. She still wanted to carry the little lord, so she asked inquisitively. Zhang Xiaobao instantly realized that this was definitely not Pomegranate's intention. Pomegranate wouldn't dare to ask him to go over. Needless to say, other than Pomegranate, there was only Wang Wan left. It was guaranteed that there was something important to discuss. He nodded, opened his arms and let Cherries carry him. He said, "Let's go. Hurry up. Maybe there's something urgent. Call back the child who hasn't run far and ask him what he saw and heard." Cherries carried the little lord, called Little Shirtu, and called him over to ask him. Of course, Little Shirtu didn't know why Pomegranate wanted him to come over and find someone, so he shook his head blankly. "I'm not asking about Pomegranate. I'm asking about you playing over there. Did you encounter anything fun?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Cherries didn't know how to ask, so he had to interject. "Little boss, I was playing in the water with the other people on Zhuangzi. It was really fun. Oh yes, we heard that the Great Philanthropist song was coming, so we all ran over. I was too slow." Little Shirtu was a little nervous when facing the young master of the main family, so he couldn't speak clearly. "Who is the Great Philanthropist song? Who gave you things for free?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he felt that there was something wrong. He always felt that if a person was really kind, then he wouldn't have a reputation. Those who had a reputation were not good people. He had seen a lot of people like this. When there was a natural disaster, they would try their best to advertise how kind they were. They would take out a lot of money and wait for the media to flatter them. They had a reputation, but they didn't take out the money at all. He had also seen a real kind person. Wherever there was a need for help, some people would drive their own off-road vehicle, install a satellite phone, and bring a car full of first aid supplies. When they arrived at the place, they would give out the supplies. If anyone was in danger, they would call. When the supplies were gone, they would drive elsewhere to buy more. Then this Great Philanthropist song definitely didn't belong to the latter. What was he doing here? Was it to gain a reputation? While Zhang Xiaobao was guessing, Little Shirtu said again, "In fact, the Great Philanthropist song is really a good person. He has helped a lot of poor people, but there are always some people who say that he is a liar. I heard that it was spread by a few rich people in Zhuangzi." When he said this, Xiaobao was stunned. It was a familiar feeling. Helping the poor and deceiving the rich was what he had done in the past. The problem was that when he was in China, he usually didn't deceive proper businessmen. He usually deceived officials. Could it be that the Great Philanthropist song was looking for the rich to do this? It was too extreme. It was really a little extreme. Thinking about this, they went all the way to the bridge. Wang Wan and Pomegranate were waiting. When the two met, Wang Wan said first, "Xiaobao, Pomegranate said that the Great Philanthropist song is a liar. I don't think it's possible. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao understood when he heard this. Looking at Wang Wan's excited eyes, he had to say, "Cuckoo is right. How can there be a liar in such a good place? A good person, definitely a good person. Promise. Let's wait here. A good person shouldn't only do good to the people across the bridge." As he said this, he glared at Wang Wan and blamed her for being a busybody. Wang Wan smiled. She really hoped that it was a liar. It would be very fun to meet Zhang Xiaobao. Liar? How capable could a liar in this era be? International liars were all doing business honestly. Who dared to cheat them? She had to see for herself who it was. Thinking of this, she was afraid that the liar wouldn't come. She said, "Why don't we go over and take a look?" "Forget it. Let's not go over. This side of the bridge is our place. If we go over, it's their place. We have to give them a chance." Zhang Xiaobao vetoed this suggestion. If they really went over, it would be considered offensive. If they waited here, it would be considered defensive. There were too many people in the world who were not pleasing to the eye. They could not go looking for trouble for no reason. Pomegranate and Cherries didn't know what the two children were talking about, but they were anxious. If Little Master and Cuckoo were wronged, it would be troublesome. They were especially vigilant against that liar song. Pomegranate first persuaded from the side. "Little Master, that person is really a liar. Let's just wait here for a while. If that person comes, don't pay attention to him, okay? Pomegranate, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. We'll just play here. When he comes, he will naturally know what's going on. Don't always listen to others. You have to see it with your own eyes. Hearing is false, seeing is not necessarily the truth. In short, just wait." Wang Wan wanted to catch the liar now, maybe it was a professional habit. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. Looking at the bridge in front of him, he knew that the river passed by his house. He immediately thought of a new way to earn money. He wanted to implement it, but he found that there were too few people around him. Moreover, the investment this time would not be small. Just as he was thinking about when to implement it, a person walked over from the other side of the bridge, and a group of people surrounded him. When Wang Wan saw that person, her eyes lit up. She could guess that that person should be Liar Song. Oh, he should be called Great Philanthropist Song. She turned her head and glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly shook his head and sighed. This person really didn't know when to stop. He originally thought that he wouldn't come here, but he didn't expect that he would bump into the muzzle of the gun. Was this bridge so easy to cross? "Little young master, that's the Great Liar Song. If he comes over, you and your wife must not speak. Just ignore him." Pomegranate became nervous. Her eyes stared at the person opposite of them, hoping that he wouldn't come over. That person didn't seem to hear Pomegranate's inner thoughts. Finally, he walked to the bridge with a smile on his face. While talking to the people around him, he looked at the two children in silk clothes and the person holding the children. That smile suddenly became brighter. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao saw that person's smile, they also smiled. Wang Wan was smiling because she could finally fight against criminals again. Zhang Xiaobao was smiling a little bitterly. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, but there was no door to hell. Well, I need to revise my trickery. I haven't cheated for a long time. I miss it. How could Song Jinggong know what he was going to face? As soon as he saw the two children, he was happy. The people in Guzhuang were afraid, but the people in this place might not be so. Especially the existence of the two children, it was really good. He found another excuse. After saying a few words to the people around him, he quickly walked over and took out 2 sugar figurines from his sleeves. Song Jinggong thought that the two children would be moved by the lifelike sugar figurines. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still judging whether this Great Philanthropist Song was really a liar like what Pomegranate said. Now, when they saw the sugar figurines, they determined this person's character. He was unaccountably solicitous. He even brought props with him. It seemed that he was also a habitual offender. Look at this child. How nice. Come, taste the sugar figurines. Song Jinggong waved the 2 little sugar figurines in front of the children and said, "Who are you? How dare you take out things for my little young master and my wife to eat? Are you tired of living?" When she saw the Great Liar Song coming and holding the sugar figurines, Pomegranate scolded with a cold face. This time Song Jinggong was even more happy. From these words, he determined the identity of the 2 children. He stared at the children's eyes and said, Yes, I shouldn't let your little young master and your wife eat these things. I'll put them away. These children are really beautiful. I fell in love with them at first sight. You are?" Chapter 30. Song Jinggong wanted to get to the bottom of this so that he could deceive them. When he asked, he looked into the eyes of the 2 children. He thought that the 2 children would clamor for such a beautiful candy man. He had already thought of how to deal with it. As long as the children liked him, he would have succeeded in the first step. Unfortunately, What he saw was that the two children's eyes only glanced at the candy figurine for a moment before ignoring it. Instead, they looked at him and smiled sweetly. However, why did this smile feel a little off? Could it be that the children all smiled like this? It was a little cold. Who are you? I am the young master of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big pure eyes and asked curiously. Wang Wan also tilted her head and cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, who are you? I am the young lady of the Wang family in Zhuangzi. Song Jinggong was not surprised at all when he heard the inarticulate voice. He thought that the two kids must have been taught to speak by their families. Families with a little bit of money were all like this. They always felt that their children were better than others, so they taught them a few words so that others would praise them. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong made a funny face at the two children, preparing to make them laugh. In the end, the two children turned their heads at the same time. This confirmed his guess that they were not smart children. In fact, when Wang Wan turned her head, she saw that when Song Jinggong made the face, there was something on his teeth. It was disgusting. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk to this person anymore. If he wanted to deceive them, he did not need to do anything. It seemed that this swindler was preparing to go to the family to deceive the adults. When Song Jinggong saw the appearance of the two children, he felt that he could not use the original method. He could only say to the two maidservants, "My name is Song Jinggong. When I saw that your young master and young lady are so good, I suddenly decided to help you to Zhuangzi. Quickly take me to see your family head." You? You want to see our family head? Was he dreaming? If I were you, I would leave immediately. Our Zhuangzi doesn't need people like you. Pomegranate looked coldly at Song Jinggong and sneered. She didn't give him any face. It was the same for Cherry. It was as if Song Jinggong was an enemy. She pulled Xiaobao into her arms and hugged him tightly. She turned her head and looked elsewhere. Failure, it's really a failure. Being a swindler to this extent, how can he continue to be a swindler when others are already on their guard? Cherries and Pomegranate are not bad. They know how to distinguish between people and help the family avoid a lot of dangers. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter and rubbed Cherry's neck with his head. Cherries liked these two children very much. Looking at the cute appearance of the little child, she felt that Pomegranate would not see it and go back to tell Madam, so she turned her head and kissed Zhang Xiaobao hard on the face. Wang Wan saw the situation and was afraid that Song Jinggong would not go and swindle them. Then how would she catch the swindler? She could only say to Pomegranate, "Go home, I want to go home." Pomegranate also had the same idea. She turned around and walked back with Wang Wan in her arms, not even looking at Song Jinggong. Cherries naturally followed behind. Seeing the two maidservants leave with the children, Song Jinggong was not angry at all. He smiled and followed behind. The children who were watching the fun just now were not willing to continue following them when they saw that they were back on the other side of the river. They all jumped into the river and continued playing their games. The adults who followed them also turned back when they realized that they were no longer in Zhuangzi. "Why are you following us?" After walking for a while, Pomegranate realized that the great swindler Song Jinggong was actually following them. She stopped and turned around to ask him angrily, "When did I follow you? Could it be that Zhuangzi is your family so I can't walk? It's not like I entered your courtyard." Song Jinggong did not care at all and said with a smile, "Then you can follow us. Don't think that you can trick my mistress. My mistress will not fall for your tricks." Pomegranate said bluntly. She carried Wang Wan and quickly walked back. She was prepared to call the servants to chase them away when they reached the courtyard. If she had known that she would meet this swindler, she would have brought a few servants with her when she came out. "Miss, perhaps you have misunderstood. I, Song Jinggong, have never lied to anyone. You need to have proof for your words. Otherwise, I will report you to the officials. I am a high scholar after all." Song Jinggong threatened. "And a swindler will always be a swindler. Who knows how you got your high scholar title?" Pomegranate whispered softly. This time, she really did not continue to scold Song Jinggong. After all, she knew that a high scholar was not to be trifled with. Her master did not have such a status yet. Seeing that the two servants were afraid, Song Jinggong felt proud of himself. This high scholar title was really useful. He had cheated so many people. Wasn't it because they could not find anything that could be used against him, And because of his status they could not report him to the officials? High scholar Xiao Bao, can you win against him? Wang Wan was carried by Pomegranate and walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She turned her head and mouthed to him. High scholar Xiao Bao, can you win against him? A high scholar is nothing. When I was a swindler I had a group of professors under me. 4 of them were top scorers in the National College entrance examinations. How dare he cheat my family? I will let him know why the flowers are so red. You go first, I will delay him. You go back and tell my mother about the situation here. Ask her to prepare. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to let a swindler off so easily. Since he was here he had to treat him well. He asked Wang Wan to go back first and report the situation. The advantage of having a few meetings was that there would be more time for discussion. Okay, I will ask Pomegranate to go quickly. Aren't you going to prepare? Looking at the jade pendant hanging on his waist, I can guess that he has succeeded many times. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and asked. Go ahead. What do I have to prepare? How many tricks does he have? Compared to me, he is not even on the same level. I must let him see who is the real ancestor of swindlers. And this question is a bit deep. Zhang Xiaobao also let loose today and started to chat with Wang Wan. After Pomegranate heard Wang Wan's words, she increased her speed and ran away first. Song Jinggong did not know what was going on. He wanted to chase after her, but he also wanted to follow this little boy. Just as he did not know what to do, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Liar, swindler. When these 3 words came out from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed at Song Jinggong. Little master, I am not a swindler. I am a good person. Song Jinggong was really scared now. He was not afraid that the 2 maids would go back and tell them. He believed that he had the ability to make the person in charge of Zhuangzi listen to his money-making plan. But he was afraid of this child, especially a little boy. He had already inquired from the people in Guzhuang that there was only one boy in this generation of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. What did a boy mean? All the love was given to this child. When the time came, don't say that he really wanted to cheat. Even if he did not cheat, this child could change the parents' minds with just one sentence. There was a most convincing saying that children could tell good from bad when they saw people, especially children who were not very sensible. It was said that children had the purest hearts and the clearest eyes. Song Jinggong did not want to waste his previous efforts because of a child. He was thinking about how to make this child like him. Then it would be easy. After thinking about it, he took out a peach-wood Xiao Bao sword from his sleeve. There was a red string on it. Holding one end of the string, he waved the sword in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. He did not look at the sword, but pointed at Song Jinggong and said, Money, money. If Wang Wan was here, she would definitely laugh until she was out of breath. This Zhang Xiaobao was really too cruel. Song Jinggong was not Wang Wan. Of course he did not know what he was going to face. When he heard such a small child shouting for money, he thought that it must be his parents who taught him to know about money from a young age. This kind of person must be cheated. Yes, he must pass the test of the child in front of him. Money. Okay, money. Thinking about this, Song Jinggong took out a copper coin from his sleeve. On it was written Kaiyuan Tongbao. He laughed and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. When Xiaobao saw that it was only 1 copper coin, he didn't even think about it. He waved his small hand and knocked the money to the ground. He continued to point at Song Jinggong and said, Silver, silver. Cherries was carrying the little master. Originally she should have left quickly. However, when she heard the little master's words, she slowly swayed behind him and did not care about anything else. At this time, she could only endure this big liar's harassment. Song Jinggong picked up the copper coin that was knocked away. He cursed in his heart. Such a small child, and he already started to recognize money. Could it be that the master of Zhuangzi threw a child into the pile of money for no reason? Gritting his teeth, he took out the 1 tael of broken silver and reluctantly handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not stand on ceremony. He took it and continued to shout for money. Seeing Song Jinggong's helpless gaze, he felt that the other party did not have any more money. He began to talk about money again. Song Jinggong still had money. It was not much, only 100 copper coins. If it was too heavy, he took it out and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. This time it was heavier than the money from before. Zhang Xiaobao used his hands to hold the string of money and placed it between himself and Cherry's. His eyes were fixed on the jade pendant on Song Jinggong's waist. The string of the jade pendant was tied to the waist. The jade pendant fell to the thigh and could be pressed against the clothes. Zhang Xiaobao just stared at it and did not speak. Song Jinggong suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. He did not know why, but he followed the child's gaze and saw the jade pendant. If Zhang Xiaobao had been staring at the jade pendant from the beginning, then Song Jinggong definitely would not have given it to him. After all, it was bought with 5 strings of coins. No matter how good the jade was, it was not cheap. Zhang Xiaobao was using psychology. This was called giving him an inch and taking a yard. He wanted a little bit. In any case, he had already given him a little bit. Was there a need for another little bit? This was because Zhang Xiaobao was still too young. If he was a little older, he would be able to take a yard and ask for more. If you did not give, then he would ask for less. He would make you feel that you could not always refuse, and thus agree to the smaller requests later. How could Song Jinggong know these things? He could not imagine what kind of person the child in front of him was. He steeled his heart and took off the jade pendant. Panting heavily, he handed it over. He thought that if he did not cheat 100 taels this time, he would not give up. Chapter 31. With the dream of getting rich again, Song Jinggong followed behind Cherries and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao responded with an even cuter smile. In a harmonious atmosphere, the 3 of them arrived at the Zhang family's courtyard in Zhuangzi. The Jiang Wang clan, who had already received Wang Wan's report in advance, did not come out to meet them this time. Even if Song Jinggong urgently requested, it was only Steward Zhang who came out as a representative. Little master, whose things are you holding in your hand? We can't accept other people's things. Quick, return them. Steward Zhang followed the instructions and cooperated with the little master as soon as he saw him. This made Zhang Xiaobao stunned. He clearly did not tell anyone in advance that he would cheat people of money and things. How could Steward Zhang be so reasonable? Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not return the money and things. Since he was here to cheat, he had to be aware that he would be cheated. He pretended to let Steward Zhang take the money and jade pendant from his hand and hand them back to Song Jinggong. His eyes moved along the things. Just as Song Jinggong was happy that his things were going to be returned, he suddenly said, "Cheat, cheat." Steward Zhang, what are you saying? Your little master is very cute. I gave this to him. It's just a little thing, why do you have to be like this? To tell you the truth, when I saw the little master, I felt that it was fate. Song Jinggong saw that the things in the little boy's hand were gone, and he was going to call him a cheat. He did not dare to take back the things. He took them and gave them to Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the little master's smiling face again, he felt weak all over. He was scared. Steward Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "Little Master Song, in that case, thank you very much. Oh, since Little Master Song has come from afar, why don't you rest in the courtyard before making other plans?" These words sounded a bit like a rejection, but Song Jinggong didn't refuse at all. He came with a purpose, so he immediately seized the opportunity. If that's the case, then I'm sorry to disturb you. It just so happens that I want to discuss a big deal with the manager of your village. Steward Zhang didn't say anything else. He only replied that he would go and report. He led the people into the living room and then turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao got down from Cherries' arms and walked back step by step. He wanted to find Steward Zhang and ask him how he knew that he had cheated. In a room, Wang Wan was being hugged by Jiang Wang clan. She kept calling her mother-in-law. To be honest, she didn't like it, but in order to survive, she had to marry Zhang Xiaobao. She wouldn't allow herself to marry someone who couldn't keep up with her thoughts at all. From now until they grew up and got married, it was a time for them to cultivate feelings. They would understand the same world, speak the same language, and have the same ideals. In the end, it wouldn't be difficult for them to be together. She would just treat it as an experience of this new era. Mother-in-law, even if we expose that swindler in the end, don't report it to the authorities. I wonder how much money Xiaobao can swindle this time? Wang Wan tried to make herself sound more intimate, even though she still couldn't get used to this identity. Okay, I will listen to Cuckoo. Can Cuckoo tell mother-in-law how you know that Xiaobao can swindle money? Zhang Wang clan had long realized that this future daughter-in-law and son of hers were too smart. But so what? Xiang Lu became Kong Shi at the age of 7, and Gan Luo became a high official at the age of 12. Wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law be smarter? Xiao Bao told me before he came back. Wang Wan replied. Of course she couldn't say that she knew this swindler very well, and had done a lot of research on him. If such a person didn't swindle a swindler from the beginning to the end, it would be a disgrace to the international reputation of swindlers. Zhang Xiaobao went through a few rooms and asked the servants, but in the end, he still couldn't find manager Zhang. He could only go back and ask Wang Wan. He believed that this definitely had something to do with Wang Wan. As expected, the moment he entered the room, he saw Wang Wan in his mother's arms asking him with her lips, "How much money did you swindle?" "We split it 50-50. Zhang Xiaobao could only sigh. Knowing each other too well wasn't a good thing. There were no secrets to speak of. Ignoring Wang Wan, he opened his arms and walked towards his mother, shouting, "Mother, Xiaobao is back." His shout was so natural that Wang Wan couldn't help but shiver. Thinking back to Zhang Xiaobao's age in the past, she thought that there must be something wrong with his head. At this moment, manager Zhang was accompanied by 2 guards, interrogating Xiao Qi, who was locked up in one of the rooms. "Speak, who sent you here to spread rumors? You signed an irrevocable contract. If you don't speak, no one will pursue the matter even if you are beaten to death." Manager Zhang was no longer respectful in front of the madam. His face was as calm as water. As the manager of Zhangjie Zhuangzi, he was bound together with the Zhang family for good or ill. This position was passed down from generation to generation. He had his own courtyard on Zhuangzi, his own parents, wife and children. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy this happiness. Xiao Qi didn't have his own surname and didn't know who his parents were. Ever since he could remember, he was an orphan. Later on, he was caught and sold to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He didn't need to pay for his own food, clothes and lodging. Every month he received a salary of more than 10 copper coins. This was a treatment that could only be obtained after working for 10 years. When he heard the manager's question, he looked at the manager and the 2 people behind him who also had unkind expressions. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a thud. "Manager Zhang, I didn't spread any rumors. What are you talking about?" Xiao Qi didn't know what he did wrong. He thought that manager Zhang was deliberately finding fault with him. "It seems that you aren't telling the truth. Didn't you spread the news that the little master and the Wang family's young lady are monsters? Let him know what's good for him." Manager Zhang stared at Xiao Qi and waved his hand. The 2 people behind him rushed forward. Song Jinggong waited in the living room for a full hour before Steward Zhang returned. "Young Master Song, I'm really sorry. I couldn't find the madam and went outside to look for her. In the end, I've only just returned. It's a pity that the madam is tired and went to bed early after feeding the little master. I don't know if young Master Song has something important to say. I'll let the madam know." After manager Zhang finished interrogating Xiao Qi, he came to the living room and said to Song Jinggong. This was arranged early on. Song Jinggong couldn't guess if these words were reliable. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell this manager. He could only wait for the next opportunity. He must come tomorrow. At least he couldn't waste the money and jade pendant. He then said, "No matter. Since the madam is not here, can I see your master?" He didn't want to give up. Master doesn't care about the trivial matters of Zhuangzi. Everything is handled by the madam. Could it be that young Master Song is talking about academic matters? Naturally, you can go find him. Manager Zhang's answer was watertight. No, it's not academic matters. It's business, a big business. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I ask young Master Song to come back tomorrow. Young Master, have some tea. Manager Zhang asked him to leave. Waiting for Song Jinggong to turn and leave, Manager Zhang looked at the slightly unwilling back of Song Jinggong and sneered. You dare to have ideas about my family? When the time comes, you'll know what's good for you. So he's not a traitor sent to Zhuangzi. He's actually had an affair with a servant girl. This is easy to deal with. We just need to expel him from Zhuangzi. The Gangwang clan received the manager's report. Xiao Qi wasn't sent by someone else. He heard the master's words and wanted to coax a servant girl called Xiao Hong into Zhuangzi. Thus he said these words. This proved that he knew a lot. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also let out a sigh of relief. No one was willing to have their own backyard be in trouble, while they were working hard to start their own business. Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree with his mother's way of doing things. He could only advise, "Mother, you can't expel Shao Qi. If he's dissatisfied and tells others, it'll be bad. We'd rather beat him to death than let him go." "There's no need to beat him to death. Since he's on good terms with that Xiaohong, then we'll ask Xiaohong what she thinks. If she agrees, then we'll allow the two of them." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to kill someone in order to eliminate a hidden danger, and quickly stopped him. The Gang Wang clan looked at her son, then looked at her daughter-in-law. She happily kissed them on their cheeks and said, "Okay, we'll listen to Cuckoo. My son and Cuckoo can talk so much like adults. Even if she's a monster, Mother will accept it. Where can I find a monster that's so close? Actually, it's all your father's fault." He had to say those words. "Mother will go and talk to your father later." After talking and feeding the two children, the Gang Wang clan really went to look for Father Zhang. However, she didn't go alone. Instead, she called her mother-in-law and grandfather. It was as if she was going to blame them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally didn't care about others. They lay there enduring the drowsiness and discussed their future plans. "You're coming up with ideas one after another. Are you going to come up with them all at once? There are only two people working. How can Cherries and Ernie know so many things? They'll tire themselves out." Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao would develop too quickly if he continued like this, so she tried to persuade him. "It's a little too much. Then let's let Ernie's family take care of the soy sauce, Cherries take care of the chickens, and let Pomegranate take care of the earthworms and other trivial things. Then we'll have no one by our side. Actually, it's not that I want to develop so quickly. If we weren't in the second year of the Kaiyuan era, but 2 years ago I could take it slow. Time doesn't suit me." Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "I don't believe you. I feel that even if we were 2 years ago, you would still say the same thing. It's just like how some people always say that if they were a few years younger, they would say so and so. Wait for them to get older and they'll say the same thing again." Wang Wan didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's words at all. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and laid on his stomach, pressing his face into the mattress and said, "It's true. I'm afraid that Li Longji will confiscate my family's land. My family's 100 households don't pay taxes. If the land is gone, what will happen to the people in Zhuangzi? Keep it. That's tax per head. How much money does it cost every day? If I don't keep it, who will take care of my grandparents and parents? I'm worried that they won't be able to take it. Even if I let you earn, you want to buy such a big piece of land with such a small amount of money? Of course this amount of money isn't enough. What I need is a foundation. When the time comes, I'll naturally find a way to get rich. I won't tell you now, or else you'll start bemoaning the state of the universe again. Anyway, I won't lie." Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain. "Who cares? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Don't say it to me in the future. Think about that big liar song." Wang Wan said in a huff. "What's there to worry about liars? You government officials are still the best. Why didn't I think of using delay? As expected of bureaucracy, it's good to delay him for a few days. Respect." Zhang Xiaobao praised. This was because today's delay tactic was Wang Wan's idea. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, they should just directly lie to each other. What do you know? This is called a battle strategy. Go to sleep. We still have to continue training in the afternoon. Chapter 32. Pomegranate was also sent out to do something. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up, they found another servant girl sitting by the door. "Now I'm really starting to admire your mother in this life. She's in charge of the farm, she's feeding us milk, and she's also able to grasp the situation around the children at any time. If it were in our era, she would definitely be an all-powerful woman," Wang Wan said with a sigh. "That's right. Don't you see whose mother she is? In the future, don't always say your mother like that. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Call them father and mother." "Who is this at the door? We can't arrange anything else. Otherwise we won't have enough people at home." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the servant girl standing by and thought of an idea. After thinking about it, he finally rejected it. When he saw Wang Wan looking at him unhappily, he smiled and said, "I'm used to it. I always feel like I'm still the person who controls a large corporation." Then always remind yourself, especially in front of outsiders. Let's go to the sand. While the children are recovering quickly, we should seize the time to exercise. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, the two began to kick the mattresses on the ground. This was the only way for them to get off the ground. "Little young master, you're up?" After kicking a mattress, the servant girl alertly walked over. "We don't need you, we can do it ourselves. What's your name?" Seeing that the servant girl was reaching out to carry him and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao spoke to stop her. In reply to "Little young master, my name is Xiaohong. Thank you little young master and little miss for asking for mercy. In the future, little seven and I won't dare to speak out of turn." The person who called herself Xiaohong was somewhat reserved. "Oh, you're Xiaohong. Do well in Zhuangzi and we won't treat you badly. Hurry up and get off." Wang Wan said to Xiaohong and urged Zhang Xiaobao to get off the ground first. Taking a deep breath and protecting their heads with both hands, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rolled onto the mattress on the ground one after another under Little Red's astonished gaze. Little Red felt as if the things that had rolled down were not two children, but two large rocks firmly pressing down on her chest. She was so frightened that she did not know what to do. "Go to the kitchen to get the water we need. As soon as you tell them, they will understand. Go to the backyard to find us. Remember to bring 2 sets of our clothes." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the mattresses on the ground. Xiaohong should be able to do this kind of thing. One in front of the other, they staggered outside. Looking at the little young master and little Miss Wang's disappearing figures, Xiaohong was stunned. After a while she reacted. She covered her mouth with her hand and muttered, "Not a monster. I don't know anything. I won't say anything." Xiaohong trembled as she was told to go to the kitchen. The kitchen had already prepared everything. When she took the water and walked to the back, Xiaohong was still in a trance. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and muttered to herself, "If the little young master is really a monster, then wouldn't the family head in the future be a monster? That doesn't seem bad. With a monster as the family head, who would dare to bully the people on Zhuangzi?" In an instant, Xiaohong, who thought it through, became happy. She quickened her steps and came to the back of the yard. She saw the little young master and little Miss Wang walking there hand in hand. Not far away, under a tree, sat the old madam and old master, looking at the 2 little guys with benevolent smiles on their faces. The scorching sun gradually sank. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan once again dragged their tired bodies back to their room. Enduring the soreness, they massaged each other once before lying there and gradually fell asleep. Jiang Wang clan had already been ordered for the past few days. They were to eat a pig's knuckle every day, the kind without salt. For her, for the sake of her children, there was nothing she couldn't endure. Waiting for Jiang Wang clan to feed her milk, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying there reading the 1,000-character classic, Erniu and Cherries both came back. Pomegranate took a few people to the market to pick up vegetables, leaves and rotten fish. "Little young master, the sauces have already been made. It's not very good to make sauces at this time of the year. My mother said that we can still make sauces. It'll be ready in a few days. Send the money for the small porcelain jar over as well." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan raised their heads to rest their eyes, Erniu finally opened his mouth to report. "And take care of this matter first. You put in a lot of effort. Keep 10% of the things that aren't soybeans for your family. Bring the rest back to the courtyard and find a place for me to put them. Find someone who can read and write down the amount of each item and send it to me. You don't have to come here every day. Come once every 2 to 3 days. If you encounter anything that you can't decide, you can ask me. Rest in the courtyard tonight and go back tomorrow morning." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and then instructed Erniu. He glanced at Cherries, who was standing at the side, and nodded. Cherries stepped forward and said, "Little young master, the Kong bed you mentioned has already been set up and dried. We also bought a lot of eggs. I've been touching the chicken coop every day. I think it's ready." "It's ready? That's good. Do as I say. In about 20 days there will be chickens coming out of their shells. Let me think about it and I'll tell you the details tomorrow. This thing, I'm familiar with it. When you see Pomegranate, tell her to hurry up." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and then slowly said. After Cherries also left, Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. I thought you knew everything. Turns out that you're also a little guilty. Are you familiar with it? Why do you sound so unconfident? I can't say I'm not familiar with it. Cherries has already grasped the temperature. What she needs is me to give her confidence. It's not easy to be in power. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and then continued to read. He didn't just read, he also had to memorize it. Wang Wan didn't say anything for a while. Her eyes stared straight at the many strokes of the words. After a while she said, Actually, it's not easy to live. Who knows what tomorrow will be like? Natural disasters, man-made disasters, if you can't avoid them, then you have to face them. What do you want that for? Wang Wan's thoughts jumped around quickly. First she was lamenting, but then she changed the topic. Zhang Xiaobao turned a page and said, Rewards. I'll make more money in the future, but I'll be suspected by others. Maybe I don't have the mood to care about the internal affairs. Now I need to strengthen the people's hearts. My request is that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families must be as strong as iron in Zhuangzi. Fortunately, there's someone to help. Wang Wan turned back again. She hadn't finished reading yet. There are still 2 lines to go. It's vertical. I'm not used to it. Who do you think will help? Song Jinggong, that liar. We can get a lot of money from him. Hurry up and read one more page before you go to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and said. It was another sunny day. The early morning breeze was still cool. The chirping of birds was like the sunlight passing through the gaps between the leaves. It was always possible to feel its presence inadvertently. The children and the adults who had nothing to do were at home flipping through the piles of firewood. They took out the rotting things underneath and carefully piled them aside, waiting for the people from the village to come and change them. Song Jinggong didn't go back home yesterday. He found a random family in Zhuangzi to stay the night. Normally, as a kind person, he would stay for a few nights. That family should have taken care of his meals and wouldn't ask for a single copper coin. Who would have thought that these 2 neighboring families in Zhuangzi would actually ask him for money? 5 copper coins for a night's stay and 5 copper coins for a meal without meat. 10 copper coins for a meal without meat. It was just a lousy dish. Not to mention the bad taste, there wasn't much oil. It was enough to stay in the town's inn for 15 copper coins. You could even drink a bowl of wine. When he left the house, Song Jinggong cursed inwardly. He had given all his money to that little kid from the Zhang family. He had actually taken away an inkstone from the 4 treasures of the study that he always carried with him. That inkstone was bought for 50 copper coins, and it was only enough to pay for a shabby bed for one night. How could a bowl of brown rice and a plate of fried leek with egg be counted as meat dishes? With a gloomy mood, Song Jinggong didn't feel happy even though the weather was so good. If they didn't ask for the jade and silver, Song Jinggong really was prepared to leave. Now that he had given them away, he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get some benefits. Imagining the scene of him tricking the people in Zhuangzi into crying, Song Jinggong finally felt a little better. He hurried on his way. When he was about to reach the biggest courtyard in the manor, he slowed down his pace. He straightened his clothes and said to the door, Is the manager of the manor here? Song Jinggong is here to visit. The person at the door had already been instructed. He glanced at the door and didn't say anything. Song Jinggong waited for a while. He had no choice but to reach out and knock on the door. Only then did someone open the small door. He stuck his head out to look at Song Jinggong and said, What do you want? I am Song Jinggong. I want to see the manager of your manor. Song Jinggong cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, I don't know. Do you have a name card? How can the manager of my manor be met so casually? The gatekeeper disdainfully curled his lips. I was here yesterday with your young master. Why don't you know today? Song Jinggong was angry, but he couldn't directly show it. He could only continue to speak. Yesterday I only saw the young master. I didn't see anyone else. Oh, isn't this young Master Zheng? You've come. Quickly invite him in. I'll inform him of your arrival. As the gatekeeper spoke, he suddenly changed his face and greeted Song Jinggong. He then turned around and ran back. Song Jinggong heard the gatekeeper's words and turned his head to look. He saw a young man in his 20s standing there with a smile on his face. He wore a small gown and tight leggings. He didn't look like a rich person. Why did the gatekeeper treat him like this? With doubts, Song Jinggong cupped his hands and said, "So it's young Master Zheng. I understand. My surname is Song." "Oh, hello young Master Song. Is young Master Song here to borrow money like me?" This young Master Zheng didn't seem to know the meaning of secrecy. He opened his mouth and spoke his purpose. "Borrow money? Then why did the gatekeeper treat the two of us differently?" Song Jinggong wanted to understand what was wrong with him. "Oh, young Master Song must be a righteous person. Although I'm here to borrow money, every time I come I will. Young Master Zheng, please come in." Just as Song Jinggong wanted to know the reason, the gatekeeper came back and stood at the door to welcome him. Young Master Zheng smiled and thanked him. He handed a string of 300 copper coins to the gatekeeper and walked in respectfully under the gatekeeper's service. Looking at young Master Zheng's receding figure, the gatekeeper weighed the money in his hand with a smile on his face and put it away happily. When he saw Song Jinggong again, he suddenly snorted coldly, turned around, and went in without saying anything. Song Jinggong now knew the reason. He gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to cheat, but he wanted to go back to get the money. He finally understood what was going on with the gatekeeper. It was easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. If you think this book is too short, you can read my other book, The Legend of the Waiter. You have to save your ticket for this book. Chapter 33. Song Jinggong was a swindler. He always thought that he was the best and did not think about other things. He did not know how to communicate with others in the same field. Could be said that he was conservative. Zhang Xiaobao grasped this mentality of his and continued to swindle money. Every time it was just a little bit. He even used the doorkeeper. After Song Jinggong went back in the morning, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In order to get his revenge, he hurried back that night with the money. He met the same doorkeeper again. With the experience of this morning, he did not say anything and handed over a small piece of silver. It was about half a tael. It was almost twice as much as what young Master Zhang gave in the morning. The doorkeeper smiled and took the money and ran in. After a while, he turned around and showed a helpless expression. He said, "Young Master Song, the housekeeper is checking the accounts. Perhaps you will not be able to see young Master today. It would be better if you came early tomorrow morning." "Then is your madam here?" Song Jinggong was distressed to spend half a tael of silver. He gave so much money to the doorkeeper. At this time, seeing that he could not talk to the housekeeper, he made a new request. Who knew that when the doorkeeper heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy. He said coldly, "Young Master does not need to worry about my madam. Young Master, please go back." Song Jinggong stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly remembered that she still had 2 babies to feed. They must be babies at this moment. It was really rude of him to ask like this. He looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. He forced a smile and turned around to leave. After walking a few steps, he found that he was going to the house where he stayed yesterday. Thinking about the food there, he changed direction and went to the Wang family's house in Zhuangzi. Who knew that when he found a house that looked clean and told him the purpose of his visit, they asked for 10 copper coins for lodging and double the food expenses. Thinking that the food in this house would be better, he gritted his teeth and accepted. After all, he came to Zhangzhou Zhuangzi to cheat people. It was not good to go to Gujia village. Who knew that when dinner was served, it was a plate of scrambled eggs with chives. It was not as good as scrambled eggs with chives. Lying on the bed that was almost hollowed out, the thin mattress was covered with thatch, and it was very uncomfortable. Just this alone was fine, but there were mosquitoes flying around in the room. Last night, when he slept, his family even lit a rope made of mugwort to drive away mosquitoes. Today there was nothing, and this room was next to the courtyard at the back. From time to time, Song Jinggong could see things flapping their wings as they wandered in through the half-broken window. Song Jinggong didn't even dare to take off his clothes. He covered his face with the blanket with an unknown smell and couldn't fall asleep at all. The sound of crickets chirping outside the window did not stop. In the past, it was a different kind of feeling to hear it, but today it was even more so. It was late at night and the dew was heavy. The vegetables and fruit trees in the courtyard were constantly sending moisture into the house. Song Jinggong felt that his hands and feet were ice cold. He tossed and turned and curled his body into a ball, but he still couldn't get rid of this cold. Old sir, open the door. We need to discuss something." Finally Song Jinggong, who couldn't bear this kind of torture, got up and went to the next room. He gently knocked on the door and only spoke when he heard the voice inside. "What's the matter? It's so late and you're still not sleeping?" The person who opened the door was around 50 years old. He yawned and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Old sir, my room is really too cold. Do you have a thin blanket that I can use to sleep on?" Song Jinggong didn't expect that a farmer would dare to speak to him like this. He sighed sadly in his heart and tried to negotiate. "Where's the blanket? I've already put it away. Where can I find it in the middle of the night? Just wait for the night. What were you thinking about in the morning?" The old man refused. "You really don't have one?" "It's not that you don't have one. There is a new blanket for my grandson to use when he gets married. It's placed in a conspicuous place. I spent a whole tale to get it made." The old man sighed as he spoke. His master was so shrewd that he even calculated this. "I'll buy it. A tale of silver, I'll buy it." Song Jinggong's eyes were red. What did he mean by a tale of silver? Could it be satin? "I still have to spend a lot of effort to get it." The old man complained and didn't move. "Add another 10 coins. Song Jinggong increased the price. "Wait." The old man snorted and closed the door. He probably went in to look for the blanket. After a full quarter of an hour, he came out and stuffed a rolled-up thing into Song Jinggong's arms. He then turned around and closed the door. Song Jinggong hugged the blanket and felt a little warmer. He went back to his room and covered himself with the blanket. He still couldn't sleep and could only look around under the moonlight. He looked around and saw the blanket. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He didn't know if it was because the moonlight was white or if there was a problem with the color of the blanket. When he looked closely, it was made of thick silk. This was the only set that cost 30 coins. The most expensive one was 50 coins. It actually cost 1 tael of silver. That was fine. But looking at the dyed areas, it was obvious that the color had been washed out. It was white. How could this be called a new blanket? Song Jinggong was so angry. He thought about it and decided not to sleep. He stood up and walked to the window. He opened the other window and looked at the night scenery. In this way, Song Jinggong spent a lot of money. Excluding the money he gave to Zhang Xiaobao, he spent a total of 10 taels of silver. This included accommodation, food, drinks, and gifts. But he only met Steward Zhang once. They talked about the matter and only said that they wanted to work together to do a profitable business. Steward Zhang said that he couldn't make the decision and needed to report to his wife, who knew that he would wait for a few more days. If he didn't spend so much money, he would have gone back long ago. Who would be chatting here? But he had spent the money. If he didn't do it well, he wouldn't be satisfied. Today, he finally decided to stay in Gu family's Zhuangzi. He didn't want to waste this money. "Xiaobao, you've been here for 20 days, right?" Wang Wan, who was sitting on one end of a seesaw under the shade of a tree, used all her strength to press Zhang Xiaobao up. Zhang Xiaobao shifted his weight back and lifted Wang Wan up. He replied, "No, it's been 19 days. In another 10 days the chicks will be born. The earthworms haven't grown up yet. Put them in the village's toilet. Oh, it's called the latrine. It doesn't matter if they eat maggots. I'm just afraid that they will fall into the pit and drown. We need to feed them some food. How about the sauce? Will it be ready soon? It's still early. It will take another 20 days." Zhang Xiaobao estimated the date that Erniu mentioned. "Are you sure someone can buy it? It's just a little spicy. There's meat inside." Wang Wan also used all her strength to move back and lift Zhang Xiaobao again. She used this to train the strength of her legs and waist. She could train while playing. "Absolutely no problem. When the sauce is ready, we'll send the recipe of using the sauce to those restaurants and inns. If they sell well, they'll come to buy the sauce and rest. It's been 2 hours. My legs are sore. In a while, I'll ask Xiaohong to go to the kitchen and ask them to make some seaweed and bone soup. Didn't we buy seaweed 2 days ago? You need to replenish your nutrition." Just drinking milk won't do. Zhang Xiaobao got down from the seesaw and walked to a place with sunlight. He started to bask in the sun. Wang Wan followed him. Xiao Hong hurriedly went to the kitchen to ask someone to prepare something. When she came back, she took out a small cushion and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. She held an umbrella and hid under the shade. While looking at the two little ancestors, she was thinking about her own worries. Usually when she had some free time, she would make clothes for herself and Xiaoqi. This time she didn't dare to say anything. If anyone saw her holding a needle and thread while looking after the children, no one could help her. Xiaobao, don't just lie down. Look at how much money we have. Wang Wan turned over and propped her chin on the cushion. We don't have much money, but we've accumulated some things. Let's wait for the autumn harvest. What are you going to do with the autumn harvest? I always feel that you're up to no good. Wang Wan still didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. How should I say? You can say that I'm up to no good, or you can say that I'm doing something out of the kindness of my heart. It depends on how you interpret it. For example, Wang Wan asked. For example, is it good or bad for traders to make money? If you want to make a profit, you have to buy low and sell high, Zhang Xiaobao said thoughtfully. When Wang Wan, who was lying down, heard this, she immediately sat up. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You want to buy food? You want to hoard it? Don't be silly. How much money can I have? Why would I hoard it? I want to buy food locally. Today's harvest is good, and the food is cheap. Next year I'll sell it elsewhere and make a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao finally revealed his purpose. Where? I can't say it yet. If I tell anyone, the secret will no longer be a secret. Zhang Xiaobao refused again. I won't ask in the future. Think about that swindler song. How is he going to cheat us? I'm not an immortal or a demon. Let's wait. Tomorrow I'll get Steward Zhang to contact him. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. The next day, Song Jinggong came to the courtyard again. He had already become used to coming once a day. He originally thought that he wouldn't get anything today, but who knew that when the gatekeeper took the money he gave and reported it, Steward Zhang personally came out to welcome him. Haha. Young Master Song has been waiting here for a long time, right? Come in with me. Steward Zhang warmly led Song Jinggong into the living room, which made Song Jinggong a little unaccustomed. When the two sat down, the servants served them tea. After a few sips, Steward Zhang said, Young Master Song has been here for a long time. You must have something important to say, right? Today, Madam went out to handle some matters and won't be back for a few days. Everything in the village is under my management. Young Master Song, if you have something to say, just say it. When Song Jinggong heard Steward Zhang's words, his heart skipped a beat. He asked tentatively, You can make decisions about money? Of course. My family has been in charge of the Zhang family for generations. It's just a matter of managing money. There's nothing I can do, Steward Zhang replied proudly. Oh, if that's the case, Steward Zhang is very respected in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Congratulations, Steward Zhang. Song Jinggong flattered. Well said, well said. Young Master Song, just say what you want. Steward Zhang's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be very comfortable with the praise. All right, I'll say it now. I have a shop in Sanshui County that specializes in antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Song Jinggong said softly. Oh? You want me to buy some calligraphy? Steward Zhang asked. No, I have something else to discuss. It's about making money. Song Jinggong finally said what he thought was very tempting. Chapter 34. After Song Jinggong said this, he no longer spoke and lowered his head to drink his tea. Steward Zhang thought to himself, so it's here. He also pretended to drink a few mouthfuls of tea. When he refilled it, he asked, What exactly is young Master Song talking about getting rich? This I fine, I'll just tell you. I heard that there was a strange object in that area that I thought would be able to sell at a high price once it was shipped to Tang. I gave a deposit of about 1,000 stones, each stone being 200 coins. The object looked bright red and delicate, with green leaves on it, reflecting each other. Originally it was 1,000 stones, but who would have thought that it would be 2,000 stones? I don't have enough money, so I came to discuss with the steward if you would like to get rich together with me and buy the 1,000 stones. Song Jinggong said with a face full of certainty. I don't know what it is, but how could it be so valuable? If one were to eat this 1,000 stones, it would be 200 taels of silver. This is not a small amount and I haven't seen the object. This Steward Zhang revealed a difficult expression. He was not afraid at all. No matter what he said now, he would not make the final decision. He would just follow along. Yes, 200 taels of silver, it is not easy for me to make the decision. Why don't we wait for Madame Zhuang to return and then we can discuss it? Song Jinggong said. Steward Zhang's face was not gloomy. He gently placed the teacup on the table and said, although 200 taels is a lot, it is not that I cannot make the decision. It is just that I have not seen the object, so it is not easy to take it out. If it is convenient for young Master Song, please send the object for me to take a look so that I can rest assured. Manager Zhang, you don't have to worry about that thing. I have a way here that can solve my worries and also give you some benefits, Song Jinggong said with a smile when he heard Manager Zhang's words. Oh, there is another method? Quickly, young Master Song, tell me in detail. If it is possible, I can still take out 200 taels of silver. Steward Zhang cooperated. Song Jinggong unhurriedly took out a few pieces of paper and gently unfolded them in front of Steward Zhang, indicating for him to take a look. Manager Zhang carefully picked up the pieces of paper and flipped through them one by one. After a while, he revealed a puzzled expression. This is the store's deed. What does young Master Song need it for? That's right, it's the shop's deed. It's the Song Sanshui's antique calligraphy and painting shop's deed. All the items in the shop, including the real estate, are worth 300 taels of silver. Here is the Yue's calligraphy book as proof, as well as a detailed list. Each item has its own value. If Steward Zhang is able to take out 200 taels of silver and lend it to this Song is willing to use this shop and the goods in it as collateral. When this Song accepts the goods, this Song will immediately return the money with a 30% interest rate. At that time, Steward Zhang's share of benefits will not be small. Song Jinggong understood everything clearly. No matter which aspect it was, it made people feel good. In that case, if we can't get the principal and interest, then the store and the goods in it will belong to us? Manager Zhang asked again. That's right. Song Jinggong nodded. Then why didn't young Master Song borrow it from others? There's a place that specializes in borrowing money for this kind of thing, and we don't know when that goods will arrive? Manager Zhang asked doubtfully. Song Jinggong seemed to have already known that Manager Zhang would ask such a question. He smiled and replied, that merchant only cares about profit. This Song is afraid that if I went to another place to borrow money, not only would they not lend it to me, but they would also go to another merchant alone. At that time, this Song won't even be able to receive a single dan of goods. I've heard that the people of the Zhang family's manor are all kind-hearted people. That's why I've come to your esteemed manor to discuss this matter. I'm thinking that even if your esteemed manor doesn't lend me money and doesn't cooperate with me, you won't do such a thing that takes drastic measures to deceive people. As for that goods, they will arrive soon, probably not more than half a month. That's why this Song is so anxious. When he said this, even Song Jinggong felt that he was lying. In the past few days he had been cheated many times. If this was considered kind, then there were no good people in this world. Just thinking about that broken quilt made him angry. Well said, well said. This Zhang feels that the 2 points that young Master Song has raised are both feasible. How about this? This Zhang will think about it carefully and tell young Master Song in detail. Just as young Master Song said, whether it succeeds or not, we won't do such a thing. Servants, tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet and entertain young Master Song. Young Master Song, please wait in this hall for a moment. This Zhang can't do it alone, so I will go back and discuss it with my father. Is that okay? Manager Zhang asked after making the arrangements. That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Zhang. Whether this matter succeeds or not, this Song will remember Manager Zhang's kindness. If it really does succeed, when this Song makes money, this Song will definitely reward Manager Zhang well. Song Jinggong was happy. If Manager Zhang didn't say so and directly agreed, he would be worried. Manager Zhang didn't say anything else and said to wait. He hurriedly left the hall and went straight to Zhang Xiaobao. As for his father, it had nothing to do with this matter, so it was useless even if he went. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was rolling around in the sand with Wang Wan. A few days ago he had someone blow bubbles into a ball and stick leather on the outside. The two of them kicked it back and forth, using this to train their bodies and also to train their coordination. When he saw Manager Zhang arrive, he stopped and asked, "Manager Zhang, do you know what that swindler Song wants to do?" Manager Zhang repeated to the young master what he had said with Song Jinggong. He didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the young master's orders. At this time, the young master's weight in his heart was not low. What Ernia's family did, Zhang Wang clan didn't hide it from him. While he was moved by his wife's trust, he was also shocked by the young master's methods. As for the talk of immortals and monsters, he didn't care at all. His family had been the Zhang family's housekeepers for generations. It could be said that he was born as a member of the Zhang family and died as a ghost of the Zhang family. If the young master was a monster, then his son was the monster's housekeeper. There was no difference. When Zhang Xiaobao heard these words, he fell into deep thought. Wang Wan also followed suit. She had dealt with many cases and was preparing to take out a similar one for comparison. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan, who had thought for a while, said, "I understand. That swindler Song wants us to go and eat all the goods. If we can't sell them, we will have to pay a large sum of money. How can there be something so expensive? 100 copper coins for a stone. Why don't we lend him the money and get his 300 taels of silver shop? With the swindler as a guarantor, I don't think he will be cheated. Let's see what he says when the time comes. Then we will be cheated. Is the swindler's guarantee useful? You can guarantee the shop, but how can you guarantee the things inside? Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings can be faked. Song Jinggong can use the real things when he asks the swindler to guarantee. After we sign the document with him, he can change it to a fake one. Who will you ask for help at that time? If the swindler really guarantees the authenticity, how can you sue him? When you want to ask Song Jinggong, he will say that it is those things. You have seen it. Don't tell me that you haven't misjudged antiques, calligraphy, and paintings." Zhang Xiaobao pointed out the loophole in Wang Wan's words. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. Not to mention that the swindler's guarantee was true. Even if he saw the fake one, he would still say that it was true. So she said, "There is no other way. That means he didn't ship anything from elsewhere at all. He just wants to sell the shop to us. We can say that we're working together with him to buy the 200 taels of silver. Let's see what he says." "How do you know that there is no stock? If it were me, I would make the goods. No matter which one you choose, you will be cheated. The goods should be very cheap. You can buy it for 100 copper coins per stone. Of course you may ask for a lower price." Zhang Xiaobao retorted again. When Wang Wan heard this, there was nothing she could do. After all, the things she did in the past were supported by a large amount of information, as well as legal weapons. She could easily find professionals in this field. When it came to the Tang dynasty, if she were to command an army alone, she would be able to get some results after getting used to it. However, with just this bit of information, it was impossible to judge. "Then what do you think we should do? Treat him to a meal and let him go?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "Treat him to a meal and let him go? Then he must be dreaming. Treating him to a meal doesn't cost money? Since he dares to try and swindle me, I'll show him who's boss. Steward Zhang, come here. I'll tell you what to do." Zhang Xiaobao laughed disdainfully, beckoning Steward Zhang over. Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao, and Steward Zhang whispered to each other for a quarter of an hour. Only then did Steward Zhang leave with a confused expression. "So stupid. Even I understand what you said. Why doesn't he understand?" Wang Wan was relieved. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao for a moment. "Amazing. I've finally seen it today. International swindlers are really not comparable to those little liars. If there was someone like you in my special second department, I would catch every swindler I see and let me take a good look. Could it be that your brain was born to cheat? All right, you are already drooling. Don't you know that you can't always pinch a child's face? What is this? All right, let's get down to business. I will let Song Jinggong know what it means to deceive." Zhang Xiaobao slapped Wang Wan's hand away and called Xiao Hong to start making arrangements. A quarter of an hour later, when Manager Zhang and Song Jinggong were eating and drinking, a few of Zhang Zhuang's people left. A few of Wang Zhuang's people also left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan started the game again. They were evenly matched. Song Jinggong and Steward Zhang were also drinking wine and chatting happily. They were having a great time. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were about to rest after playing for an hour, Zhang Wang clan also rushed over. When she saw the two children, she sighed. These two children were really too cruel. She walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao and touched her son's face. Xiaobao, you are forcing that Song Jinggong to his death. Where possible, you should be lenient. Mom, don't worry. I have my own plans. I will definitely force him to his death. I am short of people. Manager Zhang didn't understand when he heard my plan. I don't want such a stupid person. When Song Jinggong is at his wit's end, I will help him. It will be easier for him to do things in the future. I can't do everything by myself, right? Zhang Xiaobao knew that his mother was not a bad person, so he explained it to her. Zhang Wang clan was relieved when she heard this. She said, "My son is right. You are a great talent. You just need to stay in the back. There will be others to lead the charge." Chapter 35. Song Jinggong originally didn't want to drink too much, just a few cups. But after a few cups, he was still in a daze. He lay there crookedly, his mouth continuously flattering Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was also a little shaken. He knew that his alcohol tolerance wasn't that high. It was all because of the little lord. He didn't put drugs in the wine, but had someone roast it in a brazier in this small dining room. He didn't know what it meant to have insufficient oxygen, nor did he know what it meant to increase the temperature to promote blood circulation, which would cause alcohol to affect the brain faster. He only knew that since the little lord said so, then it was definitely not wrong. After arranging for Song Jinggong to rest, he went out to do other things. When Song Jinggong woke up, it was already afternoon. He was fed some hangover soup by the servant girls serving him. In a daze, he vaguely heard someone talking. "Manager Zhang, who allowed you to make the decision alone? Do you not see me as a person in your eyes?" The voice seemed to belong to a woman. Song Jinggong rubbed his aching head and tilted his ear to listen carefully. "No, this little one doesn't dare. This little one only thinks that young Master Song's business is good. So this little one wants to get some money. If Madam doesn't allow, this little one will send him away." Song Jinggong finally heard clearly that the person speaking was Manager Zhang. Thinking about the matter with Zhang Zhuang, it was obvious that the person who could make Manager Zhang so afraid was the Zhang Wang clan. Seeing that the madam wanted to drive him away, Song Jinggong immediately became anxious. Just as he was about to go out and explain, he heard the Zhang Wang clan say, "Manager Zhang, since I've taught Zhuangzi to you, you must be 120% alert. Don't be fooled by others." "Madam, don't worry, I definitely won't be fooled. Young Master Song is not that kind of person." Just as Song Jinggong was worried that he would be exposed, Manager Zhang's voice sounded. Not that kind of person. Could it be that you've received benefits from him and are speaking for him? I heard that Song Jinggong actually moved to Gujia village yesterday. He wants to cheat us of our money and run away. Zhang Wang clan's voice sounded again. When Song Jinggong heard this, he felt a little wronged. If he could explain, he would definitely rush out and say that the two Zhuangzi people in front of him were too deceitful. But he couldn't say that the Zhang Wang clan knew who he was. If he really rushed out, that would be unwise. With a trace of worry, Song Jinggong listened attentively, hoping that Steward Zhang would put in a few good words for him. Sure enough, Steward Zhang spoke. Replying to Madam, "I've already tested young Master Song today. Especially when we were drinking. Young Master Song is really a good person. As for resting on other Zhuangzi, according to this little one's guess, there must be someone on that Zhuangzi that young Master Song is familiar with. Alright, there's no need to say more. How can I not recognize people? If you don't believe me, send someone to follow that young Master Song. If I'm not wrong, he doesn't have any goods. In these few days, as long as he gets money, he will go into hiding. His shop isn't even worth 300 taels of silver. You didn't even see what the goods were. Yet you dare to make such a plan. How can I let you manage Zhuangzi in the future?" The dissatisfied voice of the Zhang Wang clan sounded again, scaring Song Jinggong. He wasn't afraid that someone would investigate, but he was afraid that the Zhang Wang clan would directly reject his suggestion. If that was the case, Then wouldn't all the money he spent in the past few days be taken advantage of? After listening for a while, until the footsteps of a person gradually faded away, Song Jinggong sat down on a small stool next to the window, thinking about what to do next. When he couldn't hear anything else, he heard Steward Zhang, who hadn't left yet, call out to someone. Call Xiaoqi over. When young Master Song leaves the courtyard, follow behind him. If you see that he wants to leave, report back to me immediately. After waiting for someone to answer and leave, Song Jinggong let out a sigh of relief. He secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let anyone find out. He quietly walked back to the bed and lay down in his clothes. He resisted the headache and looked at the ceiling, thinking about how to cheat Zhang Zhezhuangzi of his money. He didn't expect that the Jiang Wang clan that Steward Zhang mentioned would come back so early. What a coincidence. Did she hear that he was coming? Or was it because she was worried about Steward Zhang and deliberately did this? After lying down, Song Jinggong fell asleep again. He didn't wake up until evening. He got up and was about to leave when he heard Steward Zhang's voice outside the window. Has young Master Song woken up? This servant doesn't know. Young Master Song hasn't left the house this entire time. I'll go in and take a look. Tell the servants to prepare wine and food. Song Jinggong heard the voice and pretended that he had just woken up. He opened his sleepy eyes and waited for Steward Zhang to come in. He yawned and said, Steward Zhang has a good tolerance for alcohol. I remembered what I said to Steward Zhang when we were eating, but I forgot everything afterward. I don't even remember how I got to this room. Young Master Song doesn't have any worries about Zhuangzi, so you can drink without worry. I can't do the same. There are many things to take care of in Zhuangzi. You need to be careful when you drink. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Steward Zhang came in with a smile on his face. He looked at Song Jinggong and said this with a laugh. Song Jinggong didn't have time to care whether these words were true or false. He pressed his hand on his forehead and said, Looking at the sky outside, it should be evening. I won't disturb you any longer. When that fellow arrives in a few days, I'll tell Steward Zhang the details. No rush, no rush. Leave after dinner. The people in the village aren't smart. It's hard to find someone to talk to. Young Master Song, it's not easy for you to come here. No matter what, you can't just leave like this. Steward Zhang tried to stop him. Thank you for your kindness, Steward Zhang. Unfortunately, I can't drink. Even now, I still have a splitting headache. I can't drink. I really can't drink. In a few days I'll come again. Song Jinggong wouldn't eat here no matter what. What he needed to do now was to pretend and make people believe him. It didn't matter whether he ate or not. Steward Zhang tried to persuade him again, but Song Jinggong insisted. He had no choice but to send Song Jinggong to the door. He stood there for a long time and didn't turn back. If it were anyone else, they would have been moved. Song Jinggong knew that there was someone called Little Seven who should be following him in a place where he couldn't see. After thinking about it, he decided to stay in the village of Zhangzhezhuangzi. It didn't matter if he had to spend some money. At least it could make the Jiang Wang clan feel at ease. Night fell. The people who left Zhangzhezhuangzi and Wang family Zhuangzi were still in a hurry to get to their destination. The Wei River was the closest to Zhuangzi. If they wanted to use boats to transport goods, they had to travel less. However, the Luoshui River was the closest to Sanshui County. According to Song Jinggong's judgment, they should be dropping off the goods there. In order to not make any mistakes, both sides sent people to check. In addition, 2 people went to Sanshui County to arrange things there. These people were told that no matter where they went, they were not allowed to reveal their identities. In the morning, 2 travel-worn people came to Xinping City, which was dozens of li away from Tuqiao village. These 2 people didn't enter the city directly. Instead, they found a place not far from the city and stayed in Zhuangzi. According to the instructions, they had a good sleep. They only woke up in the afternoon. After freshening up, they casually threw a few copper coins to the people who stayed with them. Then they went out and asked around for houses to sell. When other people asked, they would say that they came from afar and wanted to find a place to stay. After an hour, they finally found someone who was willing to sell the house. Not caring that it was getting late, they pulled the person and bought the house on the same day. One of them stayed behind to clean the house and hired someone to make the bed. The other person hurried back. It was really like running through the night and the stars. At 2:45 in the morning, he returned to the Zhang family manor. Ignoring his fatigue, he went straight to the courtyard where Zhang Xiaobao was sleeping. When he arrived at the door, he reported while panting heavily. Zhang Si was ordered to return. He bought a house in Xiaoniu village, 2 li outside of Xinping city. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint. After saying this, he was so tired that he couldn't stand. He squatted there with one hand on the ground, panting incessantly. When Xiaohong heard the noise, she woke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan up. The two looked at each other and hurriedly got up. They let Xiaohong carry the bed, lit the lantern and walked out of the door. Zhang Xiaobao even lifted the bowl of water beside the bed. When they went outside and saw Zhang Xi's appearance under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He brought the water forward and said, "Good job. The Zhang family is honored because of you." Zhang Si took the bowl, raised his head, and gulped down the water. He wiped his mouth with his hand and respectfully replied, "Thank you, little young master. I bought the house. Please give me your orders." "Well, that's good. Go find cherries. Let her arrange the rest. I'll have to trouble you. Remember to be careful on the road." Zhang Xiaobao saw that one thing was done, so he nodded and said with a smile. After Zhang Si left, he turned back to Wang Wan and said, "This is the person that I, Zhang Xiaobao, want. How is his efficiency compared to your special second department?" "Don't think that everyone in my place is idle. The other 3 people you sent out haven't come back yet." Wang Wan curled her lips and said disdainfully, "I don't mean to belittle your side. I'm just asking. Go back to sleep. It seems that you don't need to sleep immediately. Drink milk first. I'm a little hungry." Zhang Xiaobao laughed. When he saw his mother standing at the door, he quickly ran into his mother's arms and pretended to be a child. Wang Wan touched her stomach and found that there was indeed nothing inside. She also followed him. On the banks of the Luoshui River, there were also 2 people who didn't sleep. They looked at the boats docked at the docks and secretly sized them up. With the occasional flash of light, they carefully memorized the red and green things that were exposed on the boats. "Little Matzi, you keep a close watch here. I'll go back and report. The Zhang family's little young master is still waiting." One person looked for a moment and felt that he remembered the appearance of the things. He said to the other person. When the other person nodded, he turned around and disappeared into the night. The people left behind resisted their tiredness and lay on the grass. They allowed the dew to gradually wet their clothes. They motionlessly observed the situation and listened to what the 2 people guarding the night said. Chapter 36. The river gurgled, and there were continuous dark clouds above. A few green leaves set off the flowers, and a cool breeze gently brushed their faces. It was a cloudy day. Seeing such weather, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also happy. Finally, they didn't have to endure the sun to exercise. The 2 went to the courtyard to throw sandbags. The real sandbags were covered with a layer of linen outside and filled with sand inside. They were slightly bigger than a quail egg, and were just right for their small hands to hold. Xiaohong stood on the side, staring at the sandbags flying around in the air. She was afraid that the 2 little ancestors would throw the sandbags to each other's face. While they were happily playing, a servant carrying a basket came over and gently put the basket on the ground. He said to Wang Wan, "Little girl, according to your instructions, I bought the things you want. I went around the surrounding area and bought these." "Well, okay, you do what you need to do. Oh, go to Xiaobao's storeroom and get 2 big bones. Pick the meat and take it back. When you go back, you can make soup for your child." Wang Wan took the sandbags and stopped. She said to the servant. Naturally, the reward was from Zhang Xiaobao's storeroom. After the servant thanked her and left, Zhang Xiaobao ran to the side of the basket and tiptoed to look at it. "What is this? It looks familiar." Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Of course it looks familiar. It's saltpeter, not very pure saltpeter. I specifically asked someone to buy it." Wang Wan explained. "Saltpeter?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard the name, he began to look around. "What are you looking at?" "It's saltpeter." "I'm looking at charcoal and sulfur," Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She also came over to look at the saltpeter, What are you thinking? I didn't say I'm going to make fire. You can't buy so many cures, right? Zhang Xiaobao was still looking for two other things. Stupid, Ernia's family has already prepared the hot pot and sent it to the courtyard. I want to drink some soup and eat 2 slices of tender meat. I want to use saltpeter to make ice. I want to freeze the mutton and use a plane to cut it into slices. I want to roll the slices one by one. It's thinner than the slices and more convenient to eat. Wang Wan said as she reached into the basket and took out a small piece of saltpeter. She held it in her hand and looked at it. She nodded and felt that it was not bad. Oh, we can eat hot pot now. It's a cloudy day so we can sleep after eating. That's what I call comfortable. I don't expect big slices of meat, but some foam will do. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that there was hot pot, he naturally wanted to freeze the mutton. He ordered Xiao Hong to get 2 basins, one big and one small, and filled them with water. He put the saltpeter in the big basin and continued to throw sandbags to Wang Wan. When the water in the small basin also turned to ice, he ordered someone to bring fresh mutton to freeze. Naturally, someone also prepared other food. He found a new plane and prepared charcoal. He also ordered someone to go to Ernia's house and get a can of water that was used to soak mountain chili. The rest of the food was waiting for the mutton to be frozen and hard to be shaved. Wang Wan was also not idle. She ordered someone to make chicken and pig bone soup. She also got some dried seafood. This thing was cheap. She first used warm water to heat it, and then used it as the base of the hot pot. They waited for a long time. When it was almost noon, the mutton was finally ready. As for the beef, it was not easy to kill and could easily cause trouble, so they could not eat it for the time being. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sweating from playing, took a bath and then accompanied Zhang Xiaobao's family to sit at the table. Although they were sitting, they were actually being held in someone's arms. The hot pot was placed in the middle of the table. The hot pot was filled with red-hot coals. The inner ring of the pot was a hollow lid, and a chimney was placed on top of the lid. When the bubbling sound came from the inside, the water would boil. After removing the chimney and lifting the lid, the food would be ready to eat. Fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, chives, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings were placed in small plates and placed there. Whoever wanted to eat could take it. Zhang Xiaobao's parents, grandfather, and grandmother sat in a circle according to the rules. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were held in Xiao Hong's arms. The adults knew that this hot pot was specially made for them by Xiao Hong. Smelling the soup and the seafood in the pot, they felt that it was not bad, but they were not sure how it tasted. Mother, eat. I'll cook a piece of mutton for you. Zhang Xiaobao saw that everyone was sitting there and watching, so he could only use his chopsticks to pick up a piece of mutton with great difficulty. He put it into the pot and gently shook it. Xiao Hong was afraid that the boiling soup would splash on the little gongzi. She wanted to reach out to block it, but she could not free her hand, so she could only pull it back. Don't pull, it's easy to burn. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao reminded her, and then moved twice. He took out the discolored meat and put it on his mother's plate. Zhang Wangclan's eyes immediately turned red. She opened her mouth and ate the meat. It was gone with a click. She did not even taste anything and praised. It's delicious. My family's Bao Lang's food is good. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband all eat. Then everyone started to work. According to their eating habits, they made 2 sets of seasonings. One set was for the mountain pepper seedling water. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xiao Hong watched from the side. They all swallowed their saliva. Xiao Hong could not eat together, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not eat such a big piece of meat. They could only wait until everyone was almost done. There were bits and pieces in the pot before they could drink the soup. Xiao Hong, you don't have to carry us. We will stand and watch. You eat too. Because it was a short table, everyone sat on small stools, also known as stools. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could stand by the side, but when they saw Xiao Hong watching, they felt uncomfortable. It was fine if they did not let her in, but since they were sitting together, they could not just watch. Zhang Xiaobao broke free from Xiao Hong's embrace and ordered. Xiao Hong did not dare to move her chopsticks and shook her head. Wang Wan also broke free and said, "Just eat. The more the merrier." Xiao Hong, let's eat together. You have taken care of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo these few days. Just treat it as a reward. Zhang Wangclan finally spoke. Xiaohong thanked them and ate carefully. 5 people were eating and only 2 children were left. Zhang Xiaobao looked and refused Xiaohong's offer of soup. He scooped some tofu with a spoon, put it in the pot, and put it on Wang Wan's plate. Eat. We will eat the duck blood later. These things are still edible. Wang Wan did not stand on ceremony. After mixing her own seasoning, she stuck her chopsticks into the tofu, dipped it, and ate it in small bites. After eating, she stuck out her tongue and said, "So spicy." Zhang Xiaobao also scalded some tofu for himself. There were already a few Xiaohong dots on the back of his small hand. Xiaohong was frightened when she saw this. She quickly took Zhang Xiaobao's hand and looked at it. The others also saw this situation and became nervous. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any expression. "Xiaohong, you eat your food. Don't worry about Xiaobao. This little bit of scalding is nothing," Wang Wan said. She knew that she and Zhang Xiaobao were the same kind of people. This was not a wound at all. She believed that even if a layer of skin on Zhang Xiaobao's hand was burned off, Zhang Xiaobao's hand would not tremble even if he wanted to kill someone. And right, it's not hot at all. It's just hot. I can eat it myself. I am a monster, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. 2 small dimples appeared on his chubby face. What monster? It's an immortal. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Xiaohong, since Xiaobao can do it himself, let him eat it himself. My son is not an ordinary person. Jiang Wang clan also felt a little distressed, but she still chose to support her son. It's all in the past. Why are you still talking about him? Mother, I'll pluck some prawns for you. Father Zhang saw that his wife was going to bring up the past again. He was afraid that he would be scolded by his parents again. He boiled 3 prawns and plucked some red meat for his parents and Jiang Wang clan. It's noon. Why hasn't the people sent by Sanshui County come back yet? Zhang Xiaobao used a spoon to scoop up some mutton, which was deliberately chopped by his family, and put it into the small bowl that Wang Wan was holding with both hands. The 2 of them drank one mouthful after another. Suddenly, he thought of the matter in Sanshui County and asked casually, "Should be fine. What I'm most worried about isn't that side, but which river will stop the boat? What if the boat hasn't arrived yet?" Wang Wan drank a mouthful of soup and looked around the table out of habit as she spoke. "There's no hurry. I believe that the 2 rivers will definitely have something. I know this liar song's mentality. What are you looking for?" Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's actions and asked. "Vermicelli. I forgot. There's no vermicelli here." Wang Wan used lip language this time. "I haven't made vermicelli before, but I know the general idea. When I was young, there was a starch field near the orphanage. The water in the river was white. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in and seen how they made it. Later, I'll ask someone to make it with wheat. Isn't it just making starch first? With 10 taels of silver, it's definitely possible to make some vermicelli. It's a pity that there's no chili sauce today." Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think, but in the end he still couldn't figure out how to make vermicelli. He didn't like to eat vermicelli. It was okay to eat it occasionally, but he had never cared about it. "It's okay. When will you ask someone to make noodles? I know how to make them. When I was young, there was a family in the courtyard that made vermicelli. I often went to help them knead the noodles." Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's lip language and said comfortingly. While the 2 of them were lip-speaking, Xiaohong had already finished eating in a hurry. She didn't dare to eat until she was full. She just ate 2 mouthfuls of each dish and then put down her chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Xiaohong had already made a great decision to eat a few mouthfuls. Seeing that it wasn't good for her to stay on the side, he said to her, "Xiaohong, go and see how little Seven is doing. We must keep that liar song here for a few days." Xiaohong agreed and left. Here they were still eating and drinking. If they didn't talk about things that didn't happen here, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would let go of their worries. They didn't need to lip speak anymore. They drank soup and ate bits and pieces of food there, and then began to study the next plan. The adults, on the other hand, did not make a sound. As they ate, they looked at the 2 little fellows. When they heard the words that only adults would say, the smile on their faces never disappeared. Finally, they did not have to worry about whether the next generation would ruin the family business. The most depressed person was Father Zhang. He always felt that the 2 children were abnormal. But when he saw the other 3 people he couldn't provoke all take it for granted, he couldn't say anything. On second thought this was good. When Xiao Bao grew up he might come back with the top score in the exam. So he said to his son, Xiao Bao, are you willing to learn how to read and write from your father? Yes, I am learning. Dad, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the soup, nodded and said to his father. Chapter 37. In Sanshui County on the north side of the street near the east gate of the city, there was a shop with the words Mind House written on it. It was a little remote, so there were not many people coming in and out of the shop. The shopkeeper had gone somewhere to rest, so he was left alone at the counter, looking at the passers-by in boredom. When it was noon, the waiter could hear his stomach growling, but no one came to ask him to take his place. He could only continue to endure. From time to time he would think about the wine and dishes in the restaurant. He felt even hungrier. Even the movement of the shadows of the trees outside slowed down. He put his 2 arms on the counter and rested his chin on it. He looked at the small soup and pancake restaurant across the street and muttered, It's good to eat a bowl of soup and pancakes. I don't see 2 people in this shabby shop every day. Just as he was muttering to himself, 2 people came in from the door. The shop assistant immediately took off his arm and glanced at them. He concluded that these 2 were rich people. They were wearing silk robes and there was a piece of jade hanging from a rope hanging from their waists. As they walked they kept moving up and down. Sirs, what are you looking for? I can give you some pointers. The shop assistant put on a smile and asked respectfully according to his judgment. Go do your work. We'll just look around. One of them said and threw a small piece of silver to the shop assistant. The shop assistant hurriedly caught it. After weighing it in his hand he estimated its weight. It was definitely 3 taels of silver. He felt that his spirit had returned, and he wasn't hungry anymore. With 3 taels of silver, when he got off work in the evening, he would go to the Apricot Spring brothel to have a good meal, find a beautiful sister, and come straight back tomorrow morning. The 2 people just looked and did not talk. They walked around and suddenly stared at a painting. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The one who gave the money said, What is this painting? Oh sir, your eyes are so sharp. You can see the beauty of this painting at a glance. This painting was painted by a predecessor. It's a lotus flower in early spring. Look at the tip of the brush. It's hard but not broken, soft but not evil. With just a few strokes it's already... Okay, how much is this painting? Without waiting for the waiter to finish, the man waved his hand impatiently, interrupted the introduction, and directly asked for the price. The shop assistant was sensible. Since the other party didn't want him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He looked at the painting and calculated how much it would cost. If the painting wasn't damaged at all, it would be possible to ask for 20 taels of silver. The problem was that there was a spot on the painting that was damaged by fire. In the upper right corner of the painting, there was a hole the size of a fingernail. It had been patched up by the craftsman with a special technique, but it could still be seen. For a moment he didn't know how to ask for money. If he asked for more, he was afraid that the other party would leave. If he asked for less, he felt that the reward he could get was too little. The more he sold, the more he would get. Just as he was hesitating, a voice sounded from behind him. Lu Wang, are you slacking off again? Didn't you see that we have an important guest? Why aren't you serving him? Hearing the voice, Lu Wang was relieved. When the shopkeeper came out, he quickly turned around and said to the shopkeeper, Uncle Zhao, these 2 people took a fancy to the painting on the wall and asked for the price. I forgot. While the shop assistant was speaking, he blinked his eyes. In fact, shopkeeper Zhao didn't need the shop assistant to hint at him. He could tell that the 2 people were rich from their clothes. He looked at the painting and said with a smile, How should I address you? Li. The person who spoke first replied with one word and didn't say anything else. So it's young Master Li. You really have good taste to take a fancy to this painting. By right this. How much? Young Master Li didn't wait for shopkeeper Zhao to finish his sentence and directly asked for the price. 200 taels of silver. This painting was painted by a famous artist in the West Jin dynasty. After a long time it was not well maintained and there are some flaws on the painting. Therefore, it only costs 150 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't know how much he should ask for. He wanted to ask for a sky-high price and wait for the other party to bargain. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't buy it if he asked for too much, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't like it if he asked for too little. There were always people like that. 150 taels of silver? Okay, I'll take it. Young Master Li didn't bargain at all and directly agreed. Shopkeeper Zhao was stunned and felt a little regretful for Wei Wei. If he had known that these two people were so easy to talk to, he would have asked for more. But now he couldn't back out. When he was about to take the painting and wrap it up, young Master Li spoke again. Don't be in a hurry. We didn't bring enough money today. We only have 50 taels of silver. Let's settle the payment first and come back in a few days. Is that okay? Shopkeeper Zhao heard this and quickly nodded. It made sense. Who would carry so much money when they went out? It was so heavy. He wouldn't be afraid if he had 50 taels of silver. I heard that some shops will secretly replace the goods after people pay the deposit. I wonder if... Young Master Li asked again. Shopkeeper Zhao knew that he was worried, so he immediately said, Don't worry, young Master Li. Our shop will never do such a thing. If you are still worried, you can find someone from Jiehui to vouch for you. But it will cost more to find someone to vouch for you. It's okay. Go find someone. Young Master Li spoke. Shopkeeper Zhao was even more relieved. He was really worried that in a few days the two people would find someone who knew the business and ask for the money back. Even if they didn't get the money back, there would be some dispute. He urged Lu Wang to find someone from Jiehui and prepared tea and snacks. After a while, Lu Wang came back with Jiehui's guarantor. The guarantor asked for the price and asked for 150 taels of silver. Young Master Li paid without hesitation. He took the painting down and wrote down some of the unique features on it as proof. Young Master Li deliberately wrote down the burned part of the painting with thin paper and added some description of the surrounding burn marks. He said that he would come back in half a month. If it wasn't this painting, the shop would pay 10 taels of silver. If he didn't come back in half a month, young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't come back in a month, he would give the shop a deposit. Shopkeeper Zhao thought for a while and saw that Jiehui's guarantor was there. He nodded and agreed. Both parties signed the contract and the deal was done. Seeing the two people walking away, not only was Shopkeeper Zhao happy, but Lu Wang also received 5 taels of silver. The sun was setting and the red clouds filled the sky. Birds flew past, their white feathers fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked hand in hand beside the small river in front of the door. The sun shone on their shadows. Xiao Hong watched nervously, afraid that the two little ancestors would jump down in joy. This kind of thing could happen. After all, her little master was different from others. Xiao Bao, do you think we can raise some ducks and geese if we draw the water into a duck pond? Salted goose eggs and duck eggs are more delicious than salted eggs. Wang Wan stood beside the river, looking at the clear water and the fish that occasionally flashed under the water. She asked with longing. Yes, I also want to do that, but now we are short of manpower. The most important thing is that I don't have enough money. I have to start running the recent business. If I want to eat, I have to go to Zhuangzi first. After a few days, I will have money after I deal with Liar Song. Zhang Xiaobao had this plan a few days ago. He wanted to ask his mother for money. After hesitating for a while, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't mind waiting for a few days. Little master, little miss, it's better to move back a little. Don't fall. Xiao Hong felt that this place was dangerous. She tried to persuade them. The water was not deep, and it was easy to drown 2 children. Don't be afraid. Cuckoo and I both know how to swim. We just look at the water and feel good. The sky is beautiful. After we finish the business here, you will be in charge of raising ducks and geese. You can also raise lotus flowers and a few more dishes. It's always expensive. If you can solve it yourself, solve it yourself. Every meal is not easy to come by. Zhang Xiaobao said as he took a step back. He didn't want Xiao Hong to worry. Xiao Hong nodded blankly. She felt that the words of the little master seemed to be more acceptable coming from the mouth of the madam. When the three of them were admiring the sunset, the flying birds, and the flowing water, a person rushed over. As soon as he saw Wang Wan, he said, "Little miss, I already know where the Liar Song is. Little girl, this little one already knows where that thing is. According to that swindler song's description, we found a few boats on the Luoshui River, and from the places where they occasionally expose themselves, we saw that red and green thing. As he spoke, the person took out a piece of paper from his arms. There was something drawn on it. He was delayed because he was looking for someone to draw it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the drawing and said at the same time, "Carrots. Good stuff. Now there's a new dish. I haven't seen this thing here." Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Wang Wan also nodded fiercely. Yes, this thing shouldn't be locally produced. It seems that they really got it from a foreign gang. I don't know what Liar Song was thinking. It seems that all the boats are full of carrots. Then, can the ones in the middle continue to be planted? When we have the seeds, we can plant them ourselves. I like to eat fried carrots. What about you? I like to eat them raw. I also like to eat cucumbers, eggplants, and cabbage. I like to eat them raw and treat them as fruits. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Who would treat these things as fruits? It's not good to eat raw carrots. Wang Wan said with a smile. Then what should we do? Who would send fruits to the orphanage for no reason? It's not easy for that group of people to send some here. They clearly bought it for 100 yuan, but they insisted that it was 1,000 yuan. The reporters from all over the place brought a lot. They were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were sending things. Zhang Xiaobao said with a twitch of his mouth. So that's the case. Then you did suffer a lot when you were young. People all want a good reputation. Wang Wan sighed. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was really too pitiful when he was young. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head indifferently. Actually, I'm very grateful to those people. No matter what their purpose is, as long as they send things, it's fine. If people send things every day, I'd rather be their witness. It's also fine to say that 100 yuan is 10,000 yuan. It's better than nothing. The happiest thing for me is that I completed the last wish of the dean's grandfather. Before I die, I can exchange a child. It's worth it. Now I have carrots to eat in the future. Xiaobao, please allow me to use solemn words to evaluate you. You are a good liar. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and said. Chapter 38. Seeing the carrots, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Otherwise, he would earn less money. 2,000 don of carrots, even if they were slightly overpriced, should be 200,000 caddies. Zhang Xiaobao admired Song Jinggong a little. Where did he get 200,000 caddies of carrots? What was his purpose? What was he thinking when he got the carrots? Did he really want to do normal business? That couldn't be right. If that was the case, then he should find someone to mortgage his shop. A shop worth 300 taels of silver. It shouldn't be a problem to pay 200 taels of silver. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were puzzled, the messenger gave them an answer. Zhang family's young master, young lady, can this thing be eaten? It's not even as big as our carrots and it's so expensive. It won't kill people, right? When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao understood. After all, carrots were something that people here had never seen before. Song Jinggong should have gotten them at a cheaper price from outside. It was just that the cost of the boat was a little higher. In the end, he found that no one wanted to buy them, so he prepared to sell them or swindle some money. Usually, people didn't have much spare money in their hands. Most people would try to settle accounts by exchanging as much as possible. Who would be willing to spend 2 copper coins to buy a caddy of small carrots? A big carrot weighed 2 caddies, so people would rush to sell it for 1 copper coin. He's preparing to make a big profit. His ambition is not small. Wang Wan also thought of this point and said, he only wants to swindle people and doesn't know how to operate. Wait until we get these 2,000 don of carrots. I'll sell them for 3 copper coins per caddy. You don't even need to swindle people. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Even without you, I can sell them. There are only a few methods. If we use them one by one, there will be one that will succeed. The next step is to see if he will fall for it. Wang Wan also had a plan at this time and happily raised her head. Stop for a moment. I'll arrange the eggs and light the brazier. It will be cold soon. On the road from Tuqiao village to Xinping city, Cherries ordered the driver to stop first. When the carriage stopped, she slightly changed the position of the 200 eggs in front of her. Then, she heated up the mattress in a brazier and covered it with it. Following her call, the car began to move forward slowly again. After 30 years of driving, The handlebar driver had used all his skills in the past 2 days. With the faint light from the lantern hanging in front of the car, the handlebar driver could avoid any small potholes. Only when the horse could no longer walk did he stop. He unloaded the horse and tied it to a nearby tree, allowing the horse to rest and eat by itself. Uncle Wang, you're really good at driving. The eggs weren't shaken too much. Cherries put her hand under the quilt to feel the warmth and coldness. She breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up the water and drank a few mouthfuls, praising the carriage driver who was leaning against the tree. It's nothing. After 30 years of driving, I'm already used to it. It's not that I want to lie to you. Even without this lantern, I know where the potholes are. As the carriage driver spoke, he opened the water bag and took out a small bag from his body. Inside was some fried rice. He was ready to eat. When Cherry saw this, she quickly took the things from the two people who had been following the carriage. She put it in front of the carriage driver and said, "Uncle Wang, eat this. It's already prepared when we came." Under the light of the lantern, the carriage driver saw some sliced pig head meat in front of him. There were also 2 pancakes. He grinned and didn't hold back. He took the meat and rolled it in the pancake. He took a big bite, narrowed his eyes and slowly swallowed. He then drank some water. His face filled with vicissitudes of life squeezed together and said, "Fragrant, very fragrant. Your zhuangzi is still the best. The Wang family's zhuangzi has to pay a lot of taxes every year. It's not as rich as yours." "Uncle Wang, don't say that. Cuckoo is right there. Just wait. In less than 2 years we 2 people on zhuangzi can eat meat for every meal. I don't dare to say anything about other meat, but we can eat as much chicken as we want." Cherries looked at the carriage and thought about the chicks that were about to come out. Her mood was much more relaxed. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll wait for 2 years. I'll eat chicken every meal. Can the eggs on your carriage hatch chicks?" The carriage driver said hopefully. He pointed at the eggs on the carriage and asked with some disbelief, "Of course they can. I saw the chicks inside. In a few days zhuangzi will be full of chicks running." Cherry said confidently. At night, the dark clouds did not disperse and covered the brilliance of the moon and stars. Song Jinggong was lying on the bed and thinking about something. Suddenly, he laughed and began to talk to himself. "What's the use of looking at me? Do you think I'll go get the things in 2 days? You want to meddle in our affairs? I'm not in a hurry. After a few days I'll borrow the money and let you know what's on the ship. You dare to raise my price. Sleep and eat, you want me to pay 50 copper coins a day? Fine, I'll pay. Let's see who cries when the time comes. Those things are clearly edible, why can't I sell them? Young Master Song, are you awake? The wine and dishes you wanted are here." Just as Song Jinggong was thinking about the process of swindling money, there was a knock on the door and a question. Song Jinggong got up, lit the oil lamp and opened the door. When he saw the old man standing outside, he felt a little uncomfortable. He was eating fried eggs with chives, and radish strips for every meal. He was a little unable to bear it. Today, he had asked someone to prepare some good wine and dishes for him, but in the end, he was asked for 6 maces of silver. In such a small place, it was enough to order a table full of dishes. Looking at the 3 small plates on the dustpan and the pot of wine that the old man was holding, no matter how he calculated, it was not worth 6 maces of silver. "Sorry to trouble you, old man. Bring it in." Song Jinggong warned himself not to be angry. He would take revenge in the future. Only then did he try to smile and greet the old man. "It's no trouble. Young Master Song, you can pay for it. This old man will buy it. What trouble is there? I can't sleep at night." The old man carried the dustpan into the room and placed the 3 dishes and the pot of wine on the small table. He gave Song Jinggong a friendly smile and turned to leave. Song Jinggong was indeed hungry. Seeing that there were 3 dishes, he did not find any scrambled eggs. He heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he could eat meat. He picked up his chopsticks and found the biggest piece of meat. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his expression changed. It was meat, but it was not the mutton he had imagined. It was fish, and there were even bones. The meat was not small. This meant that the fish was big. But the fish was so cheap. How could it cost him 6 copper coins? Song Jinggong, who was bitter, stretched his chopsticks to another plate. The meat here was smaller. When he ate it, Song Jinggong was no longer angry. Instead he nodded and muttered, "Amazing. Just now it was the meat of a big fish. Now it is the meat of a small fish. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, I will remember." After muttering, Song Jinggong turned his gaze to the medium-sized meat. He did not need to taste it to know that it was the meat of a medium-sized fish. There were less than 3 fish. Added together, it did not cost more than 10 copper coins. Including the work, 20 copper coins was enough. Song Jinggong accepted his fate. He picked up the pot of wine and gulped it down without caring about the taste. He threw away the chopsticks and lay on the bed to sleep. After a few days, when Song Jinggong thought that he still needed 2 more days, Manager Zhang personally came to find him. "Young Master Song, the money has been prepared. Does young master still need it?" Manager Zhang seemed to be in a hurry. He had not even caught his breath when he opened his mouth to ask. "Really? That's great. Manager Zhang, you have helped me a lot. Don't worry, after the matter is done, I Song Jinggong will definitely not forget you." Once he heard that the matter of the money was settled, Song Jinggong's gloomy mood immediately dissipated. Without waiting for Manager Zhang to speak, he said, "If that's the case, then I will give you the deed of my shop. There is no hurry. Young Master Song's shop still has some things that I need to take a closer look at. I will ask someone to bring the money. Why don't we leave today?" Manager Zhang obviously knew that he had to say everything that needed to be said. Otherwise, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Song Jinggong smiled and nodded. He had already thought about this matter. Immediately, he walked with Manager Zhang and the person who brought the money to Sanshui County. In the afternoon, they finally arrived outside the shop. When he looked inside, he saw that the person who usually looked at the shop was standing behind the counter. Song Jinggong's face immediately darkened. He walked forward and asked, "Where is Manager Zhao and Lu Wang?" Replying to boss, "This afternoon someone came to our shop and took a fancy to a jug. He actually spent 30 taels of silver to buy it. He even said that it was cheap and insisted on inviting shopkeeper Zhao and Lu Wang to have a drink. They went. Do you want me to call them back?" "They just left." The person replied, "There is no need. You can go back. I will take care of the shop." "Manager Zhang, this business is busy. I will close the shop after I borrow the money. You can send someone to take care of it. We will talk again when I have the money. Later, deduct the price of that pot and I will pay for it directly. Don't look at how expensive it was just now. In fact, that pot was only worth 160 taels. Do you want to hand it over?" Song Jinggong glanced at the place where the pot was placed and found that there was one less than 100 taels missing. He did not care at all. "Okay, then ask the person from Jiehui to come over. I have already prepared the money." Manager Zhang readily agreed. The person behind him put down the money and turned to look for Jiehui's guarantor. After a while he came back. This time there were 4 people. After all, there were many things. According to Jiehui's account book, everything was verified. Just as Song Jinggong was about to sign the contract with Manager Zhang, Manager Zhang suddenly pointed to a painting and said, "It is better to remember it carefully. There are flaws in that painting. If there is a mistake, it will be easier to verify. Young Master Song, let's first be a villain and then a gentleman. If there is a mistake, you will have to pay 3 times the amount. We have already agreed." After saying this, without waiting for Song Jinggong to say anything, he ordered someone to draw the flaws in the painting. He also specifically wrote down the burned area and asked Jiehui's person to vouch for it. Song Jinggong did not think much of it. It was just a painting. When the time came, he would just leave it to them. He stood at the side and watched with a smile. When the person came and carefully verified the other worthless things, he would hand over the money and take over the shop. After Manager Zhang left, Song Jinggong curled his lips and turned to walk towards the Luoshui River. He knew that someone would definitely follow him.